Swordsman of Lost Terra. The third book of the story of the men of Kilorn. How Red Bram fought the Ganasthi from the lands of darkness, and Kerry son of Ryuk was angered, and the pipe of the gods spoke once more. Chapter 1. Now it must be told of those who fared forth south under Bram the Red. This was the smallest of the parties that left Kilorn, being from 3 clans only, Broina, Dag, and Hioran. That made some 1,000 warriors, mostly men with some women archers and slingers. But the pipe of the gods had always been with clan Broina, and so it followed the Broina on this trek. He was Ryuk son of Glyndwyrr, and his son was Kerry. Bram was a Hioran, a man huge of height and thew, with eyes like blue ice and hair and beard like a torch. He was curt of speech and had no close friends, but men agreed that his brain and his spirit made him the best leader for a journey like this. Though some thought that he paid too little respect to the gods and their priests. For some 5 years these men of Kilorn marched south. They went over strange hills and windy moors, through ice-blinking clefts in gaunt-cragged mountains and over brawling rivers chill with the cold of the dark lands. They hunted and robbed to live, or reaped the grain of foreigners, and cheerfully cut down any who sought to gainsay them. Now and again Bram dickered with the chiefs of some or other city and hired himself and his wild men out to fight against another town. Then there would be hard battle and rich booty and flames red against the twilight sky. Men died and some grew weary of roving and fighting. There was a sick hunger within them for rest and a hearthfire and the eternal sunset over the lake of Kilorn. These took a house and a woman and stayed by the road. In such ways did Bram's army shrink. On the other hand, most of his warriors finally took some or other woman along on the march, and she would demand more for herself and the babies than a roof of clouds and wind. So there came to be tents and wagons, with children playing between the turning wheels. Bram grumbled about this. It made his army slower and clumsier, but there was little he could do to prevent it. Those who were boys when the trek began became men with the years and the battles and the many miles. Among these was the Kerry of whom we speak. He grew tall and lithe and slender, with the fair skin and slant blue eyes and long ash-blonde hair of the Broina, broad of forehead and cheekbones, straight-nosed, beardless like most of his clan. He was swift and deadly with sword, spear, or bow, merry with his comrades over ale and campfire, clever to play harp or pipe and make verses, not much different from the others. Save that he came of the Broina and would one day carry the pipe of the gods. And while the legends of Kilorn said that all men are the offspring of a goddess whom a warrior devil once bore off to his lair, it was held that the Broina had a little more demon blood in them than most. Always Kerry bore within his heart a dream. He was still a stripling when they wandered from home. He had reached young manhood among hoofs and wheels and dusty roads, battle and roaming and the glimmer of campfires. But he never forgot Kilorn of the purple hills and the far thundering sea and the lake where it was forever sunset. For there had been a girl of the Dag Sept, and she had stayed behind. But then the warriors came to Riven and their doom. It was a broad fair country into which they had come. Trending south and east, away from the sun, they were on the darker edge of the twilight lands and the day was no longer visible at all. Only the deep silver-blue dusk lay around them and above, with black night and glittering stars to the east and a few high clouds lit by unseen sunbeams to the west. But it was still light enough for Twilight Landers' eyes to reach the horizon, to see fields and woods and rolling hills and the far metal gleam of a river. They were well into the territory of Riven City. Rumor ran before them on frightened feet, and peasants often fled as they advanced. But never had they met such emptiness as now. They had passed deserted houses, gutted farmsteads, and the bones of the newly slain, and had shifted their course eastward to get into wilder country where there should at least be game. But such talk as they had heard of the invaders of Riven made them march warily. And when one of their scouts galloped back to tell of an army advancing out of the darkness against them, the great horns screamed and the wagons were drawn together. For a while there was chaos, running and yelling men, crying children, bawling cattle, and tramping hests. Then the carts were drawn into a defensive ring atop a high steep ridge and the warriors waited outside. They made a brave sight, the men of Kilorn, tall barbarians in the colorful kilts of their septs with plundered ornaments shining around corded throat or sinewy arm. Most of them still bore the equipment of their homeland, horned helmets, gleaming ring burnies, round shields, axe and bow and spear and broadsword, worn and dusty with use but ready for more. The greater number went afoot, though some rode the small shaggy hests of the north. Their women and children crouched behind the wagons, with bows and slings ready and the old battle banners of Kilorn floating overhead. Kerry came running to the place where the chiefs stood. He wore only a helmet and a light leather corselet, and carried sword and spear and a bow slung over his shoulders. "Father," he called. "Father, who are they?" Ryak of Broina stood near Bram with the great bagpipes of the gods under one arm, old beyond memory, those pipes, worn and battered, but terror and death and the avenging furies crouched in them. Power so great that only one man could ever know the secret of their use. A light breeze stirred the warlock's long grey hair about his gaunt face, and his eyes brooded on the eastern darkness. The scout who had brought word turned to greet Kerry. He was panting with the weariness of his hard ride. An arrow had wounded him, and he shivered as the cold wind from the dark lands brushed his sweat-streaked body. "A horde," he said. "An army marching out of the east toward us, not Riven but such a folk as I never knew of. Their outriders saw me and barely did I get away. Most likely they will move against us, and swiftly. A host at least as great as ours," added Bram. "It must be a part of the invading Darklanders who are laying Riven waste. It will be a hard fight, though I doubt not that with our good sword arms and the pipe of the gods we will throw them back." "I know not." Ryak spoke slowly. His deep eyes were somber on Kerry. "I have had ill dreams of late. If I fell in this battle, before we won. I did wrong, son. I should have told you how to use the pipe. The law says you can only do that when you are so old that you are ready to give up your chiefship to your firstborn," said Bram. "It is a good law. A whole clan knowing how to wield such power would soon be at odds with all Kilorn. But we are not in Kilorn now," said Ryak. "We have come far from home, among alien and enemy peoples, and the lake where it is forever sunset is a ghost to us." His hard face softened. "If I fall, Kerry, my own spirit, I think, will wander back thither. I will wait for you at the border of the lake, I will be on the windy heaths and by the high tarns, they will hear me piping in the night and know I have come home, but seek your place, son. And all the gods be with you." Kerry gulped and wrung his father's hand. The warlock had ever been a stranger to him. His mother was dead these many years and Ryak had grown grim and silent. And yet the old warlock was dearer to him than any save Morna who waited for his return. He turned and sped to his own post, with the tears. The cows of the great horned tears from Kilorn were for meat and milk and leather, and trudged meekly enough behind the wagons. But the huge black bulls were wicked and had gored more than one man to death. Still Kerry had gotten the idea of using them in battle. He had made iron plates for their chests and shoulders. He had polished their cruel horns and taught them to charge when he gave the word. No other man in the army dared go near them, but Kerry could guide them with a whistle. For the men of Broina were warlocks. They snorted in the twilight as he neared them, stamping restlessly and shaking their mighty heads. He laughed in a sudden reckless drunkenness of power and moved up to his big lovely Gorwin and scratched the bull behind the ears. "Softly, softly," he whispered, standing in the dusk among the crowding black bulks. "Patient, my beauty, wait but a little and I'll slip you, oh wait, my Gorwin." Spears blinked in the shadowy light and voices rumbled quietly. The bulls and the hests snorted, stamping and shivering in the thin chill wind flowing from the lands of night. They waited. Presently they heard, faint and far, the skirling of war pipes. But it was not the wild joyous music of Kilorn, it was a thin shrill note which ran along the nerves, jagged as a saw, and the thump of drums and the clangor of gongs came with it. Carrie sprang up on the broad shoulders of Gorwin the Tear and strained into the gloom to see. Over the rolling land came marching the invaders. It was an army of 1,000 or so, he guessed with a shiver of tension, moving in closer ranks and with tighter discipline than the barbarians. He had seen many armies, from the naked yelling savages of the upper Norlon hills to the armored files of civilized towns, yet never one like this. Dark landers, he thought bleakly. Out of the cold and the night that never ends, out of the mystery and the frightened legends of 1,000 years, here at last are the men of the dark lands. Spilling into the twilight like their own icy winds, and have we anything that can stand against them? They were tall as the northerners, but gaunt, with a stringy toughness born of hardship and suffering and bitter chill. Their skins were white, not with the ruddy whiteness of the northern twilight landers but dead white, blank and bare, and the long hair and beards were the color of silver. Their eyes were the least human thing about them, huge and round and golden, the eyes of a bird of prey, deep sunken in the narrow skulls. Their faces seemed strangely immobile, as if the muscles for laughter and weeping were alike frozen. As they moved up, the only sound was the tramp of their feet and the demon whine of their pipes and the clash of drum and gong. They were well equipped, Carrie judged. They wore close-fitting garments of fur-trimmed leather, trousers and boots and hooded tunics. Underneath he glimpsed mail, helmets, shields, and they carried all the weapons he knew, no cavalry, but they marched with a sure tread. Overhead floated a strange banner, a black standard with a jagged golden streak across it. Carrie's muscles and nerves tightened to thrumming alertness. He crouched by his lead bull, one hand gripping the hump and the other white-knuckled around his spear's haft. And there was a great hush on the ranks of Killorn as they waited. Closer came the strangers, until they were in bowshot. Carrie heard the snap of tautening strings. Will Bram never give the signal? Gods, is he waiting for them to walk up and kiss us? A trumpet brayed from the enemy ranks, and Carrie saw the cloud of arrows rise whistling against the sky. At the same time Bram winded his horn and the air grew loud with war shouts and the roar of arrow flocks. Then the strangers locked shields and charged. Chapter 2. The men of Killorn stood their ground, shoulder to shoulder, pikes braced and swords aloft. They had the advantage of high ground and meant to use it. From behind their ranks came a steady hail of arrows and stones, whistling through the air to crack among the enemy ranks and tumble men to earth. Yet still the dark landers came. Leaping and bounding and running with strange precision. They did not yell, and their faces were blank as white stone, but behind them the rapid thud of their drums rose to a pulse-shaking roar. Hiya, bellowed Red Bram. Sunder them. The great long-shafted axe shrieked in his hands, belled on an enemy helmet and crashed through into skull and brain and shattering jawbone. Again he smote, sideways, and a head leaped from its shoulders. A dark land warrior thrust for his belly. He kicked one booted foot out and sent the man lurching back into his own ranks. Whirling, he hewed down one who engaged the Killorner beside him. A foeman sprang against him as he turned, chopping at his leg. With a roar that lifted over the clashing racket of battle, Bram turned, the axe already flying in his hands, and cut the stranger down. His red beard blazed like a torch over the struggle as it swayed back and forth. His streaming axe was a lightning bolt that rose and fell and rose again, and the thunder of metal on breaking metal rolled between the hills. Carrie stood by his tears, bow in hand, shooting and shooting into the masses that roiled about him. None came too close, and he could not leave his post lest the unchained bulls stampede. He shuddered with the black fury of battle. When would Bram call the charge? How long? Zip, zip, gray-feathered death winging into the tide that rolled up to the wagons and fell back and resurged over its corpses. The men of Killorn were yelling and cursing as they fought, but the Dark Landers made never a sound save for the hoarse gasping of breath and the muted groans of the wounded. It was like fighting demons, yellow-eyed and silver-bearded and with no soul in their bony faces. The northerners shivered and trembled and hewed with a desperate fury of loathing. Back and forth the battle swayed, roar of axes and whine of arrows and harsh iron laughter of swords. Carey stood firing and firing, the need to fight was a bitter catch in his throat. How long to wait, how long, how long? Why didn't Ryak blow the skirl of death on the pipes? Why not fling them back with the horror of disintegration in their bones, and then rush out to finish them? Carey knew well that the war song of the gods was only to be played in time of direst need, for it hurt friend almost as much as foe, but even so. A few shaking bars, to drive the enemy back in death and panic, and then the sortie to end them. Of a sudden he saw a dozen dark landers break from the main battle by the wagons and approach the spot where he stood. He shot 2 swift arrows, through his spear, and pulled out his sword with a savage laughter in his heart, the demoniac battle joy of the Broina. Ha, let them come. The first sprang with downward whistling blade. Carey twisted aside, letting speed and skill be his shield, his long glaive flickered out and the enemy screamed as it took off his arm. Whirling, Carey spitted the second through the throat. The third was on him before he could withdraw his blade, and a fourth from the other side, raking for his vitals. He sprang back. Gorwin! He shouted. Gorwin! The huge black bull heard. His fellows snorted and shivered, but stayed at their place. Carey didn't know how long they would wait, he prayed they would stay a moment more. The lead tear ran up beside his master, and the ground trembled under his cloven hoofs. The white foemen shrank back, still dead of face but with fear plain in their bodies. Gorwin snorted, an explosion of thunder, and charged them. There was an instant of flying bodies, tattered flesh ripped by the horns, and ribs snapping underfoot. The dark landers thrust with their spears, the points glanced off the armor plating and Gorwin turned and slew them. Here, cried Carey sharply. Back, Gorwin. Here. The tear snorted and circled, rolling his eyes. The killing madness was coming over him, if he were not stopped now he might charge friend or foe. Gorwin, screamed Carey. Slowly, trembling under his shining black hide, the bull returned. And now Ryak the warlock stood up behind the ranks of Killorn. Tall and steely grey, he went out between them, the pipes in his arms and the mouthpieces at his lips. For an instant the dark landers wavered, hesitating to shoot at him, and then he blew. It was like the snarling music of any bagpipe, and yet there was more in it. There was a boiling tide of horror riding the notes, men's hearts faltered and weakness turned their muscles watery. Higher rose the music, and stronger and louder, screaming in the dales, and before men's eyes the world grew unreal, shivering beneath them. The rocks faded to mist and the trees groaned and the sky shook. They fell toward the ground, holding their ears, half blind with unreasoning fear and with the pain of the giant hand that gripped their bones and shook them. The dark landers reeled back, falling, staggering, and many of those who toppled were dead before they hit the earth. Others milled in panic, the army was becoming a mob. The world groaned and trembled and tried to dance to the demon music. Ryak stopped. Bram shook his bull head to clear the ringing and the fog in it. At them, he roared. Charge! Sanity came back. The land was real and solid again, and men who were used to the terrible drone of the pipes could force strength back into shuddering bodies. With a great shout, the warriors of Killorn formed ranks and moved forward. Carey leaped up on the back of Gorwin, straddling the armored chine and gripping his knees into the mighty flanks. His sword blazed in the air. Now kill them, my beauties, he howled. In a great wedge, with Gorwin at their lead, the tears rushed out on the foe. Earth shook under the rolling thunder of their feet. Their bellowing filled the land and clamored at the gates of the sky. They poured like a black tide down on the dark land host and hit it. Hua! Cried Carey. He felt the shock of running into that mass of men and he clung tighter, holding on with one hand while his sword whistled in the other. Bodies fountained before the rush of the bulls, horns tossed men into the heavens and hoofs pounded them into the earth. Carry swung at dimly glimpsed heads, the hits shivered along his arm but he could not see if he killed anyone, there wasn't time. Through and through the dark land army the bulls plowed, goring a lane down its middle while the Killorners fell on it from the front. Blood and thunder and erupting violence, death reaping the foe, and Carry rode onward. Oh, my beauties, my black sweethearts, horn them, stamp them into the ground. Oh, lovely, lovely, push them on, my Gorwin, knock them down to hell, best of bulls. The tears came out on the other side of the broken host and thundered on down the ridge. Carry fought to stop them. He yelled and whistled, but he knew such a charge could not expend itself in a moment. As they rushed on, he heard the high brazen call of a trumpet, and then another and another, and a new war cry rising behind him. What was that? What had happened? They were down in a rocky swale before he had halted the charge. The bulls stood shivering then, foam and blood streaked their heaving sides. Slowly, with many curses and blows, he got them turned, but they would only walk back up the long hill. As he neared the battle again he saw that another force had attacked the Dark Landers from behind. It must have come through the long ravine to the west, which would have concealed its approach from those fighting southern Twilight Landers, Carry saw. Well trained and equipped though they seemed to fight wearily. But between men of north and south, the Easterners were being cut down in swathes. Before he could get back, the remnants of their host was in full flight. Bram was too busy with the newcomers to pursue and they soon were lost in the eastern darkness. Carry dismounted and led his bulls to the wagons to tie them up. They went through a field of corpses, heaped and piled on the blood-soaked earth, but most of the dead were enemies. Here and there the wounded cried out in the twilight, and the women of Killorn were going about succoring their own hurt. Carrion birds hovered above on darkling wings. Who are those others? Asked Carry of Bram's wife Isla. She was a big raw-boned woman, somewhat of a scold but stout-hearted and the mother of tall sons. She stood leaning on an unstrung bough and looking over the suddenly hushed landscape. Rivanians, I think, she replied absently. Then, Carry, I have ill news for you. His heart stumbled and there was a sudden coldness within him. Mutely, he waited. Ryak is dead, Carry, she said gently. An arrow took him in the throat even as the Dark Landers fled. His voice seemed thick and clumsy. Where is he? She led him inside the laager of wagons. A fire had been lit to boil water, and its red glow danced over the white faces of women and children and wounded men where they lay. To one side the dead had been stretched, and white-headed Lockley of Dag stood above them with his bagpipes couched in his arms. Carry knelt over Ryak. The warlock's bleak features had softened a little in death, he seemed gentle now. But quiet, so pale and quiet. And soon the earth will open to receive you, you will be laid to rest here in an alien land where the life slipped from your hands, and the high windy tarns of Killorn will not know you ever again. O Ryak the Piper! Farewell, farewell, my father. Sleep well, good night, good night. Slowly, Carry brushed the grey hair back from Ryaka's forehead, and knelt and kissed him on the brow. They had laid the god pipe beside him, and he took this up and stood numbly, wondering what he would do with this thing in his hands. Old Lockley gave him a somber stare. His voice came so soft you could scarce hear it over the thin whispering wind. Now you are the Broina, Carry, and thus the Piper of Killorn. I know, he said dully. But you know not how to blow the pipes, do you? No, no man does that. Since Broina himself had them from Lugan Longsword in heaven, there has been one who knew their use, and he was the shield of all Killorn. But now that is ended, and we are alone among strangers and enemies. It is not good. But we must do what we can. Oh, aye. 'Tis scarcely your fault, Carry. But I fear none of us will ever drink the still waters of the lake where it is forever sunset again. Lockley put his own pipes to his lips and the wild despair of the old coronet wailed forth over the hushed camp. Carey slung the godpipes over his back and wandered out of the laager toward Bram and the Rivanians. Chapter 3. The southern folk were more civilized, with cities and books and strange arts, though the northerners thought it spiritless of them to knuckle under to their kings as abjectly as they did. Hereabouts the people were dark of hair and eyes, though still light of skin like all Twilight Landers, and shorter and stockier than in the north. These soldiers made a brave showing with polished cuirass and plumed helmet and oblong shields, and they had a strong cavalry mounted on tall hests, and trumpeters and standard-bearers and engineers. They outnumbered the Kilorners by a good 3 to 1, and stood in close, suspicious ranks. Approaching them, Carey thought that his people were, after all, invaders of Riven themselves. If this new army decided to fall on the tired and disorganized barbarians, whose strongest weapon had just been taken from them, it could be slaughter. He stiffened himself, thrusting thought of Ryuk far back into his mind, and strode boldly forward. As he neared he saw that however well armed and trained the Rivanians were, they were also weary and dusty, and they had many hurt among them. Beneath their taut bearing was a hollowness. They had the look of beaten men. Bram and the Dag, tall grey Nessa, were parleying with the Rivanian general, who had ridden forward and sat looking coldly down on them. The Hioran carried his huge axe over one mailed shoulder, but had the other hand lifted in sign of peace. At Carey's approach, he turned briefly and nodded. "Well, you came," he said. "This is a matter for the heads of all 3 clans, and you are the Broina now. I grieve for Ryuk, and still more do I grieve for poor Kilorn, but we must put a bold face on it lest they fall on us." Carey nodded, gravely as fitted an elder. The incongruity of it was like a blow. Why, he was a boy, there were men of Broina in the train twice and thrice his age, and he held leadership over them. But Ryuk was dead, and Carey was the last living of his sons. Hunger and war and the coughing sickness had taken all the others, and so now he spoke for his clan. He turned a blue gaze up toward the Rivanian general. This was a tall man, big as a northerner but quiet and graceful in his movements, and the inbred haughtiness of generations was stiff within him. A torn purple cloak and a gilt helmet were his only special signs of rank, otherwise he wore the plain armor of a mounted man, but he wore it like a king. His face was dark for a Twilight Lander, lean and strong and deeply lined, with a proud high-bridged nose and a long hard jaw and close-cropped black hair finely streaked with grey. He alone in that army seemed utterly undaunted by whatever it was that had broken their spirits. "This is Carey son of Ryuk, chief of the 3rd of our clans," Bram introduced him. He used the widespread Aluardian language of the Southlands, which was also the tongue of Riven and which most of the Kilorners had picked up in the course of their wanderings. "And Carey, he says he is Jonan, commander under Queen Sathi of the army of Riven. And that this is a force sent out from the city which became aware of the battle we were having and took the opportunity of killing a few more Darklanders." Nessa of Dag looked keenly at the Southerners. "Methinks there's more to it than that," he said, half to his fellows and half to Jonan. "You've been in a stiff battle and come off second best, if looks tell aught. Were I to make a further venture, it would be that while you fought clear of the army that beat you and are well ahead of pursuit, it's still on your tail and you have to reach the city fast." "That will do," snapped Jonan. "We have heard of you plundering bandits from the north, and have no intention of permitting you on Rivanian soil. If you turn back at once, you may go in peace, but otherwise." Casting a glance behind him, Bram saw that his men were swiftly reforming their own lines. They sensed the uneasiness in the air. If the worst came to the worst, they'd give a fearsome account of themselves. And it was plain that Jonan knew it. "We are wanderers, yes," said the chief steadily, "but we are not highwaymen save when necessity drives us to it. It would better fit you to let us, who have just broken a fair-sized host of your deadly enemies, proceed in peace. We do not wish to fight you, but if we must it will be all the worse for you." "Ill-armed barbarians, a 3rd of our number, threatening us?" asked Jonan scornfully. Well, now, suppose you can overcome us, said Nessa with a glacial cheerfulness. I doubt it, but just suppose so. We will not account for less than 1 man apiece of yours, you know, and you can hardly spare so many with dark landers ravaging all your country. Furthermore, a battle with us could well last so long that those who follow you will catch up, and there is an end of all of us. Carrie took a breath and added flatly, you must have felt the piping we can muster at need. Well for you that we only played it a short while. If we chose to play you a good long dirge. Bram cast him an approving glance, nodded, and said stiffly, so you see, General Jonan, we mean to go on our way, and it would best suit you to bid us a friendly goodbye. The Rivanian scowled blackly and sat for a moment in thought. The wind stirred his hest's mane and tail and the scarlet plume on his helmet. Finally he asked them in a bitter voice, what do you want here, anyway? Why did you come south? It is a long story, and this is no place to talk, said Bram. Suffice it that we seek land. Not much land, nor for too many years, but a place to live in peace till we can return to Kilorn. Jonan frowned again. It is a hard position for me. I cannot simply let a band famous for robbery go loose. Yet it is true enough that I would not welcome a long and difficult fight just now. What shall I do with you? You will just have to let us go, grinned Nessa. No. I think you have lied to me on several counts, barbarians. Half of what you say is bluff, and I could wipe you out if I had to. Methinks somewhat more than half of your words are bluff, murmured Carrie. Jonan gave him an angry look, then suddenly whirled on Bram. Look here. Neither of us can well afford a battle, yet neither trusts the other out of its sight. There is only one answer. We must proceed together to Riven City. Are you crazy, man? Why, as soon as we were in sight of your town, you could summon all its garrison out against us. You must simply trust me not to do that. If you have heard anything about Queen Sathi, you will know that she would never permit it. Nor can we spare too many forces. Frankly, the city is going to be under siege very soon. Is it that bad? Asked Bram. Worse, said Jonan gloomily. Nessa nodded his shrewd grey head. I've heard some tales of Sathi, he agreed. They do say she's honorable. And I have heard that you people have served as mercenaries before now, said Jonan quickly, and we need warriors so cruelly that I am sure some arrangement can be made here. It could even include the land you want, if we are victorious, for the Ganasthi have wasted whole territories. So this is my proposal, march with us to Riven, in peace, and there discuss terms with Her Majesty for taking service under her flag. His harsh dark features grew suddenly cold. Or, if you refuse, bearing in mind that Riven has very little to lose after all, I will fall on you this instant. Bram scratched his red beard, and looked over the southern ranks and especially the engines. Flame-throwing ballistae could make ruin of the logger. Jonan galled him, and yet, well, however they might bluff about it, the fact remained that they had very little choice. And anyway, the suggestion about payment in land sounded good. And if these, Ganasthi, had really overrun the Rivanian Empire, then there was little chance in any case of the Kilorners getting much further south. Well, said Bram mildly, we can at least talk about it, at the city. Now the wagons, which the barbarians would not abandon in spite of Jonan's threats, were swiftly hitched again and the long train started its creaking way over the hills. Ere long they came on one of the paved imperial roads, a broad empty way that ran straight as a spear's haft southwestward to Riven City. Then they made rapid progress. In truth, thought Carrie, they went through a wasted land. Broad fields were blackened with fire, corpses sprawled in the embers of farmsteads, villages were deserted and gutted, everywhere folk had fled before the hordes of Riven. Twice they saw red glows on the southern horizon and white-lipped soldiers told Carrie that those were burning cities. As they marched west the sky lightened before them until at last a clear white glow betokened that the sun was just below the curve of the world. It was a fair land of rolling plains and low hills, fields and groves and villages, but empty, empty. Now and again a few homeless peasants stared with frightened eyes at their passage, or trailed along in their wake. But otherwise there was only the wind and the rain and the hollow thudding of their feet. Slowly Carrie got the tale of Riven. The city had spread itself far in earlier days, conquering many others, but its rule was just. The conquered became citizens themselves and the strong armies protected all. The young Queen Sathi was nearly worshipped by her folk. But then the Genasthi came. About a year ago it was, said one man. They came out of the darkness in the east, a horde of them, twice as many as we could muster. We've always had some trouble with dark landers on our eastern border, you know, miserable barbarians making forays which we beat off without too much trouble. And most of them told of pressure from some powerful nation, Ganasth, driving them from their own homes and forcing them to fall on us. But we never thought too much of it. Not before it was too late. We don't know much about Ganasth. It seems to be a fairly civilized state, somewhere out there in the cold and the dark. How they ever became civilized with nothing but howling savages around them I'll never imagine. But they've built up a power like Riven's, only bigger. It seems to include conscripts from many dark land tribes who are only too glad to leave their miserable frozen wastes and move into our territory. Their armies are as well trained and equipped as our own, and they fight like demons. Those war gongs, and those dead faces. He shuddered. The prisoners we've taken say they aim to take over all the Twilight lands. They're starting with Riven, it's the strongest state, and once they've knocked us over the rest will be easy. We've appealed for help to other nations but they're all too afraid, too busy raising their own silly defenses, to do anything. So for the past year the war's been raging up and down our empire. He waved a hand, wearily, at the blasted landscape. You see what that's meant. Famine and plague are starting to hit us now. And you could never stand before them? Asked Carrie. Oh, yes, we had our victories and they had theirs. But when we won a battle they'd just retreat and sack some other area. They've been living off the country, our country, the devils. The soldier's face twisted. My own little sister was in Aquileia when they took that. When I think of those white-haired fiends. Well, about a month ago, the great battle was fought. Jonan led the massed forces of Riven out and caught the main body of Ganasthi at 7 Rivers, in the Donum Hills. I was there. The fight lasted, for sleeps maybe, and nobody gave quarter or asked it. We outnumbered them a little, but they finally won. They slaughtered us like driven cattle. Jonan was lucky to pull half his forces out of there. The rest left their bones at 7 Rivers. Since then we've been a broken nation. We're pulling all we have left back toward Riven in the hope of holding it till a miracle happens. Do you have any miracles for sale, Northman? The soldier laughed bitterly. What about this army here? Asked Carrie. We still make sorties, you know. This one went out from Riven City a few sleeps past to the relief of Tusca, which our scouts said the Ganasthi were besieging with only a small force. But an enemy army intercepted us on the way. We cut our way out and shook them, but they're on our tail in all likelihood. When we chanced to hear the noise of your fight with the invaders we took the opportunity. Almighty Dayus, it was good to hack them down and see them run. The soldier shrugged. But what good did it do, really? What chance have we got? That was a good magic you had at the fight. I thought my heart was going to stop when that demon music started. But can you pipe your way out of hell, barbarian? Can you? Chapter 4. Riven was a fair city, with terraced gardens and high shining towers to be seen over the white walls, and it lay among wide fields not yet ravaged by the enemy. But around it, under its walls, spilling out over the land, huddled the miserable shacks and tents of those who had fled hither and could find no room within the town till the foe came over the horizon, the broken folk. The ragged horror-ridden peasants who stared mutely at the defeated army as it streamed through the gates. The men of Kilorn made camp under one wall, and soon their fires smudged the deep silver-blue sky and their warriors stood guard against the Ravanians. They did not trust even these comrades in woe, for they came of the fat Southlands and the wide highways and the iron legions, and not of Kilorn and its harsh windy loneliness. Before long word came that the barbarian leaders were expected at the palace. So Bram, Nessa, and Carrie put on their polished burnies, and over them tunics and cloaks of their best plunder. They slung their swords over their shoulders and mounted their hests and rode between two squads of Ravanian guardsmen through the gates and into the city. It was packed and roiling with those who had fled. Crowds surged aimlessly around the broad avenues and spilled into the colonnaded temples and the looming apartments and even the gardens and villas of the nobility. There was the dusty, bearded peasant, clinging to his wife and his children and looking on the world with frightened eyes. Gaily decked noble, riding through the mob with patrician hauteur and fear underneath it. Fat merchant and shaven priest, glowering at the refugees who came in penniless to throng the city and must, by the Queen's orders, be fed and housed. Patrolling soldiers, striving to keep order in the mindless whirlpool of man, their young faces drawn and their shoulders stooped beneath their mail. Jugglers, mountebanks, thieves, harlots, tavern keepers, plying their trades in the feverish gaiety of doom. A human storm foaming off into strange half-glimpsed faces in darkened alleys and eddying crowds, the unaccountable aliens who flit through all great cities, the world seemed gathered at Riven. And huddling before the wrath that came. Fear rode the city, Carrie could feel it, he breathed and the air was dank with terror, he bristled animal-like and laid a hand to his sword. For an instant he remembered Kilorn, the wide lake rose before him and he stood at its edge. Watching the breeze ruffle it and hearing the whisper of reeds and the chuckle of water on a pebbled shore. Miles about lay the hills and the moors, the clean strong smell of ling was a drunkenness in his nostrils. It was silent save for the small cool wind that ruffled Morna's hair. And in the west it was sunset, the mighty sun disk lay just below the horizon in a shifting, drifting riot of colors, flame of red and green and molten gold, burned in the twilit heavens. He shook his head, feeling his longing as a sharp clear pain, and urged his hest through the crowds. Presently they reached the palace. It was long and low and gracious, crowded now since all the nobles and their households had moved into it and, under protest, turned their own villas over to the homeless. Dismounting, the northerners walked between files of guardsmen, through fragrant gardens and up the broad marble steps of the building, through long corridors and richly furnished rooms. And finally into the audience chamber of Queen Sathi. It was like a chalice of white stone, wrought in loveliness and brimming with twilight and stillness. That deep blue dusk lay cool and mysterious between the high slim pillars, and somewhere came the rippling of a harp and the singing of birds and fountains. Carrie felt suddenly aware of his uncouth garments and manners and accent. His tongue thickened and he did not know what to do with his hands. Awkwardly he took off his helmet. "Lord Bram of Kilorn, your majesty," said the chamberlain. "Greeting, and welcome," said Sathi. Word had spread far about Riven's young queen, but Carrie thought dazedly that the gossips had spoken less of her than was truth. She was tall and lithe and sweetly formed, with strength slumbering deep under the wide soft mouth and the lovely curves of cheeks and forehead. Blood of the sun lands darkened her hair to a glowing blue-black and tinted her skin with gold, there was fire from the sun within her. Like other southern women, she dressed more boldly than the girls of Kilorn, a sheer gown falling from waist to ankles, a thin veil over the shoulders, little jewelry. She needed no ornament. She could not be very much older than he, if at all, thought Carrie. He caught her great dark eyes on him and felt a slow hot flush go up his face. With an effort he checked himself and stood very straight, with his strange blue eyes like cold flames. Beside Sathi sat the general, Jonan, and there were a couple of older men who seemed to be official advisers. But it soon was clear that only the queen and the soldier had much to say in this court. Bram's voice boomed out, shattering the peace of the blue dusk. For all his great size and ruddy beard he seemed lost in the ancient grace of the chamber. He spoke too loudly. He stood too stiff. "Thank you, my lady. But I am no lord, I simply head this group of the men of Kilorn." He waved clumsily at his fellows. "These are Nessa of Dag and Carrie of Broina. Be seated, then, and welcome again." Sathi's voice was low and musical. She signaled her servants to bring wine. "We have heard of great wanderings in the north," she went on, when they had drunk. "But those lands are little known to us. What brought you so far from home?" Nessa, who had the readiest tongue, answered. "There was famine in the land, your majesty. For 3 years drought and cold lay like iron over Kilorn. We hungered and the coughing sickness came over many of us. Not all our magics and sacrifices availed to end our misery, they seemed only to raise great storms that destroyed what little we had kept. Then the weather smiled again, but as often happens the grey blight came in the wake of the hard years. It reaped our grain before we could, the stalks withered and crumbled before our eyes, and wild beasts came in hunger-driven swarms to raid our dwindling flocks. There was scarce food enough for a quarter of our starving folk. We knew, from what had happened in other lands, that the grey blight will waste a country for years, 5 or 10, leaving only perhaps a third part of the crop alive at each harvest. Then it passes away and does not come again. But meanwhile the land will not bear many folk. So in the end the clans decided that most must move away, leaving only the few who could keep alive through the niggard years to hold the country for us. Hearts broke in twain, your majesty, for the hills and the moors and the lake where it is forever sunset were part of us. We are of that land, and if we die away from it our ghosts will wander home. But go we must, lest all die." "Yes, go on," said Jonan impatiently when he paused. Bram gave him an angry look and took up the story. For hosts were to wander out of the land and see what would befall. If they found a place to stay they would abide there till the evil time was over. Otherwise they would live however they could. It lay with the gods, my lady, and we have travelled far from the realms of our gods. One host went eastward, into the great forests of Norla. One got ships and sailed west, out into the day lands where some of our adventurers had already explored a little way. One followed the coast southwestward, through country beyond our ken. And ours marched due south. And so we have wandered for 5 years. Homeless, whispered Sathi, and Carrie thought her eyes grew bright with tears. Barbarian robbers, snapped Jonan. I know of the havoc they have wrought on their way. And what would you have done, growled Bram. Jonan gave him a stiff glare, but he rushed on. Your Majesty, we have taken only what we needed. And whatever else struck our fancy, thought Carrie in a moment's wryness. And much of our fighting has been done for honest pay. We want only a place to live a few years, land to farm as free yeomen, and we will defend the country which shelters us as long as we are in it. We are too few to take that land and hold it against a whole nation, that is why we have not settled down ere this, but on the march we will scatter any army in the world or leave our corpses for carrion birds. The men of Kilorn keep faith with friends and foes alike, help to the one and harm to the other. Now we saw many fair fields in Riven where we could be at home. The Ganasthi have cleared off the owners for us. So we offer you this, give us the land we need and we will fight for you against these Ganasthi or any other foes while blood runs through our hearts. Refuse us and we may be able to make friends with the Dark Landers instead. For friends we must have. You see, snarled Jonan. He threatens banditry. No, no, you are too hasty, replied Sathi. He is simply telling the honest truth. And the gods know we need warriors. This general was anxious enough for our help out there in the eastern marches, said Carrie suddenly. Enough, barbarian, said Jonan with ice in his tones. Color flared in Sathi's cheeks. Enough of you, Jonan. These are brave and honest men, and our guests, and our sorely needed allies. We will draw up the treaty at once." The general shrugged, insolently. Carrie was puzzled. There was anger here, crackling under a hard-held surface, but it seemed new and strange. Why? They haggled for a while over terms, Nessa doing most of the talking for Killorn. He and Bram would not agree that clansmen should owe fealty or even respect to any noble of Riven save the Queen herself. Also they should have the right to go home whenever they heard the famine was over. Sathi was willing enough to concede it, but Jonan had to be almost beaten down. Finally he gave grudging assent, and the Queen had her scribes draw the treaty up on parchment. "That is not how we do it in Killorn," said Bram. "A tear must be sacrificed and vows made on the ring of Lugan and the pipes of the gods." Sathi smiled. "Very well, Red One," she nodded. "We will make the pledge thusly too, if you wish." With a sudden flame of bitterness, "What difference does it make? What difference does anything make now?" Chapter 5. Now the armies of Ganist moved against Riven city itself. From all the plundered empire they streamed in, to ring the town in a living wall and hem the defenders within a fence of spears. And when the whole host was gathered, which took about 10 sleeps from the time the Killorners arrived, they stormed the city. Up the long slope of the hills on which Riven stood they came, running, bounding, holding up shields against the steady hail of missiles from the walls. Forward, silent and blank-faced, no noise in them save the crashing of thousands of feet and the high demon music of their war-making, dying, strewing the ground with their corpses. But leaping over the fallen and raging against the walls. Up ladders. Rams thundering at the gates. Men springing to the top of walls and toppling before the defenders, and more of them snarling behind. Back and forth the battle raged, now the Rivanians driven back to the streets and rooftops, now the Dark Landers pressed to the edge of the walls and pitchforked over. Houses began to burn, here and there, and it was Sathi who made fire brigades out of those who could not fight. Carrie had a glimpse of her from afar, as he battled on the outer parapets, a swift and golden loveliness against the leaping red. After long and vicious fighting the northern gate went down. But Bram had foreseen this. He had pulled most of his barbarians thither, with Carrie's bulls in their lead. He planted them well back and had a small stout troop on either side of the great buckling doors. When the barrier sagged on its hinges, the Ganasthi roared in unopposed, streaming through the entrance and down the broad bloody avenue. Then the Killorners thrust from the side, pinching off the several hundred who had entered. They threw great jars of oil on the broken gates and set them ablaze, a barrier of flame which none could cross. And then Carrie rode his bulls against the enemy, and behind him came the might of Killorn. It was raw slaughter. Ere long they were hunting the foe up and down the streets and spearing them like wild animals. Meanwhile Bram got some engineers from Jonan's force who put up a temporary barricade in the now open gateway and stood guard over it. The storm faded, grumbled away in surges of blood and whistling arrows. Shaken by their heavy losses, the Dark Landers pulled back out of missile range, ringed the city with their watchfires, and prepared to lay siege. There was jubilation in Riven. Men shouted and beat their dented shields with nicked and blunted swords. They tossed their javelins in the air, emptied wineskins, and kissed the first and best girl who came to hand. Weary, bleeding, reft of many good comrades, and given at best a reprieve, the folk still snatched at what laughter remained. Bram came striding to meet the Queen. He was a huge and terrible figure stiff with dried blood. The axe blinking on his shoulder and the other hairy paw clamped on the neck of a tall Dark Lander whom he helped along with an occasional kick. Yet Sathi's dark eyes trailed to the slim form of Carrie, following in the chief's wake and too exhausted to say much. "I caught this fellow in the streets, my lady," said Bram merrily, "and since he seemed to be a leader I thought I'd better hang on to him for a while." The invader stood motionless, regarding them with a chill yellow stare in which there lay an iron pride. He was tall and well-built, his black mail silver-trimmed, a silver star on the battered black helmet. The snowy hair and beard stirred faintly in the breeze. An aristocrat, I would say, nodded Sathi. She herself seemed almost too tired to stand. She was smudged with smoke and her dress was torn and her small hands bleeding from their recent burdens. But she pulled herself erect and fought to speak steadily. Yes, he may well be of value to us. That was good work. Aye, you men of Kilorn fought nobly, without you we might well have lost the city. It was a good month when you came. It was no way to fight, snapped Jonan. He was tired and wounded himself, but there was no comradeship in the look he gave the northerners. The risk of it, why, if you hadn't been able to seal the gate behind them, Riven would have fallen then and there. I did not see you doing much of anything when the gate was splintering before them, answered Bram curtly. As it is, my lady, we've inflicted such heavy losses on them that I doubt they'll consider another attempt at storming. Which gives us, at least, time to try something else. He yawned mightily. Time to sleep. Jonan stepped up close to the prisoner and they exchanged a long look. There was no way to read the Dark Lander's thoughts, but Carrie thought he saw a tension under the general's hard-held features. I don't know what value a food-eating prisoner is to us when he can't even speak our language, said the Rivanian. However, I can take him in charge if you wish. Do, she nodded dully. Odd if he couldn't talk any Aluardian at all, said Carrie. Wanderers through alien lands almost have to learn. The leaders of invading armies ought to know the tongue of their enemy, or at least have interpreters. He grinned with the cold savagery of the Broina. Let the women of Kilorn, the ones who've lost husbands today, have him for a while. I dare say he'll soon discover he knows your speech, whatever is left of him. No, said Jonan flatly. He signaled to a squad of his men. Take this fellow down to the palace dungeons and give him something to eat. I'll be along later. Carrie started to protest but Sathi laid a hand on his arm. He felt how it was still bleeding a little and grew silent. Let Jonan take care of it, she said, her voice flat with weariness. We all need rest now, oh gods, to sleep. The Kilorners had moved their wagons into the great forum and camped there. Much to the disgust of the aristocrats and to the pleasure of whatever tavern keepers and unattached young women lived nearby. But Sathi had insisted that their 3 chiefs should be honored guests at the palace and it pleased them well enough to have private chambers and plenty of servants and the best of wine. Carrie woke in his bed and lay for a long while, drowsing and thinking the wondrous thoughts of half asleep. When he got up he groaned for he was stiff with his wounds and the long fury of battle. A slave came in and rubbed him with oil and brought him a barbarian-sized meal, after which he felt better. But now he was restless. He felt the letdown which is the aftermath of high striving. It was hard to fight back the misery and loneliness that rose in him. He prowled the room unhappily, pacing under the glowing cressets, flinging himself on a couch and then springing to his feet again. The walls were a cage. The city was a cage, a trap, he was caught like a snared beast and never again would he walk the moors of Kilorn. Sharply as a knife thrust, he remembered hunting once out in the heath. He had gone alone, with spear and bow and a shaggy half-wild signer loping at his heels, out after antlered prey somewhere beyond the little village. Long had they roamed, he and his beast, until they were far from sight of man and only the great grey and purple and gold of the moors were around them. The carpet under his bare feet seemed again to be the springy, pungent ling of Kilorn. It was as if he smelled the sharp wild fragrance of it and felt the leaves brushing his ankles. It had been grey and windy, clouds rushed out of the west on a mounting gale. There was rain in the air and high overhead a single bird of prey had wheeled and looped on lonely wings. Oh almighty gods, how the wind had sung and cried to him, chilled his body with raw wet gusts and skirled in the dales and roared beneath the darkening heavens. And he had come down a long rocky slope into a wooded glen, a waterfall rushed and foamed along his path, white and green and angry black. He had sheltered in a mossy cave, lain and listened to the wind and the rain and the crystal, ringing waterfall, and when the weather cleared he had gotten up and gone home. There had been no quarry, but by Morna of Dag, that failure meant more to him than all his victories since. He picked up the pipe of the gods, where it lay with his armor, and turned it over and over in his hands. Old it was, dark with age, the pipes were of some nameless iron-like wood and the bag of a leather such as was never seen now. It was worn with the uncounted generations of Broinus who had had it, men made hard and stern by their frightful trust. It had scattered the legions of the Southerners who came conquering 100 years ago, and it had quelled the raiding savages from Norla, and it had gone with one-eyed Alrai and shouted down the walls of a city. And more than once, on this last dreadful march, it had saved the men of Killorn. Now it was dead. The Piper of Killorn had fallen and the secret had perished with him, and the folk it had warded were trapped like animals to die of hunger and pestilence in a strange land. O Ryak! Ryak, my father, come back from the dead, come back and put the pipe to your cold lips and play the war song of Killorn. Carrie blew in it for the 100th time, and only a hollow whistling sounded in the belly of the instrument. Not even a decent tune, he thought bitterly. He couldn't stay indoors, he had to get out under the sky again or go mad. Slinging the pipe over his shoulder he went out the door and up a long stairway to the palace roof gardens. They slept all around him, sleep and silence were heavy in the long corridors, it was as if he were the last man alive and walked alone through the ruins of the world. He came out on the roof and went over to the parapet and stood looking out. The moon was near the zenith, which meant, at this longitude, that it was somewhat less than half full and would dwindle as it sank westward. It rode serene in the dusky sky, adding its pale glow to the diffused light which filled all the twilight lands and to the white pyre of the hidden sun. The city lay dark and silent under the sky, sleeping heavily, only the muted tramp of sentries and their ringing calls drifted up to Kerry. Beyond the town burned the ominous red circle of the Ganasthi fires, and he could see their tents and the black forms of their warriors. They were settling down to a patient death watch. All the land had become silent, waiting for Riven to die. It did not seem right that he should stand here among fragrant gardens and feel the warm western breeze on his face. Not when steadfast Lowin and Baroda, the strong and gay young Cormac his comrade, were ashen corpses with the women of Killorn keening over them. O Killorn, Killorn, and the Lake of Sunset, have their ghosts gone home to you? Greet Morna for me, Cormac, whisper in the wind that I love her, tell her not to grieve. He grew aware that someone else was approaching, and turned with annoyance. But his mood lightened when he saw that it was Sathi. She was very fair as she walked toward him, young and lithe and beautiful, with the dark unbound hair floating about her. Are you up, Kerry? She asked, sitting down on the parapet beside him. Of course, my lady, or else you are dreaming, he smiled with a tired humor. Stupid question, wasn't it? She smiled back with a curving of closed lips that was lovely to behold. But I am not feeling very bright just now. None of us are, my lady. Oh, forget that sort of address, Kerry. I am too lonely as it is, sitting on a throne above all the world. Call me by my name, at least. You are very kind, Sathi. That is better. She smiled again, wistfully. How you fought today. How you reaped them. What sort of a warrior are you, Kerry, to ride wild bulls as if they were hests? We of Clan Broina have tricks. We feel things that other men do not seem to. Kerry sat down beside her, feeling the frozenness within him ease a little. It can be lonely to wield power, and you wonder if you are fit for it, not so? My father died in our first battle with the Ganasthi, and now I am the Broina, but who am I to lead my clan? I cannot even perform the first duty of my post. And what is that? She asked. He told her about the god pipe. He showed it to her and gave her the tales of its singing. You feel your flesh shiver and your bones begin to crumble, rocks dance and mountains groan and the gates of hell open before you, but now the pipes are forever silent, Sathi. No man knows how to play them. I heard of your music at that battle, she nodded gravely, and wondered why it was not sounded again this time. Awe and fear were in her eyes, the hand that touched the scarred sack trembled a little. And this is the pipe of Kilorn. You cannot play it again? You cannot find out how? It would be the saving of Riven and of your own folk and perhaps of all the Twilight lands, Carrie. I know. But what can I do? Who can understand the powers of heaven or unlock the doors of hell save Lugan Longsword himself? I do not know. But Carrie, I wonder. This pipe. Do you really think that gods and not men wrought it? Who but a god could make such a thing, Sathi? I do not know, I say. And yet, tell me, have you any idea of what the world is like in Kilorn? Do you think it a flat plain with the sun hanging above, forever fixed in one spot? Why, I suppose so. Though we have met men in the Southlands who claimed the world was a round ball and went about the sun in such a manner as always to turn the same face to it. Yes, the wise men of Riven tell us that that must be the case. They have learned it by studying the fixed stars and those which wander. Those others are worlds like our own, they say, and the fixed stars are suns a very long ways off. And we have a very dim legend of a time once, long and long and long ago, when this world did not eternally face the sun either. It spun like a top so that each side of it had light and dark alternately. Carrie knitted his brows trying to see that for himself. At last he nodded. Well, it may have been. What of it? The barbarians all think the world was born in flame and thunder many ages ago. But some of our thinkers believe that this creation was a catastrophe which destroyed that older world I speak of. There are dim legends, and here and there we find very ancient ruins, cities greater than any we know today but buried and broken so long ago that even their building stones are almost weathered away. These thinkers believe that man grew mighty on this forgotten world which spun about itself, that his powers were like those we today call divine. Then something happened. We cannot imagine what. Though a wise man once told me he believed all things attract each other, that is the reason why they fall to the ground, he said, and that another world swept so close to ours that its pull stopped the spinning and yanked the moon closer than it had been. Carrie clenched his fists. It could be, he murmured. It could well be. For what happens to an unskillful rider when his hest stops all at once? He goes flying over its head, right? Even so, this breaking of the world would have brought earthquakes greater than we can imagine, quakes that leveled everything. You have a quick wit. That is what this man told me. At any rate, only a very few people and animals lived and nothing remained of their great works save legends. In the course of many ages, man and beasts alike changed, the beasts more than man who can make his own surroundings to suit. Life spread from the day lands through the twilight zone. Plants got so they could use what little light we have here. Finally even the dark lands were invaded by the pallid growths which can live there. Animals followed and man came after the animals until today things are as you see. She turned wide and serious eyes on him. Could not this pipe have been made in the early days by a man who knew some few of the ancient secrets? No god but a man even as you, Carrie. And what one man can make another can understand. Hope rose in him and sagged again. How? He asked dully. And then, seeing the tears glimmer in her eyes, oh, it may all be true. I will try my best. But I do not even know where to begin. Try, she whispered. Try. But do not tell anyone that the pipe is silent, Sathi. Perhaps I should not even have told you. Why not? I am your friend and the friend of your folk. I would we had all the tribes of Kilorn here. Jonan is not, he said grimly. Jonan, he is a harsh man, yes. But he does not like us. I do not know why, but he doesn't. He is a strange one, she admitted. He is not even of Rivanian birth, he is from Guria, a city which we conquered long ago, though of course its people have long been full citizens of the empire. He wants to marry me, did you know? She smiled. I could not help laughing for he is so stiff. One would as soon wed an iron cuirass. I, wed, Carrie fell silent, and there was a dream in his gaze as he looked over the hills. What are you thinking of? She asked after a while. Oh, home, he said. I was wondering if I would ever see Killorn again. She leaned over closer to him. One long black lock brushed his hand and he caught the faint fragrance of her. Is it so fair a land? She asked softly. No, he said. It is harsh and grey and lonely. Storm winds sweep in and the sea roars on rocky beaches and men grow gnarled with wresting life from the stubborn soil. But there is space and sky and freedom, there are the little huts and the great halls, the chase and the games and the old songs around leaping fires, and, well, his voice trailed off. You left a woman behind, didn't you? She murmured gently. He nodded. Morna of Dag, she of the sunbright tresses and the fair young form and the laughter that was like rain showering on thirsty ground. We were very much in love. But she did not come too? No. So many wanted to come that the unwed had to draw lots and she lost. Nor could I stay behind for I was heir to the Broina and the god pipes would be mine someday. He laughed, a harsh sound like breaking iron. You see how much good that has done me. But even so, you could have married her before leaving? No. Such hasty marriage is against clan law and Morna would not break it. Carrie shrugged. So we wandered out of the land, and I have not seen her since. But she will wait for me and I for her. We'll wait till, he had half raised his hand but as he saw again the camp of the besiegers it fell helplessly to his lap. And you would not stay? Sathi's tones were so low he had to bend his head close to hear. Even if somehow Riven threw back its foes and valiant men were badly needed and could rise to the highest honors of the empire, you would not stay here? For a moment Carrie sat motionless, wrapping himself about his innermost being. He had some knowledge of women. There had been enough of them along the dusty way, brief encounters and a fading memory. His soul had room only for the bright image of one unforgotten girl. It was plain enough what this woman, who was young and beautiful and a queen, was saying and he would not ordinarily have hung back. Especially when the folk of Killorn were still strangers in a camp of allies who did not trust them very far, when Killorn needed every friend it could find. And the Broina were an elvish clan who had never let overly many scruples hold them. Only he liked Sathi as a human being. She was brave and generous and wise and she was, really, so pitiably young. She had had so little chance to learn the hard truths of living in the loneliness of the Imperium and only a scoundrel would hurt her. She sighed, ever so faintly, and moved back a little. Carrie thought he saw her stiffening. One does not reject the offer of a queen. Sathi, he said, for you, perhaps, even a man of Killorn might forget his home. She half turned to him, hesitating, unsure of herself and him. He took her in his arms and kissed her. Carrie, 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 she whispered, and her lips stole back toward his. He felt rather than heard a footfall and turned with the animal alertness of the barbarian. Jonan stood watching them. Pardon me, said the general harshly. His countenance was strained. Then suddenly, Your Majesty. This savage mauling you. Sathi lifted a proud dark head. This is the prince consort of Imperial Riven, she said haughtily. Conduct yourself accordingly. You may go. Jonan snarled and lifted an arm. Carrie saw the armed men step from behind the tall flowering hedges and his sword came out with a rasp of steel. Guards, screamed Sathi. The men closed in. Carrie's blade whistled against one shield. Another came from each side. Pikeshafts thudded against his bare head. He fell, toppling into a roaring darkness while they clubbed him again. Down and down and down, whirling into a chasm of night. Dimly, just before blankness came, he saw the white beard and the mask-like face of the prince from Ganist. Chapter 6. It was a long and hard ride before they stopped and Carrie almost fell from the hest to which they had bound him. "I should have thought that you would soon awake," said the man from Ganist. He had a soft voice and spoke Aluardian well enough. "I am sorry. It is no way to treat a man, carrying him like a sack of meal. Here," he poured a glass of wine and handed it to the barbarian. "From now on you shall ride erect." Carrie gulped thirstily and felt a measure of strength flowing back. He looked around him. They had gone steadily eastward and were now camped near a ruined farmhouse. A fire was crackling and one of the score or so of enemy warriors was roasting a haunch of meat over it. The rest stood leaning on their weapons and their cold amber eyes never left the two prisoners. Sathi stood near bleak-faced Jonan and her great dark eyes never left Carrie. He smiled at her shakily and with a little sob she took a step toward him. Jonan pulled her back roughly. "Carrie," she whispered. "Carrie, are you well?" "As well as could be expected," he said wryly. Then to the Ganastian prince, "What is this, anyway? I woke up to find myself joggling eastward and that is all I know. What is your purpose?" "We have several," answered the alien. He sat down near the fire pulling his cloak around him against the chill that blew out of the glooming east. His impassive face watched the dance of flames as if they told him something. Carrie sat down as well, stretching his long legs easily. He might as well relax, he thought. They had taken his sword and his pipes and they were watching him like hungry beasts. There was never a chance to fight. "Come, Sathi," he waved to the girl. "Come over here by me." "No," snapped Jonan. "Yes, if she wants to," said the Ganastian mildly. "By that filthy barbarian. None of us have washed recently." The gentle tones were suddenly like steel. "Do not forget, General, that I am Munku of Ganist and heir apparent to the throne. And I rescued you from the city," snapped the man. "If it weren't for me you might well be dead at the hands of that red savage." "That will do," said Munku. "Come over here and sit by us, Sathi." His guardsmen stirred, unacquainted with the Ravanian tongue but sensing the clash of wills. Jonan shrugged sullenly and stalked over to sit opposite them. Sathi fled to Carrie and huddled against him. He comforted her awkwardly. Over her shoulder he directed a questioning look at Munku. "I suppose you deserve some explanation," said the Dark Lander. Certainly Sathi must know the facts. He leaned back on one elbow and began to speak in an almost dreamy tone. When Riven conquered Guria, many generations ago, some of its leaders were proscribed. They fled eastward and so eventually wandered into the Dark Lands and came to Ganist. It was then merely a barbarian town but the Gurians became advisors to the king and began teaching the people all the arts of civilization. It was their hope one day to lead the hosts of Ganist against Riven, partly for revenge and partly for the wealth and easier living to be found in the Twilight Lands. Life is hard and bitter in the eternal night, Sathi. It is ever a struggle merely to keep alive. Can you wonder so very much that we are spilling into your gentler climate and your richer soil? Descendants of the Gurians have remained aristocrats in Ganist. But Jonan's father conceived the idea of moving back with a few of his friends to work from within against the day of conquest. At that time we were bringing our neighbors under our heel and looked already to the time when we should move against the Twilight Lands. At any rate he did this and nobody suspected that he was aught but a newcomer from another part of Riven's empire. His son, Jonan, entered the army and, being shrewd and strong and able, finally reached the high post which you yourself bestowed on him, Sathi. "Oh, no, Jonan," she shuddered against Carrie. "Naturally when we invaded at last he had to fight against us, and for fear of prisoners revealing his purpose very few Ganastians know who he really is. A risk was involved, yes. But it is convenient to have a general of the enemy on your side. Jonan is one of the major reasons for our success. Now we come to myself, a story which is very simply told. I was captured and it was Jonan's duty as a citizen of Ganist to rescue his prince, quite apart from the fact that I do know his identity and torture might have loosened my tongue. He might have effected my escape easily enough without attracting notice, but other factors intervened. For one thing, there was this barbarian alliance, and especially that very dangerous new weapon they had which he had observed in use. We clearly could not risk its being turned on us. Indeed, we almost had to capture it. Then, too, Jonan is desirous of marrying you, Sathi, and I must say that it seems a good idea. With you as a hostage, Riven will be more amenable. Later you can return as nominal ruler of your city, a vassal of Ganist, and that will make our conquest easier to administer. Though not too easy, I fear. The Twilight Landers will not much like being transported into the Dark Lands to make room for us. Sathi began to cry, softly and hopelessly. Carrie stroked her hair and said nothing. Munku sat up and reached for the chunk of meat his soldier handed him. So Jonan and his few trusty men let me out of prison and we went up to the palace roof after you, who had been seen going that way shortly before. Listening a little while to your conversation, we saw that we had had the good luck to get that hellpipe of the north, too. So we took you. Jonan was for killing you, Carrie my friend, but I pointed out that you could be useful in many ways, such as a means for making Sathi listen to reason. Threats against you will move her more than against herself, I think. You crawling louse, said Carrie tonelessly. Munku shrugged. I'm not such a bad sort, but war is war, and I have seen the folk of Ganist hungering too long to have much sympathy for a bunch of fat Twilight Landers. At any rate, we slipped out of the city unobserved. Jonan could not remain, for when the Queen and I were both missing, and he responsible for both, it would be plain to many whom to accuse. Moreover, Sathi's future husband is too valuable to lose in a fight. And I myself would like to report to my father the king as to how well the war has gone. So we are bound for Ganist. There was a long silence while the fire leaped and crackled and the stars blinked far overhead. Finally Sathi shook herself and sat erect and said in a small hard voice, Jonan, I swear you will die if you wed me. I promise you that. The officer did not reply. He sat brooding into the dusk with a look of frozen contempt and weariness on his face. Sathi huddled back against Carrie's side and soon she slept. On and on. They were out of the Twilight Lands altogether now. Night had fallen on them and still they rode eastward. They were tough, these Ganasti. They stopped only for sleep and quickly gulped food and a change of mounts, and the miles reeled away behind them. Little was said on the trail. They were too tired at the halts and seemingly in too much of a hurry while riding. With Sathi there could only be a brief exchange of looks, a squeeze of hands, and a few whispered words with the glowing-eyed men of Ganist looking on. She was a gallant girl, thought Carrie. The cruel trek told heavily on her, but she rode without complaint. She was still Queen of Riven. Riven, how long could it hold out now in the despair of its loss? Carrie thought that Red Bram might be able to seize the mastery and whip the city into fighting pitch, but warfare by starvation was not to the barbarian stomachs. They could not endure a long siege. But what lay ahead for him and her and the captured weapon of the gods? Never had he been in so grim a country. It was dark, eternally dark, night and cold, and the brilliant frosty stars lay over the land. Shadows and snow and a whining wind that ate and gnawed its way through furs and flesh down to the bone. The moon got fuller here than it ever did over the twilight belt, its chill white radiance spilled on reaching snowfields and glittered like a million pinpoint stars fallen frozen to earth. He saw icy plains and tumbled black chasms and fanged crags sheathed in glaciers. The ground rang with cold. Cramped and shuddering in his sleeping bag, he heard the thunder of frost-split rocks, the sullen boom and rumble of avalanches. Now and again the faint far despairing howl of prowling wild beasts of prey. How can anyone live here? He asked Munku once. The land is dead. It froze to death 10,000 years ago. It is a little warmer in the region of Ganist, said the prince. Volcanoes and hot springs. And there is a great sea which has never frozen over. It has fish, and animals that live off them, and men that live off the animals. But in truth only the broken and hunted of man can ever have come here. We are the disinherited and we are claiming no more than our rightful share of life in returning to the twilight lands. He added thoughtfully, I have been looking at that weapon of yours, Carrie. I think I know the principle of its working. Sound does many strange things and there are even sounds too low or too high for the human ear to catch. A singer who holds the right note long enough can make a wine glass vibrate in sympathy until it shatters. We built a bridge once, over Thunder Gorge near Ganist, but the wind blowing between the rock walls seemed to make it shake in a certain rhythm that finally broke it. Oh, yes, if the proper sympathetic notes can be found much may be done. I don't know what hell's music that pipe is supposed to sound. But I found that the reeds can be tautened or loosened and that the shape of the bag can be subtly altered by holding it in the right way. Find the proper combination and I can well believe that even the small noise made with one man's breath can kill and break and crumble. He nodded his gaunt half-human face in the ruddy blaze of fire. I'll find the notes, Carrie, and then the pipe will play for Ganist. The barbarian shuddered with more than the cold, searching wind. Gods, if he did, if the pipes should sound the final dirge of Killorn. For a moment he had a wild desire to fling himself on Munku, rip out the prince's throat and kill the score of enemy soldiers with his hands. But no, it wouldn't do. He would die before he had well started and Sathi would be alone in the dark lands. He looked at her, sitting very quiet near the fire. The wavering light seemed to wash her fair young form in blood. She gave him a tired and hopeless smile. Brave girl, wife for a warrior in all truth. But there was the pipe and there was Killorn and there was Morna waiting for him to come home. They were nearing Ganist, he knew. They had ridden past springs that seethed and bubbled in the snow, seen the red glare of volcanoes on the jagged horizon, past fields of white fungus growths which the Darklanders cultivated. Soon the iron gates would clash shut on him and what hope would there be then? He lay back in his sleeping bag trying to think. He had to escape. Somehow he must escape with the pipe of the gods. But if he tried and went down with a dozen spears in him there was an end of all hope. The wind blew, drifting snow across the sleepers. Two men stood guard and their strangely glowing eyes never left the captives. They could see in this realm of shadows where he was half blind. They could hunt him down like an animal. What to do? On the road he went with his hands tied behind him, his ankles lashed to the stirrups, and his hest's bridle tied to the pommel of another man's saddle. No chance of escape there. But one must get up after sleep. He rolled close to Sathi's quiet form as if he were merely turning over in slumber. His lips brushed against the leather bag and he wished it were her face. Sathi, he whispered as quietly as he could. Sathi, don't move, but listen to me. Her voice drifted back under the wind and the cold. Darling. I am going to make a break for it when we get up. Help me if you can but don't risk getting hurt. I don't think we can both get away but wait for me in Ganist. She lay silent for a long while. Then, as you will, Carrie. And whatever comes, I love you. He should have replied but the words stuck in his throat. He rolled back and, quite simply, went to sleep. A spear but prodding his side awoke him. He yawned mightily and sat up, loosening his bag around him, tensing every muscle in his body. The end of this ride will see us in the city, Munku said. Carrie rose slowly, gauging distances. A guardsman stood beside him, spear loose in one hand. The rest were scattered around the camp or huddled close to the fire. The hests were a darker shadow bunched on the fringes. Carrie wrenched the spear of the nearest man loose, swinging one booted foot into his belly. He brought the weapon around in a smashing arc, cracking the heavy butt into another's jaw and rammed the head into the throat of a third. Even as he stabbed, he was plunging into motion. A Ganasthean yelled and thrust at him. Sathi threw herself on the shaft, pulling it down. Carrie leaped for the hests. There were 2 men on guard there. One drew a sword and hewed at the northerner. The keen blade slashed through heavy tunic and undergarments, cutting his shoulder, but not too badly. He came under the fellow's guard and smashed a fist into his jaw. Seizing the weapon, he whirled and hacked at the other Dark Lander, beating down the soldier's axe and cutting him across the face. The rest of the camp was charging at him. Carrie bent and cut the hobbles of the hest beside him. A shower of flung spears rained about him as he sprang to the saddler's back. Twisting his left hand into the long mane, he kicked the frightened beast in the flanks and plunged free. 2 Ganasthi quartered across his trail. He bent low over the hest's back, spurring the mount with the point of his sword. As he rode down on them, he hewed at one and saw him fall with a scream. The other stumbled out of the path of his reckless charge. "Hiya!" shouted Carrie. He clattered away over the stony icy fields toward the shelter of the dark hills looming to the north. Spears and arrows whistled on his trail, and he heard, dimly, the shouts of men and the thud of pursuing hoofs. He was alone in a land of foes, a land of freezing cold where he could scarce see half a mile before him, a land of hunger and swords. They were after him, and it would take all the hunter's skill he had learned in Kilorn and all the warrior's craftiness taught by the march to evade them. And after that, Ganasth. Chapter 7. The city loomed dark before him, reaching with stony fingers for the ever-glittering stars. Of black stone it was, mountainous walls ringing in the narrow streets and the high gaunt houses. A city of night, city of darkness. Carrie shivered. Behind the city rose a mountain, a deeper shadow against the frosty dark of heaven. It was a volcano, and from its mouth a red flame flapped in the keening wind. Sparks and smoke streamed over Ganasth. There was a hot smell of sulfur in the bitter air. The fire added a faint blood-like tinge to the cold glitter of moonlight and starlight on the snowfields. There was a highway leading through the great main gates, and the glowing-eyed people of the Dark Lands were trafficking along it. Carrie strode directly on his way, through the crowds and ever closer to the city. He wore the ordinary fur and leather dress of the country that he had stolen from an outlying house. The parka hood was drawn low to shadow his alien features. He went armed, as most men did, sword belted to his waist, and because he went quietly and steadily nobody paid any attention to him. But if he were discovered and the hue and cry went up, that would be the end of his quest. A dozen sleeps of running and hiding in the wild hills, shivering with cold and hunger, hunting animals which could see where he was blind. And ever the men of Ganasth on his trail, it would all go for naught. He would die, and Sathi would be bound to a hateful pledge, and Kilorn would in time be the home of strangers. He must finally have shaken off pursuit, he thought. Ranging through the hills, he had found no sign of the warriors who had scoured them before. So he had proceeded toward the city on his wild and hopeless mission. To find a woman and a weapon in the innermost citadel of a foe whose language even was unknown to him, truly the gods must be laughing. He was close to the gates now. They loomed over him like giants, and the passage through the city wall was a tunnel. Soldiers stood on guard, and Carrie lowered his head. Traffic streamed through. No one gave him any heed. But it was black as hell in the tunnel, and only a Ganasthian could find his way. Blindly Carrie walked ahead, bumping into people, praying that none of the angry glances he got would unmask his pretense. When he came out into the street, the breath was sobbing in his lungs. He pushed on down its shadowy length, feeling the wind that howled between the buildings cold on his cheeks. But where to go now, where to go? Blindly he struck out toward the heart of town. Most rulers preferred to live at the center. The Ganasthi were a silent folk. Men stole past in the gloom, noiseless save for the thin snow scrunching under their feet. Crowds eddied dumbly through the great market squares, buying and selling with a gesture or a whispered syllable. city of half-seen ghosts. Carey felt more than half a ghost himself, shade of a madman flitting hopelessly to the citadel of the King of Hell. He found the place at last, more by blind blundering through the narrow twisting streets than anything else. Drawing himself into the shadow of a building across the way, he stood looking at it, weighing his chances. There was a high wall around the palace. He could only see its roof, but it seemed to be set well back. He spied a gate not too far off, apparently a secondary entrance, for it was small and only one sentry guarded it. Now! By all the gods, now! For a moment his courage failed him, and he stood sweating and shivering and licking dry lips. It wasn't fear of death. He had lived too long with the dark gods as comrade, he had but little hope of escaping alive from these night hills. But he thought of the task before him, and the immensity of it and the ruin that lay in his failure, and his heartbeat nearly broke through his ribs. What, after all, could he hope to do? What was his plan, anyway? He had come to Ganeth on a wild and hopeless journey, scarcely thinking one sleep ahead of his death-dogged passage. Only now he must reach a decision, and he couldn't. With a snarl, Carey started across the street. No one else was in sight. There was little traffic in this part of town, but at any moment someone might round either of the corners about which the way twisted and see what he was doing. He had to be fast. He walked up to the sentry, who gave him a haughty glance. There was little suspicion in it, for what had anyone to fear in the hearth of Ganeth the Mighty? Carey drew his sword and lunged. The sentry yelled and brought down his pike. Carey batted the shaft aside even as he went by it. His sword flashed, stabbing for the other man's throat. With a dreadful gurgling, the guard stumbled and went clattering to earth. Now quickly! Carey took the man's helmet and put it on. His own long locks were fair enough to pass for Ganathian at a casual glance, and the visor would hide his eyes. Shedding his parka, he slipped on the blood-stained tunic and the cloak over that. Taking the pike in hand, he went through the gate. Someone cried out and feet clattered in the street and along the garden paths before him. The noise had been heard. Carey looked wildly around at the pale bushes of fungus that grew here under the moon. He crawled between the fleshy fronds of the nearest big one and crouched behind it. Guardsmen ran down the path. The moonlight blinked like cold silver on their spearheads. Carey wriggled on his stomach through the garden of fungus, away from the trail but toward the Black Palace. Lying under a growth at the edge of a frost-silvered expanse of open ground, he scouted the place he must next attack. The building was long and rambling, seemingly 4 stories high, built of polished black marble. There were 2 guards in sight, standing warily near a door. The rest must have run off to investigate the alarm. 2. Carey rose, catching his stride even as he did, and dashed from the garden toward them. The familiar helmet and tunic might assure them for the instant he needed, but he had to run lest they notice. "Vashtung!" shouted one of the men. His meaning was plain enough. Carey launched his pike at the other, who still looked a bit uncertain. It was an awkward throwing weapon. It brought him down wounded in a clatter of metal. The other roared and stepped forth to meet the assault. Carey's sword was out and whirring. He chopped at the pike shaft that jabbed at him, caught his blade in the tough wood and pushed the weapon aside. As he came up face to face, he kneed the Ganathian with savage precision. The other man reached up and grabbed his ankle and pulled him down. Carey snarled, the rage of battle rising in him. It was as if the pipes of Broina skirled in his head. Fear and indecision were gone. He got his hands on the soldier's neck and wrenched. Even as the spine snapped, he was rising again to his feet. He picked up sword and pike and ran up the stairs and through the door. Now, Sathi. He had one ally in this house of hell. A long and silent corridor, lit by dim red cressets, stretched before him. He raced down it and his boots woke hollow echoes that paced him through its black length. 2 men in the dress of servants stood in the room into which he burst. They stared wildly at him. He stabbed one but the other fled screaming. He'd give the alarm but there was no time to chase. No time. A staircase wound up toward the second story and Carrie took it, flying up 3 steps at a time. Dimly, below him, he heard the frantic tattoo of a giant gong, the alarm signal, but the demon fury was fire and ice in his blood. Another servant gaped at him. Carrie seized him with a rough hand and held the sword at his throat. Sathi, he snarled. Sathi, Riven, Sathi. The Ganastian gibbered in a panic that seemed weird with his frozen face. Carrie grinned viciously and pinked him with the blade. Sathi, he said urgently. Sathi of Riven. Shaking, the servant led the way, Carrie urging him ungently to greater speed. They went up another flight of stairs and down a hallway richly hung with furs and tapestries. Passing lackeys gaped at them and some ran. Gods, they'd bring all Ganist down on his neck. Before a closed door stood a guardsman. Carrie slugged the servant when he pointed at that entrance and ran to meet this next barrier. The guard yelled and threw up his pike. Carrie's own long-shafted weapon clashed forth. They stabbed at each other, seeking the vitals. The guardsman had a cuirass and Carrie's point grazed off the metal. He took a ripping slash in his left arm. The Ganastian bored in, wielding his pike with skill, beating aside Carrie's guard. Chapter 8. The Twilight Lander dropped his own weapon, seized the other haft in both hands, and wrenched. Grimly the Ganastian hung on. Carrie worked his way in closer. Suddenly he released the shaft, almost fell against his enemy, and drew the Dark Lander's sword. The short blade flashed and the sentry fell. The door was barred. He beat on it frantically, hearing the clatter of feet coming up the stairs, knowing that a thunderstorm of hurled weapons was on its way. Sathi, he cried. Sathi, it is Carrie, let me in. The first soldiers appeared down at the end of the corridor. Carrie threw himself against the door. It opened, and he plunged through and slammed down the bolt. Sathi stood there and wonder was in her eyes. Oh, Carrie, she breathed, Carrie, you came. No time, he rasped. Where is the pipe of Kilorn? She fought for calmness. Munku has it, she said. His chambers are on the next floor, above these. The door banged and groaned as men threw their weight against it. Sathi took his hand and led him into the next room. A fire burned low in the hearth. I thought it out, against the time you might come, she said. The only way out is up that chimney. It should take us to the roof and thence we can go down again. Oh, well done, lass. With a sweep of the poker Carrie scattered the logs and coals out on the carpet while Sathi barred the door into the next room. Drawing a deep breath the Kilorner went into the fireplace, braced feet and back against the sides of the flue and began to climb up. Smoke swirled in the chimney. He gasped for breath and his lungs seemed on fire. Night in here, utter dark and choking of fouled air. His heart roared and his strength ebbed from him. Up and up and up, hitch yourself still further up. Carrie. Her voice came low, broken with coughing. Carrie, I can't. I'm slipping. Hang on, he gasped. Here. Reach up. My belt. He felt the dragging weight catch at him, there in the smoke-thickened dark, and drew a grim breath and edged himself further, up and up and up. And out. He crawled from the chimney and fell to the roof with the world reeling about him and a rushing of darkness in his head. His tormented lungs sucked the bitter air. He sobbed and the tears washed the soot from his eyes. He stood up and helped Sathi to her feet. She leaned against him, shuddering with strain and with the wind that cried up here under the flickering stars. He looked about, seeking a way down again. Yes, over there, a doorway opening on a small terrace. Quickly now. They crawled over the slanting, ice-slippery roof, helping each other where they could. fighting a way to the battlement until Carrie's grasping fingers closed on its edge and he heaved both of them up onto it. "Come on," he snapped. "They'll be behind us any moment now." "What to do?" she murmured. "What to do?" "Get the pipes," he growled, and the demon blood of Broina began to boil in him again. "Get the pipes and destroy them if we can do nothing else." They went through the door and down a narrow staircase and came to the 4th floor of the palace. Sathi looked up and down the long empty hallway. "I have been up here before," she said with a coolness that was good to hear. "Let me see, yes, this way, I think." As they trotted down the hollow length of corridor she said further, "They treated me fairly well here, indeed with honor though I was a prisoner. But oh, Carrie, it was like sunlight to see you again." He stooped and kissed her, briefly, wondering if he would ever have a chance to do it properly. Most likely not, but she would be a good companion on Hell Road. They came into a great antechamber. Carrie had his sword out, the only weapon left to him, but no one was in sight. All the royal guards must be out hunting him. He grinned wolfishly and stepped to the farther door. "Carrie," Sathi huddled close against him. "Carrie, do we dare? It may be death." "It will be like that anyway," he said curtly and swung the door open. A great, richly furnished suite of chambers, dark and still, lay before him. He padded through the first, looking right and left like a questing animal, and into the next. 2 men stood there, talking, Jonan and Munku. They saw him and froze, for he was a terrible sight, bloody, black with smoke, fury cold and bitter blue in his eyes. He grinned, a white flash of teeth in his soot face, and drew his sword and stalked forward. "So you have come," said Munku quietly. "Aye," said Carrie. "Where is the pipe of Kilorn?" Jonan thrust forward, drawing the sword at his belt. "I will hold him, Prince," he said. "I will carve him into very bits for you." Carrie met his advance in a clash of steel. They circled, stiff-legged and wary, looking for an opening. There was death here. Sathi knew starkly that only one of those 2 would leave this room. Jonan lunged in, stabbing, and Carrie skipped back. The officer was better in handling these short swords than he who was used to the longer blades of the north. He brought his own weapon down sharply, deflecting the thrust. Jonan parried, and then it was bang and crash, thrust and leap and hack with steel clamoring and sparking. The glaives hissed and screamed, the fighters breathed hoarsely, and there was murder in their eyes. Jonan ripped off his cloak with his free hand and flapped it in Carrie's face. The northerner hacked out, blinded, and Jonan whipped the cloth around to tangle his blade. Then he rushed in, stabbing. Carrie fell to one knee and took the thrust on his helmet, letting it glide off. Reaching up he got Jonan around the waist and pulled the man down on him. They rolled over, growling and biting and gouging. Jonan clung to his sword and Carrie to that wrist. They crashed into a wall and struggled there. Carrie got one leg around Jonan's waist and pulled himself up on the man's chest. He got a 2-handed grasp on the enemy's sword arm, slipped the crook of one elbow around, and broke the bone. Jonan screamed. Carrie reached over. He took the sword from his loosening fingers and buried it in Jonan's breast. He stood up then, trembling with fury, and looked at the pipes of Kilorn. It was almost as if Munku's expressionless face smiled. The Ganasthian held the weapon cradled in his arms, the mouthpiece near his lips. He nodded. "I got it to working," he said. "In truth it is a terrible thing. Who holds it might well hold the world someday." Carrie stood waiting, the sword hanging limp in one hand. "Yes," said Munku. "I am going to play it." Carrie started across the floor, and Munku blew. The sound roared forth, wild, cruel, seizing him and shaking him, ripping at nerve and sinew. Bone danced in his skull and night shouted in his brain. He fell to the ground, feeling the horrible jerking of his muscles, seeing the world swim and blur before him. The pipes screamed. "Good night, Carrie, good night, good night." It is the dirge of the world he is playing, the coronach of Kilorn, it is the end of all things skirling in your body. Sathi crept forth. She was behind the player, the hell tune did not strike her so deeply, but even as his senses blurred toward death Carrie saw how she fought for every step. How the bronze lamp almost fell from her hand. Munku had forgotten her. He was playing Doom, watching Carrie die and noting how the music worked. Sathi struck him from behind. He fell, dropping the pipes, and turned dazed eyes up to her. She struck him again and again. Then she fled over to Carrie and cradled his head in her arms and sobbed with the horror of it and with the need for haste. "Oh, quickly, quickly, beloved, we have to flee, they will be here now, I hear them in the hallway, come." Carrie sat up. His head was ringing and thumping, his muscles burned and weakness was like an iron hand on him. But there was that which had to be done and it gave him strength from some forgotten wellspring. He rose on shaky legs and went over and picked up the bagpipe of the gods. "No," he said. "Carrie. We will not flee," he said. "I have a song to play." She saw the cold remote mask of his face. He was not Carrie now of the ready laugh and the reckless bravery and the wistful memories of a lost homestead. He had become something else with the pipe in his hands, something which stood stern and somber and apart from man. There seemed to be ghosts in the vast shadowy room, the blood of his fathers who had been pipers of Kilorn, and he was the guardian now. She shrank against him for protection. There was a small charmed circle which the music did not enter, but it was a stranger she stood beside. Carefully Carrie lifted the mouthpiece to his lips and blew. He felt the vibration tremble under his feet. The walls wavered before his eyes as unheard notes shivered the air. He himself heard no more than the barbarian screaming of the war music he had always known, but he saw death riding out. A troop of guardsmen burst through the door, halted, stared at the tall piper, and then howled in terror and pain. Carrie played. And as he played Kilorn rose before him. He saw the reach of grey windswept moors, light glimmering on high cold tarns, birds winging in a sky of riven clouds. Space and loneliness and freedom, a hard open land of stern and bitter beauty, the rocks which had shaped his bones and the soil which had nourished his flesh. He stood by the great lake of sunset, storms swept in over it, rain and lightning, the waves dashed themselves to angry death on a beach of grinding stones. He strode forward, playing, and the soldiers of Ganist died before him. The walls of the palace trembled, hangings fell to the shuddering floor, the building groaned as the demon music sought and found resonance. He played them a song of the chase, the long wild hunt over the heath, breath gasping in hot lungs and blood shouting in the ears, running drunk with wind after the prey that fled and soared. He played them fire and comradeship and the little huts crouched low under the mighty sky. And the walls cracked around him. Pillars trembled and broke. The roof began to cave in and everywhere they died about him. He played war, the skirl of pipes and the shout of men, clamor of metal, tramp of feet and hoofs, and the fierce blink of light on weapons. He sang them up an army that rode over the rim of the world with swords aflame and arrows like rain, and the whole building tumbled to rubble even as he walked out of it. Tenderly, dreamily, he played of Morna the fair, Morna who had stood with him on the edge of the lake where it is forever sunset. Listening to the chuckle of small wavelets and looking west to the pyre of red and gold and dusky purple. The eyes and the lips and the hair of Morna and what she and he had whispered to each other on that quiet shore. But there was death in that song. The ground began to shake under Ganist. There is but little strength in the lungs of one man, and yet when that strikes just the right notes, and those small pushes touch off something else far down in the depths of the earth, the world will tremble. The Dark Landers rioted in a more than human fear, in the blind panic which the pipes sang to them. The gates were closed before him, but Carrie played them down. Then he turned and faced the city and played it a song of the wrath of the gods. He played them up rain and cold and scouring wind, glaciers marching from the north in a blind whirl of snow, lightning aflame in the heavens and cities ground to dust. He played them a world gone crazy, sundering continents and tidal waves marching over the shores and mountains flaming into a sky of rain and fire. He played them whirlwinds and dust storms and the relentless sleety blast from the north. He sang them ruin and death and the sun burning out to darkness. When he ceased, and he and Sathi left the half-shattered city, none stirred to follow. None dared who were still alive. It seemed to the two of them, as they struck out over the snowy plains, that the volcano behind was beginning to grumble and throw its flames a little higher. Chapter 9. He stood alone in the gardens of Riven's palace looking out over the city. Perhaps he thought of the hard journey back from the dark lands. Perhaps he thought of the triumphant day when they had sneaked back into the fastness and then gone out again. The Piper of Killorn and Red Bram roaring in his wake to smash the siege and scatter the armies of Ganist and send the broken remnants fleeing homeward. Perhaps he thought of the future, who knew? Sathi approached him quietly, wondering what to say. He turned and smiled at her, the old merry smile she knew but with something else behind it. He had been the war god of Killorn and that left its mark on a man. So it all turned out well, he said. Thanks to you, Carrie, she answered softly. Oh, not so well at that, he decided. There were too many good men who fell, too much laid waste. It will take 100 years before all this misery is forgotten. But we reached what we strove for, she said. Riven is safe, all the Twilight lands are. You folk of Killorn have the land you needed. Isn't that enough to achieve? I suppose so. Carrie stirred restlessly. I wonder how it stands in Killorn now. And you still want to return? She tried to hold back the tears. This is a fair land, and you are great in it, all you people from the north. You would go back to that? Indeed, he said. All you say is true. We would be fools to return. He scowled. It may well be that in the time we yet have to wait most of us will find life better here and decide to stay. But not I, Sathi. I am just that kind of fool. This land needs you, Carrie. I do. He tilted her chin, smiling half sorrowfully into her eyes. Best you forget, dear, he said. I will not stay here once the chance comes to return. She shook her head blindly, drew a deep breath, and said with a catch in her voice, then stay as long as you can, Carrie. Do you really mean that? He asked slowly. She nodded. You are a fool too, he said. But a very lovely fool. He took her in his arms. Presently she laughed a little and said, not without hope, I'll have a while to change your mind, Carrie. And I'll try to do it. I'll try. Sargasso of Lost Starships. Chapter 1. Basil Donovan was drunk again. He sat near the open door of the Golden Planet, boots on the table, chair tilted back, one arm resting on the broad shoulder of Woka, who sprawled on the floor beside him. The other hand clutching a tankard of ale. The tunic was open above his stained grey shirt, the battered cap was askew on his close-cropped blonde hair. And his insignia, the stars of a captain and the silver leaves of an earl on Ansa, were tarnished. There was a deepening flush over his pale gaunt cheeks, and his eyes smoldered with an old rage. Looking out across the cobbled street, he could see one of the tall, half-timbered houses of Launstead. It had somehow survived the space bombardment, though its neighbors were rubble, but the tile roof was clumsily patched and there was oiled paper across the broken plastic of the windows. An anachronism, looming over the great bulldozer which was clearing the wreckage next door. The workmen there were mostly Ansons, big men in ragged clothes, but a well-dressed Terran was bossing the job. Donovan cursed wearily and lifted his tankard again. The long, smoky-raftered taproom was full, stolid burghers and peasants of Launstead, discharged spacemen still in their worn uniforms, a couple of tailed greenies from the neighbor planet Shalmu. Talk was low and spiritless, and the smoke which drifted from pipes and cigarettes was bitter, cheap tobacco and dried bark. The smell of defeat was thick in the tavern. May I sit here, sir? The other places are full. Donovan glanced up. It was a young fellow, peasant written over his sunburned face in spite of the grey uniform and the empty sleeve. Ullman, yes, Sam Ullman, whose family had been under Donovan fief these 200 years. Sure, make yourself at home. Thank you, sir. I came in to get some supplies, thought I'd have a beer too. But you can't get anything these days. Not to be had. Sam's face looked vaguely hopeful as he eyed the noble. We do need a gas engine bad, sir, for the tractor. Now that the central powercaster is gone, we got to have our own engines. I don't want to presume, sir, but... Donovan lifted one corner of his mouth in a tired smile. I'm sorry, he said. If I could get one machine for the whole community I'd be satisfied. Can't be done. We're trying to start a small factory of our own up at the manor, but it's slow work. I'm sure if anyone can do anything it's you, sir. Donovan looked quizzically at the open countenance across the table. Sam, he asked, why do you people keep turning to the family? We led you, and it was to defeat. Why do you want anything more to do with nobles? We're not even that, any longer. We've been stripped of our titles. We're just plain citizens of the Empire now like you, and the new rulers are Terran. Why do you still think of us as your leaders? But you are, sir. You've always been. It wasn't the king's fault, or his men's, that Terra had so much more and we did. We gave them a fight they won't forget in a hurry. You were in my squadron, weren't you? Yes, sir. CPO. On the Ansa Lancer. I was with you at the Battle of Luga. The deep-set eyes glowed. We hit M there, didn't we, sir? So we did. Donovan couldn't suppress the sudden fierce memory. Outnumbered, outgunned, half its ships shot to pieces and half the crews down with serious fever, the Royal Landsteaders had still made naval history and sent the Imperial fleet canoodling back to Seoul. Naval historians would be scratching their heads over that battle for the next 5 centuries. Before God, they'd fought. He began to sing the old war song, softly at first, louder as Sam joined him. Comrades, hear the battle tiding. Hear the ships that rise and yell. Faring outward. Starward riding. Kick the Terrans back to hell. The others were listening, men raised weary heads, an old light burned in their eyes and tankards clashed together. They stood up to roar out the chorus till the walls shook. Lift your glasses high. Kiss the girls goodbye. For we're riding. For we're riding. For we're riding out to Terran sky. Terran sky. Terran sky. We have shaken loose our thunder. Where the planets have their way. And the starry deeps of wonder. Saw the impies in dismay. Lift your glasses high. Kiss the girls goodbye. The workmen in the street heard it and stopped where they were. Some began to sing. The Imperial superintendent yelled, and an ensign turned to flash him a wolfish grin. A squad of blue-uniformed Solarian Marines coming toward the inn went on the double. Oh, the Emperor sent his battle. Ships against us in a mass. But we shook them like a rattle. And we crammed them. Hi, there. Stop that. The song died, slowly and stubbornly, the men stood where they were and hands clenched into hard-knuckled fists. Someone shouted an obscenity. The Terran sergeant was very young, and he felt unsure before those steady, hating eyes. He lifted his voice all the louder, that will be enough of that. Any more and I'll run you all in for lèse majesté. Haven't you drunken bums anything better to do than sit around swilling beer? A big Anson Smith laughed with calculated raucousness. The sergeant looked around, trying to ignore him. I'm here for Captain Donovan, Earl Basil, if you prefer. They said he'd be here. I've got an imperial summons for him. The noble stretched out a hand. This is he. Let's have that paper. "It's just the formal order," said the sergeant. "You're to come at once." "Commoners," said Donovan mildly, "address me as, sir. You're a commoner with the rest of them now." The sergeant's voice wavered just a little. "I really must demand a little respect," said Donovan with drunken precision. There was an unholy gleam in his eyes. "It's a mere formality, I know, but after all my family can trace itself farther back than the Empire, whereas you couldn't name your father." Sam Ullman snickered. "Well, sir," the sergeant tried elaborate sarcasm. "If you, sir, will please be so good as to pick your high-bred tail off that chair, sir, I'm sure the Imperium would be mostly deeply grateful to you, sir." "I'll have to do without its gratitude, I'm afraid." Donovan folded the summons without looking at it and put it in his tunic pocket. "But thanks for the paper. I'll keep it in my bathroom. You're under arrest." Donovan stood slowly up, unfolding his sheer 2 meters of slender, wiry height. "All right, Woka," he said. "Let's show them that Ansa hasn't surrendered yet." He threw the tankard into the sergeant's face, followed it with the table against the 2 Marines beside him, and vaulted over the sudden ruckus to drive a fist into the jaw of the man beyond. Woka rose and his booming cry trembled in the walls. He'd been a slave of Donovan's since he was a cub and the man a child, and if someone had liberated him he wouldn't have known what to do. As Batman and irregular ground trooper he'd followed his master to the wars, and the prospect of new skull-breaking lit his eyes with glee. For an instant there was tableau, Terrans and Anson's rigid, staring at the monster which suddenly stood behind the Earl. The natives of Donner have the not uncommon centauroid form, but their bodies are more like that of a rhinoceros than of a horse, hairless and slaty blue and enormously massive. The gorilla-armed torso ended in a round, muzzled, ape-like face, long-eared, heavy-jawed, with canine tusks hanging over the great gash of a mouth. A chair splintered under his feet, and he grinned. "Paragons!" cried the sergeant. All hell let out for noon. Some of the customers huddled back into the corners, but the rest smashed the ends off bottles and threw themselves against the Terrans. Sam Ullman's remaining arm yanked a Marine to him and bashed his face against the wall. Donovan's fist traveled a jolting arc to the nearest belly and he snatched a rifle loose and crunched it against the man's jaw. A Marine seized him from behind, he twisted in the grip and kicked savagely, whirled around and drove the rifle butt into the larynx. "Kill the bluebellies. Kill the impies. Hail, Ansa." Woka charged into the squad, grabbed a hapless Terran in his 4-fingered hands, and swung the man like a club. Someone drew his bayonet to stab the slave, it glanced off the thick skin and Woka roared and sent him reeling. The riot blazed around the room, trampling men underfoot, shouting and cursing and swinging. "Donovan, Donovan," shouted Sam Ullman. He charged the nearest impy and got a bayonet in the stomach. He fell down, holding his hand to his wound, screaming. The door was suddenly full of Terrans, Marines arriving to help their comrades. Paraguns began to sizzle, men fell stunned before the supersonic beams and the fight broke up. Woka charged the rescuers and a barrage sent his giant form crashing to the floor. They herded the Ansons toward the city jail. Donovan, stirring on the ground as consciousness returned, felt handcuffs snap on his wrists. Imperial summons being what they were, he was bundled into a ground car and taken under heavy guard toward the ordered place. He leaned wearily back, watching the streets blur past. Once a group of children threw stones at the vehicle. "How about a cigarette?" he said. "Shut up." To his mild surprise, they did not halt at the military government headquarters, the old Hall of Justice where the Donovans had presided before the war, but went on toward the suburbs. The spaceport being still radioactive. They must be going to the emergency field outside the city. HM. He tried to relax. His head ached from the stun beam. A light cruiser had come in a couple of days before, HM Ganymede. It loomed enormous over the green rolling fields and the distance-blued hills and forests, a lance of bright metal and energy pointed into the clear sky of Ansa, blinding in the sun. A couple of spacemen on sentry at the gangway halted as the car stopped before them. "This man is going to Commander Jansky." Aye. "Proceed." Through the massive airlock, down the mirror-polished companionway, into an elevator and up toward the bridge, Donovan looked about him with a professional eye. The impies kept a clean, tight ship, he had to admit. He wondered if he would be shot or merely imprisoned. He doubted if he'd committed an enslaving offense. Well, it had been fun, and there hadn't been a hell of a lot to live for anyway. Maybe his friends could spring him, if and when they got some kind of underground organized. He was ushered into the captain's cabin. The ensign with him saluted. "Donovan as per orders, ma'am." "Very good. But why is he in irons?" "Resisted orders, ma'am." "Started a riot." "Bloody business." "I see." She nodded her dark head. "Losses?" "I don't know, ma'am, but we had several wounded at least. A couple of Ansons were killed, I think." "Well, leave him here." "You may go." "But, ma'am, he's dangerous." "I have a gun, and there's a man just outside the door." "You may go, ensign." Donovan swayed a little on his feet, trying to pull himself erect, wishing he weren't so dirty and bloody and generally messed up. "You look like a tramp, man," he thought. "Keep up appearances. Don't let them outdo us, even in spit and polish." "Sit down, Captain Donovan," said the woman. He lowered himself to a chair, raking her with deliberately insolent eyes. She was young to be wearing a commander's twin planets, young and trim and nice-looking. Tall body, sturdy but graceful, well filled out in the blue uniform and red cloak. Raven black hair falling to her shoulders, strong blunt-fingered hands, one of them resting close to her sidearm. Her face was interesting, broad and cleanly molded, high cheekbones, wide full mouth, stubborn chin, snub nose, storm-gray eyes set far apart under heavy dark brows. A superior peasant type, he decided, and felt more at ease in the armor of his inbred haughtiness. He leaned back and crossed his legs. "I am Helena Jansky, in command of this vessel," she said. Her voice was low and resonant, the note of strength in it. "I need you for a certain purpose." "Why did you resist the imperial summons?" Donovan shrugged. "Let's say that I'm used to giving orders, not receiving them." "Ah, yes." She ruffled the papers on her desk. "You were the Earl of Launcelot, weren't you?" "After my father and older brother were killed in the war, yes." He lifted his head. "I am still the Earl." She studied him with a dispassionate gaze that he found strangely uncomfortable. "I must say that you are a curious sort of leader," she murmured. "One who spends his time in a tavern getting drunk, and who on a whim provokes a disorder in which many of his innocent followers are hurt or killed. In which property difficult to replace is smashed. Yes, I think it was about time that Ansa had a change of leadership." Donovan's face was hot. Hell take it, what right had she to tell him what to do? What right had the whole damned empire to come barging in where it wasn't wanted? "The families, under the king, have governed Ansa since it was colonized," he said stiffly. "If it had been such a misrule as you seem to think, would the commons have fought for us as they did?" Chapter 2. Again that thoughtful stare. She saw a tall young man, badly disarrayed, blood and dirt streaking his long, thin-carved, curve-nosed features, an old scar jagging across his high narrow forehead. The hair was yellow, the eyes were blue, the whole look that of an old and settled aristocracy. His bitter voice lashed at her. "We ruled Ansa well because we were part of it, we grew up with the planet and we understood our folk and men were free under us. That's something which no upstart solar empire can have, not for centuries, not ever to judge by the stock they use for nobility. When peasants command spaceships." Her face grew a little pale, but she smiled and replied evenly, I am the Lady Jansky of Torgendale on Valor, Sirius A4, and you are now a commoner. Please remember that. All the papers in the galaxy won't change the fact that your grandfather was a dirt farmer on Valor. He was an atom jack, and I'm proud of it. I suggest further that an aristocrat who has nothing to trade on but his pedigree is very ragged indeed. Now, enough of that. Her crisp tones snapped forth. You've committed a serious offense, especially since this is still occupied territory. If you wish to cooperate with me, I can arrange for a pardon, also for your brawling friends. If not, the whole bunch of you can go to the mines. Donovan shook his head, trying to clear it of alcohol and weariness and the ringing left by the parabeam. Go on, he said, a little thickly. I'll listen, anyway. What do you know of the Black Nebula? She must have seen his muscles jerk. For an instant he sat fighting himself, grasping at rigidity with all the strength that was in him, and the memory was ablaze and a shout and a stab of pure fear. Valduma, Valduma. The sudden thudding of his heart was loud in his ears, and he could feel the fine beads of sweat starting forth on his skin. He made a wrenching effort and pulled his mouth into a lopsided grin, but his voice wavered. Which Black Nebula? There are a lot of them. Don't try to bait me. Her eyes were narrowed on him, and the fingers of one hand drummed the desktop. You know I mean the Black Nebula. Nobody in this galactic sector speaks of any other. Why, well, Donovan lowered his face to hide it till he could stiffen the mask, rubbing his temples with manacled hands. It's just a nebula. A roughly spherical dust cloud, maybe a light-year in diameter, about 10 parsecs from Ansa toward Sagittari. A few colonized stars on its fringes, nothing inside it as far as anyone knows. It has a bad name for some reason. The superstitious say it's haunted, and you hear stories of ships disappearing. Well, it gets a pretty wide berth. Not much out there anyway. His mind was racing, he thought he could almost hear it click and whir as it spewed forth idea after idea, memory after memory. Valduma and the blackness and they who laughed. The nebula is pure poison, and now the Empire is getting interested. By God, it might poison them. Only would it stop there? This time they might decide to go on, to come out of the blackness. Jansky's voice seemed to come from very far away. You know more than that, Donovan. Intelligence has been sifting Anson records. You were the farthest ranging space raider your planet had, and you had a base on Heim, at the very edge of the nebula. Among your reports, there is an account of your men's unease, of the disappearance of small ships which cut through the nebula on their missions. Of ghostly things seen aboard other vessels and men who went mad. Your last report on the subject says that you investigated personally, that most of your crew went more or less crazy while in the nebula, and that you barely got free. You recommend the abandonment of Heim and the suspension of operations in that territory. This was done, the region being of no great strategic importance anyway. Very well. The voice held a whip-crack undertone. What do you know about the Black Nebula? Donovan had fought his way back to impassivity. You have about the whole story already, he said. There were all sorts of illusions as we penetrated, whisperings and glimpses of impossible things and so on. It didn't affect me much, but it drove many toward insanity and some died. There was also very real and unexplainable trouble, engines, lights, and so on. My guess is that there's some sort of radiation in the nebula which makes atoms and electrons misbehave. That'd affect the human nervous system too, of course. If you're thinking of entering it yourself, my only advice is, don't. She cupped her chin in one hand and looked down at the papers. Frankly, we know very little about this galactic sector. Very few Terrans were ever here before the war, and previous intercourse on your part with Sol was even slighter. However, intelligence has learned that the natives of almost every inhabited planet on the fringes of the nebula worship it or at least regard it as the home of the gods. Well, it is a conspicuous object in their skies, said Donovan. He added truthfully enough, I only know about Heim, where the native religion in the area of our base was a sort of devil worship centered around the nebula. They made big sacrifices, foodstuffs, furs, tools, every conceivable item of use or luxury, which they claimed the devil gods came and took. Some of the colonists thought there was something behind the legends, but I have my doubts. He shrugged. Will that do? For the time being. Jansky smiled with a certain bleak humor. You can write a detailed report later on, and I strongly advise you not to mislead me. Because you're going there with us. Donovan accepted the news coldly, but he thought the knocking of his heart must shake his whole body. His hands felt chilly and wet. As you wish. Though what I can do. You've been there before and know what to expect. Furthermore, you know the astrogation of that region. Our charts are worse than sketchy, and even the Anson tables have too many blank spots. Well, Donovan got the words out slowly. If I don't have to enlist. I will not take an oath to your emperor. You needn't. Your status will be that of a civilian under imperial command, directly responsible to me. You will have a cabin of your own, but no compensation except the abandonment of criminal proceedings against you. Jansky relaxed and her voice grew gentler. However, if you serve well, I'll see what I can do about pay. I dare say you could use some extra money. Thank you, said Donovan formally. He entered the first phase of the inchoate plan, which was taking cloudy shape in his hammering brain. May I have my personal slave with me? He's non-human, but he can eat Terran food. Jansky smiled. There was sudden warmth in that smile, it made her human and beautiful. As you wish if he doesn't have fleas. I'll write you an order for his embarkation. She'd hit the ceiling when she found what kind of passenger she'd agreed to, thought Donovan. But by then it would be too late. And, with Woka to help me, and the ship blundering blind into the nebula, Valduma, Valduma, I'm coming back. And this time will you kiss me or kill me? The Ganymede lifted Graves and put the Ansa sun behind her. Much farther behind was Sol, an insignificant mote 50 light-years away, lost in the thronging glory of stars. Ahead lay Sagittari, galactic center, and the Black Nebula. Space burned and blazed with a million bitter bright suns, keen cold unwinking flames strewn across the utter dark of space, flashing and flashing over the hollow gulf of the leagues and the years. The Milky Way foamed in curdled silver around that enormous night, a shining girdle jeweled with the constellations. Far and far away wheeled the mysterious green and blue-white of the other galaxies, sparks of a guttering fire with a reeling immensity between. Looking toward the bows, one saw the great star clusters of Sagittari, the thronging host of suns burning and thundering at the heart of the galaxy. And what have we done? Thought Basil Donovan. What is man and all his proud achievements? Our home star is a dwarf on the lonely fringe of the galaxy, out where the stars thin away toward the great emptiness. We've ranged maybe 200 light-years from it in all directions, and it's 30,000 to the center. Night and mystery and nameless immensities around us, our day of glory the briefest flicker on the edge of nowhere, then oblivion forever, and we won't be forgotten. Because we'll never have been noticed. The Black Nebula is only the least and outermost of the great clouds which thicken toward the center and hide its ultimate heart from us, it is nothing even as we. And yet it holds a power older than the human race and a terror that may whelm it. He felt again the old quailing funk, fear crawled along his spine and will drained out of his soul. He wanted to run, escape, huddle under the sky of Ansa to hide from the naked blaze of the universe, live out his day and forget that he had seen the scornful face of God. But there was no turning back, not now, the ship was already outpacing light on her secondary drive and he was half a prisoner aboard. He squared his shoulders and walked away from the viewplate, back toward his cabin. Woka was sprawled on a heap of blankets, covering the floor with his bulk. He was turning the brightly colored pages of a child's picture book. "Boss," he asked, "when do we kill them? The impies?" "Not yet, Woka. Maybe not at all. Donovan stepped over the monster and lay down on his bunk, hands behind his head. He could feel the thrum of the driving engines, quivering in the ship and his bones. The nebula may do that for us. We go back there? Woka stirred uneasily. I don't like, boss. It's Tumbar. Bad. Yeah, so it is. Better we stay home. Manor needs repair. Peasants need our help. I need beer. So do I. I'll see if we can't promote some from the quartermaster. Old John can look after the estate while we're away, and the peasants will just have to look after themselves. Maybe it's time they learned how. At a knock on the door, come in. Tetsuo Takahashi, the ship's exec, brought his small sturdy form around Woka and sat down on the edge of the bunk. Your slave has the old lady hopping mad, he grinned. He'll eat 6 times a man's ration. And drink it. Donovan smiled back, he couldn't help liking the cocky little Terran. Then, with a sudden renewed bitterness, and he's worth it. I couldn't be without him. He may not be so terribly bright, but he's my only proof that loyalty and decency aren't extinct. Takahashi gave him a puzzled look. Why do you hate us so much? He asked. You came in where you weren't asked. Ansa was free, and now it's just another province of your damned empire. Maybe so. But you were a backwater, an underpopulated agricultural planet which nobody had ever heard of, exposed to barbarian raids and perhaps to non-human conquest. You're safe now. And you're part of a great social-economic system which can do more than all those squabbling little kingdoms and republics and theocracies and God knows what else put together could ever dream of. Who said we wanted to be safe? Our ancestors came to Ansa to be free. We fought Shalmu when the Greenies wanted to take what we'd built, and then we made friends with them. We had elbow room and a way of life that was our own. Now you'll bring in your surplus population to fill our green lands with yelling cities and squalling people. You'll tear down the culture we evolved so painfully and make us just another bunch of kowtowing imperial citizens. Frankly, Donovan, I don't think it was much of a culture. It sat in its comfortable rut and admired the achievements of its ancestors. What did your precious families do but hunt and loaf and throw big parties? Maybe they did fulfill a magisterial function, so what? Any elected yut could do the same in that simple a society. Takahashi fixed his eyes on Donovan's. But rights and wrongs aside, the Empire had to annex Ansa, and when you wouldn't come in peaceably you had to be dragged in. Yeah. A dumping ground for people who were too stupid not to control their own breeding. Your Ansan peasants, my friend, have about twice the Terran birth rate. It's merely that there are more Terrans to start with, and Syrians and Centaurians and all the old settled planets. No, it was more than that. It was a question of military necessity. Sure. Read your history sometime. When the Commonwealth broke up in civil wars 200 years ago, it was hell between the stars. Half-savage peoples who never should have left their planets had learned how to build spaceships and were going out to raid and conquer. A dozen would-be overlords scorched whole worlds with their battles. You can't have anarchy on an interstellar scale. Too many people suffer. Old Manuel I had the guts to proclaim himself Emperor of Sol, no pretty euphemisms for him, an empire was needed and an empire was what he built. He kicked the barbarians out of the solar system and went on to conquer their home territories and civilize them. That meant he had to subjugate stars closer to home, to protect his lines of communication. This led to further trouble elsewhere. Oh, yes, a lot of it was greed, but the planets which were conquered for their wealth would have been sucked in anyway by sheer economics. The second Argolid carried on, and now his son, Manuel II, is finishing the job. We've very nearly attained what we must have, an empire large enough to be socio-economically self-sufficient and defend itself against all comers, of which there are many. Without being too large for control. You should visit the Inner Empire sometime, Donovan, and see how many social evils it's been possible to wipe out because of security in central power. But we need this sector to protect our Sagittarian flank, so we're taking it. 50 years from now you'll be glad we did." Donovan looked sourly up at him. "Why are you feeding me that?" he asked. "I've heard it before. We're going to survey a dangerous region, and you're our guide. The captain and I think there's more than a new radiation in the Black Nebula. I'd like to think we could trust you. Think so if you wish. We could use a hypnoprobe on you, you know. We'd squeeze your skull dry of everything it contained. But we'd rather spare you that indignity. And you might need me when you get there, and I'd still be only half conscious. Quit playing the great altruist, Takahashi." The exec shook his head. "There's something wrong inside you, Donovan," he murmured. "You aren't the man who licked us at Luga." "Luga?" Donovan's eyes flashed. "Were you there?" "Sure. Destroyer North Africa, just come back from the Zarun front, cigarette?" They fell to yarning and passed a pleasant hour. Donovan could not suppress a vague regret when Takahashi left. They aren't such bad fellows, those impies. They were brave and honorable enemies, and they've been lenient conquerors as such things go. But when we hit the Black Nebula... He shuddered. "Woka, get that whiskey out of my trunk. You not going to get drunk again, boss?" The Donarian's voice rumbled disappointment. "I am. And I'm going to try to stay drunk the whole damn voyage. You just don't know what we're heading for, Woka. Stranger, go back. Spaceman, go home. Turn back, adventurer. It is death. Return, human." The darkness whispered. Voices ran down the length of the ship, blending with the unending murmur of the drive, urging, commanding, whispering so low that it seemed to be within men's skulls. Basil Donovan lay in darkness. His mouth tasted foul, and there was a throb in his temples and a wretchedness in his throat. He lay and listened to the voice which had wakened him. "Go home, wanderer. You will die, your ship will plunge through the hollow dark till the stars grow cold. Turn home, human. Boss. I hear them, boss. I'm scared. How long have we been underway? When did we leave Ansa? A week ago, boss, maybe more. You been drunk? Wake up, boss, turn on the light. They're whispering in the dark, and I'm scared. We must be getting close. Return. Go home. First comes madness and then comes death and then comes the spinning outward forever. Turn back, spaceman. Bodiless whisper out of the thick thrumming dark, sourceless all-pervading susurration, and it mocked. There was the cruel cynical scorn of the outer vastness running up and down the laughing voice. It murmured, it jeered, it ran along nerves with little icy feet and flowed through the brain, it called and jibed and hungered. It warned them to go back, and it knew they wouldn't and railed its mockery at them for it. Demon whisper, there in the huge cold loneliness, sneering and grinning and waiting. Donovan sat up and groped for the light switch. We're close enough, he said tonelessly. We're in their range now. Footsteps racketed in the corridor outside. A sharp rap on his door. Come in. Come in and enjoy yourself. Chapter 3. Donovan hadn't found the switch before the door was open and light spilled in from the hallway fluorotubes. Cold white light, a shaft of it picking out Woka's monstrous form and throwing grotesque shadows on the walls. Commander Jansky was there, in full uniform, and Ensign Jean Scoresby, her aide. The younger girl's face was white, her eyes enormous, but Jansky wore grimness like an armor. All right, Donovan, she said. You've had your binge, and now the trouble is starting. You didn't say they were voices. They could be anything, he answered, climbing out of the bunk and steadying himself with one hand. His head swam a little. The corners of the room were thick with shadow. Back, spaceman. Turn home, human. Delusions? The man laughed unpleasantly. His face was pale and gaunt, unshaven in the bleak radiance. When you start going crazy, I imagine you always hear voices. There was contempt in the gray eyes that raked him. Donovan, I put a technician to work on it when the noises began a few hours ago. He recorded them. They're very faint, and they seem to originate just outside the ear of anyone who hears them, but they're real enough. Radiations don't speak in human Anglic with an accent such as I never heard before. Not unless they're carrier waves for a message. Donovan, who or what is inside the black nebula? The Anson's laugh jarred out again. Who or what is inside this ship? He challenged. Our great human science has no way of making the air vibrate by itself. Maybe there are ghosts, standing invisible just beside us and whispering in our ears. We could detect nothing, no radiations, no energy fields, nothing but the sounds themselves. I refuse to believe that matter can be set in motion without some kind of physical force being applied. Jansky clapped a hand to her sidearm. You know what is waiting for us. You know how they do it. Go ahead. Hypnoprobe me. Lay me out helpless for a week. Or shoot me if you like. You'll be just as dead whatever you do. Her tones were cold and sharp. Get on your clothes and come up to the bridge. He shrugged, picked up his uniform, and began to shuck his pajamas. The women looked away. Human, go back. You will go mad and die. Valduma, he thought, with a wrenching deep inside him. Valduma, I've returned. He stepped over to the mirror. The Anson uniform was a gesture of defiance, and it occurred to him that he should shave if he wore it in front of these Terrans. He ran the electric razor over cheeks and chin, pulled his tunic straight, and turned back. All right. They went out into the hallway. A spaceman went by on some errand. His eyes were strained wide, staring at blankness, and his lips moved. The voices were speaking to him. It's demoralizing the crew, said Jansky. It has to stop. Go ahead and stop it, jeered Donovan. Aren't you the representative of the almighty empire of Sol? Command them in the name of His Majesty to stop. The crew, I mean, she said impatiently. They've got no business being frightened by a local phenomenon. Any human would be, answered Donovan. You are, though you won't admit it. I am. We can't help ourselves. It's instinct. Instinct? Her clear eyes were a little surprised. Sure. Donovan halted before a view screen. Space blazed and roiled against the reaching darkness. Just look out there. It's the primeval night, it's the blind unknown where unimaginable inhuman powers are abroad. We're still the old half-ape, crouched over his fire and trembling while the night roars around us. Our lighted, heated, metal-armored ship is still the lonely cave fire, the hearth with steel and stone laid at the door to keep out the gods. When the wild hunt breaks through and shouts at us, we must be frightened, it's the primitive fear of the dark. It's part of us. She swept on, her cloak a scarlet wing flapping behind her. They took the elevator to the bridge. Donovan had not watched the black nebula grow over the days, swell to a monstrous thing that blotted out half the sky, lightlessness fringed with the cold glory of the stars. Now that the ship was entering its tenuous outer fringes, the heavens on either side were blurring and dimming, and the blackness yawned before. Even the densest nebula is a hard vacuum. But tons upon incredible tons of cosmic dust and gas, reaching planetary and interstellar distances on every hand, will blot out the sky. It was like rushing into an endless, bottomless hole. The ship was falling and falling into the pit of hell. I noticed you never looked bowards on the trip, said Jansky. There was steel in her voice. Why did you lock yourself in your cabin and drink like a sponge? I was bored, he replied sullenly. You were afraid, she snapped contemptuously. You didn't dare watch the nebula growing. Something happened the last time you were here which sucked the guts out of you. Didn't your intelligence talk to the men who were with me? Yes, of course. None of them would say more than you've said. They all wanted us to come here, but blind and unprepared. Well, Mr. Donovan, we're going in. The floor plates shook under Woka's tread. You not talk to boss that way, he rumbled. Let be, Woka, said Donovan. It doesn't matter how she talks. He looked ahead, and the old yearning came alive in him, the fear and the memory, but he had not thought that it would shiver with such a strange gladness. And, who knew? A bargain. Valduma, come back to me. Jansky's gaze on him narrowed, but her voice was suddenly low and puzzled. You're smiling, she whispered. He turned from the view screen and his laugh was ragged. Maybe I'm looking forward to this visit, Helena. My name, she said stiffly, is Commander Jansky. Out there, maybe. But in here there is no rank, no empire, no mission. We're all humans, frightened little humans huddling together against the dark. Donovan's smile softened. You know, Helena, you have very beautiful eyes. The slow flush crept up her high smooth cheeks. I want a full report of what happened to you last time, she said. Now. Or you go under the probe. Wanderer, it is a long way home. Spaceman, your son is very far away. Why, certainly. Donovan leaned against the wall and grinned at her. Glad to. Only you won't believe me. She made no reply, but folded her arms and waited. The ship trembled with its forward thrust. Sweat beaded the forehead of the watch officer and he glared around him. We're entering the home of all lawlessness, said Donovan. The realm of magic, the outlaw world of werbeasts and nightgangers. Can't you hear the wings outside? These ghosts are only the first sign. We'll have a plague of witches soon. Get out, she said. He shrugged. All right, Helena. I told you you wouldn't believe me. He turned and walked slowly from the bridge. Outside was starless, lightless, infinite black. The ship crept forward, straining her detectors, groping into the blind dark while her crew went mad. Spaceman, it is too late. You will never find your way home again. You are dead men on a ghost ship, and you will fall forever into the night. I saw him, Wong, I saw him down in Section 3, tall and thin and black. He laughed at me, and then there wasn't anything there. Sound of great wings beating somewhere outside the hull. Mother, can I have him? Can I have his skull to play with? Not yet, child. Soon. Soon. Wicked rain of laughter and the sound of clawed feet running. No one went alone. Spacemen First Class Gottfried and Martinez went down a starboard companionway and saw the hooded black form waiting for them. Gottfried pulled out his blaster and fired. The ravening beam sprang backward and consumed him. Martinez lay mumbling in Psycho Bay. The lights went out. After an hour they flickered back on again, but men had rioted and killed each other in the dark. Commander Jansky recalled all personal weapons on the grounds that the crew could no longer be trusted with them. The men drew up a petition to get them back. When it was refused, there was muttering of revolt. Spacemen, you have wandered too far. You have wandered beyond the edge of creation, and now there is only death. The hours dragged into days. When the ship's timepieces started disagreeing, time ceased to have meaning. Basil Donovan sat in his cabin. There was a bottle in his hand, but he tried to go slow. He was waiting. When the knock came, he leaped from his seat and every nerve tightened up and screamed. He swore at himself. They wouldn't knock when they came for him. Go on, enter, his voice wavered. Helena Jansky stepped inside, closing the door after her. She had thinned, and there was darkness in her eyes, but she still bore herself erect. Donovan had to salute the stubborn courage that was in her. The unimaginative peasant blood, no, it was more than that, she was as intelligent as he, but there was a deep strength in that tall form. A quiet vitality which had perhaps been bred out of the families of Ansa. "Sit down," he invited. She sighed and ran a hand through her dark hair. "Thanks." "Drink?" "No. Not on duty. And the captain is always on duty." "Well, let it go." Donovan lowered himself to the bunk beside her, resting his feet on Woka's columnar leg. The Dunarian muttered and whimpered in his sleep. "What can I do for you?" Her gaze was steady and grave. "You can tell me the truth. About the nebula?" "Why should I? Give me one good reason why an Anson should care what happens to a Solarian ship. Perhaps only that we're all human beings here, that those boys have earth and rain and sunlight and wives waiting for them. And Valduma, no, she isn't human. Fire and ice and storming madness, but not human. Too beautiful to be flesh." "This trip was your idea," he said defensively. "Donovan, you wouldn't have played such a foul trick and made such a weak, self-righteous excuse in the old days." He looked away, feeling his cheeks hot. "Well," he mumbled, "why not turn around, get out of the nebula if you can, and maybe come back later with a task force? And lead them all into this trap? Our subtronics are out, you know. We can't send information back, so we'll just go on and learn a little more and then try to fight our way home." His smile was crooked. "I may have been baiting you, Helena. But if I told you everything I know, it wouldn't help. There isn't enough." Her hand fell strong and urgent on his. "Tell me, then. Tell me anyway." "But there is so little. There's a planet somewhere in the nebula, and it has inhabitants with powers I don't begin to understand. But among other things, they can project themselves hyperwise, just like a spaceship, without needing engines to do it. And they have a certain control over matter and energy. The fringe stars, these beings in the nebula really have been their gods? Yes. They've projected themselves, terrorized the natives for centuries, and carry home the sacrificial materials for their own use. They're doubtless responsible for all the ships around here that never came home. They don't like visitors." Donovan saw her smile, and his own lips twitched. "But they did, I suppose, take some prisoners, to learn our language and anything else they could about us." She nodded. "I'd conjectured as much. If you don't accept theories involving the supernatural, and I don't, it follows almost necessarily. If a few of them projected themselves aboard and hid somewhere, they could manipulate air molecules from a distance so as to produce the whisperings." She smiled afresh. But the hollowness was still in her. "When you call it a new sort of ventriloquism, it doesn't sound nearly so bad, does it?" Fiercely, the woman turned on him. "And what have you had to do with them? How are you so sure?" "I talked with one of them," he replied slowly. "You might say we struck up a friendship of sorts. But I learned nothing, and the only benefit I got was escaping. I've no useful information." His voice sharpened. "And that's all I have to say. Well, we're going on." Her head lifted pridefully. Donovan's smile was a crooked grimace. He took her hand, and it lay unresisting between his fingers. "Helena," he said, "you've been trying to psychoanalyze me this whole trip. Maybe it's my turn now. You're not so hard as you tell yourself. I am an officer of the Imperial Navy." Her haughtiness didn't quite come off. Sure. A hard-shelled career girl. Only you're also a healthy human being. Down underneath, you want a home and kids and quiet green hills. Don't lie to yourself, that wouldn't be fitting to the Lady Jansky of Torgendale, would it? You went into service because it was the thing to do. And you're just a scared kid, my dear." Donovan shook his head. "But a very nice-looking kid." Tears glimmered on her lashes. "Stop it," she whispered desperately. "Don't say it." He kissed her, a long slow kiss with her mouth trembling under his and her body shivering ever so faintly. The second time she responded, shy as a child, hardly aware of the sudden hunger. She pulled free then, sat with eyes wide and wild, one hand lifted to her mouth. "No," she said, so quietly he could scarce hear. "No, not now." Suddenly she got up and almost fled. Donovan sighed. "Why did I do that? To stop her inquiring too closely? Or just because she's honest and human, and Valduma isn't? Or—" Darkness swirled before his eyes. Woka came awake and shrank against the farther wall, air rattling in his throat. Boss, she's here again." Donovan sat unstirring, elbows on knees, hands hanging empty, and looked at the two who had come. "Hello, Valduma," he said. "Basil," her voice sang against him, rippling, lilting, the unending sharp laughter beneath its surprise. "Basil, you have come back." "Uh-huh." He nodded at the other. "You're Morzak, aren't you? Sit down. Have a drink. Old home week." The creature from Arzon remained erect. He looked human on the outside, tall and gaunt in a black cape which glistened with tiny points of starlight, the hood thrown back so that his red hair fell free to his shoulders. The face was long and thin, chiseled to an ultimate refinement of classical beauty, white and cold. Cold as space-tempered steel, in spite of the smile on the pale lips, in spite of the dark mirth in the slant green eyes. One hand rested on the jeweled hilt of a sword. Valduma stood beside Morzak for an instant, and Donovan watched her with the old sick wildness rising and clamoring in him. "You are the fairest thing which ever was between the stars, you are ice and flame and living fury, stronger and weaker than man, cruel and sweet as a child 1,000 years old, and I love you. But you are not human, Valduma." She was tall, and her grace was a lithe rippling flow, wind and fire and music made flesh, a burning glory of hair rushing past her black-caped shoulders, hands slim and beautiful. The strange clean-molded face white as polished ivory, the mouth red and laughing, the eyes long and oblique and gold-flecked green. When she spoke, it was like singing in heaven and laughter in hell. Donovan looked at her, not moving. "Basil, you came back to me?" He came because he had to. Morzak of Arzon folded his arms, eyes smoldering in anger. "Best we kill him now. Later, perhaps later, but not now." Valduma laughed aloud. Suddenly she was in Donovan's arms. Her kisses were a rain of fire. There was thunder and darkness and dancing stars. He was aware of nothing else, not for a long, long time. She leaned back in his grasp, smiling up at him, stroking his hair with one slender hand. His cheek was bloody where she had scratched him. He looked back into her eyes, they were cat's eyes, split-pupilled, all gold and emerald without the human white. She laughed very softly. "Shall I kill you now?" she whispered. "Or drive you mad first? Or let you go again? What would be most amusing, Basil?" "This is no time for your pranks," said Morzak sharply. "We have to deal with this ship. It's getting dangerously close to Arzon, and we've been unable yet to break the morale and discipline of the crew. I think the only way is to wreck the ship." "Wreck it on Arzon, yes." Valduma's laughter pulsed and throbbed. "Bring them to their goal. Help them along, even." "Oh, yes, Morzak, it is a good thought." "We'll need your help," said the creature man to Donovan. "I take it that you're guiding them. You must encourage them to offer no resistance when we take over the controls. Our powers won't stand too long against atomic energy." "Why should I help you?" Donovan's tones were hoarse. "What can you give me?" "If you live," said Valduma, "and can make your way to Dragobik, I might give you much." She laughed again, maniac laughter which did not lose its music. "That would be diverting." "I don't know," he groaned. "I don't know, I thought a bargain could be made, but now I wonder." I leave him to you, said Morzak sardonically, and vanished. Basil, whispered Valduma. Basil, I have, sometimes, missed you. Get out, Woka, said Donovan. Boss, she's Tumbar. Get out. Woka lumbered slowly from the cabin. There were tears in his eyes. Chapter 4. The Ganymede's engines rose to full power and the pilot controls spun over without a hand on them. Engine room. Engine room. Stop that nonsense down there. We can't, they're frozen, the converter has gone into full without us. Sir, I can't budge this stick. It's locked somehow. The lights went out. Men screamed. Get me a flashlight. Snapped Takahashi in the dark. I'll take this damned panel apart myself. The beam etched his features against night. Who goes? He cried. It's I. Jansky appeared in the dim reflected glow. Never mind, Takahashi. Let the ship have her way. But ma'am, we could crash. I've finally gotten Donovan to talk. He says we're in the grip of some kind of power beam. They'll pull us to one of their space stations and then maybe we can negotiate, or fight. Come on, we've got to quiet the men. The flashlight went out. Takahashi's laugh was shrill. Better quiet me first, Captain. Her hand was on his arm, steadying, strengthening. Don't fail me, Tetsuo. You're the last one I've got. I just had to paralyze Scoresby. Thanks, Chief. I'm all right now. Let's go. They fumbled through blindness. The engines roared, full speed ahead with a ghost on the bridge. Men were stumbling and cursing and screaming in the dark. Someone switched on the battle station siren, and its howl was the last voice of insanity. Struggle in the dark, wrestling, paralyzing the berserk, calling on all the iron will which had lifted humankind to the stars, slow restoration of order, men creeping to general quarters. Breathing heavily in the guttering light of paper torches. The engines cut off and the ship snapped into normal matter state. Helena Jansky saw blood-red sunlight through the viewport. There was no time to sound the alarm before the ship crashed. 100 men. No more than 100 men alive. She wrapped her cloak tight about her against the wind and stood looking across the camp. The streaming firelight touched her face with red, limning it against the utter dark of the night heavens, sheening faintly in the hair that blew wildly around her strong bitter countenance. Beyond, other fires danced and flickered in the gloom, men huddled around them while the cold seeped slowly to their bones. Here and there an injured human moaned. Across the ragged spine of bare black hills they could still see the molten glow of the wreck. When it hit, the atomic converters had run wild and begun devouring the hull. There had barely been time for the survivors to drag themselves and some of the cripples free, and to put the rocky barrier between them and the mounting radioactivity. During the slow red sunset, they had gathered wood, hewing with knives at the distorted scrub trees reaching above the shale and snow of the valley. Now they sat waiting out the night. Takahashi shuddered. God, it's cold. It'll get colder, said Donovan tonelessly. This is an old planet of an old red dwarf sun. Its rotation has slowed. The nights are long. How do you know? Lieutenant Elijah Cohen glared at him out of a crudely bandaged face. The firelight made his eyes gleam red. How do you know unless you're in with them? Unless you arranged this yourself? Woka reached forth a massive fist. You shut up, he rumbled. Never mind, said Donovan. I just thought some things would be obvious. You saw the star, so you should know it's the type of a burned-out dwarf. Since planets are formed at an early stage of a star's evolution, this world must be old too. Look at these rocks, citrified, back when the stellar energy output got really high just before the final collapse, and nevertheless eroded down to bare snags. That takes millions of years. He reflected that his reasoning, while sound enough, was based on foreknown conclusions. Cohen's right. I have betrayed them. It was Valduma, watching over me, who brought Woka and myself unhurt through the crash. I saw, Valduma, I saw you with your hair flying in the chaos, riding witch-like through sundering ruin, and you were laughing. Laughing. He felt ill. Nevertheless, the planet has a thin but breathable atmosphere, frozen water, and vegetable life, said Takahashi. Such things don't survive the final hot stage of a sun without artificial help. This planet has natives. Since we were deliberately crashed here, I dare say the natives are our earlier friends. He turned dark accusing eyes on the ensign. How about it, Donovan? I suppose you're right, he answered. I knew there was a planet in the nebula, the natives had told me that in my previous trip. This star lies near the center, in a hollow region where there isn't enough dust to force the planet into its primary, and shares a common velocity with the nebula. It stays here, in other words. You told me, Helena Jansky bit her lip, then slowly forced the words out, you told me, and I believed you, that there was nothing immediately to fear when the nebulites took over our controls. So we didn't fight them, we didn't try to overcome their forces with our own engines. And it cost us the ship and over half her crew. I told you what happened to me last time, he lied steadfastly. I can't help it if things were different this trip. She turned her back. The wind blew a thin hissing veil of dry snow across her ankles. A wounded man suddenly screamed out there in the dark. How does it feel, Donovan? You made her trust you and then betrayed her for a thing that isn't even human. How does it feel to be a Judas? Never mind recriminations, said Takahashi. This isn't the time to hold trials. We've got to decide what to do. They have a city on this planet, said Donovan. Dragobik, they call it, and the planet's name is Arzan. It lies somewhere near the equator, they told me once. If they meant us to make our own way to it, and it would be like them, then it may well lie due south. We can march that way, assuming that the sun set in the west. Nothing to lose, shrugged the Terran. But we haven't many weapons, a few assorted sidearms is all, and they aren't much use against these creatures anyway. Something howled out in the darkness. The ground quivered, ever so faintly, to the pounding of heavy feet. Wild animals yet. Cohen grinned humorlessly. Better sound battle stations, Captain. Yes, I suppose so. She blew her whistle, a thin shrilling in the windy dark. As she turned around, Donovan saw a gleam running along her cheek. Tears? The noise came closer. They heard the rattle of claws on stone. The Terrans moved together, guns in front, clubs and rocks and bare hands behind. They have guts, thought Donovan. God, but they have guts. Food would be scarce on a barren planet like this, said Ensign Chandra Das. We seem to be elected. The hollow roar sounded, echoing between the hills and caught up by the thin harrying wind. Hold fire, said Helena. Her voice was clear and steady. Don't waste charges. Wait. The thing leaped out of darkness, a 10-meter length of gaunt scaled body and steel-hard claws and whipping tail. Soaring through the snow-streaked air and caught in the vague uneasy firelight. Helena's blaster crashed, a lightning bolt sizzled against the armored head. The monster screamed. Its body tumbled shatteringly among the humans, it seized a man in its jaws and shook him and trampled another underfoot. Takahashi stepped forward and shot again at its dripping wound. The blaster bolt zigzagged wildly off the muzzle of his gun. Even the animals can do it. I'll get him, boss. Woka reared on his hind legs, came down again with a thud, and charged. Stones flew from beneath his feet. The monster's tail swept out, a man tumbled before it with his ribs caved in, and Woka staggered as he caught the blow. Still he rushed in, clutching the barbed end of the tail to his breast. The monster writhed, bellowing. Another blaster bolt hit it from the rear. It turned, and a shot at its eyes veered away. Woka hit it with all the furious momentum he had. He rammed its spear-like tail down the open jaws and blood spurted. "Ho, Donovan," he shouted. As the thing screamed and snapped at him, he caught its jaws in his hands. "Woka," yelled Donovan. "Woka!" He ran wildly toward the fight. The Donarian's great back arched with strain. It was as if they could hear his muscles crack. Slowly, he forced the jaws wider. The monster lashed its body, pulling him to his knees, dragging him over the ground, and still he fought. "Damn you," he roared in the whirling dust and snow, "hold still." The jaws broke. And the monster screamed once more, and then it wasn't there. Woka tumbled over. Donovan fell across him, sobbing, laughing, cursing. Woka picked him up. "You all right, boss?" he asked. "You well?" Yes, oh, you blind bloody fool. You stupid, blundering ass." Donovan hugged him. "Gone," said Helena. It vanished. They picked up their dead and wounded and returned to the fires. The cold bit deep. Something else hooted out in the night. It was a long time before Takahashi spoke. "You might expect it," he said. "These parapsychical powers don't come from nowhere. The intelligent race, our enemies of Dragobik, simply have them highly developed, the animals do to a lesser extent. I think it's a matter of life being linked to the primary atomic probabilities, the psi functions which give the continuous field distribution of matter energy in spacetime. In a word, control of external matter and energy by conscious will acting through the unified field which is spacetime. Telekinesis." Said Das wearily. "Even some humans have a slight para-power. Control dice or electron beams or what have you. But why aren't what did you call them, Arzunians overrunning the galaxy? They can only operate over a certain range, which happens to be about the distance to the fringe stars," said Donovan. "Beyond that distance, dispersion limits them, plus the fact that differences of potential energy must be made up from their own metabolism. The animals, of course, have very limited range, a few kilometers perhaps. The Arzunians use telekinesis to control matter and energy, and the same subspatial principles as our ships to go faster than light. Only since they aren't lugging around a lot of hull and passengers and assorted machinery, just themselves and a little air and maybe an armful of sacrificial goods from a fringe planet. They don't need atomic engines. They aren't interested in conquering the galaxy. Why should they be? They can get all their needs and luxuries from the peoples to whom they are gods. An old race, very old, decadent if you will. But they don't like interference." Takahashi looked at him sharply. "I glimpsed one of them on the ship," he said. "He carried a spear." "Yeah. Another reason why they aren't conquerors. They have no sense for mechanics at all. Never had any reason to evolve one when they could manipulate matter directly without more than the simplest tools. They're probably more intelligent than humans in an all-around way, but they don't have the type of brain and the concentration needed to learn physics and chemistry. Aren't interested, either. So, swords against guns, we may have a chance. They can turn your missiles, remember. Guns are little use, you have to distract them so they don't notice your shot till too late. But they can't control you. They aren't telepaths and their type of matter control is heterodyned by living nerve currents. You could kill one of them with a sword where a gun would most likely kill you." "I see," Helena looked strangely at him. "You're becoming very vocal all of a sudden." Donovan rubbed his eyes and shivered in the cold. "What of it? You wanted the truth. You're getting it. Why am I telling them? Why am I not just leading them to the slaughter as Valduma wanted? Is it that I can't stand the thought of Helena being hunted like a beast? Whose side am I on?" He thought wildly. Takahashi gestured and his voice came eager. "That's it. That's it. The ship scattered assorted metal and plastic over 20 hectares as she fell. Safe for us to gather up tomorrow. We can use our blaster flames to shape weapons. Swords, axes, spears. By the galaxy, we'll arm ourselves and then we'll march on Dragobik. Chapter 5. It was a strange little army, thought Donovan, as strange as any the galaxy had ever seen. He looked back. The old ruined highway went down a narrow valley between sheer cliffs of eroded black stone reaching up toward the deep purplish heaven. The sun was wheeling westerly, a dull red ember throwing light like clotted blood on the dreariness of rock and ice and gaunt gray trees. A few snowflakes, borne on a thin chill wind, drifted across the path of march. A lonely bird, cruel-beaked and watchful, hovered on great black wings far overhead, waiting for them to die. The men of the Imperial Solar Navy walked close together. They were haggard and dirty and bearded, clad in such ragged articles as they had been able to salvage, armed with the crudely forged weapons of a vanished age. Carrying their sick and wounded on rude litters. Ghost world, ghost army, marching through an echoing windy solitude to its unknown weird, but men's faces were still brave, and one of them was singing. The sunburst banner of the Empire flapped above them, the one splash of color in the great murky landscape. Luck had been with them, of a sort. Game animals had appeared in more abundance than one would have thought the region could support, deer-like things which they shot for meat to supplement their iron rations. They had stumbled on the old highway and followed its arrow-straight course southward. Many days and many tumbled hollow ruins of great cities lay behind them, and still they trudged on. Luck? Wondered Donovan. I think it was intentional. I think the Arzunians want us to reach Dragobik. He heard the scrape of boots on the slanting hillside behind him, and turned around to face Helena. He stopped and smiled. There had been a slow unspoken intimacy growing between them as they worked and struggled together. Not many words, but the eyes of each would often stray to the other, and a hand would brush over a hand as if by accident. Tired and hungry and road-stained, cap set askew on tangled hair, skin reddened by wind and blued with cold, she was still good to look on. "Why are you walking so far from the road?" she asked. "Oh, serving as outrider, maybe," he said, resuming his stride. She fell into step beside him. "Up here you get a wider view. Do you think we have much further to go, Basil?" He shrugged. "We'd never have come this far without you," she said, looking down at her scuffed boots. "You and Woka and Takahashi. Maybe the Empire will send a rescue mission when we don't come back," he suggested. "No doubt they will. But they can't find one little star in this immensity. Even thermocouples won't help, the nebula diffuses radiation too much. And they'd be blundering into the same trap as we." Helena looked up. "No, Basil, we've got to fight our way clear alone." There was a long stretch of thicket growing on the hillside. Donovan went along the right of it, cutting off view of the army. "You know," he said, "you and those boys down there make me feel a lot kinder toward the Empire." "Thank you. Thank you. She took his arm. "It's a question of unifying the human race, ultimately this whole region of stars, and, oh." The beasts were suddenly there in front of them, lean black things which snarled with mouths of hunger. One of them circled toward the human's flank, the other crouched. Donovan yanked his sword clear. "Get behind me," he snapped, turning to face the approaching hunter. "No, back to back," Helena's own blade rasped from its sheath. She lifted a shout for help. The nearest animal sprang for her throat. She hacked wildly, the blade twisted in her hand and scraped the muzzled face. Jaws clamped on the edged steel and let go with a bloody howl. Donovan swung at the other beast, the blow shuddered home and it screamed and writhed and snapped at his ankles. Whirling, he turned on the thing which had launched itself at Helena. He hewed, and the animal wasn't there, his blade rang on naked stone. A weight crashed against his back, he went down and the teeth clamped on his shoulder. Helena swung. The carnivore raised its head to snarl at her, and she gripped the sword in both hands and stabbed. It threshed wildly, dying, spewing blood over the hillside. The other wounded creature disappeared. Helena bent over Donovan, held him close, her eyes wild. "Are you hurt? Basil. Oh Basil, are you hurt?" "No," he muttered. The teeth didn't have time to work through this heavy jacket. He pulled her head down against his. "Basil, Basil." He rose, still holding her to him. Her arms locked about his neck, and there were tears and laughter in her voice. "Oh, Basil, my darling." "Helena," he murmured. "I love you, Helena. When we get home, I'm due for furlough, I'll retire instead, your house on Ansa. Oh, Basil, I never thought I could be so glad." The massive thunder of feet brought them apart. Woka burst around the thicket, swinging his giant axe in both hands. "Are you all right, boss?" he roared. Yes, we're all right. A couple of those damned wolf-like things which've been plaguing us the whole march. Go on back, Woka, we'll join you soon." The Dunarian's ape face split in a vast grin. "So you take a female, boss?" he cried. Good, we need lots of little Donovans at home. Get on back, you old busybody, and keep that gossiping mouth shut." Hours later, Helena returned to the army where it was making camp. Donovan stayed where he was, looking down at the men where they moved about gathering wood and digging fire pits. The blazes were a note of cheer in the thickening murk. Helena, he thought. Helena. She's a fine girl, wonderful girl, she's what the thinning family blood and I, myself, need. But why did I do it? Why did I talk that way to her? Just then, in the strain and fear and loneliness, it seemed as if I cared. But I don't. She's just another woman. She's not Valduma. The twilight murmured, and he saw the dim sheen of metal beside him. The men of Dragobik were gathering. They stood tall and godlike in helmet and ringmail and night-black cloaks, leaning on swords and spears, death-white faces cold with an ancient scorn as they looked down on the human camp. Their eyes were phosphorescent green in the dark. Donovan nodded, without fear or surprise or anything but a sudden great weariness. He remembered some of them from the days when he had been alone in the bows of the ship with the invaders while his men cowered and rioted and went crazy in the stern sectors. "Hello, Morzak, Aboda, Zagoyan, Korstuzan, Davlika," he said. "Welcome back again." Valduma walked out of the blood-hued twilight, and he took her in his arms and held her for a long fierce time. Her kiss was as cruel as a swooping hawk. She bit his lips and he tasted blood warm and salt where she had been. Afterward she turned in the circle of his arm and they faced the silent men of Dragobik. "You are getting near the city," said Morzak. His tones were deep, with the chill ringing of struck steel in them. "It is time for the next stage." "I thought you saved some of us deliberately," said Donovan. "Us?" Valduma's lips caressed his cheek. "Them, Basil, them. You don't belong there, you are with Arzon and me." "You must have projected that game where we could spot it," went on Donovan, shakily. "You've kept us, them, alive and enabled us to march on your city, on the last inhabited city left to your race. You could have hunted them down as you did all the others, made sport of them with wild animals and falling rocks and missiles shooting out of nowhere, but instead you want them for something else. What is it?" "You should have guessed," said Morzak. "We want to leave Arzon." "Leave it? You can do so any time, by yourselves. You've done it for millennia. We can only go to the barbarian fringe stars. Beyond them it is a greater distance to the next suns than we can cross unaided. Yet though we have captured many spaceships and have them intact at Dragobik, we cannot operate them. The principles learned from the humans don't make sense. When we have tried to pilot them, it has only brought disaster. But why do you want to leave?" "It is a recent decision, precipitated by your arrival, but it has been considered for a long while. This sun is old, this planet exhausted, and the lives of we few remnants of a great race flicker in a hideous circumscribed drabness. Sooner or later, the humans will fight their way here in strength too great for us. Before then we must be gone. So, Donovan spoke softly, and the wind whimpered under his voice. So your plan is to capture this group of spacemen and make them your slaves, to carry you, where? Out. Away. Valduma's clear lovely laughter rang in the night. To seize another planet and build our strength afresh. She gripped his waist and he saw the white gleam of her teeth out of shadow. To build a great army of obedient space-going warriors, and then out to hunt between the stars. Hunt. Look here. Morzak edged closer, his eyes a green glow, the vague sheen of naked steel in his hand. I've been polite long enough. You have your chance, to rise above the human scum that spawned you and be one of us. Help us now and you can be with us till you die. Otherwise, we'll take that crew anyway, and you'll be hounded across the face of this planet. Welcome back, Basil Donovan, welcome back to the old king race. Come with us, lead the humans into our ambush and be the Lord of Stars. They circled about him, tall and mailed and beautiful in the shadowlight, luring whispering voices, ripple of dark laughter, the hunters playing with their quarry and taming it. Donovan remembered them, remembered the days when he had talked and smiled and drunk and sung with them, the Lucifer-like intoxication of their dancing darting minds. A wildness of magic and mystery and reckless wizard sport, a glory which had taken something from his soul and left an emptiness within him. Morzak, Maravek, Aboda, Zagoyan, for a time he had been the consort of the gods. Basil. Valduma laid sharp-nailed fingers in his hair and pulled his lips to hers. Basil, I want you back. He held her close, feeling the lithe savage strength of her, recalling the flame-like beauty and the nights of love such as no human could ever give. His whisper was thick, you got bored last time and sent me back. How long will I last now? As long as you wish, Basil. Forever and forever. He knew she lied, and he didn't care. This is what you must do, Donovan, said Morzak. He listened with half his mind. It was a question of guiding the army into a narrow cul-de-sac where the Arzunians could perform the delicate short-range work of causing chains to bind around them. For the rest, he was thinking. They hunt. They intrigue, and they whittle down their last few remnants with fighting among themselves, and they prey on the fringe stars, and they capture living humans to hunt down for sport. They haven't done anything new for 10,000 years, creativeness has withered from them, and all they will do if they escape the nebula is carry ruin between the stars. They're mad. Yes, a whole society of psychopaths, gone crazy with the long racial dying. That's the real reason they can't handle machines, that's why they don't think of friendship but only of war, that's why they carry doom within them. But I love you, I love you, I love you, O Valduma the Fair. He drew her to him, kissed her with a terrible intensity, and she laughed in the dark. Looking up, he faced the blaze that was Morzak. All right, he said. I understand. Tomorrow. Good, well done. Oh, Basil, Basil, whispered Valduma. Come away with me, now. No. They'd suspect. I have to go down to them or they'll come looking for me. Good night, Basil, my darling, my Vorza. Until tomorrow. He went slowly down the hillside, drawing his shoulders together against the cold, not looking back. Helena rose when he approached her campfire, and the flimmering light made her seem pale and unreal. Where have you been, Basil? You look so tired. Just walking around. I'm all right. He spread his couch of stiff and stinking animal hides. We'd better turn in, eh? But he slept little. Chapter 6. The highway curved between great looming walls of cragged old rock, a shadow tunnel with the wind yowling far overhead and the sun a disk of blood. Men's footfalls echoed from the cracked paving blocks to boom hollowly off time-gnawed cliffs and ring faintly in the ice. It was cold, their breath smoked from them and they shivered and cursed and stamped their feet. Donovan walked beside Helena, who was riding Woka. His eyes narrowed against the searching wind, looking ahead and around, looking for the side track where the ambush waited. Dragobik was very near. Something moved up on the ridge, a flapping black thing which was instantly lost to sight. The Arzunians were watching. There, up ahead, the solitary tree they had spoken of, growing out between age-crumbled fragments of the road. The highway swung west around a pinnacle of rock, but here there was a branch road running straight south into a narrow ravine. All I have to do is suggest we take it. They won't know till too late that it leads up a blind canyon. Helena leaned over toward him, so that the long wind-whipped hair blew against his cheek. "Which way should we go?" she asked. One hand rested on his shoulder. He didn't slacken his stride, but his voice was low under the whine of bitter air. "To the right, Helena, and on the double. The Arzunians are waiting up the other road, but Dragobik is just beyond that crag." "Basil. How do you know?" Woka's long hairy ears cocked attentively, and the little eyes under the heavy bone ridges were suddenly sharp on his master. "They wanted me to mislead you. I didn't say anything before for fear they'd be listening, somehow. Because I hadn't decided," he thought grayly. "Because Valduma is mad, and I love her." Helena turned and lifted her arm, voice ringing out to rattle in jeering echoes, "Column right. Forward, charge." Woka broke into a trot, the ground booming and shivering under his huge feet. Donovan paced beside, drawing his sword and swinging it naked in one hand, his eyes turned to the canyon and the rocks above it. The humans fell into a jogging run. They swept past the ambush road, and suddenly Valduma was on the ridge above them, tall and slim and beautiful, the hair like a blowing flame under her helmet. "Basil," she screamed. "Basil, you triple traitor." The others were there with her, men of Dragobik standing on the heights and howling their fury. They had chains in their hands, and suddenly the air was thick with flying links. One of them smashed against Donovan and curled itself snake-like around his waist. He dropped his sword and tugged at the cold iron, feeling the breath strained out of him, cursing with the pain of it. Woka reached down a hand and peeled the chain off, snapping it in two and hurling it back at the Arzunians. It whipped in the air, lashing itself across his face, and he bellowed. The men of Soul were weltering in a fight with the flying chains, beating them off, stamping the writhing lengths underfoot, yelling as the things cracked against their heads. "Forward!" cried Helena. "Charge, get out of here, forward, Empire!" A chain whistled viciously for her face. She struck at it with her sword, tangling it on the blade, metal clashing on metal. Takahashi had his blaster out, its few remaining charges thundering to fuse the missiles. Other flames roared at the Arzunians, driving them back, forcing them to drop control of the chains to defend their lives. "Run! Forward!" The column shouted and plunged down the highway. Valduma was suddenly before them, her face distorted in fury, stabbing a spear at Donovan's breast. The man parried the thrust and hewed at her, she was gone, and the Terrans rushed ahead. The rocks groaned. Donovan saw them shuddering above him, saw the first hail of gravel and heard the huge grinding of strata. "They're trying to bury us," he yelled. "We've got to get clear." Woka stooped, snatched him up under one arm, and galloped. A boulder whizzed by his head, smashing against the farther wall and spraying him with hot chips of stone. Now the boom of the landslide filled their world, rolling and roaring between the high cliffs. Cracks zigzagged across the worn black heights, the crags shivered and toppled, dust boiled across the road. "Basil!" Donovan saw Valduma again, dancing and leaping between the boulders, raising a scream of wrath and laughter. Morzak was there, standing on a jut of rock, watching the hillside fall. Woka burst around the sentinel peak. A line of Arzunians stood barring the way to Dragobik, the sunlight flaming off their metal. Woka dropped Donovan, hefted his axe in both hands, and charged them. Donovan picked himself up and scrambled in the wake of his slave. Behind him, the Terrans were streaming from the collapsing dale, out over open ground to strike the enemy. The rocks bounded and howled, a man screamed as he was pinned, there were a dozen buried under the landslide. Woka hit the Arzunian line. His axe blazed, shearing off an arm, whirling up again to crumple a helmet and cleave the skull beneath. Rearing, he knocked down two of them and trampled them underfoot. A warrior smote at his flank. Helena, gripping one mighty shoulder, engaged him with her free hand, her blade whistling around his ears. They fell away from that pair, and the Terrans attacked them. Donovan crossed swords with one he knew, Maravek, the laughing half-devil whose words he had so much enjoyed in earlier days. The Arzunian grinned at him across a web of flying steel. His blade stabbed in, past the Anson's awkward guard, reaching for his guts. Donovan retreated, abandoning the science he didn't know for a wild whirling and hacking, his iron battering at the bright weapon before him. Clash and clang of edged metal, leaping and dancing, Maraveka's red hair wild in the rising wind and his eyes alight with laughter. Donovan felt his backward step halted, he was against the high stone pillar and could not run. He braced his feet and hewed out, a scream of cloven air and outraged steel. Maraveka's sword went spinning from his hand. It hit the ground and bounced up toward the Arzunian's clutch. Donovan smote again, and the shock of iron in flesh jarred him where he stood. Maravek fell in a rush of blood. For an instant Donovan stood swaying over the Arzunian, looking stupidly at the blood on his own hands, hearing the clamor of his heartbeat and sucking a dry gasp into his lungs. Then he picked up the fallen being's glaive. It was a better weapon. Turning, he saw that the fight had become a riot, knots of men and unmen snarling and hacking in a craziness of death. No room or time here for wizard stunts, it was blood and bone and nerve against its kind. The Terrans fought without much skill in the use of their archaic equipment, but they had the cold courage blended of training and desperation. And they knew better how to cooperate. They battled away to each other and stood back to back against all comers. Woka raged and trampled, smashing with axe and fist and feet and hurled stones, his war cry bellowing and shuddering in the hills. An Arzunian vanished from in front of him and appeared behind with spear poised. The Dunarian suddenly backed up, catching the assailant and smashing him under his hind feet while he dueled another from the front. Helena's arm never rested, she swung to right and left, guarding his flanks yelling as her blade drove home. Donovan shook himself and trotted warily over to where a tide of Arzunians raged about a closely drawn ring of impis. The humans were standing firm, driving each charge back in a rush of blood, heaping the dead before them. But now spears were beginning to fall out of the sky, driven by no hand but stabbing for the throats and eyes and bellies of men. Donovan loped for the sharp edge of the hills, where they toppled to the open country in which the fight went on. He scrambled up a rubbled slope and gripped a thin pinnacle to swing himself higher. She was there. She stood on a ledge, the heap of spears at her feet, looking down over the battle and chanting as she sent forth the flying death. He noticed even then how her hair was a red glory about the fine white loveliness of her head. Valduma, he whispered, as he struck at her. She was not there, she sat on a higher ledge and jeered at him. Come and get me, Basil, darling, darling. Come up here and talk to me. He looked at her as Lucifer must have looked back to heaven. Let us go, he said. Give us a ship and send us home. And have you bring our overlords back in? She laughed aloud. They aren't so bad, Valduma. The Empire means peace and justice for all races. Who speaks? Her scorn flamed at him. You don't believe that. He stood there for a moment. No, he whispered. No, I don't. Stooping, he picked up the sheaf of spears and began to crawl back down the rocks. Valduma cursed him from the heights. There was a break in the combat around the hard-pressed Terran ring as the Arzunians drew back to pant and glare. Donovan ran through and flung his load clashing at the feet of Takahashi. "Good work," said the officer. "We need these things. Here, get into the formation. Here we go again." The Arzunians charged in a wedge to gather momentum. Donovan braced himself and lifted his sword. The Terrans in the inner ring slanted their spears between the men of the outer defense. For a very long half-minute, they stood waiting. The enemy hit. Donovan hewed at the nearest, drove the probing sword back and hammered against the guard. Then the whirl of battle swept his antagonist away. Someone else was there. He traded blows and the howl of men and metal lifted skyward. The Terrans had staggered a little from the massive assault, but it spitted itself on the inner pikes and then swords and axes went to work. Ha, clang, through the skull and give it to them. Hi, Empire. Ansa, Ansa. Clatter and yell and deep-throated roar, the Arzunians boiling around the solar line, leaping and howling and whipping out of sight, a habit which saved their lives but blunted their attack. Thought Donovan in a moment's pause. Woka smashed the last few who had been standing before him, looked around to the major struggle, and pawed the ground. "Ready, lady," he rumbled. "Aye, ready, Woka. Let's go." The Donarian backed up to get a long running space. "Hang on tight," he warned. "Never mind fighting, lady. All right." He broke into a trot, a canter, and then a full gallop. The earth trembled under his mass. "Ho!" he screamed. "Here we come." Helena threw both arms around his corded neck. When they hit it was like a nuclear bomb going off. In a few seconds of murder, Woka had strewn the ground with smashed corpses, whirled, and begun cutting his way into the disordered main group of the Arzunians. They didn't stand before him. Suddenly they were gone, all of them, except for the dead. Donovan looked over the field. The dead were thick, thick. He estimated that half the little Terran force was slain or out of action. But they must have taken 3 or 4 times their number of Arzunians to the Black Planet with them. The stony ground was pooled and steaming with blood. Carrion birds stooped low, screaming. Helena fell from Woka's back into Donovan's arms. He comforted her wild sobbing, holding her to him and murmuring in her ear and kissing the wet cheeks and lips. "It's over, dear, it's over for now. We drove them away." She recovered herself in a while and stood up, straightening her torn disarray, the mask of command clamping back over her face. To Takahashi, "How are our casualties?" He reported. It was much as Donovan had guessed. "But we gave hell for it, didn't we?" "How is that?" wondered Cohen. He leaned against Woka, not showing the pain that jagged through him as they bandaged his wounded foot except by an occasional sharp breath. "They're more at home with this cutlery than we, and they have those damned parapsych talents too." "They're not quite sane," replied Donovan tonelessly. "Whether you call it a cultural trait or a madness which has spread to the whole population, they're a wild bloodthirsty crew, 2-legged weasels. And with a superiority complex which wouldn't have let them be very careful in dealing with us. No discipline, no real plan of action." He looked south over the rolling moorland. "Those things count. They may know better next time." "Next time? 50 or 60 men can't defeat a planet, Donovan," said Takahashi. "No. Though this is an old dying race, their whole population in the city ahead, and most of it will flee in panic and take no part in any fighting. They aren't used to victims that fight back. If we can slug our way through to the spaceships they have there." "Spaceships?" The eyes stared at him, wild with a sudden blaze of hope, men crowding close and leaning on their reddened weapons and raising a babble of voices. "Spaceships, spaceships, home." "Yeah." Donovan ran a hand through his yellow hair. The fingers trembled just a bit. Some ships, the first ones, they merely destroyed by causing the engines to run loose. But others they brought here, I suppose, by inducing the crew to land and parley. Only they killed the crews and can't handle the machines themselves. If they captured ships, said Helena slowly, then they captured weapons too, and even they can squeeze a trigger. Sure. But you didn't see them shooting at us just now, did you? They used all the charges to hunt or duel. So if we can break through and escape, they could still follow us and wreck our engines, said Takahashi. Not if we take a small ship, as we'd have to anyway, and mount guard over the vital spots. An Arzunian would have to be close at hand and using all his energies to misdirect atomic flows. He could be killed before any mischief was done. I doubt if they'd even try. Besides, went on Donovan, his voice dry and toneless as a lecturing professor's, they can only do so much at a time. I don't know where they get the power for some of their feats, such as leaving this planet's gravitational well. It can't be from their own metabolisms, it must be some unknown cosmic energy source. They don't know how it works themselves, it's an instinctive ability. But it takes a lot of nervous energy to direct that flow, and I found last time I was here that they have to rest quite a while after some strenuous deed. So if we can get them tired enough, and the fight is likely to wear both sides down, they won't be able to chase us till we're out of their range. Takahashi looked oddly at him. You know a lot, he murmured. Yeah, maybe I do. Well, if the city is close as you say, we'd better march right away before our wounds stiffen, and before the natives get a chance to organize. Rig up carrying devices for those too badly hurt to move, said Helena. The walking wounded can tote them, and the rest of us form a protective square. Won't that slow us and handicap us? Asked Donovan. Her head lifted, the dark hair blowing about her proud features in the thin whimpering wind. As long as it's humanly possible we're going to look after our men. What's the Imperium for if it can't protect its own? Yeah, I suppose so. Donovan slouched off to join the salvaging party that was stripping the fallen Arzunians of arms and armor for Terran use. He rolled over a corpse to unbuckle the helmet and looked at the blood-masked face of Korstuzan who had been his friend once, very long ago. He closed the staring eyes, and his own were blind with tears. Woka came to join him. The Donarian didn't seem to notice the gashes in his hide, but he was equipped with a shield now and had a couple of extra swords slung from his shoulders. You got a good lady, boss, he said. She fights hard. She will bear you strong sons. Valduma could never bear my children. Different species can't breed. And she is the outlaw darkness, the last despairing return to primeval chaos, she is the enemy of all which is honest and good. But she is very fair. Slowly, the humans reformed their army, a tight ring about their wounded, and set off down the road. The dim sun wheeled horizon-ward. Chapter 7. Dragobik lay before them. The city stood on the open grey moor, and it had once been large. But its outer structures were long crumbled to ruin, heaps and shards of stone riven by ages of frost, fallen and coveted by the creeping dust. Here and there a squared monolith remained like the last snag in a rotted jaw, dark against the windy sky. It was quiet. Nothing stirred in all the sweeping immensity of hill and moor and ruin and loneliness. Helena pointed from her seat on Woka, and a lilt of hope was eager in the tired voice. See, a ship, ahead there. They stared, and someone raised a ragged cheer. Over the black square-built houses of the inner city they could make out the metal nose of a freighter. Takahashi squinted. It's Denibian, I think, he said. Looks as if man isn't the only race which has suffered from these scum. All right, boys, said Helena. Let's go in and get it. They went down a long empty avenue which ran spear-straight for the center. The porticoed houses gaped with wells of blackness at their passage, looming in cracked and crazily leaning massiveness on either side, throwing back the hollow slam of their boots. Donovan heard the uneasy mutter of voices to his rear, "Don't like this place. Haunted. They could be waiting anywhere for us." The wind blew a whirl of snow across their path. "Basil. Basil, my dear." Donovan's head jerked around, and he felt his throat tighten. Nothing. No movement, no sound, emptiness. "Basil, I am calling you. No one else can hear. Why are you with these creatures, Basil? Why are you marching with the oppressors of your planet? We could free Ansa, Basil, given time to raise our armies. We could sweep the Terrans before us and hound them down the ways of night. And yet you march against us." "Valduma," he whispered. "Basil, you were very dear to me. You were something new and strong and of the future, come to our weary old world, and I think I loved you. I could still love you, Basil. I could hold you forever, if you would let me." "Valduma, have done." A mocking ripple of laughter, sweet as rain in springtime, the gallantry of a race which was old and sick and doomed and could still know mirth. Donovan shook his head and stared rigidly before him. It was as if he had laid hands on that piece of his soul which had been lost, and she was trying to wrench it from him again. Only he wanted her to win. "Go home, Basil. Go home with this female of yours. Breed your cubs, fill the house with brats, and try to think your little round of days means something. Strut about under the blue skies, growing fat and gray, bragging of what a great fellow you used to be and disapproving of the younger generation. As you like, Basil. But don't go out to space again. Don't look at the naked stars. You won't dare." "No," he whispered. She laughed, a harsh bell of mockery ringing in his brain. "You could have been a god, or a devil. But you would rather be a pot-bellied imperial magistrate. Go home, Basil Donovan, take your female home, and when you are wakened at night by her, shall we say her breathing, 'Do not remember me.'" The Terrans slogged on down the street, filthy with dust and grease and blood, uncouth shamblers, apes in the somber ruin of the gods. Donovan thought he had a glimpse of Valduma standing on a rooftop, the clean lithe fire of her, silken flame of her hair and the green unhuman eyes which had lighted in the dark at his side. She had been a living blaze, an unending trumpet and challenge, and when she broke with him it had been quick and clean, no soddenness of age and custom and, damn it, all the little things which made humanness. "All right, Valduma. We're monkeys. We're noisy and self-important, compromisers and trimmers and petty cheats, we huddle away from the greatness we could have. Our edifices are laid brick by brick with endless futile squabbling over each one, and yet, Valduma, there is something in man which you don't have. There's something by which these men have fought their way through everything you could loose on them, helping each other. Going forward under a ridiculous rag of colored cloth and singing as they went." "Fine words," added his mind. "Too bad you don't really believe them." He grew aware of Helena's anxious eyes on him. "What's the matter, darling?" she asked gently. "You look ill." "Tired," he said. "But we can't have so very far to go now. Look out." Whirling, he saw the pillars of the house to the right buckle, saw the huge stone slabs of the roof come thundering over the top and street ward. For a blinding instant he saw Valduma, riding the slab down, yelling and laughing, and then she was gone and the stone struck. They were already running, dropping their burden of the hurt and fleeing for safety. Another house groaned and rumbled. The ground shook, flying shards stung Donovan's back, echoes rolled down the ways of Drogobik. Someone was screaming, far and faint under the grinding racket. "Forward! Forward!" Helena's voice whipped back to him, she led the rush while the city thundered about her. Then a veil of rising dust blotted her out, he groped ahead, stumbling over fallen pillars and cornices, hearing the boom around him, running and running. Valduma laughed, a red flame through the whirling dust. Her spear gleamed for his breast, he grabbed it with one hand and hacked at her with his sword. She was gone, and he raced ahead, not stopping to think, not daring. They came out on a great open plaza. Once there had been a park here, and carved fountains, but nothing remained save a few leafless trees and broken pieces. And the spaceships. The spaceships, a loom of metal against the dark stone beyond, half a dozen standing there and waiting, spaceships, the most beautiful sight in the cosmos. Helena and Woka were halted near a small fast comet-class scout boat. The surviving Terrans ran toward them. Few, thought Donovan sickly, few, perhaps a score left, bleeding from the cuts of flying stone, grey with dust and fear. The city had been a trap. "Come on," yelled the woman. "Over here and off this planet." The men of Dragobik were suddenly there, a ring about the ship and another about the whole plaza, crouched with their weapons and their cat's eyes aflame. A score of hurt starvelings and 1,000 unmen. A trumpet blew its high note into the dusking heavens. The Arzunians rested arms, expressionless. Donovan and the other humans continued their pace, forming a battle square. Morzak stood forth in front of the scout ship. "You have no further chance to escape," he called. "But we want your services, not your lives, and the service will be well rewarded. Lay down your weapons." Woka's arm straightened. His axe flew like a thunderbolt, and Morzaka's head burst open. The Donarian roared and went against the enemy line. They edged away, fearfully, and the Terrans followed him in a trotting wedge. Donovan moved up on Woka's right side, sword hammering at the thrusts for his ribs. An Arzunian yelled an order which must have meant, "Stop them." Donovan saw the outer line break into a run, converging on the knot of struggle. No flying spears this time, he reflected in a moment's bleak satisfaction. Tearing down those walls must have exhausted most of their directing energies. A native rushed at him, sword whistling from behind a black shield. Donovan caught the blow on his own plundered skut, feeling it ring in the bones of his arm, and hewed back. His blade screamed close to the white teeth-bared face, and he called a panting salutation, "Try again, Davlika." "I will." The blows rained on his shield, sang viciously low to cut at his legs, clattering and clanging, whistle of air and howl of iron under the westering sun. He backed up against Woka's side, where the Donarian and the woman smote against the airlock's defenders, and braced himself and struck out. Davlika snarled and hacked at Donovan's spread leg. The Anson's glaive snaked forth against his unshielded neck. Davlika's sword clashed to earth and he sprawled against the human. Raising his bloody face, he drew a knife, lifted it, and tried to thrust upward. Donovan, already crossing blades with Aboda, stamped on his hand. Davlika grinned, a rueful crooked grin through the streaming blood, and died. Aboda pressed close, working up against Donovan's shield. He had none himself, but there was a dirk in his left hand. His sword locked with Donovan's, strained it aside, and his knife clattered swiftly for an opening. Helena turned about and struck from her seat. Aboda's head rolled against Donovan's shield and left a red splash down it. The man retched. Woka, swinging one of his swords, pushed ahead into the Arzunians, crowding them aside by his sheer mass, beating down a guard and the helmet or armor beyond it. "Clear," he bellowed. "I got the way clear, lady." Helena sprang to the ground and into the lock. "Takahashi, Koen, Basil, Wanki, come in and help me start the engines. The rest of you hold them off. Don't give them time to exert what collective para-power they have left and ruin something. Make them think. Think about their lives, huh?" Woka squared off in front of the airlock and raised his sword. "All right, boys, here they come. Let them have what they want." Donovan halted in the airlock. Valduma was there, her fiery head whirling in the rush of black-clad warriors. He leaned over and grabbed a spaceman's arm. "Ben Ali, go in and help start this crate. I have to stay here." "But..." Donovan shoved him in, stood beside Takahashi, and braced himself to meet the Arzunian charge. They rushed in, knowing that they had to kill the humans before there was an escape, swinging their weapons and howling. The shock of the assault threw men back, pressed them to the ship and jammed weapons close to breasts. The Terrans cursed and began to use fists and feet, clearing a space to fight in. Donovan's sword clashed against a shield, drove off another blade, stabbed for a face, and then it was all lost in the crazed maelstrom, hack and thrust and take the blows they give, sword. They raged against Woka, careless now of their lives, thundering blows against his shield, slashing and stabbing and using their last wizard strength to fill the air with blades. He roared and stood his ground, the sword leaped in his hand, metal clove in thunder. The shield was crumpled, falling apart, he tossed it with rib-cracking force against the nearest Arzunian. His nicked and blunted sword burst against a helmet, and he drew the other. The ship trembled, thutter of engines warming up, the eager promise of sky and stars and green Terra again. "Get in!" bawled Donovan. "Get in! We'll hold them." He stood by Woka as the last crewman entered, stood barring the airlock with a wall of blood and iron. Through a blurring vision, he saw Valduma approach. She smiled at him, one slim hand running through the copper hair, the other held out in sign of peace. Tall and gracious and lovely beyond his knowing, she moved up toward Donovan, and her clear voice rang in his darkening mind. "Basil, you, at least, could stay. You could guide us out to the stars." "You go away," groaned Woka. The devil's rage flamed in her face. She yelled, and a lance whistled from the sky and buried itself in the great breast. "Woka," yelled Donovan. The Donarian snarled and snapped off the shaft that stood between his ribs. He whirled it over his head, and Valduma's green eyes widened in fear. "Donovan," roared Woka, and let it fly. It smashed home, and the Anson dropped his sword and swayed on his feet. He couldn't look on the broken thing which had been Valduma. "Boss, you go home now." Woka laid him in the airlock and slammed the outer valve shut. Turning, he faced the Arzunians. He couldn't see very well, one eye was gone, and there was a ragged darkness before the other. The sword felt heavy in his hand. "But ho!" he roared and charged them. He spitted one and trampled another and tossed a third into the air. Whirling, he clove a head and smashed a ribcase with his fist and chopped another across. His sword broke, and he grabbed two Arzunians and cracked their skulls together. They ran, then, turned and fled from him. And he stood watching them go and laughed. His laughter filled the city, rolling from its walls, drowning the whistle of the ship's takeoff and bringing blood to his lips. He wiped his mouth with the back of one hand, spat, and lay down. "We're clear, Basil." Helena clung to him, shivering in his arms, and he didn't know if it was a laugh or a sob in her throat. "We're away, safe, we'll carry word back to Sol and they'll clear the Black Nebula for good." "Yeah." He rubbed his eyes. "Though I doubt the Navy will find anything. If those Arzunians have any sense, they'll project to various fringe planets, scatter, and try to pass as harmless humanoids. But it doesn't matter, I suppose. Their power is broken. And we'll go back to your home, Basil, and bring Ansa and Terra together and have a dozen children and—" He nodded. Sure. Sure. But he wouldn't forget. In the winter nights, when the stars were sharp and cold in a sky of ringing crystal black, he would go out and watch them? Or pull his roof over him and wait for dawn? He didn't know yet. Still, even if this was a long ways from being the best of all possible universes, it had enough in it to make a man glad of his day. He whistled softly, feeling the words run through his head. Lift your glasses high. Kiss the girls goodbye. Live well, my friend, live well, live you well. For we're riding. For we're riding. For we're riding out to Terran sky. Terran sky. Terran sky. The thought came all at once that it could be a song of comradeship, too. Captive of the Centaurianess. The hero is the child of his times, in that his milieu furnishes him with motives and means, and yet the hero seizes the time and shapes it as he will. And he remains an enigma to his contemporaries and to the future. Nowhere is this better illustrated than in the strange story of the three whose discoveries and achievements determined the whole course of history. The driving idealism and bold military genius of Diane Corless, the mighty wisdom, profound and benign, of Urashkatan. Above all, perhaps, the transcendent clarity of mind and inspired leadership of Ballantyne, these molded our century and all centuries to come, and yet we will never understand them. They are too far beyond us and their essential selves must be forever a mystery. Vallabhai Rasmussen, History of the 23rd Century, v. 1. Chapter 1. The tender loomed above the crowd of passengers and leave-takers, a great shining bullet caught in floodlights against the dark, and Ray Ballantyne quickened his steps. By heaven, he'd made it. The flight from San Francisco to Quito, the nail-biting dawdle as he waited for the Airbus, then the flight out to Ecuador spaceport. The last walk through the vast echoing hollowness of the terminal, out onto the field, and there it was, there the little darling lay. Waiting to carry him from Earth up to the Jovian Queen and safety. He kissed his fingers at the tender and shoved rudely through the swarm of people and Martians. He'd already missed the first trip up to the liner, and the thought of waiting for the third was beyond endurance. Hey, chum. As the heavy hand fell on his arm, Ballantyne whirled, his heart slamming against his teeth and his spine dropping out. The thick-set man compared his thin sharp features with the photograph in the other paw, nodded, and said, "All right, Ballantyne, come along." "Say Lama Garcia," gibbered the engineer. "No hablo Ingalls." "I said come along," said the detective wearily. "I thought you'd try to leave Earth. This way." Ballantyne's free hand reached up and crammed the fellow's hat down over his eyes. Wrenching loose, he turned and ran for the gangway, upsetting a corpulent Latin woman en route and pursued by a volley of imprecations. He shoved aside the passenger before him and ran into the solid wall of an impassive Jovian ship's officer. The Jovian, a tall muscular blonde in a dazzling crispness of white uniform, looked at him with the thinly veiled contempt of a proper confide for the lesser breeds of humanity. "Ticket and passport, please," he said stonily. Ballantyne shoved them at him, glancing shakily back to the detective who had become entangled with the indignant woman and was being slapped with a handbag and volubly cursed. With maddening deliberation the Jovian scanned the engineer's papers, compared them with a list in his hand, and waved him on. The detective caromed against the same immovable barrier. "Let me by." he gasped. "Your ticket and passport, please," said the Jovian. "That man is under arrest." "Let me by." "Your ticket and passport, please." "I tell you I'm an officer of the law and I have a warrant for that man." "Let me by." "Proper authorization may be obtained at the main office," said the Jovian coldly. The detective tried to rush, encountered a bit of expert judo, and tumbled back into the crowd. Every able-bodied Jovian was a well-trained military reservist. "Proper authorization may be obtained at the main office," repeated the immovable barrier. "To the next man, your ticket and passport, please." Ray Ballantyne dashed the sweat off his brow and permitted himself a nasty chuckle. By the time the hapless detective had gone through all that red tape, the tender would be well on its way. Before one of his country's secret police the Jovian would have quailed and said nothing. But this was Earth, and the confites loved to bait terrestrials, and there was no better way than by demanding the endless papers which their file clerk mentalities had devised. The engineer went on into the tender, found a seat, and strapped himself in. He was clear. Before heaven, he was away. Even the long Vanbrugh arm did not reach to Jupiter. Ballantyne's alleged crimes weren't enough for the Earth government to ask his extradition. He could stay on Ganymede till the whole business had blown over, and then, well. He sighed, relaxing, a medium-sized young man, slender and wiry. with close-cropped yellow hair and features a little too sharp to be handsome. His thin deft fingers rearranged his overly colorful tie and straightened his sports jacket. Always wanted to see the Jovian system, anyway, he rationalized. The tender's airlock sighed shut and a stewardess went down the aisle handing out anti-acceleration pills. She had the full-bodied, pure-blooded good looks of the ideal Jovian together with their faintly repellent air of hard, purposeful efficiency. The rockets began to throb, warming up, and a siren hooted. Ballantyne turned to the man beside him, obsessed with the idiotic desire for conversation found in all recent escapees from the law or the dentist. "Going home, I see," he remarked. The man was a tall specimen in the grey Jovian army uniform, with colonel's planets on his shoulders and a chestful of ribbons and medals, about 40, closely shaven head, iron jaw, ramrod spine. He fixed the earthling with a chill pale eye and said, "And you, I see, are leaving home." Two scintillating deductions. Well. Ballantyne looked away, his ears ablaze. The Jovian clutched his heavy portfolio tighter to his side. The tender shook itself, howled, and jumped into the sky. Ballantyne leaned back in the cushioned seat, staring out the port at the fire-starred unfolding of space. The Jovian colonel sat rigid as before, not deigning to yield to the pressure. They came up to the Jovian queen, where the great liner held her orbit about Earth, and Ballantyne glimpsed her long metal shape, blinding in the raw sunlight, as the tender swung in for contact. When the airlocks joined there was a steady one-gravity as the spaceship rotated on her axis. Whatever you could say against the Jovians, and that was quite a bit, they did maintain the best transport in the solar system. Earth's heavy passenger and freight haulers were in tight financial straits competing with the state-subsidized lines of Jupiter. An expressionless uniformed steward took charge of the passengers as they entered the ship, herding them to their respective destinations. Ballantyne lugged his valise toward third-class section. He'd have to share his cabin with two others, how had the mighty fallen? Thinking over the decline and fall of the Ballantyne pocketbook, he sighed, and the suitcase seemed to drag at him. He'd hit Ganymede pretty broke, unless... He opened his assigned door. "Put me down." Ballantyne dropped his suitcase and his jaw. Within the narrow cabin a Martian was struggling in the clutch of a 6-foot armored woman. "Put me down," he spluttered. He coiled his limbs snake-like around the woman's brawny arms, and a Martian's 4 thick, rubbery walking tentacles have formidable strength. She didn't seem to notice. She laughed and shook him a bit. "I beg your pardon," gasped Ballantyne, backing away. "You are forgiven," said the woman. Her voice was a husky contralto, burdened with a rippling, slurring accent he couldn't place. She shot out one Martian-encumbered arm, grabbed him by the coat, and hauled him inside. "You be the judge, my friend. Is it not justice that I have the lower berth?" "It is noting of te sort," screamed the Martian, fixing Ballantyne with round, bulging, and indignant yellow eyes. "My position, my eminence, clearly entitle me to ebery consideration. And 'tis hulking monster." The earthling let his gaze travel up and down the woman's smooth-muscled form and said in an awed whisper, "I think you'd better accept the lady's generous offer." "But, I seem to have the wrong cabin." "Are you Ray Ballantyne of Earth?" asked the woman. He pleaded guilty. "Then you bellin with us. I have looked at the passenger lists. You may have the cot." Thanks," shivered Ballantyne, sitting down on it. The Martian seemed to give the fight up as a bad job and allowed himself to be placed on the upper bunk. "To think of it," he squeaked. Te great Urushkidan of Umunashektru, should be manhandled by a Sabayage who does not know a logarithm from an exponent. Urushkidan. Ballantyne knew the name of the Martian mathematician, the latter-day Gauss or Einstein, and stared as if this were the first Martian he had seen in his life. Urushkidan looked like any other of his race, at least to the inexperienced eye. A great gray-skinned cupola of a body balanced 4 feet high on the walking tentacles, with the 2 slim, 3-fingered arm tentacles writhing from either side of a wide lipless mouth set beneath that torso. Big unwinking eyes behind horn-rimmed spectacles, flat nose, elephantine ears. Not the Urushkidon, he gasped. Tyr is only one Urushkidon, said the Martian. The Amazon sat down on her own bunk and laughed, a Homeric shout of laughter ringing between the metal walls and shivering the furniture. "Welcome, little Earthman," she cried. "You are cute, I think I will like you. I am Diane Corlys of Cathantama." She grabbed his hand in a bone-cracking grip. "One of the Centaurians," said Ballantyne feebly. "Yes, so you call us." She opened her trunk and began unpacking. Ballantyne watched her with appreciation and some curiosity. He'd only seen the Alpha Centaurian visitors on television before now. She looked human enough externally, aside from a somewhat different convolution of the ears. Internally there were plenty of peculiarities, among them a skeletal and tissue structure considerably harder and denser than that of Homo solis. Alpha Centauri III, or Varan, as its more advanced nation had decided to call it after learning from the terrestrial explorers that it was a planet, was Earth-like enough in a cool and bracing way. But it had half again the surface gravity. Sexual differentiation also varied a bit from the solar norm. The Centaurian men were somewhat smaller and weaker than the women. They stayed at home and did the housework while their wives conducted the business. In the warlike culture of Cathantama and its neighbor states that meant going out, cutting the other army into hamburger, and stealing everything which wasn't bolted down. This, Diane Corlys, was something to write home about as far as looks went. Her size and the broadsword at her waist were intimidating, but her build was magnificent in a statuesque, tiger-lithe way. She looked young, her skin smooth, and faintly golden, a heavy mass of shining bronze hair coiled about the haughtily lifted head. Her face was close to the ideal of an ancient Hellenic sculptor, clean straight lines, firm jaw, brilliant gray eyes under heavy brows. She wore a light cuirass over her tunic, sandals, a bat-winged helmet on her head. It's strange they'd put you in the same cabin with me," said Ballantyne hesitantly. "Oh, you are safe enough," she grinned. He flushed, reflecting that the ladies from Centauri were in little danger from any solar man. Very likely it was the other way around. Then he recalled that their native titles translated into things like warrior, district ruler, chief, and so on. With their arrogant indifference to mere exploration and ethnology, the Jovians had probably assumed that Diane Corlys was male. Well, he wasn't going to enlighten them. He looked up to Urushkidon, who was morosely stuffing a big bowled pipe. "Ah, I know of your work, of course," he said hesitantly. "I was a nuclear engineer, so maybe I even have some appreciation of what it's about." The Martian preened. "Doubtless you have grasped it very well," he said generously. "As well as any Earthman could, which is, of course, saying very little. But, if I may ask, sir, what are you doing here?" "Oh, I have an invitation from T. Jobian Academy of Science to lecture. They are commendably interested and seem to realize my fundamental importance. I will be glad to get off Earth. Te air pressure, te gravity, pfui. But a man, Martian of your distinction, traveling third class. Oh, they sent me a first-class ticket, of course. But I turned it in, bought a third class, and banked te difference." He scowled darkly at Diane Corlys. "Tough if I must be treated so, well." He shrugged. A Martian shrugging is quite a sight. It is of no matter. We of Utu, Mars as you insist on calling it, are so incomparably far advanced in te philosophic virtues of serenity, generosity, and modesty that I can accept with equanimity. "Oh," said Ballantyne. "To the Centaurian, and may I ask why you are going to Jupiter, Miss Corlys?" "You may call me Diane," she said sweetly, "and I will call you Ray, so." I wish only to see Jupiter, though I doubt it will be as glamorous as Earth. Her eyes glowed. You live in a fable. The flyin' and travelin' machines, automatic kitchens, television, clocks and watches, exotic dress. Ah, it was worth 10 years travelin' just to see them. Ballantyne reflected on what he knew of Alpha Centauri. Even the fantastically fast new exploratory ships took 10 years to cross the interstellar gulf to its wild planets, and there had only been 3 expeditions so far. The third had brought back a group of curious natives who were to report to their queen what the stranger's homeland was like. He imagined that the spacemen had had quite a time, with that score of turbulent barbarians crammed into a narrow hull, though of course they'd passed almost the whole voyage in suspended animation. The visitors had spent about a year now on Earth and Luna, staring, asking endless questions, wondering what their hosts did with themselves now that the UN had brought the nations together and ended war. There hadn't been much trouble. Occasionally one of them would get mad and break somebody's jaw, and then there'd been the one who was invited to speak at a women's club. He chuckled to himself. Are these Jovians humans like you? Asked Diane. He nodded. The moons were colonized from Earth about 125 years ago. They declared their independence about 60 years past, and nobody thought it was worth the trouble to fight about it. Though maybe we should have. Why that? Oh well, the colonists were misfits originally, remnants of the old Eurasian militarisms. They did do heroic work in settling and developing the Jovian system. But they live under a dictatorship and make no bones about despising Earth and considering themselves the destined rulers of all the planets. Last year they grabbed the Saturnian colonies on the thinnest of pretexts, and Earth was too chicken-livered to do more than give them a reproachful look. Not that the UN has much of a navy these days, compared to theirs. Diane shrugged and went on unpacking. She hung an extra sword on the wall, unshipped her armor and put it up, and slipped into a loose fur-trimmed robe. Urushkatan slithered to the floor and opened his own trunk, pulling out a score of fat books which he placed on the shelf over his bunk and expropriated the little table for his papers, pencils, and humidor. You know, Dr. Urushkatan, said Ballantyne uneasily, I wish you weren't going to Jupiter. And why not? Asked the Martian belligerently. Well, doesn't your reformulation of general relativity indicate a way to build a ship which can go faster than light? Among other things, yes. Urushkatan blew a malodorous cloud of smoke. Well, I don't think the Jovians are interested in science for its own sake. I think they want to get you and your knowledge so they can build such ships themselves, which would be the last thing they need to take over the solar system. A Martian, said Urushkatan condescendingly, is not concerned with te squabblings of te lower animals. Noting personal, of course. Diane pulled an idol from her trunk and put it on her shelf. It was a small wooden image, gaudily painted and fiercely tusked, each of its 6 arms holding some weapon. One, Ballantyne noticed, was a carved terrestrial Tommy gun. Quiet, please, she said, raising one arm. I am about to pray to Ormond the Terrible. Barbarian, guffawed Urushkatan. Diane took a pillow and stuffed it in his mouth. Quiet, please, I said. She smiled gently and prostrated herself before the god. After a while she got up. Urushkatan was still speechless with rage. She turned to Ballantyne and asked, do the ships here carry live animals? I would like to make a small sacrifice too. Chapter 2. The bulletin board said that in the present orbital positions of the planets, the Jovian Queen would make her voyage at 1 Earth gravity acceleration in 6 days, 43 minutes. And 12 seconds, plus or minus 10 seconds. That might be pure braggadocio, though Ballantyne wouldn't have been surprised to learn that it was sober truth. He hoped the time was overestimated. His cabin mates were a little wearing on the nerves. Urushkatan filling the room with smoke, sitting up till all hours covering paper with mathematical symbols and screaming at any interruption. Diane was nice looking but rather overwhelming. In some ways she was reminiscent of Catherine Vanbrugh. The engineer shuddered. He slouched moodily into the bar and ordered a martini he could ill afford. The place was quiet, discreetly lit, not very full. His eyes fell on the stiff-laced Jovian colonel, still clutching his portfolio like grim death, but talking with unusual animation to a stunning terrestrial redhead. It was clear that ideas about the purity of the Jovian stock, hardened in the fire and ice of outer space, tempered and beaten into the new and dominant mankind, had been temporarily shelved. If I had some money, thought Ballantyne gloomily, I could detach her from him and enjoy this trip. The bartender informed him, with some awe, that the man was Colonel Ivan Hosea Domenico Rashevsky-Feldkamp, late military attaché of Jupiter's terrestrial embassy and an officer who had served with distinction in suppressing the Ionian revolt and in asserting Jupiter's rightful claims to Saturn. Ray was more interested in the girl's name and antecedents. Just as he'd thought, an heiress on a pleasure trip. Expensive. A couple of genial Earthmen moved up and began talking to him. Before long they suggested a friendly game of poker. Oh ho! Thought Ray, who knew that sort? Sure, he said. They played most of the time for a couple of days. Luck went back and forth, but in general Ray won, and toward the end he was a couple of thousand UN credits to the good. He let his eyes glitter with febrile cupidity, and the sharks, there were 3 of them all told, almost licked their lips. Excuse me a minute, said Ray, pocketing his winnings. I'll be back, and then we'll play for real stakes. You bet, said the sharks. They sat back, lit anticipatory cigars, and waited. And waited. And waited. Ray found the redhead remarkably easy to pry from the colonel. The girl thought it would be just too much fun to go slumming and have the captain's dinner with him in the third-class saloon. He led her down the thrumming corridor, thinking wistfully that before he knew it he'd be in Ganymede City and as broke as he'd been to start with. Urushkidin crawled slowly by, waving an idle tentacle at him. The Martian walking system was awkward under Earth gravity and, their table manners being worse than atrocious, they ate in a separate section. It was Diane who really started the trouble. She strode up behind Ray and clapped a heavy hand on his shoulder. "Where have you been?" she asked reproachfully. "You have not been in our cabin for 2 days and nights now." The redhead blushed. "Oh hello, Diane," said Ray, annoyed. "I'll see you later." "Of course you will." She smiled. "Ah, you dashing, glamorous Earthmen, you make me feel so small and weak." She topped him by a good 2 inches. They came into the doorway of the saloon and 3 familiar figures barred Ray's passage. "What the hell became of you, Ballantyne?" demanded one. His geniality was quite gone. "You was going to play some more with us." "I forgot," said Ray huskily. The 3 men looked bigger than they had, somehow. "It's not sporting to quit when you're so far ahead," said another. "Yeah," said a third. "You ought at least to give us our money back." "I haven't got it," said Ray. "Look, pal, things happen to people that ain't good sports. They ain't very popular, and things happen to them. Where's that money?" They crowded in, hemming him against the wall. Beyond them, he could see Colonel Rashevsky-Feldkamp staring coldly at the tableau. Ray wondered if he hadn't put the players up to this. They wouldn't have dared start trouble without some kind of sub-rosa official hint. "Come on back to our cabin and we'll talk this over, pal." The redhead squeaked and shrank aside. A meaty hand closed on Ray's arm and dragged him half off his feet. Diane bristled, one hand clapped to her sword. "Are these men annoying you, Ray?" she asked. "No, we just want a quiet little private talk with our friend," said one of them. "Just come along easy, Ballantyne." "Diane, I think they are annoying me," said the engineer, the words rattling in a suddenly dry and tightened throat. "Oh, well, in that case," she smiled, reached out, and grabbed a collar. There was a minor explosion. The man catapulted into the air, hit the ceiling, caromed off a wall, and bounced on the floor. Sheer reflex sent knives flying into the hands of the other two. "Orman is good," shouted Diane joyously. She gave the nearest gambler a fistful of knuckles, tossed him into the air, clutched his ankles as he came down, and whirled him against the wall. The third was stabbing at her back. Blindly, Ray grabbed his arm and pulled him away. He snarled and lunged at the engineer, who tumbled backward clutching after the nearest weapon. It happened to be Colonel Rashevsky-Feldkamp's massive briefcase. He grabbed it free and brought it down on the gambler's head. It hit with a dull thwack and the fellow lurched. Ray hit him again. The briefcase burst open and papers snowed through the air. Then Diane got the enemy from behind and proceeded to tie him in knots. The redhead had already departed, screaming. Ray sank to one shaky knee and looked up into the colonel's livid face. "I'm terribly sorry, sir," he gasped. "Here, let me help." He began stuffing papers back into the briefcase. A polished boot hit him where it would do the most good and he skidded through the disorderly mass. "You unutterable fool," raged the voice above him. "You vood kick my friend, huh?" asked Diane indignantly. A revolver clanked from the colonel's belt. "That will do," he snapped. "Consider yourself under arrest." Diane's broad smooth shoulders sagged a little. "I am so sorry," she said meekly. "Let me help just a little." She stooped and picked up one of the unconscious men. "March," rapped the colonel. "Yes, sir," whispered Diane abjectly. Then, being almost next to him, she rammed her burden into his belly. He sat down with a thunderous oof and Diane kicked him behind the ear. "That vas fun," she grinned, picking up the revolver and sticking it into her belt. "Vat shall we do now?" "You," said Yurushkidin acidly, "are a typical human." Ray looked despairingly out of the brig at him. "What else could I do?" he asked wildly. "I couldn't fight a ship full of Jovians." "It was all I could do to talk Diane into surrendering." "I mean in fighting in TE first place," said Yurushkidin. "I hear it started over a female. Why don't you lower animals have a regular rutting season as we do on Utu? 10 You could spend time thinking of something else too, something constructive." Well, Ray couldn't suppress a wry smile. Those are constructive thoughts, of a sort. But what happened to Diane? Oh, Tay questioned her, found she couldn't read, and let her go. But Tay won't let her see you. I suppose Earth would raise more of a stink over her being arrested than it's worth to the Jovians. But what's her literacy got to do with it? Take Colonel's papers, you idiot. Tay are very secret. Doubtless Tay are information about Earth's defenses, obtained by his spies and to be brought home by him in person. But I didn't read them either. You saw them. Tay are implanted in your subconscious memories and a hypnotreatment could extract them. An illiterate like Diane lacks TE word gestalts, she would not remember Eben subconsciously, but you, well, tat is luck. Maybe Ert can sabe you. Oh, no. Ray clutched his head. They won't bother. They don't give a damn. I'm wanted back there, and old Vanbrugh will be only too pleased to see me get the works. Vanbrugh, TE North American counselor? Ray leaned gloomily against the door. I was just a plain ordinary engineer till Uncle Hosmer left me 1,000,000 credits. Damn him, I hope he fries in hell. A man left you money and you don't like it? Yurushkidin's eyes bugged so they seemed in some danger of falling out. Shalmonusser, what did you do with it? I spent it. I spent damn near every millo in a year. On what? Oh, wine, women, song, the usual. Yurushkidin clapped his tentacles to his eyes and groaned. 1,000,000 credits. It got me into high society, went on Ray. I made out as if I had more than I did. I met Catherine Vanbrugh, that's the counselor's daughter, and she got ideas that I might make a good fifth husband, or would it be the sixth? Well, she wasn't a bad-looking wench, and well, about the time my money gave out and I went into debt, she was really after me. It was somewhat urgent. I skipped, of course. Old Vanbrugh got the cops after me. I barely escaped. He's got enough influence to, well, it boils down to the fact that the Jovians can do anything to me their little hearts desire. He strained against the bars. Can't you do anything, sir? Your fame is so illustrious. Can't you slip the word to somebody? The Martian puffed out his chest above his eyes and simpered. Then he said with mild regret, "No, I cannot entangle myself in te empirical. My domain is te beauty and purity of mathematics alone. I advise you to accept your fate with philosophy. Perhaps I can lend you Ekbanyadil's treatise on te unimportance of temporal sorrows. It has many consoling thoughts." He waved affably and waddled off. Ray sank to the bunk. Presently a squad of soldiers arrived to escort him to the tender which would take him down to Ganymede. Colonel Roshevsky Feldkamp was there, as stiff as ever, though the bandage behind his ear set his cap somewhat askew. "Where am I going?" asked Ray. "To Camp Muellenhof, outside the city," said the Jovian with a hard satisfaction. "It is where we keep spies until we get ready to question and shoot them." Chapter 3. It took Diane Corliss about 2 Earth days to decide that she didn't like Ganymede. The Jovians had been very courteous, apologized in a stiff way for the unfortunate misunderstanding aboard ship, and assigned her a brawny young sergeant as guide. Their armament was much more in evidence and much more interesting than Earth's, but granting that spaceships and atomic bombs and guided missiles were more effective than swords and bows and mounted lancers. They took all the fun out of war and left nothing to plunder. She missed the brawling mirth of the war camps of Varan among these bleak-faced and endlessly marching men in their drab uniforms. The civilians were almost as depressingly clad, and even more orderly and obedient than those of Earth. Only the arrogant, bemedaled officer caste had any touch of dash or glamour about it. The terrestrial concept of sexual equality had been interesting, even exciting in a way, but these Jovians had inverted the natural order of things to a repulsive extent. She had seen the sights, and those were impressive enough, the grim rocky face of Ganymede, with mighty Jupiter eternally high in the dusky heavens. The bustling, crowded, machine-crammed underground cities, level after level of apartments, farms, factories, shops, barracks, but Earth could show more. Her guide promised to take her to the other moons of the Jovian Confederacy, but she felt as bored by the thought as he seemed to be. She got the impression that she was hurried along, from sight to sight and speech to speech, without ever a chance to talk to anyone and find out what really was dreamed and striven for on this land. To be sure, the Jovians all talked endlessly about a superior way of life and their right to return to the green valleys of Earth whence their forefathers had been cruelly made to flee. But if they were going to fight, why didn't they just hop in their ships and go there? The dictator's face seemed to be framed wherever she turned, a small and puffy-eyed man in an elaborate uniform. Martin Wilder the Great. Her guide the sergeant, one Robert Hamann, said in an odd tone that she might be introduced to the dictator. He looked hurt when she yawned. And what had become of Ray? Hamann knew nothing and seemed to care less. The secret police officer had said he would be held for a short time as a lesson and then released, but surely he'd look her up if he were free. She contrasted the Earthling's liveliness with the quiet men of Varan and thought that he would be an ornament to anyone's harem even if there couldn't be issue between the two species. On the 3rd day, as she got up, she decided to ask counsel of Orman. She washed, singing a cheerful song of clattering swords and sundering skulls, stowed away a breakfast that would have sufficed 2 humans, and walked into the sitting room of the apartment assigned her. Hamann was waiting, very straight and correct in his uniform. "Good day," he said, bowing from the waist. "Today we will go topside again and visit the Devil's Garden." Then at 11:45 proceed to Robbinsburg, where we will lunch until 1300 and then go on to. I must take an omen first, said Diane. I beg your pardon. You need not do so, you have done no wrong. Diane prostrated herself before the god. Then, struck with a sudden thought, gestured at Haman. You too. What? Cried the sergeant. You too. She might be offended if you do not pray. Madam, said Haman, stiff with indignation, I am a Jovian of the machine age, not a savage groveling before superstition. Diane got up, knocked him to the floor, and rubbed his nose in the carpet before Ormond. You will please to grovel, she said urbanely. It is good manners. She laid herself prone again, keeping one hand on the sergeant's head, and repeated several magic formulas. Then she rose to her knees, fished 3 Centaurian dice from her pocketed kilt, and tossed them. Ah, she said. The omen says, let me see now, I am not a Maria. I think they say go to Urushkiden. She bowed deeply before Ormond. Thank you, my lady. Now come, we go find Urushkiden. You can't, gibbered Haman. He's doing important work. He's at the academy. Diane strolled out and he trailed futilely in her wake, still protesting. She inquired her way along the many tunnels and corridors and ramps to the Academy of Science. There were no slideways. Everyone walked. The Jovian leaders, with their concern over physical fitness, insisted that there be as much assorted exercises as possible to compensate for Ganymede's low gravity. To Diane, weight was feathery. She bounded 20 or 30 feet at a time when the crowd thinned enough. The Academy, a combined college and technical research institute, had a good-sized sector to itself. There was a broad open space covered with turf, and the uniformed students and professors went from one to another of the doors which opened on the grass. Diane loomed over an undersized academician who gibbered in answer to her that Dr. Urushkiden was in that sector and then scuttled away. There was an armed sentry in front of the door. Seeing none elsewhere, Diane concluded shrewdly that he was posted because of the potential military applications of Urushkiden's work. He slanted his rifle across her path. Halt! I must see the Martian, said Diane mildly. Please to let me by. No one sees him without a pass, said the guard. Diane shoved him aside and opened the door. He yelled and grabbed her arm. That was his big mistake. A man, said the Varanian reprovingly, should have respect for women. She yanked the rifle from him and hit him in the stomach with the butt. He flew across the plaza, retching, rolled to one elbow, and snatched at his sidearm. Diane leaped, landing on his face with a crunch of bone and a small explosion of blood and teeth. She turned back, hefting the rifle appreciatively. The Earthlings on Varan had been regrettably stingy about giving modern weapons to the natives. Assorted people, including Haman, fled in all directions as she entered the doorway. Down a long hall, peering into the rooms on either side, up a staircase, another sentry before a frosted glass door gaped at her. She smiled reassuringly, moved close to him, and got her hands on his throat. Shortly thereafter she had his rifle and revolver. Loud voices drifted through the door and Diane, who was not at all stupid, listened with interest. One was, yes, that was Urushkiden himself, bubbling like an indignant teakettle. I will not, sir, do you hear me? I will not. And I demand a return passage from tis foul satellite at once. Come now, Dr. Urushkiden, be reasonable. Was that the voice of Roshevsky Feldkamp? After all, can you complain of your treatment? You have Mars-conditioned quarters, servants, high pay, every consideration. I came here to lecture and complete my mathematical research. Now I find you have arranged no lectures for me and expect me to supervise an engineering project. As if I were a mere empiricist. But Dr. Urushkiden, after all, science advances by checking its theory against the facts. If with your help we create the first faster-than-light ship, it will be a triumphant confirmation of. My theories need no confirmation. They are a development of certain relativity postulates, a piece of pure mathematics in all its elegance and beauty. If they agree or disagree with te facts, that is of no interest to any proper nativi of Utu. Te mathematics is enough, and I will have nothing to do with applied physics. And furthermore, the squeaky voice rose even higher, you want only te military applications, you would have me stoop to such vulgarity. You do not appreciate me, and I am going back to Utu. I am afraid, said the man slowly, that is impossible. Diane entered. Are they annoying you? She asked. Urushkatan whirled about. The room was thick with the fumes of his pipe, and one of the two Jovians with him, a bald man in the black uniform of the secret police, was holding a handkerchief to his nose. The other one was Rashevsky Feldkamp, who started to his feet with an oath and grabbed for his revolver. Diane held her own stolen gun on his midriff. No, she said. What are you doing here? Gasped the officer. Veer is Ray Ballantyne. Get out. Guards. Diane took one long leap across the office, seized Rashevsky Feldkamp by the neck and hammered his forehead against the desk. Her free hand covered the secret policeman. Veer is Ray Ballantyne, she repeated. I am glad you came, said Urushkatan. Shall we leave tis uncivilized place? Two armed soldiers appeared in the doorway. Diane brought her gun around. The silenced weapon hissed. One of the men tumbled with a hole drilled in his forehead. She was rather proud of herself, she'd never had much chance for target practice. There wasn't much time for self-praise, though. The other man already had his rifle up. Diane dropped behind the desk, and the stream of slugs ripped through the wood after her. She bunched her muscles and threw the desk. There was a crash of splintering wood as it knocked down the Jovian. The secret police officer had his gun out and trained on her. Urushkatan snaked forth a tentacle and pulled him off his feet. Diane stopped to slug Rashevsky Feldkamp before she got her hands about the policeman's throat. Veer is Ray Ballantyne, she growled. Come on, we have to get out of here. Wailed the Martian. Which is the way out? I'll show you, come along, quick, 'tis way. Diane Frog marched the Jovian cop toward a rear door. Booted feet were thudding up the stairs toward the office. Urushkatan held a pistol in each hand, gingerly as if he feared they would blow up. He led the way into a hall and down a long, echoing ramp. Hurry, he gasped. Shalmuanusser, we have te whole Jovian Confederacy after us. A voice bellowed atop the ramp and a slug wanged after them. Diane whirled and fired back, using the helplessly pinioned captive as a shield. They retreated slowly, rounding a corner and going on down a long slope to a heavy steel door. Urushkatan opened it, slamming it frantically as they went through. They were in a hangar where several small spaceships rested on their rail-mouthed cradles. Mechanics stared at the trio. Quick, snapped the Martian. Te laboratory ships. The prisoner opened his mouth. Diane laid a friendly hand on the back of his neck and squeezed a little. Yes, the laboratory ship, practice maneuvers, hurry, the man said. Aye, sir. At once. A lifetime's training in blind obedience spoke there, behind the puzzled faces. A teardrop-shaped rocket was trundled forth. Diane looked nervously back at the door. Pursuit was most likely playing it safe, posting men outside while others went around to block all remaining exits. Once that was done they'd close in. I'll warm up the engine for you, sir, said one of the mechanics. Ve'll take it now, said Diane. But you can't. You'll carbon the tubes, be likely to crash. I said now. Diane propelled her captive ahead of her through the airlock and Urushkatan crawled after. The valves clanged shut after them. "I hope you can fly one of these things," said Diane, lashing the secret policeman to a recoil chair. "I hope so too," said Yurushkidin. Diane stood over her prisoner. "Where is Ray Ballantyne?" she asked. "The Earthman who Vass arrested off the liner a few days ago." "I don't know," he gasped. Diane drew her knife, smiling nastily. "Camp Muellenhof, you savage. Outside the city, to the north. You'll never make it. You'll kill us all." The cradle rumbled forward to the hangar airlock. Yurushkidin took the pilot chair and strapped himself in and relit his pipe with nervous boneless fingers. Diane whistled tunelessly between her teeth. It was dark in the airlock chamber as the pumps evacuated it. "Why bother with tis Ballantyne?" asked the Martian. "What claim has he on us? It will need all our luck and my genius for us to escape with our own lives." "We need his luck too, maybe," said Diane shortly. The outer valve swung open and they trundled over the rails to the surface of Ganymede. Behind them, the dome covering the city rose against a background of saw-toothed mountains and dark, faintly starlit sky. A dwarfed sun lit the spaceport field with pale cold luminance. There were not many vessels in sight, no liner or freighter was in and the military ports were elsewhere. One lean black patrol ship stood not far off. "They will be out after us soon," said Diane. "What can you do about that boat there, huh?" "We will see," said Yurushkidin. He touched studs, levers, and buttons. The engines thundered and the little vessel shook. "Let's go." The rocket stood on her tail and climbed for the sky. Yurushkidin brought her around, the gyros screaming at his clumsy management, and lowered her on her jets directly above the patrol ship. An atom-driven ion blast is not good for a patrol ship. "Now," said Diane as they took off again, "you, my policeman friend, will call this Camp Muellenhof and tell them to release Ballantyne to us. If you do that, we will set you down somewhere. If not, well," she tested the edge of her knife on his ear. "You may still be a police, but you will not be very alive. You can't escape," said the Jovian with a certain hollow lack of conviction. "You'd better throw yourself on the leader's mercy." Diane knocked a few teeth loose. "You savage," he gasped. "You cruel, murdering. I thought you Jovians were always talking about te glories of war and te rutless Superman," snickered Yurushkidin. "Also destiny and things. Better call te camp as she says." A few minutes later the ship lowered into the walled enclosure of Camp Muellenhof. It was a dreary place, metal barracks lying harsh under the guns of the watchtowers, spacesuit prisoners clumping to work through the thin chill air of Ganymede. A detail hurried up and shoved an unarmed, suited form into the airlock. Their leader's voice rattled over his helmet radio of the ship's teleceiver. "Major, sir, are you sure they want this man in the city now? We just got an alert to look out for a couple of escaped desperados." Diane slammed the outer valve in his face by the remote control lever and the little ship stood on her tail again and flamed skyward. A somewhat battered Ray Ballantyne crawled out of his suit and blinked at them. It had been a rough 2 or 3 days, though they hadn't gone very far with him. The truth drugs must have satisfied them that he was not an intentional spy, and thereafter they had simply held him until orders for his execution should come. He swayed into Diane's arms. "Oh, my poor Ray," she murmured. "My poor, poor little Earthling. Hey, wait a minute," he began weakly. "Just lie still, I will take care of you." "Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. Lemme go." They sat down again on a remote mountaintop, gave the policeman a spacesuit, and kicked him out of the ship. He was still wailing about barbarous and inhuman treatment. He said something too about wild beasts. "And now," said Diane, "let us get back to Earth before the Jovians find us." "This crate'll never make Earth," said Ray. "I've flown, let me at those controls, Yurushkidin." They heard it as well, the ominous sizzling and knocking from the engine room shields, and felt the ship tremble with it. "Is Tat Te Carboning Te Man was talking about?" asked the Martian innocently. "I'm afraid so." Ray shook his head. "We'll have to land somewhere before the rockets quit altogether. Then it'll take a week for the radioactivity to get low enough so we can go back there and clean them out. And all the Jovian army, navy, police, and fire department out chasing us by now," said Diane. Her clear brow wrinkled. "I fear that Orman is offended because I left her among the heathen back there. I am afraid our luck is running low." "And," said Ray bleakly, "how?" Chapter 4. They used the last sputter of flame to sit down in the wildest and remotest valley they could find. Looking out the port, Ray wondered if they hadn't perhaps overdone it. Beyond the little ship there was a stretch of seamed and gullied stone, a rough craggy waste sloping up toward the fong-peaked razorback ridge of the hills. Weird flickering play of shadows between the looming boulders as the thin wind blew a veil of snow across the deep greenish-blue sky. Jupiter was an amber scimitar low on the northern horizon. They were near the South Pole with a sprawling panorama of sharp stars around it fading out near the tiny sun. Snow lay heaped in drifts beyond the wind-scoured rocks, and the far green blink of glaciers reflected the pale heatless sunlight from the hills. Snow, well, yes, thought Ray, it was snow of a sort. All the water on Ganymede was of course solid ice. So were the carbon dioxide and ammonia. But the temperature often dropped low enough to precipitate methane or nitrogen. The moon's atmosphere, what there was of it, consisted mostly of argon, nitrogen, methane, and vapors of the frozen substances, not especially breathable. The colonists used the standard Greenplant air renewal system, obtaining extra oxygen from its compounds and water from the ice strata, and heated their dwellings from the central atomic energy units. Ray hoped the ship's equipment was in working order. There was native life out there, a few scrubby gray-leaf thickets, a frightened leaper bounding kangaroo-like into the hills. The biochemistry of Ganymede was a weird and wonderful thing which human scientists were still a long way from understanding. But it involved substances capable of absorbing heat energy directly and releasing it as needed. The carnivores lacked the secretions, obtaining them from their prey, and had given the colonists a lot of trouble because of their fondness for the generous supply of heat a human necessarily carried around with him. "And now what do we do?" asked Ray. Diane's eyes lit with a hopeful gleam. "Hunt monsters," she suggested. "Bah!" Yurushkadin snaked his way to the small desk bolted to the cabin floor and extracted paper and pencil from the drawers. "I shall develop an interesting aspect of unified field theory. Do not disturb me." Ray looked around the ship. Behind the forward cabin, which held bunks and a little cooking outfit as well as the controls, there was a larger space cluttered with assorted physical apparatus. Beyond that, he supposed, were the gyros, air plant, and misbehaving engines. "Is this a laboratory boat?" he inquired. "Yes," said the Martian. "I chose it because they are always kept ready to go out for jibing field tests to new apparatus. Get me a table of elliptic integrals, please." "Look," said Ray, "we've got to do something. The Jovians will be combing this damned moon for us, and it's not so big that we have much chance of their not finding us before we can clean out those tubes. We've got to prepare an escape." "How?" Yurushkadin fixed him with a bespectacled stare. Well, maybe get ready to flee into the hills." "How long would we last out here?" The Martian turned back to his work and blew a cloud of smoke. "No, I will devote myself to te beauties of pure mathematics. But if they catch us, they'll kill us." "They won't kill me," said Yurushkadin smugly. "I am too valuable." "Come on, Ray," said Diane. "Let's go monster huntin'." "Wah!" The Earthman blew up, jumping with rage. In the low gravity, his leap cracked his head against the ceiling. "Oh, my poor Ray. Diane folded him in a bear's embrace. Let me go. Damn it, I want to live if you don't. Be serene, advised Yurushkidin. Look at it from TE aspect of eternity. You are one of TE lower animals and your life is of no importance. You octopus. You conceited windbag. If I needed any proof that Martians are inferior, you'd be it. Temper, temper. Yurushkidin wagged a flexible finger at Ray. Be objective, my friend, and if your philosophy is so deficient that it will not prove a priori that Martians are always right, by definition, 10 consider TE facts. Martians are beautiful. Martians have an old and peaceful civilization. Eben physically, we are superior, we can live under Earth conditions but I dare you to go out on Mars without a spacesuit. I double dog dare you. Martians, gritted Ray, didn't come to Earth. Earthmen came to Mars. Certainly. We had no reason to bicycle Earth, but you, of course, came to Mars to admire our beauty and wisdom. Now please fetch me that table of integrals. There is nothing VE can do to help ourselves, said Diane, so VE might as well go huntin'. Afterward VE can make love. Oh, no. Ray grunted. If I had that damn interstellar drive I'd get out of this hole so fast that. Yes? Asked Diane. Gods of Pluto, whispered the man. That's it. That's it. Get me that table. Screamed Yurushkidin. The drive, the faster-than-light drive, Ray did a jig, bouncing from floor to wall to ceiling. We've got a shipful of equipment, we've got the system's only authority on the subject, we'll build ourselves a faster-than-light engine. Yurushkidin grumbled his way back into the lab. I'll get it myself, 10, he muttered. See if I care. The engine, Diane, we can escape. Ray grabbed her by the arms and tried to shake her. We can go home. Her eyes filled with tears. You vant to leave me, she accused. You vant to get rid of me. No, I want to save all our lives. Come on, give me a hand, we've got some heavy stuff to move around. Diane shook her head, pouting. No, she said. You don't love me. I won't help you. Oh, Lord. Look, Diane, I love you, I adore you, I worship at your feet. But give me a hand. Diane brightened considerably, but said only, prove it. Ray kissed her. She kissed back and he yelled as his ribs began to give way. Yope. Some other time, honey. I want only to save your life, don't you see? Some other time, said Diane firmly, is not now. Come here, you. Stop that noise, yelled Yurushkidin, and slammed the laboratory door. VE will honeymoon on Varan, sighed Diane happily. You shall ride to battle at my side. Much later the aroma of coffee drew Yurushkidin back into the forward cabin. A disheveled and weary-looking Ray Ballantyne was puttering around the hotplate while Diane sat polishing her sword and humming to herself. Now, said Ray, turning with what seemed like relief to the Martian, just how does this new drive of yours work? It is not a drive and it does not work, it is a structure of pure mathematics, said Yurushkidin. Anyway, TE theory is beyond TE comprehension of anybody but myself. Jibe me some coffee. But you must have an idea how it would work in practice. Oh, no doubt if I wanted to take TE time I could devise something. But I am engaged in developing a new theory of cosmic origins. Yurushkidin slurped coffee into himself. We've got to build it and escape. I told you you are of neither beauty nor importance. Why should I take time with you? But look, if the Jovians capture you they'll force you to build it for them. They have ways. And then they'll overrun Mars along with all the other planets. The only thing that's held them back so far is the difficulty of interplanetary logistics. But when you have ships that can cross the orbit of Pluto in a matter of hours or minutes, that isn't a problem any longer. That would be unfortunate, yes. But I am in the midst of a very new and important train of thought. It would be more unfortunate if that were lost than if a few ephemeral Jovians conquered the system. They wouldn't last 2,000 years, but a genius like me is born once in a million. Diane hefted her sword. Do as Ray says, she advised. You dare not hurt me, said Yurushkidin with a smug expression, or you will never get away. He went over to the desk and began investigating the drawers again. Where do they keep their tobacco? I cannot work without my pipe. Jovians, said Ray glumly, don't smoke. They consider it a degenerate habit. What? The Martian's howl rattled the coffee pot on the hot plate. No tobacco? Only your own supply, back in Ganymede City, and I dare say the Jovians have confiscated and destroyed it by now. That puts the nearest cigar store somewhere in the asteroid belt. Oh, no. Te new cosmology ruined by tobacco shortage. Yurushkidin stood thinking a moment, then came to a sudden decision. There is no help for it. If the nearest tobacco is millions of miles away, we must build the faster tan light engine at once. Ray made no attempt to follow the Martian's long-winded equations in detail. What he was interested in was making use of them, and he proceeded with slashing approximations that brought screams of almost physical agony from Yurushkidin. Essentially, though, he recognized that the scientist's achievement lay in making what seemed to be a final correlation of relativity and wave mechanics. Something which even the Goldfarb-Olson formulas had not fully reached. Relativity deals with solid bodies moving at definite velocities which cannot exceed that of light. But in wave mechanics the particle becomes a weird and shadowy psi function and is only probably where it is. In the latter theory, point-to-point transitions are not velocities but shifts in the node of a complex wave. It turned out that the electronic wave velocity, which, unlike the group velocity, is not limited by the speed of light, could be imparted to matter under the right conditions. So that the most probable position of the electron went from point to point at a bewildering rate. The trick was to create the right conditions. A field of nuclear space strain is set up by the circuit, and the ship, reacting against the entire mass of the universe, moves without need of rockets, right? Asked the Earthman. Wrong, said Yurushkidin. Well, we'll build it anyway, said Ray. Here, Diane, bring that generator over this way, will you? I vant to go monster huntin', she sulked. Bring it over, you lummox. Diane glared, but stooped over the massive machine and, between Ganymedian gravity and Varanian muscles, staggered across the floor with it. Ray was checking circuits on the oscilloscope. Yurushkidin sat grumbling about heat and humidity and fanning himself with his ears. The lab was a mess of tubes, condensers, rheostats, and tangled wire. I'm stuck, wailed Ray. I need a resistor having so and so many ohms along with such and such a capacitance. Find me one, quick. If you would specify your units more precisely, began Yurushkidin huffily. Ray pawed through the litter on the floor, putting one object after another into his testing circuit, glancing at the meters, and throwing it across the room. It's vital, he said. Will this do, maybe? Asked Diane innocently, holding out the ship's one and only frying pan. Get out, screamed Ray. I go monster huntin', she pouted. Absent-mindedly, Ray tested the frying pan. It was nearly right. By Luna, if he saw it off the handle. Hey, yelped Yurushkidin. I don't like the thought of eating cold beans, cold canned meat, and raw eggs any better than you, said Ray. But damn it, we've got to get out of here. He soldered the emasculated pan into his circuit. Starward the course of human empire, he muttered viciously. Martian empire, corrected Yurushkidin. It'll be Jovian empire if we don't clear out of here. Okay, big brain, what comes next? How should I know? How can you expect me to tink in 'tis foul tick air, and wit out tobacco? Urushkadon turned his back. Diane clumped in, spacesuit, sword in one hand and rifle in the other. I saw monsters out there, she said. I'm goin' out to kill them. Oh, yeah, sure, muttered Ray without looking up from his slide rule. Urushkadon, you've got to calculate the resonant psi function for me. Won't, said the Martian. By heaven, you snake-legged bagpipe, I'm the captain here and you'll do as I say. Up your rectifier. Urushkadon was emptying his ash-tray in search of tobacco shreds. The airlock clanged behind Diane. I'll be damned, murmured Ray. She really is going out after them. It is a good idea, said Urushkadon, a trifle more amiably. They have sensed TE radiations of our ship and are probably coming to crack it open. Oh, well, if that's all, huh? Ray sprang to the nearest port and looked out. Gnidragons, he groaned. I thought they'd been exterminated. Those two don't seem to know it, said Urushkadon uneasily. All right, I'll calculate your function for you. There were two of the monsters moving toward the boat. They looked like 30 feet of long-legged alligator, but the claws and beaks had ripped metal in earlier days of colonization. Diane lifted her rifle and fired. A dragon screamed, thin and faint in the wispy atmosphere, and turned his head and snapped. Diane laughed and bounded closer. Another shot and another. Something hit her and the gun flew from her hand. The dragon's tail smote again and Diane soared skyward. As she hit the ground the two monsters leaped for her. Ha, Orman! She yelled, shaking her ringing head till the ruddy hair flew within the helmet. She crouched low and then sprang. Up, over the fanged head, striking down with her sword as she went by. The monster whirled after her, greenish blood streaming from the cut and freezing. Diane backed against a looming rock, spread her feet and lifted the sword. The first dragon struck at her, mouth agape. Diane hewed out again, the sword a leaping blaze of steel, the blow smashing home and exploding its force back into her own muscles. The dragon's head sprang from the neck. She rolled under the lashing claws and tail to get free. The headless body struck the other dragon which promptly began to fight it. Diane circled warily about the struggle, breathing hard. The live dragon trampled its opponent underfoot, looked around, and charged her. The ground shuddered under its galloping mass. Diane turned and fled. The dragon roared hollowly as she went up the long slope of the nearest hill. She saw a high crag and scrambled to its top, the dragon rampaging below her. Nya! She thumbed her faceplate. Come and get me. The monster's dim brain finally decided that the ship was bigger and easier prey. Turning, it lumbered down the hillside. Diane launched herself into the air and landed astride its neck. The dragon hooted and snapped after her. She climbed higher, grabbed its horn with one gauntlet hand, and hung on for her life. The steed began to run. Hoo, bang, away over the hills with the moonscape blurring in speed. Wind shrieked thinly about Diane's helmet. She bounced off her seat and came down again, a landslide rumbled behind her. The dragon zoomed up the ridge, leaped from a bluff, and started across the cratered plain beyond. Diane dragged at the horn, turning its head, fighting the monster into a circular stampede. Ha, Orman, she yelled. Ha, Cathantoma. In an hour or so the dragon stopped and stood gasping. Diane slid stiffly to the ground, whirled her sword over her head, and decapitated the monster. Then she skipped home, laughing. Diane, cried Ray as she came through the airlock. Diane, we thought you were dead. Oh, it was fun, she grinned. Fix me a sandwich. She sat down, got up rather quickly, and opened her arms to Ray. He retreated nervously toward the lab. Urushkadon snickered and slammed the door in his face. Chapter 5. The 86-hour day of Ganymede drew to a close. Jupiter was at the half now, a banded amber giant in a sky of thronging wintry stars. Ray wiped his grimy hands and sighed. Done, he said, looking fondly at the haywired mess filling half the lab and reaching back toward the engines. We've done it, we've conquered the stars. My little Earthlin is so clever, simpered Diane. I am horribly afraid, said Yurushkidin, that 'tis minor achievement of mine will eclipse my true accomplishments in te popular mind. Oh, well. He shrugged. I can always use te money. Yeah, I never thought of that, said Ray. I'm safe enough from Vanbrugh now. You don't arrest the man who's given Earth the galaxy, but by gosh, there's a fortune in this little gadget too. For me, of course, when I have patented it, said Yurushkidin. What? Yelped Ray. You? Certainly. I invented it, didn't I? I shall patent it too. Tell me, should I charge an exorbitant royalty or would there be more money in mass sales at small price? Look here, snarled Ray, I happen to know how this thing is put together too. Do you? Grinned Yurushkidin nastily. Ray looked at the jungle of apparatus and gulped. He had only a few fragmentary drawings. By Einstein, he had no idea how the damned thing worked. But we helped you, he protested feebly. When you pay your mules and cows, I may consider jibing you a small percentage, said Yurushkidin loftily. You've already got more money than you know what to do with, you bloated capitalist. I happen to know you invested your Nobel Prize in mortgages and then foreclosed. And why not? When te royalties on tis engine start coming in, and I get my second Nobel Prize, maybe 10 I can afford an occasional cigar. You earthlings never reward genius. All tes years IBE had to smoke tat foul pipe, and tat reminds me, we have to test tis machine. Where is te nearest tobacco store? Ray sighed and gave up. Martians had replaced Scotchmen in the lexicon of thrift, but Yurushkidin set some kind of new record. He sat down in the pilot chair and started the atomic generator on high-level conversion. I hope it works, he muttered nervously. His fingers moved over the improvised control panel for the star drive. Hang on, folks, here goes nothing. Nothin', said Diane after a long silence, is correct. Oh, Lord. What's the matter now? Ray went back to the new engine. Its circuits were alive, tubes glowed and indicators blinked, but the boat sat stolidly where it was. I told you not to use Toe's approximations, said Yurushkidin. Ray fiddled with the main drive settings. It's like any other gadget, he complained. You sweat yourself dry designing it from theory, and then you have to tinker till it works. He began changing the positions of resistors and condensers, cutting sections out of the circuit to work on them. Yurushkidin shredded a piece of paper, wetted it, and tried to smoke it. Ray. Diane's voice came sharp and urgent from the forward cabin. I saw a rocket flare. Oh, no. He sprang back to her and peered into the night sky. A long trail of flame arced across it. And another, and another. The Jovians, he groaned. They've found us. They may not see us, said Diane hopefully. They have metal detectors. We're done for. Vel, we can only die once. Kiss me, sweetheart. Diane folded Ray in one arm while the other reached for her sword. The patrol rockets went over the horizon, braking, and swam back. Blast flames spattered off the valley floor and frozen gas vapors boiled furiously up toward mighty Jupiter. The boat telescreen blinked its indicator light. Numbly, Ray tuned it in. The lean hard face of Colonel Roshevsky-Feldkamp sprang into its frame. Ah, there you are, said the Jovian. If we surrender, said Ray, will you give us safe conduct back to Earth? Certainly not. But you may be allowed to live. Yurushkidin spoke from the lab. Ballantine, I think te trouble lies in tis square wave generator. If we doubled TE voltage. The first patrol ship sizzled to a landing. Roshevsky Feldkamp leaned forward till his face seemed to project from the screen, and Ray had a wild desire to punch its nose. "So you've been working on our project," he said. "Well, so much the more labor spared us." Diane cut loose with a short-range blaster she had located somewhere on the lab ship. "Yurushkidin will die before he surrenders to you," said Ray belligerently. "I will do noting of TE sort," said the Martian. Experimentally, he cut the square-wave generator back into the circuit and turned a dial. The boat lifted off the ground. "Hey, there," roared the colonel. "You can't do that." The Jovian soldiers who had been pouring from the grounded ship looked stupidly upward. "Shell them," snapped the colonel. Ray slammed the main star drive switch clear over. There was no feeling of acceleration. They were suddenly floating weightless, and Jupiter whizzed past the forward port. "Stop," howled the Jovian. The engine throbbed and sang, energy pulsing in great waves through its shuddering substance. The stars crawled eerily across the ports. "Aberration," gasped Ray. "We're approaching the speed of light." Space swam and blazed with a million suns. They bunched near the forward port, thinning out toward the rear, as the ship added its fantastic velocity vector to their light rays. A distorted pale green globe grew rapidly before the vessel. "That planet is that up ahead," pointed Diane. "I think," muttered Ray. He looked out the rearward port. "I think it was Neptune." "Triumph," chortled Yurushkidin, rubbing his tentacles together. "My theory is confirmed." "Not that it needs confirmation, but now even an Ertman can see that I am always right. And oh, how they'll have to pay." The colors of the stars shifted toward blue in front and red behind. Doppler effect, thought Ray wildly. He was probably seeing by radio waves and gamma rays now. How fast were they going, anyway? He should have thought to install some kind of speed gauge. Several times the velocity of light at least. This is fun," laughed Diane. We better stop while we can still see the solar system," said Ray, and cut the main drive. The ship kept on going. "Hey!" screamed the Earthling. "Stop!" "Whoa! We can't stop," said Yurushkidin coolly. "We're in a certain pseudovelocity state now. The engine merely accelerates us." "Well, how in hell do you brake?" groaned Ray. "I don't know. We'll have to figure that out." "I thought you knew tis would happen." "Now I do." Ray floated free of his chair, beating his forehead with his fists. "I hope to heaven we can do it before the food runs out." Diane looked at Yurushkidin speculatively. "If Vorst comes to Vorst," she murmured, "roast Martian." "Let's get busy," gasped Yurushkidin. It took a week to improvise a braking system. By that time they were no longer very sure where they were. "This is all my fault," said Diane contritely. "If I had brought Orman along she would have looked after us." "One thing that worries me," said Ray, "is the Jovians. They aren't fools, and they won't be sitting on their hands waiting for us to come back and give the star drive to Earth." "First," said Yurushkidin snappishly, "there is the problem of finding our sun." Ray looked out the port. The ship was braked and, in the normal spacetime state of matter, was floating amidst a wilderness of unfamiliar constellations. "It shouldn't be too hard," he said thoughtfully. "Look, there are the Magellanic Clouds, I think, and we should be able to locate Rigel or some other bright star. That way we can get a fix and locate ourselves relative to Sol." "There are no astronomical tables aboard ship," pointed out Yurushkidin, "and I certainly don't clutter my brain with mere numerical data." "Which star is Rigel?" asked Diane. "Why, well, that one, no, it might be that one over there, or perhaps, how should I know?" growled Ray. "We will simply have to go back the way we came, as nearly as we can judge it," said Yurushkidin. Maybe VE can find someone who knows, suggested Diane. Ray thought of landing on a planet and asking a winged, three-headed monster, "Pardon me, do you know which way Sol is?" To which the monster would doubtless reply, "Sorry, I'm a stranger here myself." He chuckled wryly. They'd encountered a difficulty which all the brave futuristic stories about exploring the galaxy seemed to have overlooked. They had headed out in the ecliptic plane, very nearly on a line joining the momentary positions of Jupiter and Neptune. That didn't help much, though, in a boat never meant for interplanetary flight and thus carrying only the ephemerides of the Jovian system. Presumably they had gone in a straight line, so that one of the zodiacal constellations was at their back and should still be recognizable. But the high-velocity distortions of the outside view had precluded anyone's noticing which stars had been where. Ray floated over to the port and looked out at the eerie magnificence of unknown space. "If I'd been a Boy Scout," he lamented, "I might know the constellations. The thing to do is to head back toward any one which looks halfway familiar, since that must be the one which was at our stern. But I only know Orion and the Big Dipper." He looked at Urushkatan with accusing eyes. "You're the great astrophysicist. Can't you tell one star from another?" "Certainly not," said the Martian huffily. "No astrophysicist ever looks at the stars if he can help it." "Oh, you want a star picture?" asked Diane innocently. Ray said, "I mean one we know, as we see the stars from Sol, or from Centauri. You're nice to look at, honey, but right now I can't help wishing you Varanians were a little more intellectual." "Oh, I know the stars," said Diane. "Every noble learns them." "Let me see." She floated around the chamber, from port to port, staring out and muttering to herself. "Oh, yes. There is Cunitha the hunter threatened by woman-devouring monster. Not changed much. Huh." Ray and Urushkatan pushed themselves over beside her. "By gosh," said the Earthling, "it does look like Virgo, I think, or one of M. Diane, I love you to pieces. Let's get home quick, then," she beamed. "I want to be on a planet." During the outward flight she had been somewhat discomforted by discovering the erotic importance of gravity. "You steer us home," screeched Urushkatan. "How in Nebuchadnezzar do you know te stars?" "I had to learn them," she said. "Every noble on Varan has to know, that you call it, astrology. How else could we plan our battles wisely?" "Astrology," screamed the Martian. "You are an astrologer?" "Vi, of course. I thought you veer too, but it seems like you Solarians are more backward than I supposed. Shall I cast your horoscope?" "Astrology," groaned Urushkatan. He looked ill. "Well," said Ray helplessly, "I guess it's up to you to pilot us back, Diane." "Vi, sure." She jumped into the pilot's seat. "Anchors of A. Brought home by an astrologer," groaned Urushkatan. "Te ignominy of it all." Ray started the new engine. They could accelerate all the way back and use the brake to stop almost instantly. It shouldn't take long. "All set," he called, and the rising note of power thrummed behind his words. "Gidap!" yelled Diane. She swung the ship around and slammed the main drive switch home. Ray looked out at the weirdly distorted heavens. "There should be some way to compensate for that aberration," he murmured. "A viewplate using photocells, with the electron beam control fields hooked into the drive circuit, sure. Simple." He floated back to the lab and began assembling scattered apparatus. In a few hours he emerged with a gadget as uncouth as the engine itself, but there was a set of 3 telescreens which gave clear views in 3 directions. Diane smiled and pointed to one of them. "See, now Avala, the victorious warrior returning from battle with captive man slung across her saddlebow, is taking shape," she said. "That," said Ray, "is Ursa Major. You Varanians have a fantastic imagination." A blue-white giant of a sun flamed ahead, prominences seething millions of miles into space. Diane's eyes sparkled and she applied a sideways vector to the star drive. Yippee, she howled. Hey, screamed the Earthman. They whizzed past the star, playing tag with the reaching flames while Diane roared out a Centaurian battle chant. Ray's subconscious mind spewed forth every prayer he had even known. Okay, we are past it, said Diane. Don't do such things, he said weakly. Darlin', said the girl, I think we should spend our honeymoon flyin' through space like this. The stars blurred past. The galaxy's conquerors looked at the splendor of open space and ate cold beans out of a can. I think, said Diane thoughtfully, we should go first to Varan. Alpha Centauri, asked Urushkidon. Nonsense. We are going back at once to Utu and civilized society. We may need help at Sol, said the girl. We have been gone, how long? About 2 weeks. Much could have happened in that time. But, it's not practical, objected Ray. Diane grinned cheerfully. And how will you stop me? Varan, oh, well, I've always wanted to see it anyway. The Centaurian began casting about, steering by the aspect of the sky. Before many hours, she was slanting in toward a double star with a dim red dwarf in the background. This is it, she said. This is it. Okay, answered Ray. Now tell me how you find a planet. Well, Diane scratched her ruddy head. Ray began to figure it aloud. The planets, let me see, now, yeah, they're in the plane of the 2 stars. They'd have to be. So if you go out to a point in that plane where Alpha A, your sun, seems of about the right size, and then swing in a circle of that radius, you should come pretty close to Varan. It has a good-sized moon, doesn't it, and its color is greenish-blue? Yes, we should be able to spot it. You are so clever, sighed Diane. Ha, sneered Urushkidon. At a mere fraction of the velocity of light, Ray thought of the consequences of hitting a planet when going faster than light, and wished he hadn't. The spaceboat moved around Alpha A. It seemed only minutes before Diane pointed and cried joyously, there we are. There is home. After many years, home. I would still like to know what we are going to do when we get there, said Urushkidon. He was not answered. Diane and Ray were too busy bringing the vessel down into the atmosphere and across the wild surface. Cathantama, cried the girl. There is my homeland. See, there is the mountain, old mother has 10. There is the city Meta. Hold on, Viri goin' down. Chapter 6. Meta was a huddle of thatch-roofed wooden buildings at the foot of a fantastically spired grey castle. Sitting amid the broad fields and forests and rivers of Cathantama with the mountains shining in the far distance. Diane set the ship down just outside the town, stood up, and stretched her tigress body with an exultant laugh. Home, she cried. Gravity. Yeah. Ray tried to lift his feet. It went slowly, with some strain, half again the pull of Earth. Urushkidon groaned and wheezed his painful way to a chair and collapsed all over it. Let's go. Diane snatched up her sword, set the helmet rakishly on her bronze curls, and opened the airlock. When Ray hesitated, she reached and yanked him out. The air was cool and windy, pungent with a million scents of earth and growing things, tall clouds sailing over a high blue heaven. And even the engineer was grateful for it after the stuffiness of the boat. He looked around him. Not far off was a charming rustic cottage. It was like a scene from some forgotten idyll of Earth's old past. Looks good, he said. A 4-foot arrow hummed past his ear and rang like a gong on the ship's hull. Yope. Ray dove for shelter. Another arrow zipped in front of him. He whirled at a storm of contralto curses. There were half a dozen women pouring from the charming rustic cottage, a battle-scarred older one and 5 tall young daughters, waving swords and axes and spears. A couple of men peered nervously from the door. Ha, Orman, yelled Diane. She lifted her sword and dashed to meet the onslaught. The oldest woman caught the Amazon's blow on a raised shield and her axe clanged off Diane's helmet. Diane staggered, shook her head, and struck out afresh. The others closed in, yelling and jabbing. Diane's sword met the nearest axe halfway and broke across. She stooped, picked the woman off her feet, and whirled her over her head. With a shout, she threw the old she-warrior into two of her nearest daughters, and the trio went down in a roar of metal. Centaurian hospitality, thought Ray. A backhanded blow sent him reeling. He looked up to see a yellow-haired girl looming over him. Before he could do more than mutter, she had slugged him again and thrown him over one brawny shoulder. Hoofs clattered down the narrow dirt road. A squad of armored women riding animals reminiscent of Percherons, but horned and red of hide, were charging from the town. They swept into the fight, wielding clubbed lances with fine impartiality, and it broke up in a sullen wave of red-splashed femininity. Nobody, Ray saw from his upside-down position, had been killed, but there were plenty of slashes and the intent had certainly been there. The harsh barking language of Chthantama rose on either side. Finally an understanding seemed to be reached. One of the riders pointed a mailed hand at Ray's captor and snapped an order. The girl protested, was overruled, and tossed him pettishly to the ground. He recovered consciousness in a minute or two. Diane picked him up, tenderly. "Poor Ray," she murmured. "We play too rough for you here, huh?" "What was it all about?" he mumbled. "Oh, these people veer mad because we landed in their field, but the Queen's riders stopped the fight in time. It is only lawful to kill people on the regular duel-in grounds, inside the city limits. We must have law and order, you know." "I see," said Ray faintly. It was a large and turbulent crowd which gathered at sunset to hear Diane speak. She and her companions were on a raised stand in the market square, together with the scarred, arrogant queen and her troop of pikewomen and cavalry. In the guttering red flare of torches, Ray looked down on a surging lake of women, the soldier peasants of Chthantama gathered from all the hinterland, brandishing their weapons and beating clangorous shields in lieu of applause. Here and there public entertainers circulated, thinly clad men with flowers twined into their hair and beards, strumming harps and watching with great liquid eyes. Ray was still not quite sure what the girl's plan was, and by now didn't much care. A combination of the dragging Varanian gravity and the potent Varanian wine made him so sleepy that he could barely focus on the milling crowd. Urushkadin slept the sleep of the just, snoring hideously. Diane ended her harangue and the racket of metal and voices shook the surrounding walls. After that there were long-winded arguments which sometimes degenerated into fistfights, until Ray himself dropped off to sleep. He was shaken awake by Diane and looked blearily around him. Dawn was streaking the horizon with cold colorless light, and the mob was slowly and noisily dispersing. He groaned as he stretched his stiffened body and tried to brush the dew off his clothes. "The natural life, he said miserably, and sneezed. "It has been decided," cried the girl. She was still as fresh as the morning, her cheeks were flushed and her eyes ablaze. "They agreed at last, and now the Varvord goes over the land and envoys are bound for Almero and Curin to get allies." "How soon can we leave, Ray?" "Leave?" he asked stupidly. "Leave for where?" "Vi, for Jupiter, of course." "Huh? You are tired, my little bird. Come with me, and we shall rest in the castle." Ray groaned again. How do you equip an army of barbarians still in the early Iron Age to cross 4 1/3 light-years of space? A preliminary question, perhaps is, do you want to? Ray emphatically didn't, but he had very little choice in the matter. He was soon given forcibly to understand that men kept their place and did as they were commanded. He went to Urushkadin and poured out his sorrows. The Martian, after an abortive attempt to steal the spaceship and sneak home, had been given a room in one of the castle towers and was covering large sheets of local parchment with equations. This place, thought Ray, has octopuses in the belfry. They want to go to Jupiter and fight the Jovians, he said. What of it? Asked Yurushkidin, lighting his pipe. He had found that dried bark could be smoked. Te may eben succeed. Primitives have often overcome more advanced and better armed hosts. Read Te History of Earth sometime. But they'll take us along. Oh. Oh. Tat is different. The Martian riffled through his papers. Let me see, I think equations 549 troph 627 indicate, yes, here we are. It is possible to project TE same type of driving beam as we use in TE faster tanlight engine so as to impart a desired velocity vector to external objects. Toward or away from you. Or, look here, differentiation of T's equation shows it would be equally simple to break intranuclear bonds by throwing only a certain type of particle into TE pseudo-condition. Te atom would tend feed on its own energy. Ray looked at him in awe. You, he whispered, have just invented the tractor beam, the pressor beam, the disintegrator, and the all-purpose, all-fuel atomic motor. I have. Is tier money in Tem? Ray went to work. The 3 expeditions from Sol had left a good deal of assorted supplies and equipment behind for the use of later arrivals. Most of this had been stored in a local temple, and sacrifices were made yearly to the digital computer. It took an involved theological argument to obtain the stuff. The point that Orman had to be rescued was conceded to be a good one. But it wasn't till the High Priestess suddenly disappeared that the material was forthcoming. The Ballantine Yurushkidin circuits were simple things, once you knew how to make them. With the help of a few tolerably skilled smiths, Ray hammered out enough of the new type atomic generators to lift the fleet off Varan and across to Sol. He built the drive circuits carefully, designing them to burn out after landing again on Varan. The prospect of the Amazon planet's people flitting whither they pleased in the galaxy was not one any sane man could cheerfully contemplate. The spaceships were mere hulks of varnished and greased hardwood, equipped with airlocks and slapped together by the carpenters of Meta in a few weeks. The crossing would be made so rapidly that heating and air plants wouldn't be needed. Once the haywired star drives were installed, a pilot sketchily trained for each vessel, and every hull crammed with a couple of hundred yelling warriors, the fleet was ready to go. They poured in, 10 times as many as the 30 ships could hold, riding and hiking from the farthest of the continent's little kingdoms to be in on the most glorious piracy of their dreams. Only Diane cared much about Orman, who was after all merely her personal Joss, and only Ray gave a good damn about the menace of Jupiter. The rest came to fight and steal and see new countries. They were especially eager to kidnap husbands. The polyandrous system of Varan worked undue hardships on many women, and Diane shrewdly gave preference to the unmarried in choosing her followers. As to the practicability of the whole insane idea, Ray didn't dare think about it. 3 hectic months after his arrival at Centauri, the barbarian fleet left for Sol. Jupiter swam enormously in the forward ports, diademed with the bitter glory of open space, growing and growing as the ship rushed closer. Ray pushed his way through the restless crowd of armed women that jammed the boat. Diane, he pleaded, couldn't I at least call up Earth and find out what's happened? Vi, I suppose so, she said, not taking her eyes off the swelling giant before them. But be quick, please. The human fiddled with the telescreen. 3 months ago the notion of calling over nearly 500 million miles with that undersized thing would have been merely ridiculous. But that was another byproduct of Yurushkidin's theory. You used an electron wave with unlimited velocity as a carrier beam for your radio photons. It induced a similar effect in the other transmitter. No distance diminution. No time lag. Anyway, not within the limits of anything so small as the solar system. Ray got the standard wavelength of the UN Public Relations Office, the only one which he could call freely without going through a lot of red tape. A blurred face looked out at him. He hadn't refined his circuits to the point of eliminating distortion, and the UN official resembled something seen through 10 feet of rippled water, at least, his image did. But the voice was clear enough. "Who is this, please?" Ray Ballantyne, returning from Alpha Centauri on the first faster-than-light spaceship. Calling from the vicinity of Jupiter. "This is no time for joking. Who the devil are you and what do you want? Please report. I want to give the UN patrol the secret of faster-than-light travel. Stand by to record." "Hey!" screamed Yurushkidin. "I never said I'd jibe." Diane put her foot on his head and pushed him against the floor. "Oh, well," he said. "Trough te incredible generosity of myself, 10, te secret is made freely available." "Ready to record?" asked Ray tightly. "I said your humor is in very bad taste," said the official, and switched off with an ugly scowl. Ray blinked weakly at the set for a while. Then he tuned in on Earth broadcasts until he caught a news program. Jupiter had declared war a month ago, defeated the UN Navy in a running battle off Mars, seized bases on Luna, and was threatening atomic bombardment of Earth unless terms were met. "Oh, gosh," said Ray. "Such an invasion could only be launched on a shoestring," said Yurushkidin. "Te-UN still has bases closer to home, it can cut Jobian supply lines. And meanwhile poor old Earth is reduced to radioactive rubbish," said Ray gloomily. "And those grunt brains in charge won't believe I've got the decisive weapon to save them. Would you believe such a claim?" "No, but this is different, damn it." "Ganymede dead ahead," shouted Diane. "Stand by for action. Get ready to make a landing." Chapter 7. The flagship spaceboat slanted into the moon's atmosphere with a whoop and a holler, blazed across the ragged surface, and lowered outside the great dome of Ganymede City. The clumsy hulks behind her wallowed after at a more leisurely pace. Lacking spacesuits, the Amazons were faced with a certain problem of entry. Diane hovered over the spaceport and opened her disintegrators full blast. The port disappeared in a sudden tornado of boiling rock and leaping blue fires. When she had sunk a 50-foot pit, she went down into it, hung before the side of it facing the city, and narrowed the dis beam to a drill. In moments she had cut a tunnel through to the lower levels of the city. Air began streaming out, ghost-white with freezing water vapor, but it would take quite a few minutes for the pressure within to fall dangerously low. Meanwhile Diane sailed blithely through her tunnel, disintegrated various walls and bulkheads to clear a landing space, and set down amid the ruins of the city's factory level. "All out," she cried. "Hi, Cathantama." Ray buckled on his helmet with shaking fingers, drew his sword, and followed her out the airlock, more because of the press of bodies behind than from any desire for glory. In fact, he admitted to himself, he was scared witless. Only Yurushkidin stayed behind, the lucky devil. The rest of the barbarian fleet streamed in one by one, landing clumsily and discharging their clamorous hordes. When the clear area was filled, they landed on top of each other and the armored warriors jumped down in a flash of edged metal. After they were all in, Yurushkidin projected a beam and melted the passageway shut against the escape of air and heat. Also, thought Ray sickly, against a quick retreat. Ha! Diane's sword shrieked in the air above the helmeted heads of her milling army. She started down the nearest corridor, running and bounding and whooping. The Amazons were hard on her heels, and the racket of clashing armor and girlish voices was shattering. Up a long staircase, 5 steps at a time, into the hall beyond that, spilling out over a broad plaza. A machine gun raved and Ray saw 3 Centaurians tumble to the floor. As he dove for it himself, he looked across the square and into the muzzle of the thing where it sat in one of the branch corridors. There might be only a skeleton garrison left in the city, but it had reacted with terrifying swiftness. Ray tried to dig through the metal floor plates. The air was suddenly thick and whistling. A solid rain of spears and arrows loosed. It didn't leave much of the machine gun crew. One of the Amazon officers, they had some notion of firearms, picked up the .50 caliber under one arm. When a squad of Jovian soldiers appeared down the hallway, she held it against her knee and used it Tommy gun style. It worked. Ray was carried along by the tide. In this weird struggle, modern firearms weren't of decisive use. Boiling through the miles of gloomy hallways and narrow apartments, the fight was almost entirely hand-to-hand, and that was exactly what the Varanians loved. Diane vaulted over a row of bodies and hit a Jovian squad with all her mass and momentum. She trampled 2 men underfoot while her sword howled in a shearing arc around her. A Jovian grenadier hurled his pineapple in her direction. She snatched it out of the air and tossed it back. Wildly, he caught it and threw it again. Diane laughed and pitched it once more, very shortly before it went off. Turning, she skewered one Jovian, kicked another in the belly, used her sword's guard as a knuckle duster against a third, and cut down a fourth in almost the same motion. The squad broke up. Ray saw an inviting door and scurried for it. There was a bed to hide under. 2 Jovian soldiers came in at that moment, fleeing the barbarians. Ray's helmet and cuirass were as good as a uniform, or he would have shouted, "Hail, Wilder!" As it was, the nearest man lunged at him with a bayonet. Ray's sword clattered against the weapon, driving it briefly aside. The Jovian snarled and probed inward, but a bayonet is clumsy compared to a well-handled blade, and Ray had done a little fencing. He beat the assault back and thrust under the fellow's guard. The other man had been circling, trying to get in on the fun. Now he charged. Ray whirled to meet him and tripped on his scabbard. He clanged to the floor and the rushing Jovian tripped on him. Ray got on the man's back, pulled off his helmet, and beat his head against the floor. Rising, he checked the 2 rifles. Empty. The Jovians must have used all their clips in an attempt to stem the Centaurian thrust, which explained their choice of cold steel against him. But they had full cartridge belts. Ray reloaded one of the guns and felt better. Peering carefully out the door, he saw that the fight had moved somewhere else. He started back toward the ships, the safest place he could think of. As he rounded a corner, a Tommy gun blast nearly took his head off. He yelled, dropped to the floor just in time, and let the gun fall from his hands. A hard boot slammed against his ribs. "Get up!" He lurched to his feet and stared into the faces of a Jovian detachment, the black-clad elite guard of the dictator himself. Martin Wilder the Great huddled in their midst. Colonel Roshevsky Feldkamp was at their head, in charge of Jupiter's home defense. Ray thought wildly, and tried to stretch his arms higher. "Valentine." The Jovian officer glared at him for a long moment. "So you are responsible." "I had nothing to do with it, so help me I didn't," protested Ray between the clattering of his teeth. "You brought these savages in, you and your damned faster-than-light engine. If it weren't for your hostage value, I'd shoot you now. As it is, I'll wait till later. March." They went carefully down the glutted Hall Street. The Centaurians had been picking up souvenirs from every shop and apartment they passed. "Don't think this will accomplish anything," said Wilder pompously. "You may have driven us from our capital, but we have already called for help from the other cities, from the whole Jovian system. The fleet is on its way." So the Amazons had taken Ganymede City. And now they'd be too busy looting to think about counterattacks from outside. Ray groaned. "We have to get out of here, sir," said Roshevsky Feldkamp. "We don't want you to be caught in the fighting." No, that would never do," said Wilder quickly. "There is a military airlock this way, with spacesuits. We can get out on the surface." "I will strike a new medal," chattered the dictator. "The defense of the homeland medal. And afterward we will take those ships." Roshevsky Feldkamp's hard face lit with a terrible glee. "And then the stars are ours. Hooah!" The shout rang down the hallway. Ray saw a Centaurian band, staggering under armloads of assorted plunder, emerge from a side passage. The Jovians brought their rifles up. Something like an atomic bomb hit the group from the rear. Diane's war cry shrieked above the sudden din. She hadn't been altogether a fool. Ray was shoved back against the wall by the sudden whirlpool of struggling bodies. He ducked as a Varanian sword whistled overhead. Diane was wading in among the Jovians, kicking, striking, hewing like a maniac. She split one enemy apart, pitched another into a third, turned around and chopped loose. Her warriors got to work at her side. A panting Jovian backed up close to Ray, lifting his rifle anew to shoot down the bronze-haired girl. The Earthmen thoughtfully removed the soldier's pistol from its holster and shot him. "My little hero," cried Diane happily. "I love you so much." She beat down another man's gun and broke his head. The fight ended. Most of the Jovians had simply been knocked galley west and submitted in a stunned way to being bound and hoisted to Varanian shoulders. Ray had a glimpse of Martin Wilder the Great and Colonel Roshevsky Feldkamp being dragged off by a squat and muscular Amazon with a silly smirk on her sword-scarred face. They were destined for her harem, and he couldn't think of two people he'd rather have it happen to. Only there were those Jovian ships. Ray had no way, just then, of knowing that Urushkatan had prudently taken the space boat outside again and was using its long-range beams to disintegrate the fleet as it came down. He hummed an old Martian work song to himself as he did. There are times when even a philosopher must take measures. Official banquets are notoriously dull affairs, and the present celebration was no different. That the Luna-based invaders had capitulated on hearing of the disaster at home, that a democratic government with UN membership had been set up for a permanently disarmed Jupiter, and that the stars were open to mankind, seemed to call forth only bigger and better platitudes. Ray Ballantyne, drowsy with food and cocktails, nearly snowblind with white tablecloth, would have fallen asleep except for the fact that his shoes pinched him. So he listened with some surprise to the president of his alma mater telling what an outstanding student he had been. As a matter of fact, he recalled, he'd damn near been expelled. Urushkatan, crammed into a Martian-designed tuxedo, smoked a thoughtful pipe at his right and made calculations on the tablecloth. Diane Corlaz, her shining hair braided around a stolen Jovian tiara, looked stunning in a low-cut evening gown on his left. The dagger at her waist was to set a new fashion on Earth, but there had been some confusion when she insisted on having Ormond the Terrible placed in front of her and Grace said to the idol, "Oh, well. And this dauntless genius of science, whom his university is pleased to honor with a doctorate of law." She leaned over and whispered in his ear, it could only be heard for 3 yards around, "Ray, vat vil you do now?" "I dunno," he murmured back. "I want to get a patent on that damn interstellar drive before Urushkatan does, but after that, well. It vas a lot of fun while it lasted, vasn't it?" Diane's smile was wistful. "But I have been thinking, Ray. I am goin' back to Varan and carve me out a throne. You, vel, Ray, you are too fine and beautiful for such rough vark. You bellent here, in the glamour and bright lights, not out with a lot of coarse unruly women who might hurt you. You know," he said, "I think you've got something there." "I will always remember you," she said sentimentally. "Maybe someday when we are old, we can meet again and bore the youth with talk of our great days." She looked around. "If only we could sneak out of here now and have a farewell party of our own, I know a bar." Ray stroked his chin. "This calls for tactics. If we could sort of slump down in our chairs, as if we were tired, and Lord, I am, and gradually sink out of sight, we could crawl under the table and through that door." As he crept from the hall, Ray heard Urushkatan, called on for a speech. Begin the detailed exposition of his latest theory. Security. It had been a tough day at the lab, one of those days when nothing seems able to go right. And, of course, it had been precisely the day Hammond, the efficiency inspector, would choose to stick his nose in. Another mark in his little notebook, and enough marks like that meant a derating, and Control had a habit of sending derated labmen to Venus. That wasn't a criminal punishment, but it amounted to the same thing. Alan Lancaster had no fear of it for himself. The sector chief of a project was under direct Control jurisdiction rather than efficiency, and Control was friendly to him. But he'd hate to see young Rogers get it. The boy had been married only a week now. To top the day off, a report had come to Lancaster's desk from Sector 7 of the project. Security had finally cleared it for general transmission to sector chiefs, and it was the complete design of an electronic valve on which some of the best men in Lancaster's own division, Sector 13, had been sweating for 6 months. There went half a year's work down the drain, all for nothing, and Lancaster would have that much less to show at the next project reckoning. He had cursed for several minutes straight, drawing the admiring glances of his assistants. It was safe enough for a high-ranking labman to gripe about security. In fact, it was more or less expected. Scientists had their privileges. One of these was a private 3-room apartment. Another was an extra liquor ration. Tonight, as he came home, Lancaster decided to make a dent in the latter. He'd eaten at the commissary, as usual, but hadn't stayed to talk. All the way home in the tube, he'd been thinking of that whiskey and soda. Now it sparkled gently in his glass and he sighed, letting a smile crease his lean homely face. He was a tall man, a little stooped, his clothes, uniform and mufti alike, perpetually rumpled. Solitary by nature, he was still unmarried in spite of the bachelor tax and had only one son. The boy was 10 years old now, must be in the youth guard. Lancaster wasn't sure, never having seen him. It was dark outside his windows, but a glow above the walls across the skyway told of the city pulsing and murmuring beyond. He liked the quiet of his evenings alone and had withstood a good deal of personal and official pressure to serve in various patriotic organizations. "Damn it," he had explained, "I'm not doing routine work. I'm on a project, and I need relaxation of my own choosing." He selected a tape from his library. Ein klein Nacht music lilted joyously about him as he found a chair and sat down. Control hadn't gotten around to making approved lists of music yet, though you'd surely never hear Mozart in a public place. Lancaster got a cigar from the humidor and collapsed his long gaunt body across chair and hassock. Smoke, whiskey, good music, they washed his mind clean of worry and frustration. He drifted off in a mist of unformed dreams. Yes, it wasn't such a bad world. The mail tube went ping. And he opened his eyes, swearing. For a moment he was tempted to let the numeral lie where it fell, but habit was too strong. He grumbled his way over to the basket and took it out. The stamp across it jerked his mind to wakefulness. Official, secret, for Aderzonle, and a security seal. After a moment he swallowed his thumping heart. It couldn't be serious, not as far as he personally was concerned anyway. If that had been the case, a squad of monitors would have been at the door. Not this message tube. He broke the seal and unfolded the flimsy with elaborate care. Slowly, he scanned it. Underneath the official letterhead, the words were curt. "Dis is a matter uv urgency and is top secret. Destry dis lettre and du tub contenir en it. Tomorrow, June 15th, at 21:30 hours, you will go to du Observatory, a knit club at 5730 Victory Street, and ask du head waiter for a Mr. Berg. You will assume dat he is an old friend uv yours and dat dis is a social evening. Do use ual penalty ZAR invOKT for FLUR to comply." There was no signature. Lancaster stood for a moment, trying to imagine what this might be. There was a brief chill of sweat on his skin. Then he suppressed his emotions. He had nothing to fear. His record was clean and he wasn't being arrested. His mind wandered rebelliously off on something that had occurred to him before. Admittedly, the new phonetic orthography was more efficient than the old, if less aesthetic. But since little of the earlier literature was being reissued in modern spelling, not too many books had actually been condemned as subversive, only a few works on history, politics, philosophy, and the like, together with some scientific texts restricted for security reasons. But one by one, the great old writings were sent to forgetfulness. Well, these were critical times. There wasn't material and energy to spare for irrelevant details. No doubt when complete peace was achieved there would be a renaissance. Meanwhile he, Lancaster, had his Euripides and Goethe and whatever else he liked, or knew where to borrow it. As for this message, they must want him for something big, maybe something really interesting. Nevertheless, his evening was ruined. The observatory was like most approved recreation spots, large and raucous, selling unrationed food and drink and amusement at uncontrolled prices of which the government took its usual lion's share. The angle in this place was astronomy. The ceiling was a blue haze aglitter with slowly wheeling constellations, and the strippers began with make-believe spacesuits. There were some rather good murals on the walls depicting various stages of the conquest of space. Lancaster was amused at one of them. When he'd been here 3 years ago, the first landing on Ganymede had shown a group of men unfurling a German flag. It had stuck in his mind, because he happened to know that the first expedition there had actually been Russian. That was all right then, seeing that Germany was an ally at the time. But now that Europe was growing increasingly cold to the idea of an American-dominated world, the Ganymedean pioneers were holding a good safe stars and stripes. Oh, well. You had to keep the masses happy. They couldn't see that their sacrifices and the occasional short wars were necessary to prevent another real smash-up like the one 75 years ago. Lancaster's annoyance was directed at the sullen foreign powers and the traitors within his own land. It was because of them that science had to be straitjacketed by security regulations. The head waiter bowed before him. "I'm looking for a friend," said Lancaster. "A Mr. Berg?" "Yes, sir." "This way, please." Lancaster slouched after him. He'd worn the dress uniform of a project officer, but he felt that all eyes were on its deplorable sloppiness. The head waiter conducted him between tables of half-crocked customers, burly black-uniformed space guardsmen, army and air officers, richly clad industrialists and union bosses, civilian leaders, their wives and mistresses. The waiters were all Martian slaves, he noticed, their phosphorescent allies smoldering in the dim blue light. He was ushered into a curtained booth. There was an auto-dispenser so that those using it need not be interrupted by servants, and an ultrasonic globe on the table was already vibrating to soundproof the region. Lancaster's gaze went to the man sitting there. In spite of being short, he was broad-shouldered and compact in plain gray evening pajamas. His face was round and freckled, almost cherubic, under a shock of sandy hair, but there were merry little devils in his eyes. "Good evening, Dr. Lancaster," he said. "Please sit down. What'll you have?" "Thanks, I'll have scotch and soda." Might as well make this expensive, if the government was footing the bill. And if this, Berg, thought him un-American for drinking an imported beverage, what of it? The scientist lowered himself into the seat opposite his host. "I'm having the same, as a matter of fact," said Berg mildly. He twirled the dial and slipped a couple of $5 coins into the dispenser slot. When the tray was ejected, he sipped his drink appreciatively and looked across the rim of the glass at the other man. "You're a high-ranking physicist on the Arizona project, aren't you, Dr. Lancaster?" he asked. That much was safe to admit. Lancaster nodded. "What is your work, precisely?" "You know I can't tell you anything like that." "It's all right. Here are my credentials." Berg extended a wallet. Lancaster scanned the cards and handed them back. "Okay, so you're in security," he said. "I still can't tell you anything, not without proper clearance." Berg chuckled amiably. "Good. I'm glad to see you're discreet. Too many lab men don't understand the necessity of secrecy, even between different branches of the same organization. With a sudden whip-like sharpness, you didn't tell anyone about this meeting, did you? No, of course not. Despite himself, Lancaster was rattled. That is, a friend asked if I'd care to go out with her tonight, but I said I was meeting someone else. That's right. Berg relaxed, smiling. All right, we may as well get down to business. You're getting quite an honor, Dr. Lancaster. You've been tapped for one of the most important jobs in the solar system. Lancaster's eyes widened behind the contact lenses. But no one else has informed me. No one of your acquaintance knows of this. Nor shall they. But tell me, you've done work on dielectrics, haven't you? Yes. It's been a sort of specialty of mine, in fact. I wrote my thesis on the theory of dielectric polarization, and since then, no, that's classified. Berg took another sip of his drink. And right now you're just a cog in a computer development project. You see, I do know a few things about you. However, we've decided, higher up, in fact on the very top level, to take you off it for the time being and put you on this other job, one concerning your specialty. Furthermore, you won't be part of a great organizational machine, but very much on your own. The fewer who know of this, the better. Lancaster wasn't sure he liked that. Once the job was done, if he were possessed of all information on it, he might be incarcerated or even shot as a security risk. Things like that had happened. But there wasn't much he could do about it. Have no fears. Berg seemed to read his thoughts. Your reward may be a little delayed for security reasons, but it will come in due time. He leaned forward, earnestly. I repeat, this project is top secret. It's a vital link in something much bigger than you can imagine, and few men below the president even know of it. Therefore, the very fact that you've worked on it, that you've done any outside work at all, must remain unknown, even to the chiefs of your project. Good stunt if you can do it, shrugged Lancaster. But I'm hot. Security keeps tabs on everything I do. This is how we'll work it. You have a furlough coming up in 2 weeks, don't you, a 3 months furlough? Where were you going? I thought I'd visit the Southwest. Get in some mountain climbing, see the canyons and Indian ruins and... Yes. Very well. You'll get your ticket as usual and a reservation at the Tycho Hotel in Phoenix. You'll go there and, on your first evening, retire early. Alone, I need hardly add. We'll be waiting for you in your room. There'll be a very carefully prepared duplicate, surgical disguise, plastic fingerprinting tips, fully educated in your habits, tastes, and mannerisms. He'll stay behind and carry out your vacation while we smuggle you away. A similar exchange will be effected when you return. You'll be told exactly how your double spent the summer, and you'll resume your ordinary life. Well, it was too sudden. Lancaster had to hedge. But look, I'll be supposedly coming back from an outdoor vacation, with a suntan and well rested. Somebody's going to get suspicious. There'll be sun lamps where you're going, my friend. And I think the chance to work independently on something that really interests you will prove every bit as restful to your nerves as a summer's travel. I know the scientific mentality. Berg chuckled. Yes, indeed. The exchange went off so smoothly that it was robbed of all melodrama, though Lancaster had an unexpectedly eerie moment when he confronted his double. It was his own face that looked at him, there in the impersonal hotel room, himself framed against blowing curtains and darkness of night. Then Berg gestured him to follow and they went down a cord ladder hanging from the window sill. A car waited in the alley below and slid into easy motion the instant they had gotten inside. There was a driver and another man in the front seat, both shadows against the moving blur of street lamps and night. Berg and Lancaster sat in the rear, and the secret agent chatted all the way. But he said nothing of informational content. When the highway had taken them well into the loneliness of the desert, the car turned off it, bumped along a miserable dirt track until it had crossed a ridge, and slowed before a giant transcontinental diesel-electric truck. A man emerged from its cab, waving an unhurried arm, and the car swung around to the rear of the van. There was a tailgate lowered, forming a ramp. Above it, the huge double doors opened on a cavern of blackness. The car slid up the ramp, and the man outside pushed it in after them and closed the doors. Presently the truck got into motion. "This is really secret," whistled Lancaster. He felt awed and helpless. "Quite so. Security doesn't like the government's right hand to know what its left is doing." Berg smiled, a dim flash of teeth in his shadowy face. Then he was serious. "It's necessary, Lancaster. You don't know how strong and well-organized the subversives are." The physicist, closed his mouth. It was true, he hadn't the faintest notion, really. He followed the news, but in a cursory fashion, without troubling to analyze the meaning of it. Damn it all, he had enough else to think about. Just as well that elections had been suspended and bade fair to continue indefinitely in abeyance. If he, a member of the intelligentsia, wasn't sufficiently acquainted with the political and military facts of life to make rational decisions, it certainly behooved the ill-educated masses to obey. "We might as well stretch ourselves," said the driver. "Long way to go yet." He climbed out and switched on an overhead light. The interior of the van was roomy, even allowing for the car. There were bunks, a table and chairs, a small refrigerator and cookstove. The driver, a lean saturnine man who seemed to be forever chewing gum, began to prepare coffee. The other sat down, whistling tunelessly. He was young and powerfully built, but his right arm ended in a prosthetic claw. All of them were dressed in inconspicuous civilian garb. "Take us about 10 hours, maybe," said Berg. "The spaceship's way over in Colorado." He caught Lancaster's blank stare, and grinned. "Yes, my friend, your lab is out in space." "Surprised?" Yeah. I've never been off Earth." "Sakai. We run at acceleration, you won't be space sick." Berg drew up a chair, sat down, and tilted it back against a wall. The steady rumble of engines pulsed under his words. "It's interesting, really, to consider the relationship between government and military technology. The powerful, authoritarian governments have always arisen in such times as the evolution of warfare made a successful fighting machine something elaborate, expensive, and maintainable by professionals only. Like in the Roman Empire. It took years to train a legionnaire and a lot of money to equip an army and keep it in the field. So Rome became autarchic. However, it was not so expensive a proposition that a rebellious general couldn't put some troops up for a while, or he could pay them with plunder. So you did get civil wars. Later, when the empire had broken up and warfare relied largely on the individual barbarian who brought his own weapons with him, government loosened. It had to. Any ruler who got to throwing his weight around too much would have insurrection on his hands. Then as war again became an art, well, you see how it goes. There are other factors, of course, like religion, ideology in general. But by and large, it's worked out the way I explained it. Because there are always people willing to fight when government encroaches on what they consider their liberties, and governments are always going to try to encroach. So the balance struck depends on comparative strength. The American colonists back in 1776 relied on citizen levies, and weapons were so cheap and simple that almost anyone could obtain them. Therefore government stayed loose for a long time. But nowadays, who except a government can make atomic bombs and space rockets? So we get absolute states. Lancaster looked around, feeling the loneliness close in on him. The driver was still clattering the coffee pot. The one-armed man was utterly blank and expressionless. And Berg sat there, smiling, pouring out those damnable cynicisms. Was it some kind of test? Were they probing his loyalty? What kind of reply was expected? "We're a democratic nation and you know it," he said. It came out more feebly than he had thought. "Oh, well, sure. This is just a state of emergency which has lasted unusually long, 72 years to be exact. If we hadn't lost World War III, and needed a powerful remilitarization to overthrow the Soviet world, but we did." Berg took out a pack of cigarettes. "Smoke? I was just trying to explain to you why the subversives are so dangerous. They have to be, or they wouldn't stand any kind of chance. When you set out to upset something as big as the United States government, it's an all-or-nothing proposition. They've had a long time now to organize, and there's a huge percentage of malcontents to help them out." "Malcontents?" "Well, look, Berg, I mean, you're the expert and of course you know your business, but a natural human grumble at conditions doesn't mean revolutionary sentiments. These aren't such bad times. People have work, and their needs are supplied. They aren't hankering to have the hemispheric wars back again. The standard revolutionary argument," said Berg patiently, "is that the rebels aren't trying to overthrow the nation at all, but simply to restore constitutional and libertarian government. It's common knowledge that they have help and some subsidies from outside, but it's contended that these are merely countries tired of a world dominated by an American dictatorship and, being small Latin American and European states, couldn't possibly think of conquering us. Surely you've seen subversive literature." "Well, yes. Can't help finding their pamphlets all over the place." And Lancaster closed his mouth. No, damned if he was going to admit that he knew 3 co-workers who listened to rebel propaganda broadcasts. Those were silly, harmless kids. Why get them in trouble? Maybe get them sent to camp. You probably don't appreciate the hold that kind of argument has on all too many intellectuals, and a lot of the common herd, too," said Berg. "Naturally you wouldn't. If your attitude has always been unsympathetic, these people aren't going to confide their thoughts to you. And then there are bought men, and spies smuggled in, and, oh, I needn't elaborate. It's enough to say that we've been thoroughly infiltrated, and that most of their agents have absolutely impeccable dossiers. We can't give neoscop to everybody, you know. Security has to rely on spot checks and the testing of key personnel. Only when organizations get as big as they are today, there's apt to be no real key man, and a few spies strategically placed in the lower echelons can pick up a hell of a lot of information. Then there are the colonists out on the planets. Our hold on them has always necessarily been loose, because of transportation and communication difficulties if nothing else. And, as I say, foreign powers. A little country like Switzerland or Denmark or Venezuela can't do much by itself, but an undercover international pooling of resources. Anyway, we have reason to believe in the existence of a large, well-financed, well-organized underground, with trained fighting men, big secret weapons dumps, and saboteurs ready for the word go, to say nothing of a restless population and any number of covert sympathizers who'd follow if the initial uprising had good results. Or bad, depending on whose viewpoint you take, grinned the one-armed man. Lancaster put his elbows on his knees and rested his forehead on shaking hands. "What has all this got to do with me?" he protested. "I'm not the hero of some cloak-and-dagger spy story. I'm no good at undercover stuff. What do you want of me?" "It's very simple," Berg replied quietly. "The balance of power is still with the government, because it does have more of the really heavy weapons than any other group can possibly muster. Alphabet bombs, artillery, rockets, armor, spaceships and space missiles. You see? Only research has lately suggested that a new era in warfare is developing, a new weapon as decisive as the Macedonian phalanx, gunpowder, and aircraft were in their day." As Lancaster raised his eyes, he met an almost febrile glitter in Berg's gaze. "And this weapon may reverse the trend. It may be the cheap and simple arm that anyone can make and use, the equalizer. So we've got to develop it before the rebels do. They have laboratories of their own, and their skill at stealing our secrets makes it impossible for us to trust the research to a project in the usual manner. The fewer who knew of this weapon, the better, because in the wrong hands it could mean Armageddon. The run from Earth was short, for the space laboratory wasn't far away at the moment as interplanetary distances go. Lancaster wasn't told anything about its orbit, but guessed that it had a path 1,000,000 miles or so sunward from Earth and highly tilted with respect to the ecliptic. That made for almost perfect concealment, for what spaceship would normally go much north or south of the region containing the planets? He was too preoccupied during the journey to estimate orbital figures, anyway. He had seen enough pictures of open space, and some of them had been excellent. But the reality towered unbelievably over all representations. There simply is no way of describing that naked grandeur, and when you have once experienced it you don't want to try. His companions, Berg and the one-armed Jessup, who piloted the spaceboat, respected his need for silence. The station had been painted non-reflecting black, which complicated temperature control but made accidental observation of its existence almost impossible. It loomed against the cold glory of stars like a pit of ultimate darkness, and Jessup had to guide the boat in with radar. When the last lock had clanged shut behind him and he stood in a narrow metal corridor, shut away from the sky, Lancaster felt a sense of unendurable loss. It faded, and he grew aware of others watching him. There were half a dozen people, a motley group dressed in any shabby garment they happened to fancy, with no sign of the semi-military discipline of a project crew. A Martian hovered in the background, and Lancaster didn't notice him at first. Berg introduced the humans casually. There was a stocky gray-haired man named Friedrichs, a lanky space-tanned young chap called Isaacson, a middle-aged woman and her husband by the name of Defreer. A quiet Oriental who answered to Huang, and a red-haired woman presented as Karen Merrick. These, Berg explained, were the technicians who would be helping Lancaster. This end of the space station was devoted to the labs and factories. For security reasons, Lancaster couldn't be permitted to go elsewhere, but it was hoped he would be comfortable here. Pardon me, aren't you a rather mixed group?" asked the physicist. "Yes, very," said Berg cheerfully. "The Duffers are French, Huang is Chinese, and Karen here is Norwegian though her husband was Czech. Not to mention. There you are, I didn't see you before. Dr. Lancaster, I'd like you to meet Rakan of Thiel, Mars, a very accomplished labman." Lancaster gulped, shifting his feet and looking awkwardly at the small gray-feathered body and the beaked owl face. Rakan bowed politely, sparing Lancaster the decision of whether or not to shake the claw-like hand. He assumed Rakan was somebody's slave, but since when did slaves act as social equals? "But you said this project was top secret," he blurted. "Oh, it is," smiled Karen Merrick. She had a husky, pleasant voice, and while she was a little too thin to be really good-looking, she was cast in a fine mold and her eyes were large and gray and lovely. "I assure you, non-Americans are perfectly capable of preserving a secret. More so than most Americans, really, we don't have ties on Earth. No one to blab to. It's not well known today, but the original Manhattan Project that constructed the first atomic bombs had quite an international character," said Berg. "It even included German, Italian, and Hungarian elements though the United States was at war with those countries. Come along and we'll get you settled in your quarters," invited Isaacson. Lancaster followed him down the long hallways, rather dazed with the whole business. He noticed that the space station had a crude, unfinished look, as if it had been hastily thrown together from whatever materials were available. That didn't ring true for a government enterprise, no matter how secret. Berg seemed to read his thought again. "We've worked under severe handicaps," he said. "Look, just suppose a lot of valuable material and equipment were ferried into space. If it's an ordinary government deal, you know how many light-years of red tape are involved. Requisitions have to be filled out in triplicate, every last rivet has to be accounted for, there'd simply have been too much chance of a rebel spy getting a lead on us. It was safer all around to use whatever chance materials could be obtained from salvage or through individual purchases on other planets. Ever hear of the Waikiki? Seems so. Wasn't she the big freighter that disappeared many years ago? That's the one. A meteor swarm struck her on the way to Venus. Furthermore, one of them shorted out her engine controls, so that she swooped out of the ecliptic plane and fell into an eccentric skew orbit. When this project was first started, one of our astronomers thought he'd identified the swarm. It has a regular path of its own about the Sun, though the orbit is so cockeyed that spaceships hardly ever even see the things. Anyway, knowing the orbit of the meteors and that of the Waikiki at the time, he could calculate where the disaster must have taken place, which gave us a lead in searching for the Hulk. We found it after a lot of investigation, moved it here, and built the station up around it. Very handy. And completely secret. Lancaster had always suspected that security was a little mad. Now he knew it. Oh, well. His room was small and austere, but privacy was nice. The lab crew ate in a common refectory. Beyond the edge of their territory, great bulkheads blocked off 3/4 of the space station. Lancaster was sure that many people and several Martians lived there, for in the days that followed he saw any number of strangers appearing and disappearing in the region allowed him. Most of these were workmen of some kind or other, called in to help the lab crew as needed, but all of them were tight-lipped. They must have been cautioned not to speak to the guest more than was strictly necessary. Living was Spartan in the station. It rotated fast enough to give weight, but even on the outer skin that was only 1/2 Earth gravity. A couple of silent Martians prepared undistinguished meals and did housework in the quarters. There were no films or other organized recreation, though Lancaster was told that the forbidden sector included a good-sized room for athletics. But the crew he worked with didn't seem to mind. They had their own large collections of books and music wires, which they borrowed from each other. They played chess and poker with savage skill. Conversation was, at first, somewhat restrained in Lancaster's presence, and most of the humor had so little reference to things he knew that he couldn't follow it. But he became aware that they talked with more animation and intelligence than his friends on Earth. Manners were utterly informal, and it wasn't long before even Lancaster was being addressed by his first name. But cooperation was smooth and there seemed to be none of the intrigue and backbiting of a typical project crew. And the work filled their lives. Lancaster was caught up in it the day after his arrival, realized at once what it meant, and was plunged into the fascination of it. Berg hadn't lied, this was big. The perfect dielectric. Such, at least, was the aim of the project. It was explained to Lancaster that one Dr. Sophules had first seen the possibilities and organized the research. It had gone ahead slowly, hampered by a lack of needed materials and expert personnel. When Sophules died, none of his assistants felt capable of carrying on the work at any decent rate of speed. They were all competent in their various specialties, but it takes more than training to do basic research. A certain inborn, intuitive flair is needed. So they had sent to Earth for a new boss, Lancaster. The physicist scratched his head in puzzlement. It didn't seem right that something so important should have to take the leavings of technical personnel. Secrecy or not, the most competent men on Earth should have been tapped for this job, and they should have been given everything they needed to carry it through. Then he forgot his bewilderment in the clean chill ecstasy of the work. Man had been hunting superior dielectrics for a long time now. It was more than a question of finding the perfect electrical insulator, though that would be handy too. What was really important was the sort of condensers made possible by a genuinely good dielectric material. Given that, you could do fantastic things in electronics. Most significant of all was the matter of energy storage. If you could store large amounts of electricity in an accumulator of small volume, without appreciable leakage loss, you could build generators designed to handle average rather than peak load, with resultant savings in cost. You could build electric motors, containing their own energy supply and hence portable, which meant electric automobiles and possibly aircraft. You could use inconveniently located power sources, such as remote waterfalls, or dilute sources like sunlight. To augment, maybe eventually replace, the waning reserves of fuel and fissionable minerals. You could. Lancaster's mind gave up on all the possibilities opening before him and settled down to the immediate task at hand. The original mineral was found on Venus, in the Gorb of Ashtar country, explained Karen Merrick. Here's a sample. She gave him a lump of rough, dense material which glittered in hard rainbow points of light. It was just a curiosity at first, till somebody thought to test its electrical properties. Those were slightly fantastic. We have all chemical and physical data on this stuff already, of course, as well as an excellent idea of its crystal structure. It's a funny mixture of barium and titanium compounds with some rare earths and, well, read the report for yourself. Lancaster's eyes skimmed down the sheaf of papers she handed him. Can't make very good condensers out of this, he objected. Too brittle, and look how the properties vary with temperature. A practical dielectric has to be stable in every way, at least over the range of conditions you intend to use it in. She nodded. Of course. Anyway, the mineral is very rare on Venus, and you know how tough it is to search for anything in Gorb of Ashtar. What's important is the lead it gave Sephules. You see, the dielectric constant of this material isn't constant at all. It increases with applied voltage. Look at this curve here. Lancaster whistled. What the devil, but that's impossible. That much variability means a crystal structure which is, flexible, damn it. But you've got a brittle substance here. According to the accepted theory of dielectricity, this couldn't be. Lancaster realized with a thumping behind his veins that the theory would have to be modified. Rather, this was an altogether different phenomenon from normal insulation. He supposed some geological freak had formed the mineral. Venus was a strange planet anyway. But that didn't matter. The important thing now was to get to know this process. He went off into a happy mist of quantum mechanics, oscillation theory, and periodic functions of a complex variable. Karen and Isaacson exchanged a slow smile. Sephules and his people had done heroic work under adverse conditions. A tentative theory of the mechanism involved had already been formulated. And the search had started for a means to duplicate the superdielectricity in materials otherwise more suitable to man's needs. But as he grew familiar with the place and the job, Lancaster wondered just how adverse the conditions really were. True, the equipment was old and cranky, much of it haywired together, much of it invented from scratch. But Rakan the Martian, for all his lack of formal education, was unbelievably clever where it came to making apparatus and making it behave, and Friedrichs was a top-flight designer. The lab had what it needed, wasn't that enough? The rest of Lancaster's crew were equally good. The Duffers were physical chemists par excellence, Isaacson a brilliant crystallographer with an unusual brain for mathematics, Huang an expert on quantum theory and interatomic forces. Karen an imaginative experimenter. None of them quite had the synthesizing mentality needed for an overall picture and a forevision of the general direction of work, that had been Sephules' share. And was now Lancaster's, but they were all cheerful and skilled ere it came to detail work and could often make suggestions in a theoretical line. Then, too, there was no security snooping about, no petty scramble for recognition and promotion, no red tape. What was more important, Lancaster began to realize, was the personal nature of the whole affair. In a project, the overall chief set the pattern, and it was followed by his subordinates with increasingly less latitude as you worked down through the lower ranks. You did what you were told, produced results or else, and kept your mouth shut outside your own sector of the project. You had only the vaguest idea of what actually was being created, and why, and how it fitted into the broad scheme of society. Huang and Rakan commented on that, one evening, at dinner when they had grown more relaxed in Lancaster's presence. It was inevitable, I suppose, that scientific research should become corporate, said the Chinese. So much equipment was needed, and so many specialties had to be coordinated, that the solitary genius with only a few assistants hadn't a chance. Nevertheless, it's a pity. It's destroyed initiative in many promising young men. The top man is no longer a scientist at all, he's an administrator with some technical background. The lower ranks do have to exercise ingenuity, yes, but only along the lines they are ordered to follow. If some interesting sideline crops up, they can't investigate it. All they can do is submit a memorandum to the chief, and most likely if anything is done it will be carried out by someone else. What would you do about it? Shrugged Lancaster. You just admitted that the old-time genius in a garret can't compete. No, but the small team of creative specialists, each with an excellent understanding of the other's fields, and each working in a loose, free-willed cooperation with the rest, can. Indeed, the results will be much better. It was tried once, you may know. The early cybernetics men, back in the last century, worked that way. I wish we could co-opt some biologists and psychologists into this, murmured Rackham. His English was good, though indescribably accented by his vocal apparatus. The cellular and neural implications of dielectricity look promising. Maybe later. Well, said Lancaster defensively, a large project can be made more secure, less chance of leakage. Huang said nothing, but he cocked an eyebrow at an almost treasonable angle. In going through Sifulli's equations, Lancaster found what he believed was the flaw that was blocking progress. The man had used a simplified quantum mechanics without correction for relativistic effects. That made for neater mathematics but overlooked certain spacetime aspects of the psi function. The error was excusable, for Sifulli's had not been familiar with the Bologna matrix, a mathematical tool that brought order into what was otherwise incomprehensible chaos. Bologna's work was still classified information, being too useful, in the design of new alloys, for general consumption. Lancaster went happily to work correcting the equations. But when he was finished, he realized that he had no business showing his results without proper clearance. He wandered glumly into the lab. Karen was there alone, setting up an apparatus for the next attempt at heat treatment. A smock covered her into shapelessness, and her spectacular hair was bound up in a kerchief, but she still looked good. Lancaster, a shy man, was more susceptible to her than he wanted to be. "Where's Berg?" he asked. "Back on Earth with Jessup," she told him. "Why? Damn. It holds up the whole business till he returns." Lancaster explained his difficulty. Karen laughed. "Oh, that's all right," she said in the low voice he liked to hear. "We've all been cleared." "Not officially. I've got to see the papers." She glared at him then and stamped her foot. "How stupid can you get without having to be spoon-fed?" she snapped. "You've seen how much we think of regulations here. Let's have those equations, Mac." "But, blast it, Karen, you don't appreciate the need for security. Berg explained it to me once, how dangerous the rebels are, and how easily they can steal our secrets. And they'll stop at nothing. Do you want another hemispheric war?" She looked oddly at him, and when she spoke it was softly. "Alan, do you really believe that?" "Certainly. It's obvious, isn't it? Our country is maintaining the peace of the solar system. Once we drop the reins, all hell will run away from us. What's wrong with setting up a worldwide federation of countries? Most other nations are willing. But it's not practical." "How do you know?" "It's never been tried. Anyway, we can't decide policy. That's just not for us. The United States is a democratic country, remember?" But Lancaster looked away. For a moment he stood unspeaking, and she watched him with grave eyes and said nothing. Then, not really knowing why he did it, he lifted a defiant head. "All right. We'll go ahead, and if Berg sends us all to camp, don't blame me." "He won't. She laughed and clapped his shoulder. You know, Alan, there are times when I think you're human after all. Thanks, he grinned wryly. How about having a beer with me now? To celebrate. Why, sure. They went down to the shop. A cooler of beer was there, its contents being reckoned as among the essential supplies brought from Earth by Jessup. Lancaster uncapped 2 bottles, and he and Karen sat down on a bench, swinging their legs and looking over the silent, waiting machines. Most of the station personnel were off duty now, in the arbitrary night. He sighed at last. I like it here. I'm glad you do, Alan. It's a funny place, but I like it. The station and all its wacky inhabitants. They're heterodox as the very devil and would have trouble getting a dog catcher's job back home, but they're all refreshing. Lancaster snapped his fingers. Say, that's it. That's why you're all out here. The government needs your talents, and you aren't quite trusted, so you're put here out of range of spies. Right? Do you have to see a rebel with notebook in hand under every bed? She asked with a hint of weariness. The First Amendment hasn't been repealed yet, they say. Theoretically we're all entitled to our own opinions. Okay, I won't argue politics. Tell me about some of the people here, will you? They're an odd bunch. I can't tell you much, Alan. That's where security does apply. Isaacson is a Martian colonist, you've probably guessed that already. Jessup lost his hand in a fight with some enemies once. The Duffers had a son who was killed in the Moroccan incident. Lancaster remembered that affair had involved American power used to crush a French spy ring centered in North Africa. Sovereignty had been brushed aside. But damn it, you had to preserve the status quo, for your own survival if nothing else. Huang had to go into exile when the Chinese government changed hands a few years back. Yes, he asked when her voice faded out. Oh, I might as well tell you. My husband and I lived in America after our marriage. He was a good biotechnician and had a job with one of the big pharmaceutical companies. Only he went to camp. Later he died or was shot, I don't know which. Her words were flat. That's a shame, he said inadequately. The funny part of it is, he wasn't engaged in treason at all. He was quite satisfied with things as they were. Oh, he talked a little, but so does everybody. I imagine some rival or enemy put the finger on him. Those things happen, said Lancaster. It's too bad, but they happen. They're bound to occur in a police state, she said. Sorry. We weren't going to argue politics, were we? I never said the world was perfect, Karen. Far from it. Only what alternative have we got? Any change is likely to be so dangerous that, well, man can't afford mistakes. No, he can't. But I wonder if he isn't making one right now. Oh, well. Give me another beer. They talked on indifferent subjects till Karen said it was her bedtime. Lancaster escorted her to her apartment. She looked at him curiously as he said good night, and then went inside and closed the door. Lancaster had trouble getting to sleep. The corrected equations provided an adequate theory of superdielectricity, a theory with tantalizing hints about still other phenomena, and gave the research team a precise idea of what they wanted. In the way of crystal structure. Actually, the substance to be formed was only semicrystalline, with plastic features as well, all interwoven with a grid of carbon-linked atoms. Now the trick was to produce that stuff. Calculation revealed what elements would be needed, and what spatial arrangement, only how did you get the atoms to assume the required configuration and hook up in the right way? Theory would get you only so far, thereafter it was cut and try. Lancaster rolled up his sleeves with the rest and let Karen take over the leadership, she was the best experimenter. He spent some glorious and all but sleepless weeks, greasy, dirty, living in a jungle of haywired apparatus with a restless slide rule. There were plenty of failures, a lot of heartbreak and profanity, an occasional injury, but they kept going, and they got there. The day came, or was it the night? When Karen took a slab of darkly shining substance out of the furnace where it had been heat aging. Rakan sawed it into several chunks for testing. It was Lancaster who worked on the electric properties. He applied voltage till his generator groaned, and watched in awe as meters climbed and climbed without any sign of stopping. He discharged the accumulated energy in a single blue flare that filled the lab with thunder and ozone. He tested for time lag of an electric signal and wondered wildly if it didn't feel like sleeping on its weary path. The reports came in, excited yells from one end of the long, cluttered room to the other, exultant whoops and men pounding each other on the back. This was it. This was the treasure at the rainbow's end. The substance and its properties were physically and chemically stable over a temperature range of hundreds of degrees. The breakdown voltage was up in the millions. The insulation resistance was better than the best known to Earth science. The dielectric constant could be varied at will by a simple electric field normal to the applied voltage gradient, a field which could be generated by a couple of dry cells if need be, and ranged from 100,000 to about 3 billion. For all practical purposes, here was the ultimate dielectric. We did it. Friedrich slapped Lancaster's back till it felt that the ribs must crack. We have it. Whoopee, yelled Karen. Suddenly they had joined hands and were dancing idiotically around the induction furnace. Lancaster clasped Rakan's talons without caring that it was a Martian. They sang till heads appeared at the door and the glassware shivered. Here we go round the mulberry bush. The mulberry bush, the mulberry bush. It called for a celebration. The end of a project meant no more than filing a last report and waiting for the next assignment, but they ran things differently out here. Somebody broke out a case of Venusian agua caliente. Somebody else led the way to a storeroom, tossed its contents into the hall, and festooned it with used computer tape. Rakan forgot his Martian dignity and fiddled for a square dance, with Isaacson doing the calling. The folk from the other end of the station swarmed until the place overflowed. It was quite a party. Hours later, Lancaster was hazily aware of lying stretched on the floor. His head was in Karen's lap and she was stroking his hair. The hardy survivors were following the Duffers in French drinking songs, which are the best in the known universe. Rakan's fiddle wove in and out, a lovely accompaniment to voices that were untrained but made rich and alive by triumph. Sir Matum je ver couon inscrive. Ici I get le roi de Buvers. Sir Matum je ver couon inscrive. Ici I get le roi de Buvers. Ici I get, oui. Ici I get, non. Lancaster knew that he had never been really happy before. Berg showed up a couple of days later, looking worried. Lancaster's vacation time was almost up. When he heard the news, his eyes snapped gleefully and he pumped the physicist's hand. Good work, boy. There are things to clean up yet, said Lancaster, but it's all detail. Anybody can do it. And the material, what do you call it, anyway? Karen grinned. So far, we've only named it FUTS, she said. That's stuff spelled backward. Okay. It's easy to manufacture. Sure. Now that we know how, anybody can make it in his own home, if he's handy at tinkering apparatus together. Fine. Just what was needed. This is the ticket. Berg turned back to Lancaster. Okay, boy, you can pack now. We blast again in a few hours. The physicist shuffled his feet. What are my chances of getting reassigned back here, he asked. I've liked it immensely. And now that I know about it anyway. I'll see. But remember, this is top secret. You go back to your regular job and don't say a word on this to anyone less than the president, no matter what happens, understand? Of course, snapped Lancaster, irritated. I know my duty. Yeah, so you do. Berg sighed. So you do. Leave-taking was tough for all concerned. They had grown fond of the quiet, bashful man, and as for him, he wondered how he'd get along among normal people. These were his sort. Karen wept openly and kissed him goodbye with a fervor that haunted his dreams afterward. Then she stumbled desolately back to her quarters. Even Berg looked glum. He regained his cockiness on the trip home, though, and insisted on talking all the way. Lancaster, who wanted to be alone with his thoughts, was annoyed, but you don't insult a security man. You understand the importance of this whole business, and why it has to be secret, nagged Berg. I'm not thinking of the scientific and industrial applications, but the military ones. Oh, sure. You can make lightning throwers if you want to. And you've overcome the fuel problem. With a few FUTS accumulators, charged from any handy power source, you can build fuelless military vehicles, which would simplify your logistics immensely. And some really deadly handguns could be built, pistols the equivalent of a cannon, almost. Lancaster's voice was dead. So what? So plenty. Those are only a few of the applications. If you use your imagination, you can think of dozens more. And the key point is, the FUTs and the essential gadgetry using it are cheap to make in quantity, easy to handle, the perfect weapon for the citizen soldier. Or for the rebel. It isn't enough to decide the outcome of a war all by itself, but it may very well be precisely the extra element which will tip the military balance against the government. And I've already discussed what that means. Yes, I remember. That's your department, not mine. Just let me forget about it. You'd better, said Berg. In the month after his return, Lancaster lived much as usual. He was scolded a few times for an increasing absent-mindedness and a lack of enthusiasm on the project, but that wasn't too serious. He became more of an introvert than ever. Having some difficulty with getting to sleep, he resorted to soporifics and then, in a savage reaction, to stimulants. But outwardly there was little to show the turmoil within him. He didn't know what to think. He had always been a loyal citizen, not a fanatic, but loyal, and it wasn't easy for him to question his own basic assumptions. But he had experienced something utterly alien to what he considered normal, and he had found the strangeness more congenial, more human in every way, than the norm. He had breathed a different atmosphere, and it couldn't but seem to him that the air of Earth was tainted. He reread Kipling's Chant Pagan with a new understanding, and began to search into neglected philosophies. He studied the news in detail, and his critical eye soon grew jaundiced. Did this editorial or that feature story have any semantic content at all? Or was it only a tom-tom beat of loaded connotations? The very statements of fact were subject to doubt, they should be checked against other accounts, or better yet against direct observation. But other accounts were forbidden and there was no chance to see for himself. He took to reading seditious pamphlets with some care, and listened to a number of underground broadcasts. And tried clumsily to sound out those of his acquaintances whom he suspected of rebellious thoughts. It all had to be done very cautiously, with occasional nightmare moments when he thought he was being spied on, and was it right that a man should be afraid to hear a dissenting opinion? He wondered what his son was doing. It occurred to him that modern education existed largely to stultify independent thought. At the same time, he was unable to discard the beliefs of his whole life. Sedition was sedition and treason was treason, you couldn't evade that fact. There were no more wars, plenty of minor clashes, but no real wars. There was a stable economy, and nobody lacked for the essentials. The universal state might be a poor solution to the problems of a time of troubles, but it was nevertheless a solution. Change would be unthinkably dangerous. Dangerous to whom? To the entrenched powers and their jackals. But the oppressed peoples of Earth had nothing to lose, really, except their lives, and many of them seemed quite willing to sacrifice those. Did the rights of man stop at a full belly, or was there more? He tried to take refuge in cynicism. After all, he was well off. He was a successful jackal. But that wouldn't work either. He required a more basic philosophy. One thing that held him back was the thought that if he became a rebel, he would be pitted against his friends, not only those of Earth, but that strange joyous crew out in space. He couldn't see fighting against them. Then there was the very practical consideration that he hadn't the faintest idea of how to contact the underground even if he wanted to. And he'd make a hell of a poor conspirator. He was still in an unhappy and undecided whirlpool when the monitors came for him. They knocked on the door at midnight, as was their custom, and he felt such an utter panic that he could barely make it across the apartment to let them in. The 4 burly men wavered before his eyes, and there was a roaring and a darkness in his head. They arrested him without ceremony on suspicion of treason, which meant that habeas corpus and even the right of trial didn't apply. 2 of them escorted him to a car, the other 2 stayed to search his dwelling. At headquarters, he was put in a cell and left to stew for some hours. Then a pair of men in the uniform of the federal police led him to a questioning chamber. He was given a chair and a smiling, soft-voiced man, almost fatherly, with his plump cheeks and white hair, offered him a cigarette and began talking to him. "Just relax, Dr. Lancaster. This is pretty routine. If you've nothing to hide then you've nothing to fear. Just tell the truth." "Of course." It was a dry whisper. "Oh, you're thirsty. So sorry. Alec, get Dar. Lancaster a glass of water, will you, please? And by the way, my name is Harris. Let's call this a friendly conference, eh?" Lancaster drank avidly. Harris's manner was disarming, and the physicist felt more at ease. This was, well, it was just a mistake. Or maybe a simple spot check. Nothing to fear. He wouldn't be sent to camp, not he. Such things happen to other people, not to Alan Lancaster. "You've been immunized against neoscop?" asked Harris. "Yes. It's routine for my rank and over, you know. In case we should ever be kidnapped, but why am I telling you this?" Lancaster tried to smile. His face felt stiff. "Ahem. Yes. Too bad. Of course, I've no objection at all to your using a lie detector on me." "Fine, fine." Harris beamed and gestured to one of the expressionless policemen. A table was wheeled forth, bearing the instrument. "I'm glad you're so cooperative, Dr. Lancaster. You've no idea how much trouble it saves me, and you." They ran a few harmless calibrating questions. Then Harris said, still smiling, "And now tell me, Dr. Lancaster. Where were you really this summer?" Lancaster felt his heart leap into his throat, and knew in a sudden terror that the dials were registering his reaction. "Why, I took my vacation," he stammered. "I was in the Southwest." The machine doesn't quite agree with you." Harris remained impishly cheerful. "But it's true. You can check back in. There are such things as doubles, you know. Come, now, let's not waste the whole night. We both have many other things to do." Look." Lancaster gulped down his panic and tried to speak calmly. "Suppose I am lying. The machine should tell you that I'm not doing so out of disloyalty. There are things I can't tell anyone without clearance. Like if you asked me about my work on the project, I can't tell you that. Why don't you check through regular security channels? There was a man named Berg, at least he called himself that. You'll find that it's all perfectly okay with security." "You can tell me anything," said Harris gently. "I can't tell you this. Not anybody short of the president." Lancaster caught himself. "Of course, that's assuming that I did really spend the summer for something other than my vacation. But..." Harris sighed. "I was afraid of this. I'm sorry, Lancaster." He nodded to his policeman. Go ahead, boys. Lancaster kept sliding into unconsciousness. They jolted him back to life with stimulant injections and vigorous slaps and resumed working on him. Now and then they would let up and Harris's face would swim out of a haze of pain, smiling, friendly, sympathetic, offering him a smoke or a shot of whiskey. Lancaster sobbed and wanted more than anything else in the world to do as that kindly man asked. But he didn't dare. He knew what happened to those who revealed state secrets. Finally he was thrown back into his cell and left to himself. When he recovered from his faint, that was a very slow process, he had no idea of how many hours or days had gone by. There was a water tap in the room and he drank thirstily, vomited the liquid up again, and sat with his head in his hands. So far, he thought dully, they hadn't done too much to him. He was short several teeth, and there were some broken fingers and toes, and maybe a floating kidney. The other bruises, lacerations, and burns would heal all right if they got the chance. Only they wouldn't. He wondered vaguely how security had gotten onto his track. Berg's precautions had been very thorough. So thorough, apparently, that Harris could find no trace of what had really happened that summer, and was going only on suspicion. But what had made him suspicious in the first place? An anonymous tip-off, from whom? Maybe some enemy, some rival on the project, had chosen this way of getting rid of his sector chief. In the end, Lancaster thought wearily, he'd tell. Why not do it now? Then, probably, he'd only be shot for betraying Berg's confidence. That would be the easy way out. No. He'd hang on for a while yet. There was always a faint chance. His cell door opened and 2 guards came in. He was past flinching from them, but he had to be supported on his way to the questioning room. Harris sat there, still smiling. "How do you do, Dr. Lancaster," he said politely. "Not so well, thank you." The grin hurt his face. "I'm sorry to hear that. But really, it's your own fault. You know that." "I can't tell you anything," said Lancaster. "I'm under security oath. I can't speak of this to anyone below the president." Harris looked annoyed. "Don't you think the president has better things to do than come running to every enemy of the state that yaps after him?" "There's been some mistake, I tell you," pleaded Lancaster. "I'll say there has. And you're the one that's made it. Go ahead, boys." Harris picked up a magazine and started reading. After a while, Lancaster focused his mind on Karen Merrick and kept it there. That helped him bear up. If they knew, out in the station, what was happening to him, they wouldn't forget him, try to pretend they'd never known him, as the little fearful people of Earth did. They'd speak up, and do their damnedest to save their friend. The blows seemed to come from very far away. They didn't do things like this out in the station. Lancaster realized the truth at that moment, but it held no surprise. The most natural thing in the world. And now, of course, he'd never talk. Maybe. When he woke up, there was a man before him. The face blurred, seemed to grow to monstrous size and then move out to infinite distances. The voice of Harris had a ripple in it, wavering up and down, up and down. "All right, Lancaster, here's the president. Since you insist, here he is." "Go ahead, American," said the man. "Tell me. It's your duty." "No," said Lancaster. "But I am the president. You wanted to see me. Most likely a double. Prove your identity." The man who looked like the president sighed and turned away. Lancaster woke up again lying on a cot. He must have been brought awake by a stimulant, for a white-coated figure was beside him, holding a hypodermic syringe. Harris was there too, looking exasperated. "Can you talk?" he asked. Yes. Lancaster's voice was a dull croak. He moved his head, feeling the ache of it. "Look here, fellow," said Harris. "We've been pretty easy with you so far. Nothing has happened to you that can't be patched up. But we're getting impatient now. It's obvious that you're a traitor and hiding something. Well, yes, thought Lancaster, he was a traitor, by one definition. Only it seemed to him that a man had a right to choose his own loyalties. Having experienced what the police state meant, he would have been untrue to himself if he had yielded to it. If you don't answer my questions in the next session, said Harris, we'll have to start getting really rough. Lancaster remained silent. It was too much effort to try to speak. Don't think you're being heroic, said Harris. There's nothing pretty or even very human about a man under interrogation. You've been screaming as loud as anybody. Lancaster looked away. He heard the doctor's voice. I'd advise giving him a few days' rest before starting again, sir. You're new here, aren't you? Asked Harris. Yes, sir. I was only assigned to this duty a few weeks ago. Well, we don't put on kid gloves for traitors. That's not what I mean, sir, said the doctor. There are limits to pain beyond which further treatment simply doesn't register. Also, I'm a little suspicious about this man's heart. It has a murmur, and questioning puts a terrific strain on it. You wouldn't want him to die on your hands, would you, sir? No. What do you advise? Just a few days in the hospital, with treatment and rest. It'll also have a psychological effect as he thinks of what's waiting for him. Harris considered for a moment. All right. I've got enough other things to do anyway. Very good, sir. You won't regret this. Lancaster heard the footsteps retreat into silence. Presently the doctor came around to stand facing him. He was a short, curly-haired man of undistinguished appearance. For a moment they locked eyes, then Lancaster closed his. He wanted to tell the doctor to go away, but it wasn't worth the trouble. Later he was put on a stretcher and carried down endless halls to another cell. This one had a hospital look about it, somehow, and the air was sharp with the smell of antiseptics. The doctor came when he was installed in bed and took his arm and slipped a needle into it. Sleepy time, he said. Lancaster drifted away again. When he woke up, he felt darkness and movement. He looked around, wondering if he had gone blind, and the breath moaned out between his bruised lips. A hand was laid on his shoulder and a voice spoke out of the black. It's okay, fella. Take it easy. There'll be no more questions. It was the doctor's voice, and the doctor looked nothing at all like Sharon, but still Lancaster wondered if he weren't being ferried over the river of death. There was a thrumming all about him, and he heard a low keening of wind. Where are we going? He mumbled. Away. You're in a stratorocket now. Just take it easy. Lancaster fell asleep after a while. Beyond that there was a drugged, confused period where he was only dimly aware of moving and trying to talk. Shadows floated across his vision, shadows telling him something he couldn't quite grasp. He followed obediently enough. Full clarity came eventually, and he was lying in a bunk looking up at a metal ceiling. The shivering pulse of rockets trembled in his body. A spaceship? A spaceship. He sat up, heart thudding, and looked wildly around. Hey, he cried. The remembered figure of Berg came through the door. Hello, Alan, he said. How are you feeling? Lancaster sank weakly back to his pillow. He grew aware that he was thoroughly bandaged, splinted, and braced, and that there was no more pain. Not much, anyway. I feel fine, he said. Good, good. The doc says you'll be okay. Berg sat down on the edge of the bunk. I can't stay here long, but the hell with it. We'll be at the station soon. You deserve to know some things, such as that you've been rescued. Well, that's obvious, said Lancaster. By us. The rebels. The underground. Subversive characters. That's obvious too. And thanks, The word was so ridiculously inadequate that Lancaster had to laugh. "I suppose you've guessed most of it already," said Berg. "We needed a scientist of your caliber for our project. One thing we're desperately short of is technical personnel, since the only real education in such lines is to be had on Earth and most graduates find comfortable berths in the existing society. Like you, for instance. So we played a trick on you. We used part of our organization, yes, we have a big one, and it's pretty smart and powerful too, to convince you this was a government job of top secrecy. More damn things can be done in the name of security." Berg clicked his tongue. "Everybody you saw at the station was more or less play acting, of course. The whole thing was set up to fool you. We might not have gotten away with it if we'd used some other person, more shrewd about such things, but we'd studied you and knew you for an amiable, unsuspicious guy. Too wrapped up in your own work to go witch-smelling." "I guessed that much," admitted Lancaster. "After I'd been in the cells for a while. Your way of living and thinking was so different from anything like." "Yeah. I'm sorry as hell about that, Alan. We thought you could just return to ordinary life, but somehow, through one of those accidents or malices inevitable in a state where every man spies on his neighbor, you were hauled in. We knew of it at once, yes, we've even infiltrated the secret police, and decided to do something about it. Quite apart from the danger of your betraying what you knew, we could have eliminated that by quietly murdering you. There was the fact that we'd gotten you into this and did owe you something. We managed to get Dr. Pappas transferred to the Inquisitory where you were being held. He drugged you, producing a remarkably corpse-like figure, and smuggled you out as simply another one who died under questioning. I used my security papers to get the body for special autopsy instead of the usual immediate cremation. Then we simply drove till we reached the stratorocket we'd arranged to have ready, and you were flown to our spaceboat, and now you're on the way back to the station. You were kept under drugs most of the way to help you rest. They'd knocked you around quite a bit in the Inquisitory." "So," Berg shrugged. "Pappas can't go back to Earth now, of course, but we can always use a medic in space, and it was well worth the trouble to rescue you." "I'm honored," said Lancaster. "I still feel like hell about what happened to you, though. It's all right. I can't say I enjoyed it, but now that I've learned some hard facts, oh, well, forget the painful nature of the lesson. I'll be okay. And I'm going home." Jessup supported Lancaster as they entered the space station. His old crew was there waiting to greet him. They were all immensely pleased to have him back, though Karen wept bitterly on his shoulder. "It's all right," he told her. "I'm not in such bad shape as I look. Honest, Karen, I'm all right. And now that I have gotten back, and know where I really belong, damn, but it was worth it." She looked at him with eyes as gray as a rainy dawn. "And you are with us," she whispered. "You're one of us? Of your own will?" "Of course I am. Give me a week or two to rest, and I'll be back in the lab bossing all of you like a Simon Legree. Hell, we've just begun on that superdielectricity. And there are a lot of other things I want to try out, too." "It means exile," she said. "No more blue skies and green valleys and ocean winds. No more going back to Earth. Well, there are other planets, aren't there? And we'll go back to Earth in the next decade, I bet. Back to start a new American Revolution and write the Bill of Rights in the sky for all to see." Lancaster grinned shyly. "I'm not much at making speeches, and I certainly don't like to listen to them. But I've learned the truth and I want to say it out loud. The right of man to be free is the most basic one he's got, and when he gives that up he finishes by surrendering everything else too. You people are fighting to bring back honesty and liberty and the possibility of progress. I hope nobody here is a fanatic, because fanaticism is exactly what we're fighting against. I say we, because from now on I'm one of you. That is, if you're sure you want me." He stopped, clumsily. "Okay." Speech ended. Karen drew a shivering breath and smiled at him. And everything else just begun, Alan, she said. He nodded, feeling too much for words. Get to bed with you, ordered Papas. Jessup led Lancaster off, and one by one the others drifted back to their jobs. Finally only Karen and Berg stood by the airlock. You keep your beautiful mouth shut, my dear, said the man. Oh, sure. Karen sighed unhappily. I wish I'd never learned your scheme. When you explained it to me I wanted to shoot you. You insisted on an explanation, said Berg defensively. When Alan was due to go back to Earth, you wanted us to tell him who we were and keep him. But it wouldn't have worked. I've studied his dossier, and he's not the kind of man to switch loyalties that easily. If we were to have him at all, it could only be with his full consent. And now we've got him. It was still a lousy trick, she said. Of course it was. But we had no choice. We had to have a first-rate physicist. You know, she said, you're a rat from way back. That I am. And by and large, I enjoy it. Berg grimaced. Though I must admit this job leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I like Alan. It was the hardest thing I ever did, tipping off the federal police about him. He turned on his heel and walked away, smiling faintly. Sentiment Incorporated. Chapter 1. She was 22 years old, fresh out of college, full of life and hope, and all set to conquer the world. Colin Fraser happened to be on vacation on Cape Cod, where she was playing summer stock, and went to more shows than he had planned. It wasn't hard to get an introduction, and before long he and Judy Sanders were seeing a lot of each other. Of course, she told him one afternoon on the beach, my real name is Harkness. He raised his arm, letting the sand run through his fingers. The beach was big and dazzling white around them, the sea galloped in with a steady roar, and a gull rode the breeze overhead. What was wrong with it? He asked. For a professional moniker, I mean. She laughed and shook the long hair back over her shoulders. I wanted to live under the name of Sanders, she explained. Oh, yes, of course. Winnie the Pooh. He grinned. Soulmates, that's what we are. It was about then that he decided he'd been a bachelor long enough. In the fall she went to New York to begin the upward grind, understudy, walk-on parts, shoestring theaters, and roles in outright turkeys. Fraser returned to Boston for a while, but his work suffered, he had to keep dashing off to see her. By spring she was beginning to get places. She had talent and everybody enjoys looking at a brown-eyed blonde. His weekly proposals were also beginning to show some real progress, and he thought that a month or two of steady siege might finish the campaign. So he took leave from his job and went down to New York himself. He'd saved up enough money, and was good enough in his work, to afford it. Anyway, he was his own boss, consulting engineer, specializing in mathematical analysis. He got a furnished room in Brooklyn, and filled in his leisure time, as he thought of it, with some special math courses at Columbia. And he had a lot of friends in town, in a curious variety of professions. Next to Judy, he saw most of the physicist Swirsky, who was an entertaining companion though most of his work was too top secret even to be mentioned. It was a happy period. There is always a jarring note, to be sure. In this case, it was the fact that Fraser had plenty of competition. He wasn't good-looking himself, a tall gaunt man of 28, with a dark hatchet face and perpetually rumpled clothes. But still, Judy saw more of him than of anyone else, and admitted she was seriously considering his proposal and no other. He called her up once for a date. Sorry, she answered. I'd love to, Colin, but I've already promised tonight. Just so you won't worry, it's Matthew Snyder. HM, the industrialist? He asked me in such a way it was hard to refuse. But I don't think you have to be jealous, honey. By now. Fraser lit his pipe with a certain smugness. Snyder was several times a millionaire, but he was close to 60, a widower of notably dull conversation. Judy wasn't, well, no worries, as she'd said. He dropped over to Swirsky's apartment for an evening of chess and bull shooting. It was early in May, when the world was turning green again, that Judy called Fraser up. "Hi," she said breathlessly. "Busy tonight?" "Well, I was hoping I'd be, if you get what I mean," he said. "Look, I want to take you out for a change. Just got some unexpected money and damn it, I want to feel rich for one evening." He scowled into the phone. "I dunno." "Oh, get off it, Galahad. I'll meet you in the Dixie lobby at 7. Okay?" She blew him a kiss over the wires, and hung up before he could argue further. He sighed and shrugged. Why not, if she wanted to? They were in a little Hungarian restaurant, with a couple of Tsigani strolling about playing for them alone, it seemed, when he asked for details. "Did you get a bonus, or what?" "No." She laughed at him over her drink. "I've turned guinea pig. I hope you quit that job before we're married." "It's a funny deal," she said thoughtfully. "It'd interest you. I've been out a couple of times with this Snyder, you know, and if anything was needed to drive me into your arms, Colin, it's his political lectures. Well, bless the Republican Party." He laid his hand over hers, she didn't withdraw it, but she frowned just a little. "Colin, you know I want to get somewhere before I marry, see a bit of the world, the theatrical world, before turning housefrau. Don't be so, oh, never mind. I like you anyway." Sipping her drink and setting it down again, well, to carry on with the story. "I finally gave Comrade Snyder the complete brush-off, and I must say he took it very nicely. But today, this morning, he called asking me to have lunch with him, and I did after he explained. It seems he's got a psychiatrist friend doing research, measuring brain storms or something, and, do I mean storms? Waves, I guess. Anyway, he wants to measure as many different kinds of people as possible, and Snyder had suggested me. I was supposed to come in for 3 afternoons running, about 2 hours each time, and I'd get $100 per session." Said Fraser. "I didn't know psych research was that well-heeled. Who is this mad scientist?" "His name is Kennedy." "Oh, by the way, I'm not supposed to tell anybody, they want to spring it on the world as a surprise or something. But you're different, Colin. I'm excited, I want to talk to somebody about it." "Sure," he said. "You had a session already?" "Yes, my first was today. It's a funny place to do research. Kennedy's got a big suite on 5th Avenue, right up in the classy district. Beautiful office. The name of his outfit is Sentiment Incorporated." Why should a research team take such a name?" "Well, go on." "Oh, there isn't much else to tell. Kennedy was very nice. He took me into a laboratory full of all sorts of dials and meters and blinking lights and what do you call them? Those things that make wiggly pictures. Oscilloscopes. You'll never make a scientist, my dear." She grinned. "But I know one scientist who'd like to, never mind." Anyway, he sat me down in a chair and put bands around my wrists and ankles, just like the hot squat, and a big thing like a beauty parlor hairdryer over my head. Then he fiddled with his dials for a while, making notes. Then he started saying words at me, and showing me pictures. Some of them were very pretty, some ugly, some funny, some downright horrible. Anyway, that's all there was to it. After a couple of hours he gave me a check for $100 and told me to come back tomorrow. Fraser rubbed his chin. Apparently he was measuring the electric rhythms corresponding to pleasure and dislike. I'd no idea anybody'd made an encephalograph that accurate. "Well," said Judy, "I've told you why we're celebrating. Now come on, the regular orchestra's tuning up. Let's dance." They had a rather wonderful evening. Afterward Fraser lay awake for a long time, not wanting to lose a state of happiness in sleep. He considered sleep a hideous waste of time. If he lived to be 90, he'd have spent almost 30 years unconscious. Judy was engaged for the next couple of evenings, and Fraser himself was invited to dinner at Swirsky's the night after that. So it wasn't till the end of the week that he called her again. "Hello, sweetheart," he said exuberantly. "How's things?" "I refer to Charles Adams' things, of course." "Oh, Colin." Her voice was very small, and it trembled. "Look, I've got 2 tickets to H.M.'s Pinafore. So put on your own pinafore and meet me." "Colin, I'm sorry, Colin. I can't." "Huh?" He noticed how odd she sounded, and a leadenness grew within him. "You aren't sick, are you?" "Colin, I'm going to be married." "What?" "Yes. I'm in love now, really in love. I'll be getting married in a couple of months." But. I didn't want to hurt you." He heard her begin to cry. "But who, how?" "It's Matthew," she gulped. "Matthew Snyder." He sat quiet for a long while, until she asked if he was still on the line. "Yeah," he said tonelessly. "Yeah, I'm still here, after a fashion." Shaking himself, "Look, I've got to see you. I want to talk to you." "I can't." "You sure as hell can," he said harshly. They met at a quiet little bar which had often been their rendezvous. She watched him with frightened eyes while he ordered martinis. "All right," he said at last. "What's the story?" He could barely hear her. "There isn't any story. I suddenly realized I loved Matt. That's all." "Snyder. He made it a curse. Remember what you told me about him before?" "I felt different then," she whispered. "He's a wonderful man when you get to know him. And rich." He suppressed the words and the thought. "What's so wonderful specifically?" he asked. Briefly, her face was rapt. Fraser had seen her looking at him that way, now and then. "Go on," he said grimly. "Enumerate Mr. Snyder's good qualities. Make a list. He's courteous, cultured, intelligent, young, handsome, amusing, to hell." "Why, Judy?" "I don't know," she said in a high, almost fearful tone. "I just love him, that's all." She reached over the table and stroked his cheek. "I like you a lot, Colin. Find yourself a nice girl and be happy." His mouth drew into a narrow line. "There's something funny here," he said. "Is it blackmail?" "No." She stood up, spilling her drink, and the flare of temper showed him how overwrought she was. "He just happens to be the man I love." "That's enough out of you, goodbye, Mr. Fraser." He sat watching her go. Presently he took up his drink, gulped it barbarously, and called for another. Chapter 2. Juan Martinez had come from Puerto Rico as a boy and made his own way ever since. Fraser had gotten to know him in the army, and they had seen each other from time to time since then. Martinez had gone into the private eye business and made a good thing of it. Fraser had to get past a very neat-looking receptionist to see him. "Hi, Colin," said Martinez, shaking hands. He was a small, dark man, with a large nose and beady black eyes that made him resemble a sympathetic mouse. "You look like the very devil." "I feel that way, too," said Fraser, collapsing into a chair. "You can't go on a 3-day drunk without showing it." "Well, what's the trouble? Cigarette?" Martinez held out a pack. "Girlfriend give you the air?" "As a matter of fact, yes, that's what I want to see you about." "This isn't a Lonely Hearts Club," said Martinez. "And I've told you time and again a private dick isn't a wisecracking Superman. Our work is 99% routine, and for the other 1%, we call in the police." "Let me give you the story," said Fraser. He rubbed his eyes wearily as he told it. At the end, he sat staring at the floor. Well, said Martinez, it's too bad and all that. But what the hell, there are other dames. New York has more beautiful women per square inch than any other city except Paris. Latch on to somebody else. Or if you want, I can give you a phone number. You don't understand, said Fraser. I want you to investigate this, I want to know why she did it. Martinez squinted through a haze of smoke. Snyder's a rich and powerful man, he said. Isn't that enough? No, said Fraser, too tired to be angry at the hint. Judy isn't that kind of a girl. Neither is she the kind to go overboard in a few days, especially when I was there. Sure, that sounds conceited, but damn it, I know she cared for me. Okay. You suspect pressure was brought to bear? Yeah. It's hard to imagine what. I called up Judy's family in Maine, and they said they were all right, no worries. Nor do I think anything in her own life would give a blackmailer or an extortionist anything to go on. Still, I want to know. Martinez drummed the desktop with nervous fingers. I'll look into it if you insist, he said, though it'll cost you a pretty penny. Rich men's lives aren't easy to pry into if they've got something they want to hide. But I don't think we'd find out much. Your case seems to be only one of a rash of similar ones in the past year. Huh? Fraser looked sharply up. Yeah. I follow all the news. And remember the odd facts. There've been a good dozen cases recently, where beautiful young women suddenly married rich men or became their mistresses. It doesn't all get into the papers, but I've got my contacts. I know. In every instance, there was no obvious reason. In fact, the dames seemed very much in love with Daddy. And the era of the gold digger is pretty well gone. Fraser sat staring out the window. It didn't seem right that the sky should be so full of sunshine. Well, said Martinez, you don't need me. You need a psychologist. Psychologist. By God, Juan, I'm going to give you a job anyway. Fraser leaped to his feet. You're going to check into an outfit called Sentiment Incorporated. A week later, Martinez said, yeah, we found it easily enough. It's not in the phone book, but they've got a big suite right in the high-rent district on 5th. The address is here, in my written report. Nobody in the building knows much about them, except that they're a quiet, well-behaved bunch and call themselves research psychologists. They have a staff of 4, a secretary-receptionist, a full-time secretary, and a couple of husky boys who may be bodyguards for the boss. That's this Kennedy, Robert Kennedy. My man couldn't get into his office. The girl said he was too busy and never saw anybody except some regular clients. Nor could he date either of the girls, but he did investigate them. The receptionist is just a working girl for routine stuff, married, hardly knows or cares what's going on. The steno is unmarried, has a degree in psych, lives alone, and seems to have no friends except her boss. Who's not her lover, by the way. Well, how about Kennedy himself? Asked Fraser. I've found out a good bit, but it's all legitimate, said Martinez. He's about 50 years old, a widower, very steady private life. He's a licensed psychiatrist who used to practice in Chicago, where he also did research in collaboration with a physicist named Gavati, who since died. Shortly after that happened. No, there's no suspicion of foul play. The physicist was an old man and died of a heart attack. Anyway, Kennedy moved to New York. He still practices, officially, but he doesn't take just anybody, claims that his research only leaves him time for a few. Martinez narrowed his eyes. The only thing you could hold against him is that he occasionally sees a guy named Bryce, who's in a firm that has some dealings with Amtorg. The Russian Trading Corporation? HM. Oh, that's pretty remote guilt by association, Colin. Amtorg does have legitimate business, you know. We buy manganese from them, among other things. And the rest of Kennedy's connections are all strictly blue ribbon. Crème de la crème, business, finance, politics, and one big union leader who's known to be a conservative. In fact, Kennedy's friends are so powerful you'd have real trouble doing anything against him. Fraser slumped in his chair. I suppose my notion was pretty wild, he admitted. Well, there is one queer angle. You know these rich guys who've suddenly made out with such highly desirable dames? As far as I could find out, every one of them is a client of Kennedy's. Fraser jerked erect. Essay fact. Also, my man showed the building staff, elevator pilots and so on, pictures of these women, and a couple of them were remembered as having come to see Kennedy. Shortly before they fell in love. Well, that I can't be sure of. You know how people are about remembering dates. But it's possible. Fraser shook his dark head. It's unbelievable, he said. I thought Svengali was outworn melodrama. I know something about hypnotism, Colin. It won't do anything like what you think happened to those girls. Fraser got out his pipe and fumbled tobacco into it. I think, he said, I'm going to call on Dr. Robert Kennedy myself. Take it easy, boy, said Martinez. You've been reading too many weird stories, you'll just get tossed out on your can. Fraser tried to smile. It was hard, Judy wouldn't answer his calls and letters anymore. Well, he said, it'll be in a worthy cause. The elevator let him out on the 19th floor. It held 4 big suites, with the corridor running between them. He studied the frosted glass doors. On one side was the Eagle Publishing Company and Frank and Dale's, brokers. On the other was the Messenger Advertising Service, and Sentiment Incorporated. He entered their door and stood in a quiet, oak-paneled reception room. Behind the railing were a couple of desks, a young woman working at each, and 2 burly men who sat boredly reading magazines. The pretty girl, obviously the receptionist, looked up as Fraser approached and gave him a professional smile. Yes, sir, she asked. I'd like to see Dr. Kennedy, please, he said, trying hard to be casual. Do you have an appointment, sir? No, but it's urgent. I'm sorry, sir, Dr. Kennedy is very busy. He can't see anybody except his regular patients and research subjects. Look, take him in this note, will you? Thanks. Fraser sat uneasily for some minutes, wondering if he'd worded the note correctly. I must see you about Miss Judy Harkness. Important. Well, what the devil else could you say? The receptionist came out again. Dr. Kennedy can spare you a few minutes, sir, she said. Go right on in. Thanks. Fraser slouched toward the inner door. The 2 men lowered their magazines to follow him with watchful eyes. There was a big, handsomely furnished office inside, with a door beyond that must lead to the laboratory. Kennedy looked up from some papers and rose, holding out his hand. He was a medium-sized man, rather plump, graying hair brushed thickly back from a broad, heavy face behind rimless glasses. Yes? His voice was low and pleasant. What can I do for you? My name's Fraser. The visitor sat down and accepted a cigarette. Best to act urbanely. I know Miss Harkness well. I understand you made some encephalographic studies of her. Indeed? Kennedy looked annoyed, and Fraser recalled that Judy had been asked not to tell anyone. I'm not sure. I would have to consult my records first. He wasn't admitting anything, thought Fraser. Look, said the engineer, there's been a marked change in Miss Harkness recently. I know enough psychology to be certain that such changes don't happen overnight without cause. I wanted to consult you. I'm not her psychiatrist, said Kennedy coldly. Now if you will excuse me, I really have a lot to do. All right, said Fraser. There was no menace in his tones, only a weariness. If you insist, I'll play it dirty. Such abrupt changes indicate mental instability. But I know she was perfectly sane before. It begins to look as if your experiments may have injured her mind. If so, I should have to report you for malpractice. Kennedy flushed. I am a licensed psychiatrist, he said, and any other doctor will confirm that Miss Harkness is still in mental health. If you tried to get an investigation started, you would only be wasting your own time and that of the authorities. She herself will testify that no harm was done to her, no compulsion applied. And that you are an infernal busybody with some delusions of your own. Good afternoon. Ah, said Fraser, so she was here. Kennedy pushed a button. His men entered. Show this gentleman the way out, please, he said. Fraser debated whether to put up a fight, decided it was futile, and went out between the two others. When he got to the street, he found he was shaking, and badly in need of a drink. Fraser asked, Jim, did you ever read Trilby? Swirsky's round, freckled face lifted to regard him. Years ago, he answered. What of it? Tell me something. Is it possible, even theoretically possible, to do what Svengali did? Change emotional attitudes, just like that. Fraser snapped his fingers. I don't know, said Swirsky. Nuclear cross-sections are more in my line. But offhand, I should imagine it might be done, sometime in the far future. Thought habits, associational patterns, the labeling of this as good and that as bad, seem to be matters of established neural paths. If you could selectively alter the polarization of individual neurons, but it's a pretty remote prospect, we hardly know a thing about the brain today. He studied his friend sympathetically. I know it's tough to get jilted, he said, but don't go off your trolley about it. I could stand it if someone else had gotten her in the usual kind of way, said Fraser thinly. But this, look, let me tell you all I've found out. Swirsky shook his head at the end of the story. That's a mighty wild speculation, he murmured. I'd forget it if I were you. Did you know Kennedy's old partner? Gavati, at Chicago. Sure, I met him a few times. Nice old guy, very unworldly, completely wrapped up in his work. He got interested in neurology from the physics angle toward the end of his life, and contributed a lot to cybernetics. What of it? I don't know, said Fraser, I just don't know. But do me a favor, will you, Jim? Judy won't see me at all, but she knows you and likes you. Ask her to dinner or something. Insist that she come. Then you and your wife find out, whatever you can. Just exactly how she feels about the whole business. What her attitudes are toward everything. The name is Swirsky, not Holmes. But sure, I'll do what I can, if you'll promise to try and get rid of this fixation. You ought to see a head shrinker yourself, you know. In vino veritas, sometimes too damn much veritas. Toward the end of the evening, Judy was talking freely, if not quite coherently. I cared a lot for Colin, she said. It was pretty wonderful having him around. He's a grand guy. Only Matt, I don't know. Matt hasn't got half of what Colin has, Matt's a single-track mind. I'm afraid I'm just going to be an ornamental convenience to him. Only if you've ever been so you got all dizzy when someone was around, and thought about him all the time he was away, well, that's how he is. Nothing else matters. Colin's gotten a funny obsession, said Swirsky cautiously. He thinks Kennedy hypnotized you for Snyder. I keep telling him it's impossible, but he can't get over the idea. Oh, no, 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 she said with too much fervor. It's nothing like that. I'll tell you just what happened. We had those 2 measuring sessions, it was kind of dull but nothing else. And then the 3rd time Kennedy did put me under hypnosis, he called it that, at least. I went to sleep and woke up about an hour later and he sent me home. I felt all good inside, happy, and slowly I began to see what Matt meant to me. I called him up that evening. He said Kennedy's machine did speed up people's minds for a short while, sometimes, so they decided quick like what they'd be worked out anyway. Kennedy is, I don't know. It's funny how ordinary he seemed at first. But when you get to know him, he's like God, almost. He's strong and wise and good. Her voice trailed off and she sat looking foolishly at her glass. You know, said Swirsky, perhaps Colin is right after all. Don't say that. She jumped up and slapped his face. Kennedy's good, I tell you. All you little lice sitting here making sly remarks behind his back, and he's so much bigger than all of you, and she broke into tears and stormed out of the apartment. Swirsky reported the affair to Fraser. I wonder, he said. It doesn't seem natural, I'll agree. But what can anybody do? The police? I've tried, said Fraser dully. They laughed. When I insisted, I damn near got myself jugged. That's no use. The trouble is, none of the people who've been under the machine will testify against Kennedy. He fixes it so they worship him. I still think you're crazy. There must be a simpler hypothesis. I refuse to believe your screwy notions without some real evidence. But what are you going to do now? Well, said Fraser with a tautness in his voice, I've got several $1,000s saved up, and Juan Martinez will help. Ever hear the fable about the lion? He licked hell out of the bear and the tiger and the rhinoceros, but a little gnat finally drove him nuts. Maybe I can be the gnat. He shook his head. But I'll have to hurry. The wedding's only 6 weeks off. Chapter 3. It can be annoying to be constantly shadowed, to have nasty gossip about you spreading through the places where you work and live. To find your tires slashed, to be accosted by truculent drunks when you stop in for a quick one, to have loud horns blow under your window every night. And it doesn't do much good to call the police. Your petty tormentors always fade out of sight. Fraser was sitting in his room some 2 weeks later, trying unsuccessfully to concentrate on matrix algebra, when the phone rang. He never picked it up without a fluttering small hope that it might be Judy, and it never was. This time it was a man's voice. Mr. Fraser? Yeah, he grunted. What I want? This is Robert Kennedy. I'd like to talk to you. Fraser's heart sprang in his ribs, but he held his voice stiff. Go on, then. Talk. I want you to come up to my place. We may be having a long conversation. Well, it was more than he had allowed himself to hope for, but he remained curt, okay. But a full report of this business, and what I think you're doing, is in the hands of several people. If anything should happen to me. You've been reading too many hard-boileds, said Kennedy. Nothing will happen. Anyway, I have a pretty good idea who those people are. I can hire detectives of my own, you know. I'll come over, then. Fraser hung up and realized, suddenly, that he was sweating. The night air was cool as he walked down the street. He paused for a moment, feeling the city like a huge impersonal machine around him, grinding and grinding. Human civilization had grown too big, he thought. It was beyond anyone's control. It had taken on a will of its own and was carrying a race which could no longer guide it. Sometimes, reading the papers, or listening to the radio, or just watching the traffic go by like a river of steel, a man could feel horribly helpless. He took the subway to Kennedy's address, a swank apartment in the lower 50s. He was admitted by the psychiatrist in person, no one else was around. I assume, said Kennedy, that you don't have some wild idea of pulling a gun on me. That would accomplish nothing except to get you in trouble. No, said Fraser, I'll be good. His eyes wandered about the living room. One wall was covered with books which looked used, there were some quality reproductions, a Capehart, and fine, massive furniture. It was a tasteful layout. He looked a little more closely at 3 pictures on the mantel, a middle-aged woman and 2 young men in uniform. My wife, said Kennedy, and my boys. They're all dead. Would you like a drink? No. I came to talk. I'm not Satan, you know, said Kennedy. I like books and music, good wine, good conversation. I'm as human as you are, only I have a purpose. Fraser sat down and began charging his pipe. Go ahead, he said. I'm listening. Kennedy pulled a chair over to face him. The big smooth countenance behind the rimless glasses held little expression. Why have you been annoying me? He asked. Fraser lifted his brows. Kennedy made an impatient gesture. Let's not chop words. There are no witnesses tonight. I intend to talk freely, and want you to do the same. I know that you've got Martinez sufficiently convinced to help you with this very childish persecution campaign. What do you hope to get out of it? I want my girl back, said Fraser tonelessly. I was hoping my nuisance value. Kennedy winced a bit. You know, I'm damned sorry about that. It's the one aspect of my work which I hate. I'd like you to believe that I'm not just a scientific procurer. Actually, I have to satisfy the minor desires of my clients, so they'll stay happy and agree to my major wishes. It's the plain truth that those women have been only the minutest fraction of my job. Nevertheless, you're a freewheeling son, doing something like that. Really, now, what's so horrible about it? Those girls are in love, the normal, genuine article. It's not any kind of zombie state, or whatever your overheated imagination has thought up. They're entirely sane, unharmed, and happy. In fact, happiness of that kind is so rare in this world that if I wanted to, I could pose as their benefactor. You've got a machine, said Fraser. It changes the mind. As far as I'm concerned, that's as gross a violation of liberty as throwing somebody into a concentration camp. How free do you think anyone is? You're born with a fixed heredity. Environment molds you like clay. Your society teaches you what and how to think. A million tiny factors, all depending on blind, uncontrollable chance, determine the course of your life, including your love life. Well, we needn't waste any time on philosophy. Go on, ask some questions. I admit I've hurt you, unwittingly, to be sure, but I do want to make amends. Your machine, then, said Fraser. How did you get it? How does it work? I was practicing in Chicago, said Kennedy, and collaborating on the side with Gavati. How much do you know of cybernetics? I don't mean computers and automata, which are only one aspect of the field, I mean control and communication, in the animal as well as in the machine. Well, I've read Wiener's books, and studied Shannon's work, too. Despite himself, Fraser was thawing, just a trifle. It's exciting stuff. Communications theory seems to be basic, in biology and psychology as well as in electronics. Quite. The future may remember Wiener as the Galileo of neurology. If Gavati's work ever gets published, he'll be considered the Newton. So far, frankly, I've suppressed it. He died suddenly, just when his machine was completed and he was getting ready to publish his results. Nobody but I knew anything more than rumors. He was inclined to be secretive till he had a fait accompli on hand. I realized what an opportunity had been given me, and took it. I brought the machine here without saying much to anyone. Kennedy leaned back in his chair. I imagine it was mostly luck which took Gavati and me so far, he went on. We made a long series of improbably good guesses, and thus telescoped a century of work into a decade. If I were religious, I'd be down on my knees, thanking the Lord for putting this thing of the future into my hands. Or the devil, said Fraser. Briefly, anger flitted across Kennedy's face. I grant you, the machine is a terrible power, but it's harmless to a man if it's used properly, as I have used it. I'm not going to tell you just how it works. To be perfectly honest, I only understand a fraction of its theory and its circuits myself. But look, you know something of encephalography. The various basic rhythms of the brain have been measured. The standard method is already so sensitive that it can detect abnormalities like a developing tumor or a strong emotional disturbance, that will give trouble unless corrected. Half of Gavotti's machine is a still more delicate encephalograph. It can measure and analyze the minute variations in electrical pulses corresponding to the basic emotional states. It won't read thoughts, no. But once calibrated for a given individual, it will tell you if he's happy, sorrowful, angry, disgusted, afraid, any fundamental neuroglandular condition, or any combination of them. He paused. "All right," said Fraser. "What else does it do?" "It does not make monsters," said Kennedy. "Look, the specific emotional reaction to a given stimulus is, in the normal individual, largely a matter of conditioned reflex. Instilled by social environment or the accidental associations of his life. Anyone in decent health will experience fear in the presence of danger, desire in the presence of a sexual object, and so on. That's basic biology, and the machine can't change that. But most of our evaluations are learned. For instance, to an American the word mother has powerful emotional connotations, while to a Samoan it means nothing very exciting. You had to develop a taste for liquor, tobacco, coffee, in fact most of what you consume. If you're in love with a particular woman, it's a focusing of the general sexual libido on her, brought about by the symbolizing part of your mind. She means something to you. There are cultures without romantic love, you know. And so on. All these specific, conditioned reactions can be changed. How? Kennedy thought for a moment. The encephalographic part of the machine measures the exact pulsations in the individual corresponding to the various emotional reactions. It takes me about 4 hours to determine those with the necessary precision, then I have to make statistical analyses of the data, to winnow out random variations. Thereafter I put the subject in a state of light hypnosis, that's only to increase suggestibility, and make the process faster. As I pronounce the words and names I'm interested in, the machine feeds back the impulses corresponding to the emotions I want, a sharply focused beam on the brain center concerned. For instance, suppose you were an alcoholic and I wanted to cure you. I'd put you in hypnosis and stand there whispering, wine, whiskey, beer, gin, and so on. Meanwhile, the machine would be feeding the impulses corresponding to your reactions of hate, fear, and disgust into your brain. You'd come out unchanged, except that your appetite for alcohol would be gone. You could, in fact, come out hating the stuff so much that you'd join the Prohibition Party, though, in actual practice, it would probably be enough just to give you a mild aversion. I see. Maybe. Fraser scowled. And the subject doesn't remember what you've done? Oh, no. It all takes place on the lower subconscious levels. A new set of conditioned neural pathways is opened, you see, and old ones are closed off. The brain does that by itself, through its normal symbolizing mechanism. All that happens is that the given symbol, such as liquor, becomes reflectively associated with the given emotional state, such as dislike. Kennedy leaned forward with an air of urgency. The end result is in no way different from ordinary means of persuasion. Propaganda does the same thing by sheer repetition. If you're courting a girl, you try to identify yourself in her mind with the things she desires, by appropriate behavior. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have used that example. The machine is only a direct, fast way of doing this, producing a more stable result. It's still tampering, said Fraser. How do you know you're not creating side effects, doing irreparable long-range damage? Oh, for Lord's sake, exploded Kennedy. Take your mind off that shelf, will you? I've told you how delicate the whole thing is. A few microwatts of power more or less, a frequency shift of less than 1%, and it doesn't work at all. There's no effect whatsoever. He cooled off fast, adding reflectively, on the given subject, that is. It might work on someone else. These pulsations are a highly individual matter, I have to calibrate every case separately. There was a long period of silence. Then Fraser strained forward and said in an ugly voice. All right, you've told me how you do it. Now tell me why. What possible reason or excuse, other than your own desire to play God? This thing could be the greatest psychiatric tool in history, and you're using it to pimp. I told you that was unimportant, said Kennedy quietly. I'm doing much more. I set up in practice here in New York a couple of years ago. Once I had a few chance people under control. No, I tell you again, I didn't make robots of them. I merely associated myself, in their own minds, with the father image. That's something I do to everyone who comes under the machine, just as a precaution if nothing else. Kennedy is all-wise, all-powerful, Kennedy can do no wrong. It isn't a conscious realization. To the waking mind, I am only a shrewd advisor and a damn swell fellow. But the subconscious mind knows otherwise. It wouldn't let my subjects act against me, it wouldn't even let them want to. Well, you see how it goes. I got those first few people to recommend me to certain selected friends, and these in turn recommended me to others. Not necessarily as a psychiatrist. I have variously been a doctor, a counselor, or merely a research man looking for data. But I'm building up a group of the people I want. People who'll back me up, who'll follow my advice, not with any knowledge of being dominated. But because the workings of their own subconscious minds will lead them inevitably to think that my advice is the only sound policy to follow and my requests are things any decent man must grant. Yeah, said Fraser. I get it. Big businessmen. Labor leaders. Politicians. Military men. And Soviet spies. Kennedy nodded. I have connections with the Soviets. Their agents think I'm on their side. But it isn't treason, though I may help them out from time to time. That's why I have to do these services for my important clients, such as getting them the women they want, or, what I actually do more often, influencing their competitors and associates. You see, the subconscious mind knows I am all-powerful, but the conscious mind doesn't. It has to be satisfied by occasional proofs that I am invaluable. Otherwise conflicts would set in, my men would become unstable and eventually psychotic, and be of no further use to me. Of course, he added, almost pedantically, my men don't know how I persuade these other people, they only know that I do, somehow, and their regard for their own egos, as well as for me, sets up a block which prevents them from reasoning out the fact that they themselves are dominated. They're quite content to accept the results of my help, without inquiring further into the means than the easy rationalization that I have a persuasive personality. I don't like what I'm doing, Fraser. But it's got to be done. You still haven't said what's got to be done, answered the engineer coldly. I've been given something unbelievable, said Kennedy. His voice was very soft now. If I'd made it public, can you imagine what would have happened? Psychiatrists would use it, yes. But so would criminals, dictators, power-hungry men of all kinds. Even in this country, I don't think libertarian principles could long survive. It would be too simple. And yet it would have been cowardly to break the machine and burn Gavadi's notes. Chance has given me the power to be more than a chip in the river, a river that's rapidly approaching a waterfall, war, destruction, tyranny, no matter who the Pyrrhic victor may be. I'm in a position to do something for the causes in which I believe. And what are they? Asked Fraser. Kennedy gestured at the pictures on the mantel. Both my sons were killed in the last war. My wife died of cancer, a disease which would be licked now if a fraction of the money spent on armaments had been diverted to research. That brought it home to me. But there are hundreds of millions of people in worse cases. And war isn't the only evil, there is poverty, oppression, inequality, want and suffering. It could be changed. I'm building up my own lobby, you might say. In a few more years, I hope to be the indispensable advisor of all the men who, between them, really run this country. And yes, I have been in touch with Soviet agents, have even acted as a transmitter of stolen information. The basic problem of spying, you know, is not to get the information in the first place as much as to get it to the homeland. Treason? No. I think not. I'm getting my toehold in world communism. I already have some of its agents. Sooner or later, I'll get to the men who really matter. Then communism will no longer be a menace. He sighed. It's a hard row to hoe. It'll take my lifetime, at least, but what else have I got to give my life to? Fraser sat quiet. His pipe was cold, he knocked it out and began filling it afresh. The scratching of his match seemed unnaturally loud. It's too much, he said. It's too big a job for one man to tackle. The world will stumble along somehow, but you'll just get things into a worse mess. I've got to try, said Kennedy. And I still want my girl back. I can't do that, I need Snyder too much. But I'll make it up to you somehow. Kennedy sighed. Lord, if you knew how much I've wanted to tell all this. With sudden wariness, not that it's to be repeated. In fact, you're to lay off me. Call off your dogs. Don't try to tell anyone else what I've told you. You'd never be believed, and I already have enough power to suppress the story, if you should get it out somehow. And if you give me any more trouble at all, I'll see to it that you stop. Murder? Or commitment to an asylum. I can arrange that too. Fraser sighed. He felt oddly unexcited, empty, as if the interview had drained him of his last will to resist. He held the pipe loosely in his fingers, letting it go out. Ask me a favor, urged Kennedy. I'll do it, if it won't harm my own program. I tell you, I want to square things. Well. Think about it. Let me know. All right. Fraser got up. I may do that. He went out the door without saying good night. Chapter 4. He sat with his feet on the table, chair tilted back and teetering dangerously, hands clasped behind his head, pipe filling the room with blue fog. It was his usual posture for attacking a problem. And damn it, he thought wearily, this was a question such as he made his living on. An industrial engineer comes into the office. We want this and that, a machine for a very special purpose, let's say. What should we do, Mr. Fraser? Fraser prowls around the plant, reads up on the industry, and then sits down and thinks. The elements of the problem are such and such, how can they be combined to yield a solution? Normally, he uses the mathematical approach, especially in machine design. Most practicing engineers have a pathetic math background. They use 10 pages of elaborate algebra and rusty calculus to figure out something that 3 vector equations would solve. But you have to get the logical basics straight first, before you can set up your equations. All right, what is the problem? To get Judy back. That means forcing Kennedy to restore her normal emotional reactions. No, he didn't want her thrust into love of him, he just wanted her as she had been. What are the elements of the problem? Kennedy acts outside the law, but he has blocked all official channels. He even has connections extending through the Iron Curtain. Appeal to the FBI? Kennedy couldn't have control over them, yet. However, if Fraser tried to tip off the FBI, they'd act cautiously, if they investigated at all. They'd have to go slow. And Kennedy would find out in time to do something about it. Martinez could help no further. Swirsky had closer contact with Washington. He'd been so thoroughly cleared that they'd be inclined to trust whatever he said. But Swirsky doubted the whole story. Like many men who'd suffered through irresponsible congressional charges, he was almost fanatic about having proof before accusing anyone of anything. Moreover, Kennedy knew that Swirsky was Fraser's friend. He'd probably be keeping close tabs on the physicist and ready to block any attempts he might make to help. With the backing of a man like Snyder, Kennedy could hire as many detectives as he wanted. In fact, whatever the counterattack, it was necessary to go warily. Kennedy's threat to get rid of Fraser if the engineer kept working against him was not idle mouthing. He could do it, and, being a fanatic, would. But Kennedy, like the demon of legend, would grant one wish, just to salve his own conscience. Only what should the wish be? Another woman? Or merely to be reconciled, artificially, to an otherwise intolerable situation? Judy, Judy, Judy. Fraser swore at himself. Damn it to hell, this was a problem in logic. No room for emotion. Of course, it might be a problem without a solution. There are plenty of those. He squinted, trying to visualize the office. He thought of burglary, stealing evidence, silly thought. But let's see, now. What was the layout, exactly? 4 suites on one floor of the skyscraper, 3 of them unimportant offices of unimportant men. Oh, Lord. Fraser sat for a long while, hardly moving. Then he uncoiled himself and ran, downstairs and into the street and to the nearest pay phone. His own line might be tapped. Hello, Juan. Yes, I know I got you out of bed, and I'm not sorry. This is too bloody important. Okay. Look, I want a complete report on the messenger advertising service. When? Immediately, if not sooner. And I mean complete. That's right, messenger. Okay, fine. I'll buy you a drink sometime. Hello, Jim. Were you asleep too? Sorry. But look, would you make a list of all the important men you know fairly well? I need it bad. No, don't come over. I think I'd better not see you for a while. Just mail it to me. All right, so I am paranoid. Jerome K. Ferris was a large man, with a sense of his own importance that was even larger. He sat hunched in the chair, his head dwarfed by the aluminum helmet, his breathing shallow. Around him danced and flickered 100 meters, indicator lights, tubes. There was a low humming in the room, otherwise it was altogether silent, blocked and shielded against the outside world. The fluorescent lights were a muted glow. Fraser sat watching the greenish trace on the huge oscilloscope screen. It was an intricate set of convolutions, looking more like a plate of spaghetti than anything else. He wondered how many frequencies were involved. Several thousand, at the very least. Fraser, repeated Kennedy softly into the ear of the hypnotized man. Colin Fraser. Colin Fraser. He touched a dial with infinite care. Colin Fraser. Colin Fraser. The oscilloscope flickered as he readjusted, a new trace appeared. Kennedy waited for a while, then, Robert Kennedy. Sentiment Incorporated Robert Kennedy. Sentiment Incorporated Robert Kennedy. Sentiment. He turned off the machine, its murmur and glow died away. Facing Fraser with a tight little smile, he said, "All right. Your job is done. Are we even now?" "As even as we'll ever get, I suppose," said Fraser. "I wish you'd trust me," said Kennedy with a hint of wistfulness. "I'd have done the job honestly. You didn't have to watch." "Well, I was interested," said Fraser. "Frankly, I still don't see what you stand to gain by the dog-like devotion of this Ferris. He's rich, but he's too weak and short-sighted to be a leader. I'd never planned on conditioning him for my purposes." "I've explained that," said Fraser patiently. "Ferris is a large stockholder in a number of corporations. His influence can swing a lot of business my way." "Yes, I know. I didn't grant your wish blindly, you realize. I had Ferris studied. He's unable to harm me." Kennedy regarded Fraser with hard eyes. "And just in case you still have foolish notions, please remember that I gave him the father conditioning with respect to myself. He'll do a lot for you, but not if it's going to hurt me in any way." "I know when I'm licked," said Fraser bleakly. "I'm getting out of town as soon as I finish those courses I'm signed up for." Kennedy snapped his fingers. "All right, Ferris, wake up now." Ferris blinked. What's been happening? He asked. Nothing much, said Kennedy, unbuckling the electrodes. I've taken my readings. Thank you very much for the help, sir. I'll see that you get due credit when my research is published. Ah, yes. Yes. Ferris puffed himself out. Then he put an arm around Fraser's shoulder. If you aren't busy, he said, maybe we could go have lunch. Thanks, said Fraser. I'd like to talk to you about a few things. He lingered for a moment after Ferris had left the room. I imagine this is goodbye for us, he said. Well, so long, at least. We'll probably hear from each other again. Kennedy shook Fraser's hand. No hard feelings? I did go to a lot of trouble for you, wangling your introduction to Ferris when you'd named him, and having one of my men persuade him to come here. And right when I'm so infernally busy, too. Sure, said Fraser. It's all right. I can't pretend to love you for what you've done, but you aren't a bad sort. No worse than you, said Kennedy with a short laugh. You've used the machine for your own ends, now. Yeah, said Fraser. I guess I have. Swirsky asked, why do you insist on calling me from drugstores? And why at my office? I've got a home phone, you know. I'm not sure but that our own lines are tapped, said Fraser. Kennedy's a smart cookie, and don't you forget it. I think he's about ready to dismiss me as a danger, but you're certainly being watched, you're on his list. You're getting a persecution complex. Honest, Colin, I'm worried. Well, bear with me for a while. Now, have you had any information on Kennedy since I called last? No. I did mention to Thompson, as you asked me to, that I'd heard rumors of some revolutionary encephalographic techniques and would be interested in seeing the work. Why did you want me to do that? Thompson, said Fraser, is one of Kennedy's men. Now look, Jim, before long you're going to be invited to visit Kennedy. He'll give you a spiel about his research and ask to measure your brain waves. I want you to say yes. Then I want to know the exact times of the 3 appointments he'll give you, the first 2, at least. If Kennedy's doing what you claim. Jim, it's a necessary risk, but I'm the one who's taking it. You'll be okay, I promise you. Though perhaps later you'll read of me being found in the river. You see, I got Kennedy to influence a big stock owner for me. One of the lesser companies in which he has a loud voice is Messenger. I don't suppose Kennedy knows that. I hope not. Swirsky looked as if he'd been sandbagged. He was white, and the hand that poured a drink shook. Lord, he muttered. Lord, Colin, you were right. Fraser's teeth drew back from his lips. You went through with it, eh? Yes. I let the sun hypnotize me, and afterward I walked off with a dreamy expression, as you told me to. Just 3 hours ago, he dropped around here in person. He gave me a long rigmarole about the stupidity of military secrecy, and how the Soviet Union stands for peace and justice. I hope I acted impressed. I'm not much of an actor. You don't have to be. Just so you didn't overdo it. To one of Kennedy's victims, obeying his advice is so natural that it doesn't call for any awestruck wonderment. And he wanted data from me. Bombardment cross-sections. Critical values. Resonance levels. My lord, if the Russians found that out through spies it'd save them 3 years of research. This is an FBI case, all right. No, not yet. Fraser laid an urgent hand on Swirsky's arm. You've stuck by me so far, Jim. Go along a little further. What do you want me to do? Why, Fraser's laugh jarred out. Give him what he wants, of course. Kennedy looked up from his desk, scowling. All right, Fraser, he said. You've been a damned nuisance, and it's pretty patient of me to see you again. But this is the last time. What do you want? It's the last time I'll need to see you, perhaps. Fraser didn't sit down. He stood facing Kennedy. "You've had it, friend, straight up." "What do you mean?" Kennedy's hand moved toward his buzzer. "Listen before you do anything," said Fraser harshly. "I know you tried to bring Jim Swirsky under the influence. You asked him for top-secret data. A few hours ago, you handed the file he brought you on to Bryce, who's no doubt at the Amtorg offices this minute. That's high treason, Kennedy. They execute people for doing that." The psychologist slumped back. "Don't try to have your bully boys get rid of me," said Fraser. "Swirsky is sitting by the phone, waiting to call the FBI. I'm the only guy who can stop him." But, Kennedy's tongue ran around his lips. "But he committed treason himself. He gave me the papers." Fraser grinned. "You don't think those were authentic, do you? I doubt if you'll be very popular in the Soviet Union either, once they've tried to build machines using your data." Kennedy looked down at the floor. "How did you do it?" he whispered. "Remember Ferris? The guy you fixed up for me? He owns a share of your next-door neighbor, the messenger advertising service. I fed him a song and dance about needing an office to do some important work, only my very whereabouts had to be secret. The messenger people were moved out without anybody's knowing. I installed myself there one night, also a simple little electric oscillator. Encephalography is damn delicate work, it involves amplifications up to several million. The apparatus misbehaves if you give it a hard look. Naturally, your lab and the machine were heavily shielded, but even so, a radio emitter next door would be bound to throw you off. My main trouble was in lousing you up just a little bit, not enough to make you suspect anything. I only worked at that during your calibrating sessions with Swirsky. I didn't have to be there when you turned the beam on him, because it would be calculated from false data and be so far from his pattern as to have no effect. You told me yourself how precise an adjustment was needed. Swirsky played along, then. Now we've got proof, not that you meddled with human lives, but that you are a spy." Kennedy sat without moving. His voice was a broken mumble. "I was going to change the world. I had hopes for all humankind. And you, for the sake of one woman. I never trusted anybody with a messiah complex. The world is too big to change single-handed, you just have bungled it up worse than it already is. A lot of dictators started out as reformers and ended up as mass executioners, you'd have done the same." Fraser leaned over his desk. "I'm willing to make a deal, though," he went on. "Your teeth are pulled, there's no point in turning you in. Swirsky and Martinez and I are willing just to report on Bryce, and let you go, if you'll change back all your subjects. We're going to read your files, and watch and see that you do it. Every one." Kennedy bit his lip. "And the machine?" "I don't know. We'll settle that later. Okay, God, here's the phone number of Judy Harkness. Ask her to come over for a special treatment. At once." A month later, the papers had a story about a plausible maniac who had talked his way into the Columbia University laboratories, where Gavotti's puzzling machine was being studied. And pulled out a hammer and smashed it into ruin before he could be stopped. Taken to jail, he committed suicide in his cell. The name was Kennedy. Fraser felt vague regret, but it didn't take him long to forget it, he was too busy making plans for his wedding. The Temple of Earth. "Here they come." Lita's voice vibrated in the ears of the four men with her. They stood with their helmets touching so they could talk, eyes looking down the rugged sweep of Copernicus to the force which came running upward against them. At their backs, the brutal heights of rock climbed for the stars, but they stood in a recess between looming crags, as good a defensive position as they could hope for. 8, 9, Rickard strained his eyes through the queer tricky light and shadow, the brilliant rushing blue of Earth nearly in full phase, the utter dark of knife-edged umbras. A sprawling savage confusion of spires and cliffs tumbling down toward the far ghostly shimmer of the plain. 10 at least, I make it, probably more. It'll be a rough fight. The tiny metal glinting specks bounded closer, 20-foot leaps from height to height, and now they could see the sheen of earth glow on spears and axes. Rickard said slowly, "It will most likely be death if we make a stand. Let anyone who wishes go down to them now, and I will not think the less of him. Down to execution or enslavement." "You should know us better than that," said Hu. He hefted his own axe, and shadows crept over the folds of his flexicord suit. "Heh, they'll have to come at us only a few at a time. We'll mince them as they do." A mutter of assent rumbled from Jonik and Chunky. Lita remained silent, but one gauntlet hand closed on Rickard's arm. The outlaw chief's gaunt dark face flashed in a brief grin. "Thank you," he said. "We'll at least show the damned copers that Nyrak can still fight." He moved away from the group and strung his bow. It was a big one, suitable for the giant who wielded it, and had been in his family for a long time. Plastic bow, wire string, steel arrows that leaped out with 100 pounds of force behind them, such a weapon could pierce a spacesuit and come out the other side in a rush of air. Wood and cord were of little use on the surface, they dried and cracked in the sucking vacuum, sizzled by day and froze by night. But with this weapon he had sent more men than he remembered to Earth. Standing in the abysmal shadow of a crag, he nocked an arrow and took aim. The bow thrummed in his hand and a bright shaft sprang forth. One of the attacking band suddenly leaped up, fell, and rolled down the long slope with the moisture-laden air gushing out like his fleeing soul. "There's one less!" cried Lita savagely, and raised her pike. None heard her speak in the looming silence, but they saw her lips laughing behind the plastic helmet. Rickard turned for a glimpse of her, the strong fair face, the heavy yellow hair, turned blue and green now by the pouring earthlight, but not the less good to look on. He had stolen her 3 years before, in a raid on Moonberg, and she had fought him bitterly for a while. But later there had been understanding between them, and when the Copers overran Nyrak and he and a few men fled into rebellious exile, she was the only one of his wives who had come with him. They smiled briefly at each other and then he faced back toward the enemy. His bow throbbed again, and he cursed as the shaft whipped past a nearing figure. The man hurled a spear. It bounced off the crag and Hu stepped forth to seize and throw it back. Rickard fired once more, and another warrior tumbled to the stony ground, to freeze in death. Now they were close, terribly close, a good dozen of them rushing in on him. He sent a final snapped shot against them, dropped the bow, and grabbed up his axe. Swiftly the outlaws fell into a defending line, Rickard, Hu, and Jonik, the heaviest, standing shoulder to shoulder between the two great pillars. Lita and Chunky just behind them with pikes at the ready. The first of the Copers hit Rickard with the furious velocity of a broad jump, axe swinging down against the chief's helmet. Rickard caught the blow on his own weapon's handle, twisted it down, and kicked the attacker in the belly. He bounced away, wide open for assault, but it wouldn't do to leave the line. The next was almost instantly on the outlaw, blade-cleaving vacuum. Rickard's axe blurred down and crashed into the space helmet. The shock of the blow rammed home in his own muscles, but it had burst open the tough plastic. Air whirled out, white with frost, red with the blood that suddenly foamed from mouth and nose. The enemy's own axe had dropped from his fingers as Rickard's blade smashed home, and clanged off the chief's helmet. Rickard smote at the warrior beyond, hit a metal shoulder plate, and dodged a counterblow. Lita thrust between him and Jonik, driving the pike home with a terrible force that split the Coper's suit at the belly. He lurched back, clutching futile hands against the streaming air, his face distorted with unheard screams. Two of them were on Rickard now, axe and spear, blows clattering off his helmet and shoulder plates as he dodged and parried and hewed. He whirled his weapon over his head, brought it crashing down to break another helmet and the skull beneath, and his own yelling rang in his ears. From the corner of one eye he saw Jonik fall. Snarling, he swung on the killer, his blow parried by the other axe head. "Go to Mars, you bastard!" he growled, and hailed blow after blow against the enemy's guard, a leaping dancing fury of steel that drove the fellow back until he was against a cliff. Rickard sprang in and slew him. Panting, he whirled around to see that the copers had broken his line, that they raged 3 or 4 about each of the survivors, thrusting and smiting. A flicker of light and hard metal against the monstrous blacknesses of shadow. Even as he watched, Chungti went down with a spear in him. Hu and Lita stood back to back, beating off the pack that snarled around them, and Rickard launched himself across the space between to fall on the copers. He clove one helmet from behind, pitched another man aside, parried a thrust and kicked the thruster back, and joined his comrades. A cloudiness of freezing moisture fogged his helmet, and Hu toppled against him. He stood over the body and struck home. Lita swept her pike in a wide arc, got it between a man's legs and tripped him, and stabbed him before he could rise. Then a coper got between her and Rickard, threw his arms around her from behind and dragged her to the ground. They closed in on Rickard, hemming him in a solid wall of armored bodies, bearing him down and holding him fast with 4 men on each arm. When they brought forth wire and began lashing his hands together, he kicked out, rose to his feet and knocked them away as they came on him, until someone else tackled him and he went down once more. Captured. By the living earth, no clean death in battle, but captured. He lay gasping the hot foul air of his suit, looking up to the crystal dark of heaven, a million needle-sharp stars and the ghostly glory of the Milky Way, up to Earth's huge blue disk. And the world, the moon-world of which light and shadow and cruel-fanged stone, reeled about him with his dismay. Captured. A tall man, apparently the chief of the band, counted the survivors and then put his helmet against Rickard's. His face was sharply carved, dark-eyed, with the pointed beard of a coper noble and the hollow cheeks corpse blue in the light. He said slowly, "Yes, you are the rebel leader. I'm glad we took you alive." Rickard looked sullenly back at him. "Behave yourself," advised the other. "Remember we hold the woman too." They scaled the heights of Copernicus and descended to the plain which the crater ringed in. Not far off was an armored dome with sentries before it, one of the airlocks leading to a tunnel. They entered this and came to the long tubelit bareness underground. A few coper soldiers were posted here, taking turns at guard duty on the outside. Like all their city freemen, they wore more clothes than the outlying barbarians, who rarely donned more than a pocketed kilt if that much. These had tunics as well, and flat steel helmets. And carried the swords that were useful underground though ineffective against a spacesuit. Nor did they have the war paint of barbarian fighters. They did not mock the prisoners, the name of Rickard of Nyrak had been too frightening for the past year, but they leered at Lita. Even the outlaws were glad to shed their spacesuits. Sweat and the needs of nature made it uncomfortable to be outside more than a few hours at a time. They were stripped, their hands bound behind them, and marched between an alert guard down the tunnel toward Coper City. It went rapidly, the long bounding pace of men in home territory who had no ambush to fear. Rickard's mind whirled over the catastrophes of the past hours. He and his men, some 50 in all, had been living mostly on the outside since the fall of Nyrak a year ago. They had had seal tents which they moved from place to place, and had descended into the tunnels and cities often through old unguarded airlocks to raid for food, water, air, and the killing of coper men. While they fought, they had been a symbol of resistance to the free people within and beyond the expanding coper empire. They had checked its advance a little. They had been a rallying force and many young men had come to join them. There had been hope. Then, Rickard and his 4 companions returned from a scouting trip to find their camp in the hands of the enemy. They had fought clear, had been pursued, and finally this squad had hunted them down and captured the 2 rebel leaders, and that was all there was to it. That was the end of the fight, the end of hope, the end most likely of life. His bitter dark eyes turned on the leader of the squad. That one had donned a tunic of brilliant colors, the dress of a mighty noble, and the sword at his waist was jeweled. "Who are you?" he asked coldly. The lean face smiled. "I am Wraith, Prince of Copper City," he answered. "It was, fortunate for both of us, that I should have happened to lead the group that found you. Others would have had you killed out of hand, but I can find better uses for you." He nodded at Leda. "Yes indeed." Her head lifted haughtily, shining raw gold of hair spilling over broad shoulders to her supple waist. Rickard snarled and wrenched at his bonds. They dug harshly into his wrists, and a guard pricked him with a spear. Wraith held Rickard's bow between his hands. "This is an unusually fine weapon," he said. "I hadn't thought the barbarians had anything so good. You may get it back, but you'll have to earn it." The tunnel opened into a great cavern, a reaching vastness whose farther walls could not be seen. It was farmland, peasants going between the long rows of tanks and tending a riotous greenery of food plants, an occasional hard-faced overseer pausing in his rounds to salute the prince. They went by a stockyard, cattle, pigs, sheep, and poultry in their pens, slaves cleaning and feeding. Not far off was a slaughterhouse, and Wraith's aristocratic nose crinkled. A winding ramp led up through other levels. They passed the drab, huddled compartments of the lower classes, grey-clad peasants crowded with their families into doorless rooms. Above that was a factory level, where acolyte engineers labored over weapons and tools, over ore smelting and refining. And other workmen turned out clothes and cord and the remaining necessities of life. The party stopped here to deliver the battle-torn spacesuits for repair. Flexicord would be mended, plastic melted together again. Nobody cared about the stripped bodies withering on the outside. Rickard could not forbear to ask, "Where is your air factory?" "That is farther up, in the temple and in direct charge of the chief engineer," said Wraith politely. "It is, after all, among the most vital jobs." He raised his eyebrows. "You didn't have an air plant at Nyrak, did you?" "No. We bought or took it from elsewhere as needed." "Ah, I thought so. Most of the barbarians do. Now, Rickard, you are a man of intelligence, and I ask you to think a bit. We must have extra air, to replace that which is lost one way or another, but it takes skill and some equipment to get it from the minerals in which it is locked. Rather than war on us, one of the few places where they can produce it, would it not have been wiser to accept us in friendship and receive from us a steady and dependable supply? We were freemen. Now we are slaves, and must grovel to your overlords and give them all we make in exchange for a miserly ration. That is reason enough to fight you." "I don't think," said Wraith sardonically, "that your own slaves notice any change." Rickard clamped his lips tight. Above the factory level was a park. It was known that the life of the air, and hence of man, depended on green plants. So even the smallest village had its farms, and even the outlaws' crowded seal tents had contained some pots of vegetation. But Rickard and Leda had never seen anything like this riot of blooms and rearing trees, had never felt grass soft and cool beneath their bare feet. And the girl drew a gasp of wonder and buried her face in a huge sweet cluster of roses. Wraith drew his sword and cut the flowers and handed them to her with a bow. "No fairer than you," he smiled. She cursed and threw them at his feet. There were folk of noble class around, warriors, administrators, ranking engineers, and their children and colorfully gowned women. They gathered about, laughing, shouting, cheering, and Wraith nodded affably but led the way onward. Above the park were the levels of the spacious upper-class apartments, where others of gentle birth went about in litters and slaves scurried humbly on their errands. Rickard noticed the guardsmen standing rigidly here and there, and decided that the power of the overlords was not so secure as it might look. On and on, until at last they stood before a high wall ornamented with murals of ancient triumphs and festivals. For sentries stood in front of the door, bringing their spears to rigid salute as Wraith approached. A footman opened the door and they were ushered into the prince's home. It was richly furnished, with hangings and vases and furniture of priceless ancient work, older than the fall, it must be, as well as the clumsier recent articles of carved wood and hammered metal. Wraith led the way to a spacious chamber whose outer window looked on the sky. Automatically, Rickard stepped over there to make a survey. This place must be high in the dome which rose over the city's underground levels. He could look down the great sweep of metal and concrete to the rugged plain beneath, and out toward the sharply curving horizon and the mighty ring wall which shouldered above it. The stars thronged and blazed in a cold glory of sky. "Unbind them," said Wraith. Rickard stretched mightily, rubbing cramped arms. Lita stepped over beside him and her hand stole into his. The guards marched out, except for two who stood alertly against the wall. "And now what?" asked the barbarian. "Why, I suppose you will want to clean yourselves. There is a bathroom over that way. Afterward we will eat, and then we can talk." There were garments for the prisoners, of a soft colorfulness such as they had not known since the last time Nyrak captured a trading caravan in the tunnels. And there was a feast of skillfully prepared meat and bread, fresh fruit, wine and delicacies for which they had no name. They sat around the table and gorged. Wraith exerted himself to be pleasant. He brought in slave girls to dance and play, he kept the wine glasses full, and the words that flowed from his smiling lips had nothing to do with immediate reality. Despite himself, Rickard had to listen with interest and reply where he could, and Lita sat enchanted. The prince got on to ancient history, which seemed to be a pet subject of his. He discoursed of 1,000 years of war, politics, conquest and liberation, dynasties and gods and people. And after the vague heroic songs of the barbarians it was a new experience to listen to his crisp cynical prose. They could still read and write in Copper City, though only a few nobles besides the engineers took the trouble to learn, and so they remembered with precision. "But the fall," whispered Lita. "What was that? The fall from Earth?" Wraith smiled and arched his brows. "Well, my fair one, suppose you tell me what you think." "Why, I never thought much about it," she said, her broad clear forehead wrinkling above the steady blue eyes. "They say that man came from Earth originally, and sinned, and was condemned to dwell in the world here until the sin is redeemed. The souls of the dead return to Earth. Or to Mars, if they are criminals or copers," grunted Rickard. Lita threw him a little frown and spread her hands helplessly. "That is all I know. Well, it's the general story. Our engineers tell it to our own commons, since it helps keep them in check. But what would you say if I told you Earth is another world like our own?" "It couldn't be," said Lita. "The story is that on Earth you can walk on the outside without a spacesuit. And there is green everywhere, and great pools of water, and everyone has enough to eat. Oh, yes, beyond doubt Earth is not quite the same as Luna. After all, man and his animals are so ill-suited to life here that I think it only reasonable to suppose they came from Earth, not in any mystic fall, but by ordinary physical means." "They jumped?" asked Rickard scornfully. "No, well, I'll come to that later. They had ways. Such few books as have survived tell something about what happened. Men came here from Earth to look for minerals which they needed. Cities were built here and there over the face of Luna, and tunnels cut to connect them and to get at the ores. They were wise, those ancients. They built not only the things we now have in use in a blind fashion, by rote, without much understanding, smelters, sun-power accumulators, spacesuits, and all the rest, but they had other things as well. Weapons more deadly than bow or axe, machines which carried them over the surface and hauled their loads and did the work we must do by hand, but those things have long worn out or been destroyed. And their remnants have been wrecked for the metal in them. We have a few relics in our temple here, that is all." Wraith's eyes gleamed briefly. He went on in a moment. "The sin and the fall were something different from what the engineers have said in their sermons. I don't know exactly what happened, except that even those wise ancients were not united, they were divided into cities, I suppose, and the separate colonies here were owned by these various cities. A war broke out, not a war as we know war but something with doom in it, all the power of the machines turned loose to blast and burn. It must have destroyed civilization on Earth. At least there have been no visitors from there in 1,000 years or more. Here on Luna the colonies also fought, but in a more limited way since they had not the greatest engines of destruction. But it was enough to wipe out many cities, you must have seen some of the ruins, and to destroy most of the equipment. Such wise men as survived had not the tools to work with to rebuild all they must have, and the turbulent new generations paid little heed to teachings which had no relation to their own experience. The remaining machines wore out, the wise men died, the cities fought with swords and spears for the necessities of life, and finally the long night of ignorance fell on us. And that is the true story of the fall. How do you know? Challenged Rickard. Oh, I have read the remaining old books and fragments of books, and used my own head to piece together what little was known. Copper City has kept more knowledge than the others anyway. Those went back to naked barbarism, retaining barely enough tradition to survive, but we, living in what had been the most important of the old colonies, kept somewhat more than that. There have always been a few in Copper City who knew the truth, though they lacked means to do anything about it. Rickard leaned back in his chair and surveyed the prince with arrogant eyes. All right, he said. I'll accept it. What's the difference anyway? What do you have us here for and why are you telling us this? Oh, I wanted you to realize that our frank goal of conquering the world is not the unmitigated evil you insist. It will bring knowledge to the barbarians, give them back their heritage, and end their stupid squabbling in a unity of all mankind. At the price of making them slaves and paupers. Well, I didn't say we were doing this for our health, said Wraith mildly. The outlier raids have been more than a little costly and annoying to us, and of course we can always use more workers. However, please don't tell me you are some kind of martyr whose heart bleeds only for your poor oppressed people. You are angry because your wealth and power were stripped from you. If you could get those back threefold. His keen features jutted over the table as he leaned forward. We will impose the social pattern of Copper City everywhere, yes, because it is our own. But we'll have to take the most able and trustworthy barbarians into our own noble ranks as full citizens. How would you like to trade the circumscribed darkness of Nyrak for a dwelling like this, a score of slaves, a personal guard, a city for your private estate? How would you like a hand in shaping the future? Rickard scowled and ran a hand through his stiff black hair. You won't give me that for nothing. No, no. But you'll need a strong patron, my friend. Everyone else will assume as a matter of course that you'll be executed or sent to the mines. It will take all my influence to get you pardoned. In exchange, you can do me a few services. His teeth flashed white in his beard. The first of which can begin now. I want you to kill a man for me. Well, Rickard sat thinking a moment, who is he? I'll come to that. It's nobody you know or care about. If you fulfill that mission, there will be others, and your rise can be swift. You turn me loose with a sword, said the barbarian slowly, and expect me to do just what you want? Naturally, said Wraith, I will keep your charming lady as a hostage. He smiled on Leda and a slow hot flush crept up her cheeks and stained her breast. I shall see that she is not bored. With a shave and a haircut, a decent tunic and a sword at his waist and a feather cap tilted rakishly over one ear. Rickard could pass for anyone but the hunted rebel of Nyrak, a young guardsman off duty, perhaps. Recruited from some recently conquered province and swaggering into the civilization which had swallowed his people. He drew no special attention as he pushed through the crowded hubbub of the city, except from an occasional bold-eyed maiden. Toward the north side of the dome, roughly at ground level, was the area of those who were more than simple freemen without being quite nobles, merchants, shopkeepers. Independent artisans of all kinds. Moving through that district, Rickard was struck by the bearing of the folk, neither servile nor haughty, neither uncouth nor overly mannered. A more civilized version of the barbarian's egalitarianism. It occurred to him that this class was an element which had entered into no one's calculations. But he had a mission, and the farther he went the more desperate it began to seem. There's little choice, he thought greyly. If I'd refused, he'd have had me slain then and there. But that I, who was chief over the freemen of Nairak, should sink to be Wraith's assassin. Kill the chief engineer of Copper City. Wraith had shown him the layout, warned him that the temple had its own guards, and said that several of his men had attempted the job before and failed bloodily. On the other hand, could he but accomplish his task and fight his way out of the temple, there'd be a gang of the prince's bully boys waiting to escort him home. Rickard had pulled off more daring stunts than this. As to why the old man should be murdered, Wraith had said little except that he stood in the way of certain plans, and Rickard, who had small tenderness for any copers, didn't inquire further. He cast a glance behind him now and again as he thrust through the crowds which swarmed and eddied around bazaars, taverns, and playhouses. And once or twice thought he glimpsed a couple of the prince's hard-faced personal guards lounging inconspicuously after him, but he wasn't sure. The mob was too much a blend of every element in Luna. A richly dressed, pot-bellied merchant borne in a litter by 4 slaves, a pair of gay young warriors staggering out of a tavern compartment. A hawker shrieking his wares where 2 corridors ran together, a wandering leather-clad barbarian. A fantastically painted strolling player, thrumming his harp and grinning at the girls as they went by, a humble grey worker. A serious-faced young engineer, his long red robes swirling about him. It was a gay and noisy throng, a whirl of life and color, and Rickard could not altogether suppress an answering smile. There was nothing like this in the poor little outlier towns. He came from the passageway to a broad, grassy plaza, and felt a sudden tightening of his muscles and a rising throb in his breast. Beyond it, there was a great wall reaching the height of many levels, porticoed and velvet-hung, with the sign of Holy Earth inlaid above the door. The temple. It was past time for services, and few people were in sight before the wall, mostly acolytes hurrying on their various tasks. And 6 temple guardsmen standing rock-stiff in gilt breastplates and plumed helmets before the looming gate. Rickard stood for a moment studying them, the long pikes and the swords at their hips, and wondered how many more there were inside the sacred precincts. He drew a deep breath, filling his nostrils with the cool rich scent of grass and flowering shrubs for perhaps the final time. Well, Lita was still Wraith's hostage. He shook himself, straightened his back, and walked boldly up to the gate. 2 pikes slanted across his path. Hold. What do you wish? I have to see the chief engineer. This is not the time for audiences. Come back after the sunrise ceremonies. It won't keep. I bear special news from the lands that see not earth. The guard's captain's face lit with a flicker of interest. What is it? It's for the ears of his wisdom alone. Then wait your turn. Look here, said Rickard, you can send him a message that it concerns certain newly found ores of power. If his wisdom isn't interested, I'll go my way. But if you don't do this much, I'd hate to be in your skin when he learns what you've kept from him. Well, the captain rubbed his chin. There was a superstitious awe deep within his eyes, and the other sentries gaped. Well, all right. He peered narrowly at the barbarian. You're not of the city. Where are you from? Moonberg, if you must know. But my message. The captain blew a whistle, and an acolyte came forth from within to receive the word and run back with it. Rickard stood waiting, trying not to shiver with the gathering tautness of the moment. Wraith had told him to give this message, and it seemed to work. The prince had added that the temple was seeking to recover the lost secret of the legendary Tomic's power, so immensely more potent than the sunlight batteries. But had not gone far for lack of the necessary metals. To Rickard, Tom Mike had merely been a local god worshipped by some towns, though in other stories he was the devil responsible for the fall. Your sword, said the captain. Rickard shrugged. It was understandable that no visitor should bear weapons within the temple, especially after Wraitha's last few attempts. He unslung his glaive and handed it over, and permitted them to search him for concealed knives. It did not seem to occur to them, in spite of his hard-thewed size, that hands and shod feet have killed men. The acolyte returned, a full engineer with him. The latter spoke hurriedly. "Who are you, stranger, and what is this word you bear?" "I am Atli Ather's son of Moonberg, your knowledge," said Rickard, bowing as low as his stiff-necked soul permitted him. "If it please you, this word I have should not be discussed out in public." "No, no, certainly not. I'll take you to his wisdom. Follow me." Rickard went after the swirling red robe, his narrowed eyes taking careful note of everything they passed. Down a long muralled corridor, opening into rooms which seemed oddly little like religious centers, they glittered with metal and glass and plastic, and engineers in drab stained smocks labored with a bewildering variety of instruments, past a couple of guardsmen. The thing to do, he thought grimly, was to break the old fellow's neck. Grab a sword from the nearest armed man, and try to cut his way out. None of Wraitha's men were allowed inside the temple, but if they were waiting just beyond the gates he might have some chance. The corridor ended in a tall doorway where 4 sentries in gold and scarlet stood by rigidly held pikes. Beyond was the great audience chamber. It was lavishly furnished, gold and jewels and velvet and the lovely ancient works. The far side was a great sheet of plastic opening on the raw splendor of landscape and an earth at the full, its eerie blue radiance streaming in to blend with the soft glow of fluorotubes. Rickard had little time for aesthetics, his gaze roved in search of enemies. No soldiers in this room, and the engineer who guided him was closing the massive door on the sentries. Praise the gods, it gave him a chance to kill the chief and burst out and surprise those men. About a dozen engineers stood around the throne of wisdom, high-ranking to judge from their robes, most of them young and burly, not a one of them bearing sword or dagger. Rickard knelt before the throne until a voice that was almost a whisper said, "Rise, my son, and say your message." "Thank you, your wisdom." The rebel got up and moved closer to the old man who sat before him. A very old man, he saw, thin and stooped and frail, with a halo of white hair about the gaunt face and the luminous eyes and the wonderful dome of a forehead. For an instant, Rickard despised himself. But Leda of the fair tresses and the low sweet laughter and the undaunted gallantry, Leda was hostage to Wraith. "You brought word of ores of power found on the far side of Luna," said the chief engineer. He pursed his lips and tapped his knee with the jeweled slide rule of his office. "But how would the heathen there know what to look for?" "They weren't looking for anything, your wisdom," replied Rickard. He stood some 5 feet away, one easy jump. It was a certain engineer-educated trader from this city, Borsu by name, who several years ago was captured by Moonberg men attacking a caravan of his. I had him for slave, but he was so bold and wise a man that soon we were more friends than master and servant, and it was he who organized an expedition to the heathen lands. He thought their ores, which we on Earthside have little exploited, could be obtained for our manufactured goods at a fine profit and sold here in Copper City. It was he who saw those deposits and had them mined. On our return, we found that Moonberg had been brought under your city's rule, but nevertheless, they were relaxing their wariness, intent on his account. We thought that we could still do business, especially with the temple. As Borsu was ill, I left him in Moonberg and came myself to. He hit the chief engineer with a smack of bodies and his hands closed around the thin neck. Thunder and stars exploded in his skull. He reeled aside, falling to the ground, and the engineer rushed on him with the club he had pulled from his long sleeve. Rickard kicked out, and the coper flew backward, grunting. The barbarian snarled and lurched to his feet. Swords and daggers gleamed as the others yanked them from concealment. Trapped. They weren't stupid, these engineers, and now he was trapped. Rickard hurled himself forward in a flying tackle, hit the nearest man and rolled over on the floor with him. Wrenching the fellow's dagger loose, he bounded back to his feet and rushed another engineer. Alive, screamed the old man. Take him alive. For the torture cells, no. Rickard closed with the engineer, stabbing him in the shoulder before he could slash with his sword. He pulled the glaive loose and backed toward the wall, growling, sword in one hand and dagger in the other. The men formed a defensive line around their chief and brandished their blades. The wounded engineer rose suddenly and sprinted for the door. Rickard threw the knife after him, missed, and groaned as the door was swung wide and the 4 guardsmen entered. Ha, Nyrak! He yelled and threw himself upon them. His sword whistled, clanged off the metal shaft of the nearest pike, and raked the cuirass beyond. Another guard hit him with the butt of his pike and he staggered. Now the blows rained on him, smashing thunder of violence and lightning shot darkness. The sword fell from his hand and he toppled, still cursing. Someone kicked him as he fell. He lay there, half-conscious, mumbling through a mask of blood while they bound him. When the reeling and the blurring ended, and only the thumping pain and the slow drip of red were left, he sat up and glared at them where they stood around him. I thought Wraith was wiser than that, muttered an engineer. It wasn't a bad trick. The old man fingered his throat with a wry smile. He almost made it. But who are you, so bold as to go alone and unarmed in war against the temple? Rickard shook his ringing head. The sickness in him was as much from stupefied dismay as from his hurts. That he should have failed, that he should have been captured and bound like a pig for slaughter the second time. Now let me think. The chief engineer stroked his chin. Obviously Wraith would only have tried this with an assassin so bold and strong that there would be some chance of success. And at the same time one over whom he had enough of a hold to drive him to this desperate mission. Now it is only 10 or 15 hours since we heard that the mighty Rickard of Nyrak had been captured by this same Wraith. Rickard of Nyrak, aye, your wisdom, they said he was big and dark, it must be he. Right? A foot kicked the prisoner. Gently, Wano, gently. There is no cause to maltreat him when he is helpless. Nobody was killed in this little affair. The chief engineer stooped over Rickard and smiled. See here, my friend, I have no ill will for you. I've chuckled for a long time over your impudent bearding of the Copper Lords, and I wouldn't mind doing you a good turn if you'd let me. But first I have to do something for you, eh? Rickard grinned without humor. It seems to be a city custom. Be reasonable, man. You've failed your mission, Wraith will have no further use for you, and only here is their protection. I dare say you've no love for Wraith, and he is our greatest enemy as well. Rickard was silent. Now what reason did you have to do his foul work for him? I cannot quite imagine Rickard of Nyrak turning assassin for hire. They say a woman was captured with him, your wisdom, said one of the engineers thoughtfully. Ah, so. And Wraith holds her. The chief engineer paced back and forth, the robes swirling around his thin stooped form. Suddenly he said, bring this man a bowl of wine. It was a fire coursing in his veins, the leaden haze lifted from his mind and he looked at his captors with cleared eyes. The chief engineer said to him. Rickard, this is the situation in Copper City. The old bold dynasty of the mayors has faded till the last of them sits bibbing in his apartments with little interest in anything save a new wench. Meanwhile the struggle for the real power over this growing empire lies between the great nobles, of whom Wraith is chief, and the temple, which recruits from all ranks and is thus closer to the people and more alive to their wants. The world has come down far since the fall. What was a wise and glorious and adventurous civilization has been destroyed, and this, its successor, is stagnant and cruel and ignorant. It has done little which was new or decent in 1,000 years. I do not say that the temple is blameless. The early chief engineers found it convenient to monopolize what true knowledge was left and to ally themselves with the nobles in crushing the commons. But in the past generation we have tried to make some amends, we have spoken against human slavery and unjust laws, and we would like to teach all men enough to make them more than walking bellies. Temple and nobles agree that man must be united. Rickard snarled at him. But it is rather for us to learn freedom from the barbarians, in exchange for our order and culture, than for them to be enslaved by us, and there is a sharp split between the parties. Furthermore, we have tried to regain the ancient knowledge by the methods with which it was won in the first place, that is, by trying our ideas to see if they work, rather than by blind acceptance of ancient authority. You must have noticed our laboratories as you entered. But this leads to heretical questioning of everything, and the nobles do not like it. Thus Wraith has several times sought to have me assassinated. There is little I can do save guard against it. I would get no satisfaction in the courts. If he should succeed, he could use his influence and very likely get one of his own hand-picked engineers named to my office. For we, scientists, are a small party in the temple, and only the more or less accidental fact that I was converted to such views shortly after assuming the slide rule has given us our success. If we could somehow overcome him, there would be a chance to make some improvement in human life, perhaps even to reach Earth eventually. If we fail, as seems all too probable, the long night will descend completely. He stopped, and there was a moment's silence in the great chamber. Then Rickard said, I suppose you're telling me more or less the truth. I don't really care, one way or the other. But why? What do you want of me? I don't know, said the chief engineer frankly. I really don't know whether it wouldn't be safer all around just to return your head to Wraith. But, Rickard, the temple has been at one grave disadvantage. Its younger men are often doughty fighters, as you have seen, but they are still mostly technicians, intellectuals, people without practical experience in warfare. You, on the other hand, have fought all your life. If you have any suggestions, they will be carefully considered. And what do I get from this? Your life, of course, and your freedom. Likewise your woman's, if we can save her. We can talk later of other rewards. You may find it worthwhile to work with us. Rickard leaned back against the wall, letting his mind slide over the facts and the chances. Presently he nodded his blood-matted head and began to talk. The temple gate burst open and the big man shot out in a flying leap that carried him over the heads of the sentries to land on the plaza grass. A spear flew after him. He grabbed it and whirled about and threw it back. Stop him, roared an engineer. Kill him. He killed the chief. The guard sprang at Rickard, yelling, and others boiled out of the temple in their wake. He was already fleeing toward the corridor beyond. A shrieking laborer sought to bring him down. He kicked the man in the teeth, beat another aside with the flat of his sword, and pushed away into the suddenly milling throng. Half a dozen armed men were around him, blades flashing out. One grinned savagely in his beard. We thought you were dead, he gasped. You were in there so long. We'll all be dead if we don't get out of here, snapped Rickard. The raging temple warriors were crowding through the press of humanity toward them. And from the swirling mob there seemed to rise one great groan. The chief is dead. The chief is dead. They killed him, the dirty murdering nobles. The old fellow's claim to be beloved of the people was not a lie, thought Rickard tautly. And crammed a fist into the mouth of the nearest man who rushed, weeping and cursing at him. Swords and pikes clattered together as the guards hit the tight circle of Wraith's warriors. Rickard led the retreat, his sword whistling and thumping. He did not cut, but he hammered a way through the mob, and it fell back before his great bloody shape. The ramp, over there. They braced themselves and leaped, 10 feet straight up, arcing forward to land on the upward curving surface. Then they ran. A hurled spear flashed, and one of Wraith's men toppled. 2 more had been pulled down by the bare hands of the commons, and another had fallen in the retreat. The crowd, half angry, half frightened, moved slowly after them. They dashed into a corridor on the noble level, and the 2 city guardsmen posted there clanged the gate shut in the face of pursuit. Panting, they stopped and looked at each other. There'll be Mars to pay down there, said the leader hoarsely. Riots. Take me to His Excellency, said Ricard. Aye, at once, and good work, barbarian. You did a job that we've tried to do for the past 5 years. They went swiftly down the long passageways, up ramps and stairs, past the sumptuous apartments of the rich where men and women, children and servants and slaves cowered at sight of drawn weapons and at the faint, rising noise of the lower levels. When they came to Wraith's door, they entered without ceremony. The prince leaped to his feet, spilling his wineglass, and the lean-bearded face blazed at Ricard. Is it done? He yelled. Did you really do it? Aye, aye, the rebel leaned wearily on his sword and let his eyes rove the chamber. There were 7 or 8 other men seated around the table, mostly older and fatter than Wraith but all with the rich dress and the inbred hauteur of the rulers. There was also a high-ranking engineer, a sly-faced elderly man whose heavy-lidded eyes barely flicked over the newcomers before retreating back to their own dreams. But it was to Leda that Ricard's gaze went first, Leda who had been sprawling sullen and splendid on a couch and who now started up and ran to him and clung wordlessly to his bleeding form. Aye, he's dead, nodded the barbarian. It took you several hours, said Wraith. I was sure you had failed. They made me wait a long time while the chief finished an experiment, they called it. But I got at him, broke his neck, and grabbed a sword and chopped my way out. Ricard strode boldly over to the table and grabbed up a glass and drained it. Do you hear that? Wraith turned on the others and his voice rose to a shout. Do you hear that? His laughter was loud and wild. He's dead. His Wisdom Leon 13, chief engineer of Copper City, is dead. Are you ready to assume the post, Jaster? He cried to the engineer, would you like to take the name of Leon 14? It might be a good idea to wait for some confirmation, said the other imperturbably. Wraith paced the chamber, restlessly, eyes smoldering, and the guests muttered to each other. Ricard and Leda paid no attention. They were holding close, and his hands and lips caressed her with a new and desperate tenderness. Someone else entered, a strong young acolyte who saluted and said between gasps for air, He's dead, sirs, he's been killed, and it's Mars down there. The commons are running wild. There was a knife slash across his face, blood dripped slowly to the red of his gown. What did you see? Snapped Wraith. He sprang over and grabbed the acolyte by the shoulders and shook him. What did you see? I heard a great uproar in the audience chamber, through the closed doors. That must have been something else, though, for his old Leon came out and went into a laboratory. Then some hours later he returned to the chamber, and presently there was another noise, louder and lasting longer. Then I saw this man here burst out, knock down a guard in his way, and go down the hall. I looked in, they were lying heaped in blood, and an engineer came in and lifted the old man and shrieked that he was dead. Then there was panic, everyone running, guards fighting to get out after the killer. I slipped away and came here as you told me, sir. Dead. Wraith's shout echoed between the walls. Dead, Jew here? After 5 years I've killed the old swine, and temple and commons alike are rioting. What more excuse do we need? Excuse? Whispered a noble. Certainly. Wraith grinned. As a public-spirited gesture, we assemble our personal guards and march them down there to restore order. With the temple occupied by us, your election to the slide rule becomes a certainty, Jaster. There'll be fighting, said the engineer nervously. The young engineers were, almost all on his side, you know, they won't receive you kindly, and then there are the commons. Bah! Engineers and mobs against trained blades? Certainly there'll be bloodletting, but it won't be our blood, at least, if we can get down there before they have time to organize. Wraith lifted his voice to a shout, and a guards officer stepped in and saluted. There was something like terror under his hard-held mask. Wraith snapped swift orders and he ran off. We'll unite all our personal forces, said the prince, biting the words out as he paced from wall to wall. The mayor's men and the regular city guards aren't to be relied on. I wouldn't be surprised if half of them swung to the temple's side if they get a chance. Most of the regular army is out of the city, on garrison or combat duty, and it wouldn't be too safe either. But between us we've got 300 trained bold men ready to follow us down there. Us? Squeaked a noble. Oh, stay if you want. I'm going down. Wraith turned to clap Rickard's shoulder. You too, my friend. You've done well, oh, excellently well, and you'll have a rich reward. The Nyrakan shrugged. Inwardly, he was filled with a sudden wonder as to whether he had done the right thing or not. He didn't much care, really, who won. They were all copers to him, but the prince's payment was more certain and tangible than the temple's, and too late now. He went into the bathroom, where Lita washed and bandaged his hurts and whispered to him, "There is more behind this than you say, my dearest, I know you too well." There is, but I can't tell you now. Stay close by me and don't be too surprised at anything I may do." Lita went back to Wraith and said, "Give me a blade too." "You, a woman?" he asked. "I've sent more men to Earth than you ever did," she snapped. "From here on, Rickard and I fight together." "Well, I hate to risk such beauty being hacked up, but far be it from me to oppose that beauty's lightest wish," laughed the coper. "Remember, though, you'll be among my own troops, and they don't take kindly to traitors." She smiled at him. "How could anyone betray you?" she whispered. "The oldest trick in the world," sighed Wraith, "and it still works." "Very well, take what you wish from the armor chest over there." She and Rickard equipped themselves with weapons, a sword for her, an axe for him, cuirasses, and helmets. By that time they could hear the sound of marching feet. Wraith buckled on his own armor, lifted his sword in a mocking salute to his timorous comrades, and walked out into the hall. It was a strong and well-trained force, filling the corridor with hard bodies and edged steel, pikes and axes aloft, raising a shout that roared and boomed down the hall as Wraith appeared. He put himself in the van, with the barbarians in the second rank behind his, and the troops started off to battle. Clang of booted feet slammed echoing on the metal floor, rattle and clash of armor, grim jests tossed from lip to bearded lip. These were the killers, the professionals without fear of man or earth, the trained elite which formed an army within an army and the fulcrum of the noble power. Watching them, marching with them, Rickard felt a sudden sick doubt within him. Untrained barbarians had toppled before this iron weapon. They came to the closed gate, and Wraith unlocked it and led the way down the ramp beyond. Level after level dropped past them, deserted now, silent and empty, but the broken roaring from below had grown, screaming its outrage, screaming for blood. When they emerged on a landing at the ceiling of the temple level and looked down 20 feet, it was to a boiling pool of humankind, grey workers, naked slaves, velvet merchants, leather artisans. Women and children, howling and trampling until the din shook the walls and rattled the teeth in a man's skull. The surge of white, hating faces reached beyond vision, mouths agape, eyes red and running, animal voices barking and clamoring. Rickard had never seen a true mob before, and the elemental violence of it shook even his calloused soul. It did not occur to him to regret the fact that many of these people must die. Wraith stood for an instant stroking his beard, thinking, and then he lifted his sword and sprang over the rail. The lines followed him, jumping one by one, a dozen men simultaneously floating down with pikes reaching beneath them. They landed among the mob, hewing a clear way even as they fell, and struck out. The crowd surged back, leaving red remnants underfoot, and the troopers continued to leap, forward ranks pressing toward the temple, while the rearward lines were still jumping. Wraith's blade whistled and butchered, his face was alight with a dark glee. Rickard and Lita, sandwiched between others, could do nothing but add the weight of their bodies to the mass of the troop. The pack howled and bayed and cursed around them. Missiles began to fly, hammers, or lumps, crowbars, wrenches, anvils hurled by brawny arms. A guardsman staggered and fell, his face cracked open. Another was seized by the cloak, dragged into a group of women, and carved with butcher knives. A third had his pike snatched from him, and a big smith jabbed it into the throat of a fourth before he was killed. The crowd gave way before the ruthlessly advancing soldiers, but it closed behind them and filled the air with noise and flying death. They killed the chief. Lyda's eyes were wide and her breast rose and fell behind the binding corselet. Her voice came dimly to Rickard under the boom and howl of raw voices. "They hate us." "So they do." He smiled bleakly. Now the temple was before them, its high wall looming over the trample and clamor, a thin line of its own guards holding back the rioters. Wraitha's red blade lifted anew, and his bugler wound a single harsh note. The troop moved forward on the double. Vaguely, Rickard heard the prince calling to the guards, "Let us through, mayor's order, protect you. No one goes in, you bloody swine." The bugle screamed again and the soldiers locked ranks and charged. Swords and pikes clanged at the gate, the sudden recoil hurled the rear lines backward. Rickard grabbed Lyda's flowing hair and pulled her ear close to his lips and muttered swiftly, "Listen, we're with the temple. First chance you get, break free and go over to them, once we're inside." She clasped his hand, briefly, and then the sentries were down and the troop rushed inside. Beyond was a long narrow darkness of corridor. Nothing stirred, nothing spoke. They hastened through a fumbling gloom with only their footfalls and hoarse breathing and clash of metal for company. Rickard heard Wraitha's voice, puzzled. "Where are the others? The temple has plenty of its own guardsmen, where are they? Has everyone fled?" Then, he laughed. "If so, why, it makes our task all the easier. Forward." They burst into the great audience chamber, and it was lighted and the temple was waiting for them. The young engineers were reinforced by commoners, weapons in hand and armored in spacesuits. The invaders let out one roar and the forward ranks hurled spears that bounced off metal and plastic and tough cord. From the engineers, arrows suddenly darkened the air, the whistling death flamed among the soldiers and the lines sagged amidst their toppling members. There was a press from the rear, men driven forward, and in the instant's bawling panic only Rickard knew what it was, the temple guardsmen, aided perhaps by armed commoners themselves. Throwing their power out of the rooms and side passages where it had lurked, blocking the troops' retreat and falling on it from the rear. The line eddied and swirled about him, spears flying, arrows and hurled throwing axes, the ranks of Wraith buckling under pressure from both ends. Time to get out of here, before anyone suspected that he, Rickard of Nyrak, had led them into the trap. He turned on the man beside him and his axe hewed low, shearing through flesh and bone of a leg. As the screaming warrior fell, he brought his weapon up, a backhanded blow crashing into the face beyond. The man behind him thrust from the side. He took the spear on his cuirass and kneed viciously. Stooping over, he undercut another of his late companions, and Lyda reached over his back to slash down the soldier beyond. Rickard bent his knees and leaped, soaring over the fallen, a dozen pikes stabbing up after him. He hardly noticed the sharp bright pain where one raked his thigh. He was through their line and Lyda was with him. They drifted down among the engineers. A big red-faced young man snarled behind his space helmet and lifted an axe as Rickard descended. Someone else grabbed his arm. The helmets were left propped open, and his voice could reach. "No, Sean, those are friends." "Oh, sorry, I forgot." Sean swung about and spattered the brains of the nearest trooper. The fight was now pressed into the audience chamber. Men jammed together, slashing and hacking at arm's range. There'd soon be more room, thought Rickard grimly, and took his place in the engineer line. The temple, though, had order and plans of a sort, however relatively untrained its fighters were, while the invaders were broken up into knots and fragments where their discipline could not exist. The important thing was to hit them, and keep hitting them, so they didn't get a chance to reform. His axe smote, clanging off metal, raking the face and the arm behind. A blade hacked at him. He caught it on his helve and turned the blow and hewed back. Leda was beside him, her clear war cry raising as she stabbed and struck. Sean the engineer was chopping and roaring pious mottos on his other flank. The temple men pushed against the roiling soldiers, took their blows on their heavier armor, and gave them back with murder behind. The clamor of men and metal was a roar as of sundering worlds. Wraith was fighting like a demon, his blade whirling and shrieking, his voice lifted in a rallying cry that drew his scattered followers together. He had courage, thought Rickard above the snarl of combat. Perhaps he was a fitter chief after all. But too late now. There went another, tumbling with his head half off his shoulders, so, a helmet crumpled, and the skull beneath it. Back and forth the battle raged, breaking and tearing, ruining the chamber and the lives of men, and over it lifted the great calm disk of earth and the million scornful stars. Back and forth, trampling, sundering, killing and laming, and Rickard was painted with blood and his arms grew weary from swinging the axe. The chamber began to clear as men fell. It was floored with corpses and one had room to cast a spear or take a flying leap down on the head of an enemy. The soldiers had suffered hideously, but there were many temple dead, ordinary guardsmen, scantily armored commoners, engineers with their spacesuits pierced or their helmets cloven. The fight was breaking into knots and clusters, small whirlpools of murder swaying back and forth over the great blood-wet space, men springing through the air at each other. It seemed to Rickard, as he raised blurred eyes toward holy earth, that the disk had grown noticeably gibbous. Had they fought that long? Over here. Stand and fight, men of Copper. It was Wraith, backed into a corner above a high heap of fallen temple men, foremost in a grim and haggard line of troopers hurling back wave after wave. Rickard shook his head, a sudden dark sense of destiny on him, and moved across the floor with lifted axe. "You," said Wraith, very softly. "You, the triple turncoat." Suddenly he threw back his head and laughter pulsed in his throat. "Oh, it was lovely, man, lovely. I never thought you had that kind of brains. Shall we play the game out?" He stepped from his line, tossing his sword and catching it again, kissed his hand to Leda, and fell into an alert position before Rickard. The barbarian growled, squared off, and fell on him. Wraith danced aside from the shrieking axe, and his blade whipped in against Rickard's throat. The rebel rolled, barely ducking the thrust, and Wraith grinned without much malice and sprang at him. His sword clattered and yelled, biting the Nyrakan's arms, bouncing off the hard-held guard to sing around his opponent's ears. Rickard fell back, grunting in surprise, and Wraith pursued him, light-footed, leaping, playing with him. Scream and clangor of steel, hoarse gasps for breath, bounding human forms in a strange and terrible grace of murder. Clash and bite and two faces staring into each other's eyes across the web of flying metal. Rickard hewed out again and again, cleaving empty air. His phantom enemy was somewhere else to rake him until he staggered and splashed his blood on the floor. Leda yelled and sprang on Wraith from behind. His sword whirled around, caught in the guard of hers and sent it spinning free, and slewed back to meet Rickard's charge. He retreated before the rebel's rush, laughing, parrying blow after clumsy blow, waiting for the end. It came swiftly. Rickard's bull charge forced Wraith back into a corner where he braced himself and smiled. As the axe whirred down toward his skull, he lifted his blade to parry it as he had done before, and the steel broke across. Rickard stood gasping, reeling on his feet, looking down at the body of his foe with a numbness stealing over him. He hardly noticed the sobbing girl who flung herself into his arms. He stood mute for a long while and when he spoke at last it was dully. "That wasn't right. I didn't kill him, a flaw in his blade did, it isn't right, somehow." The chief engineer came to Rickard where he stood watching the first harsh glare of sunrise creep over the heights of Copernicus. The barbarian leaned heavily on his woman. He had taken many hurts. Leon's old face was drawn with weariness, there was no great triumph in him. "It's over," he said. "It was a bloody, horrible business, but we hold the entire city now, all levels. The nobles are our prisoners and the mayor is our puppet and the temple is victorious. Thanks to you, my friend. There is more to do, said Ricard. The armies will hear about this, out in the conquered provinces, and many of them, at least, won't like it. There'll be hard fighting to hold what we have. Oh, yes. Though I think with some diplomacy, and with the provinces restless at their backs, they may decide, well, we must see. And afterward there is much more to do, generations of work. Are you with us, Ricard? I suppose so. I'll have to think about it. Nyrak should not be a mere province, but, well, I'll think about it. At least, said Leon, we can rest a little while now. It's over, darling, darling, whispered Lita. The fight is over. Ricard held her close, but he was thinking of the armies beyond the city, and the restlessness of the conquered towns and the ruthless will of those still free. Of the long task of raising men turned into brutes by centuries of injustice and oppression, of making them free and fit to use their freedom. And of all the evil elements which would be seeking to thwart that goal. Of the still greater war to be fought by quiet men. In the temple, the war to regain the lost wisdom of the ancients, the battle which would hammer out the long road back to Earth. No, Lita, he said, very softly, it's just beginning. The chapter ends. Chapter 1. No, said the old man. But you don't realize what it means, said Joran. You don't know what you're saying. The old man, Cormt of Hurdar, Gerlog's son, and speaker for Solis Township, shook his head till the long, grizzled locks swirled around his wide shoulders. I have thought it through, he said. His voice was deep and slow and implacable. You gave me 5 years to think about it. And my answer is no. Joran felt a weariness rise within him. It had been like this for days now, weeks, and it was like trying to knock down a mountain. You beat on its rocky flanks till your hands were bloody, and still the mountain stood there, sunlight on its high snowfields and in the forests that rustled up its slopes. And it did not really notice you. You were a brief thin buzz between 2 long nights, but the mountain was forever. You haven't thought at all, he said with a rudeness born of exhaustion. You've only reacted unthinkingly to a dead symbol. It's not a human reaction, even, it's a verbal reflex. Cormt's eyes, meshed in crow's feet, were serene and steady under the thick grey brows. He smiled a little in his long beard, but made no other reply. Had he simply let the insult glide off him, or had he not understood it at all? There was no real talking to these peasants. Too many millennia lay between, and you couldn't shout across that gulf. Well, said Joran, the ships will be here tomorrow or the next day, and it'll take another day or so to get all your people aboard. You have that long to decide, but after that it'll be too late. Think about it, I beg of you. As for me, I'll be too busy to argue further. You are a good man, said Cormt, and a wise one in your fashion. But you are blind. There is something dead inside you. He waved one huge gnarled hand. Look around you, Joran of Fulkes. This is Earth. This is the old home of all humankind. You cannot go off and forget it. Man cannot do so. It is in him, in his blood and bones and soul, he will carry Earth within him forever. Joran's eyes traveled along the arc of the hand. He stood on the edge of the town. Behind him were its houses, low, white, half-timbered, roofed with thatch or red tile, smoke rising from the chimneys, carved galleries overhung the narrow, cobbled, crazily twisting streets. He heard the noise of wheels and wooden clogs, the shouts of children at play. Beyond that were trees and the incredible ruined walls of Soul City. In front of him, the wooded hills were cleared and a gentle landscape of neat fields and orchards rolled down toward the distant glitter of the sea, scattered farm buildings, drowsy cattle. Winding gravel roads, fence walls of ancient marble and granite, all dreaming under the sun. He drew a deep breath. It was pungent in his nostrils. It smelled of leaf mold, plowed earth baking in the warmth, summery trees and gardens, a remote ocean odor of salt and kelp and fish. He thought that no two planets ever had quite the same smell, and that none was as rich as Terra's. "This is a fair world," he said slowly. "It is the only one," said Cormt. "Man came from here. And to this, in the end, he must return." "I wonder," Joran sighed. "Take me, not one atom of my body was from this soil before I landed. My people lived on Foolkeys for ages, and changed to meet its conditions. They would not be happy on Terra." "The atoms are nothing," said Cormt. "It is the form which matters, and that was given to you by Earth." Joran studied him for a moment. Cormt was like most of this planet's 10 million or so people, a dark, stocky folk, though there were more blonde and red-haired throwbacks here than in the rest of the galaxy. He was old for a primitive untreated by medical science. He must be almost 200 years old, but his back was straight, and his stride firm. The coarse, jut-nosed face held an odd strength. Joran was nearing his 1000th birthday, but couldn't help feeling like a child in Cormt's presence. That didn't make sense. These few dwellers on Terra were a backward and impoverished race of peasants and handicraftsmen. They were ignorant and unadventurous. They had been static for more thousands of years than anyone knew. What could they have to say to the ancient and mighty civilization which had almost forgotten their little planet? Cormt looked at the declining sun. "I must go now," he said. "There are the evening chores to do. I will be in town tonight if you should wish to see me." "I probably will," said Joran. "There's a lot to do, readying the evacuation, and you're a big help." The old man bowed with grave courtesy, turned, and walked off down the road. He wore the common costume of Terran men, as archaic in style as in its woven fabric material: hat, jacket, loose trousers, a long staff in his hand. Contrasting the drab blue of Cormt's dress, Joran's vivid tunic of shifting rainbow hues was like a flame. The psychotechnician sighed again, watching him go. He liked the old fellow. It would be criminal to leave him here alone, but the law forbade force, physical or mental, and the integrator on Corazuno wasn't going to care whether or not one aged man stayed behind. The job was to get the race off Terra. A lovely world. Joran's thin mobile features, pale-skinned and large-eyed, turned around the horizon. A fair world we came from. There were more beautiful planets in the galaxy's swarming myriads, the indigo world ocean of Loa, jeweled with islands, the heaven-defying mountains of Sharang. The sky of Jareb, that seemed to drip light, oh, many and many, but there was only one Earth. Joran remembered his first sight of this world, hanging free in space to watch it after the grueling 10-day run, 30,000 light-years, from Corazuno. It was blue as it turned before his eyes, a burnished turquoise shield blazoned with the living green and brown of its lands, and the poles were crowned with a flimmering haze of aurora. The belts that streaked its face and blurred the continents were cloud, wind and water and the grey rush of rain, like a benediction from heaven. Beyond the planet hung its moon, a scarred golden crescent, and he had wondered how many generations of men had looked up to it, or watched its light like a broken bridge across moving waters. Against the enormous cold of the sky, utter black out to the distant coils of the nebulae. Thronging with a million frosty points of diamond-hard blaze that were the stars, Earth had stood as a sign of haven. To Joran, who came from galactic center and its uncountable hosts of suns, heaven was bare. This was the outer fringe where the stars thinned away toward hideous immensity. He had shivered a little, drawn the envelope of air and warmth closer about him, with a convulsive movement. The silence drummed in his head. Then he streaked for the North Pole rendezvous of his group. Well, he thought now, we have a pretty routine job. The first expedition here, 5 years ago, prepared the natives for the fact they'd have to go. Our party simply has to organize these docile peasants in time for the ships. But it had meant a lot of hard work, and he was tired. It would be good to finish the job and get back home. Or would it? He thought of flying with Zarek, his teammate, from the rendezvous to this area assigned as theirs. Plains like oceans of grass, wind-rippled, darkened with the herds of wild cattle whose hoofbeats were a thunder in the earth. Forests, hundreds of kilometers of old and mighty trees, rivers piercing them in a long steel gleam, lakes where fish leaped. Spilling sunshine like warm rain, radiance so bright it hurt his eyes, cloud shadows swift across the land. It had all been empty of man, but still there was a vitality here which was almost frightening to Joran. His own grim world of moors and crags and spindrift seas was a niggard beside this. Here life covered the earth, filled the oceans, and made the heavens clangorous around him. He wondered if the driving energy within man, the force which had raised him to the stars, made him half god and half demon, if that was a legacy of Terra. Well, man had changed. Over the thousands of years, natural and controlled adaptation had fitted him to the worlds he had colonized, and most of his many races could not now feel at home here. Joran thought of his own party, round, amber-skinned Chuli from a tropic world, complaining bitterly about the cold and dryness, gay young Cluth, gangling and bulge-chested. Sophisticated Taliavena of the flowing dark hair and the lustrous eyes. No, to them Earth was only one more planet, out of thousands they had seen in their long lives. And I'm a sentimental fool. Chapter 2. He could have willed the vague regret out of his trained nervous system, but he didn't want to. This was the last time human eyes would ever look on Earth, and somehow Joran felt that it should be more to him than just another psychotechnic job. Hello, good sir. He turned at the voice and forced his tired lips into a friendly smile. Hello, Julith, he said. It was a wise policy to learn the names of the townspeople, at least, and she was a great-great-granddaughter of the speaker. She was some 13 or 14 years old, a freckle-faced child with a shy smile, and steady green eyes. There was a certain awkward grace about her, and she seemed more imaginative than most of her stolid race. She curtsied quaintly for him, her bare foot reaching out under the long smock which was daily female dress here. Are you busy, good sir? She asked. Well, not too much, said Joran. He was glad of a chance to talk, it silenced his thoughts. What can I do for you? I wondered, she hesitated, then, breathlessly, I wonder if you could give me a lift down to the beach? Only for an hour or two. It's too far to walk there before I have to be home, and I can't borrow a car, or even a horse. If it won't be any trouble, sir. Shouldn't you be at home now? Isn't there milking and so on to do? Oh, I don't live on a farm, good sir. My father is a baker. Yes, so he is. I should have remembered. Joran considered for an instant. There was enough to do in town, and it wasn't fair for him to play hooky while Zarek worked alone. Why do you want to go to the beach, Julith? We'll be busy packing up, she said. Starting tomorrow, I guess. This is my last chance to see it. Joran's mouth twisted a little. All right, he said, I'll take you. You are very kind, good sir, she said gravely. He didn't reply, but held out his arm, and she clasped it with one hand while her other arm gripped his waist. The generator inside his skull responded to his will, reaching out and clawing itself to the fabric of forces and energies which was physical space. They rose quietly, and went so slowly seaward that he didn't have to raise a windscreen. Will we be able to fly like this when we get to the stars? She asked. I'm afraid not, Julith, he said. You see, the people of my civilization are born this way. Thousands of years ago, men learned how to control the great basic forces of the cosmos with only a small bit of energy. Finally they used artificial mutation, that is, they changed themselves, slowly, over many generations, until their brains grew a new part that could generate this controlling force. We can now even fly between the stars by this power. But your people don't have that brain, so we had to build spaceships to take you away. I see, she said. Your great-great-great-grandchildren can be like us, if your people want to be changed thus, he said. They didn't want to change before, she answered. I don't think they'll do it now, even in their new home. Her voice held no bitterness, it was an acceptance. Privately, Joran doubted it. The psychic shock of this uprooting would be bound to destroy the old traditions of the Terrans. It would not take many centuries before they were culturally assimilated by galactic civilization. Assimilated, nice euphemism. Why not just say, eaten? They landed on the beach. It was broad and white, running in dunes from the thin, harsh, salt-streaked grass to the roar and tumble of surf. The sun was low over the watery horizon, filling the damp, blowing air with gold. Joran could almost look directly at its huge disk. He sat down. The sand gritted tinily under him, and the wind rumpled his hair and filled his nostrils with its sharp wet smell. He picked up a conch and turned it over in his fingers, wondering at the intricate architecture of it. If you hold it to your ear, said Julith, you can hear the sea. Her childish voice was curiously tender around the rough syllables of Earth's language. He nodded and obeyed her hint. It was only the small pulse of blood within him, you heard the same thing out in the great hollow silence of space, but it did sing of restless immensities, wind and foam. And the long waves marching under the moon. I have 2 of them myself, said Julith. I want them so I can always remember this beach. And my children and their children will hold them, too, and hear our sea talking. She folded his fingers around the shell. You keep this one for yourself. Thank you, he said. I will. The combers rolled in, booming and spouting against the land. The Terrans called them the horses of God. A thin cloud in the west was turning rose and gold. Are there oceans on our new planet? Asked Julith. Yes, he said. It's the most Earth-like world we could find that wasn't already inhabited. You'll be happy there. But the trees and grasses, the soil and the fruits thereof, the beasts of the field and the birds of the air and the fish of the waters beneath, form and color, smell and sound, taste and texture. Everything is different. Is alien. The difference is small, subtle, but it is the abyss of 2 billion years of separate evolution, and no other world can ever quite be Earth. Julith looked straight at him with solemn eyes. Are you folk afraid of Hulduvians? She asked. Why, no, he said. Of course not. Then why are you giving Earth to them? It was a soft question, but it trembled just a little. I thought all your people understood the reason by now, said Joran. Civilization, the civilization of man and his non-human allies, has moved inward, toward the great star clusters of galactic center. This part of space means nothing to us anymore. It's almost a desert. You haven't seen starlight till you've been by Sagittarius. Now the Hulduvians are another civilization. They are not the least bit like us. They live on big, poisonous worlds like Jupiter and Saturn. I think they would seem like pretty nice monsters if they weren't so alien to us that neither side can really understand the other. They use the cosmic energies too, but in a different way, and their way interferes with ours just as ours interferes with theirs. Different brains, you see. Anyway, it was decided that the 2 civilizations would get along best by just staying away from each other. If they divided up the galaxy between them, there would be no interference. It would be too far from one civilization to the other. The Hulduvians were, really, very nice about it. They're willing to take the outer rim, even if there are fewer stars, and let us have the center. So by the agreement, we've got to have all men and man-like beings out of their territory before they come to settle it, just as they'll move out of ours. Their colonists won't be coming to Jupiter and Saturn for centuries yet, but even so, we have to clear the Sirius sector now, because there'll be a lot of work to do elsewhere. Fortunately, there are only a few people living in this whole part of space. The Sirius sector has been an isolated, quiet region since the First Empire fell, 50,000 years ago. Julitha's voice rose a little. But those people are us. And the folk of Alpha Centauri and Procyon and Sirius and, oh, hundreds of other stars. Yet all of you together are only one tiny drop in the quadrillions of the galaxy. Don't you see, Julith, you have to move for the good of all of us? Yes, she said. Yes, I know all that. She got up, shaking herself. Let's go swimming. Joran smiled and shook his head. No, I'll wait for you if you want to go. She nodded and ran off down the beach, sheltering behind a dune to put on a bathing suit. The Terrans had a nudity taboo, in spite of the mild interglacial climate. Typical primitive irrationality. Joran lay back, folding his arms behind his head, and looked up at the darkening sky. The evening star twinkled forth, low and white on the dusk-blue horizon. Venus, or was it Mercury? He wasn't sure. He wished he knew more about the early history of the solar system, the first men to ride their thunderous rockets out to die on unknown hellworlds, the first clumsy steps toward the stars. He could look it up in the archives of Corazuno, but he knew he never would. Too much else to do, too much to remember. Probably less than 1% of mankind's throngs even knew where Earth was. Today, though, for a while, it had been quite a tourist center. But that was perhaps 30,000 years ago. Because this world, out of all the billions, has certain physical characteristics, he thought, my race has made them into standards. Our basic units of length and time and acceleration, our comparisons by which we classify the swarming planets of the galaxy, they all go back ultimately to Earth. We bear that unspoken memorial to our birthplace within our whole civilization, and will bear it forever. But has she given us more than that? Are our own selves, bodies and minds and dreams, are they also the children of Earth? Now he was thinking like Cormt, stubborn old Cormt who clung with such a blind strength to this land simply because it was his. When you considered all the races of this wander-footed species, how many of them there were, how many kinds of man between the stars. And yet they all walked upright. They all had 2 eyes and a nose between and a mouth below. They were all cells of that great and ancient culture which had begun here, eons past, with the first hairy half-man who kindled a fire against night. If Earth had not had darkness and cold and prowling beasts, oxygen and cellulose and flint, that culture might never have gestated. I'm getting unlogical. Too tired, nerves worn too thin, psychosomatic control slipping. Now Earth is becoming some obscure mother symbol for me. Or has she always been one, for the whole race of us? A seagull cried harshly overhead and soared from view. The sunset was smoldering away and dusk rose like fog out of the ground. Julith came running back to him, her face indistinct in the gloom. She was breathing hard, and he couldn't tell if the catch in her voice was laughter or weeping. I'd better be getting home, she said. Chapter 3. They flew slowly back. The town was a yellow twinkle of lights, warmth gleaming from windows across many empty kilometers. Joran set the girl down outside her home. Thank you, good sir, she said, curtsying. Won't you come in to dinner? Well. The door opened, etching the girl black against the ruddiness inside. Joran's luminous tunic made him like a torch in the dark. Why, it's the Starman, said a woman's voice. I took your daughter for a swim, he explained. I hope you don't mind. And if we did, what would it matter, grumbled a bass tone. Joran recognized Cormt, the old man must have come as a guest from his farm on the outskirts. What could we do about it? Now, grant her, that's no way to talk to the gentleman, said the woman. He's been very kind. Won't you come eat with us, good sir? Joran refused twice, in case they were only being polite, then accepted gladly enough. He was tired of cookery at the inn where he and Zarek boarded. Thank you. He entered, ducking under the low door. A single long, smoky-raftered room was kitchen, dining room, and parlor. Doors led off to the sleeping quarters. It was furnished with a clumsy elegance, skin rugs, oak wainscoting, carved pillars, glowing ornaments of hammered copper. A radium clock, which must be incredibly old, stood on the stone mantel, above a snapping fire. A chemical-powered gun, obviously of local manufacture, hung over it. Julitha's parents, a plain, quiet peasant couple, conducted him to the end of the wooden table, while half a dozen children watched him with large eyes. The younger children were the only Terrans who seemed to find this removal an adventure. The meal was good and plentiful: meat, vegetables, bread, beer, milk, ice cream, coffee, all of it from the farms hereabouts. There wasn't much trade between the few thousand communities of Earth. They were practically self-sufficient. The company ate in silence, as was the custom here. When they were finished, Joran wanted to go, but it would have been rude to leave immediately. He went over to a chair by the fireplace, across from the one in which Cormt sprawled. The old man took out a big bowled pipe and began stuffing it. Shadows wove across his seamed brown face, his eyes were a gleam out of darkness. "I'll go down to City Hall with you soon," he said. "I imagine that's where the work is going on." "Yes," said Joran, "I can relieve Zarek at it." "I'd appreciate it if you did come, good sir. Your influence is very steadying on these people." "It should be," said Cormt. "I've been their speaker for almost 100 years. And my father Gerlog was before me, and his father Cormt was before him." He took a brand from the fire and held it over his pipe, puffing hard, looking up at Joran through tangled brows. "Who was your great-grandfather?" "Why, I don't know. I imagine he's still alive somewhere, but—" "I thought so. No marriage. No family. No home. No tradition." Cormt shook his massive head, slowly. "I pity you galactics. Now please, good sir, damn it all, the old clodhopper could get as irritating as a faulty computer. We have records that go back to before man left this planet. Records of everything. It is you who have forgotten." Cormt smiled and puffed blue clouds at him. "That's not what I meant. Do you mean you think it is good for men to live a life that is unchanging, that is just the same from century to century, no new dreams, no new triumphs, always the same grubbing rounds of days?" "I cannot agree." Joran's mind flickered over history, trying to evaluate the basic motivations of his opponent. Partly cultural, partly biological, that must be it. Once Terra had been the center of the civilized universe. But the long migration starward, especially after the fall of the First Empire, drained off the most venturesome elements of the population. That drain went on for thousands of years. Sol was backward, ruined and impoverished by the remorseless price of empire, helpless before the storms of barbarian conquest that swept back and forth between the stars. Even after peace was restored, there was nothing to hold a young man or woman of vitality and imagination here, not when you could go toward Galactic Center and join the new civilization building out there. Space traffic came ever less frequently to Sol, old machines rusted away and were not replaced, best to get out while there was still time. Eventually there was a fixed psychosomatic type, one which lived close to the land. In primitive changeless communities and isolated farmsteads, a type content to gain its simple needs by the labor of hand, horse, or an occasional battered engine. A culture grew up which increased that rigidity. So few had visited Earth in the last several thousand years, perhaps one outsider a century, stopping briefly off on his way to somewhere else, that there was no challenge or encouragement to alter. The Terrans didn't want more people, more machines, more anything, they wished only to remain as they were. You couldn't call them stagnant. Their life was too healthy, their civilization too rich in its own way, folk art, folk music, ceremony, religion, the intimacy of family life which the Galactics had lost, for that term. But to one who flew between the streaming suns, it was a small existence. Cormt's voice broke in on his reverie. Dreams, triumphs, work, deeds, love and life and finally death and the long sleep in the earth, he said. Why should we want to change them? They never grow old. They are new for each child that is born. Well, said Joran, and stopped. You couldn't really answer that kind of logic. It wasn't logic at all, but something deeper. Well, he started over, after a while, as you know, this evacuation was forced on us, too. We don't want to move you, but we must. Oh, yes, said Cormt. You have been very nice about it. It would have been easier, in a way, if you'd come with fire and gun and chains for us, like the barbarians did long ago. We could have understood you better then. At best, it will be hard for your people, said Joran. It will be a shock, and they'll need leaders to guide them through it. You have a duty to help them out there, good sir. Maybe. Cormt blew a series of smoke rings at his youngest descendant, 3 years old, who crowed with laughter and climbed up on his knee. But they'll manage. You can't seem to realize, said Joran, that you are the last man on Earth who refuses to go. You will be alone. For the rest of your life. We couldn't come back for you later under any circumstances, because there'll be Hulduvian colonies between Sol and Sagittarius which we would disturb in passage. You'll be alone, I say. Cormt shrugged. I'm too old to change my ways, there can't be many years left me, anyway. I can live well, just off the food stores that'll be left here. He ruffled the child's hair, but his face drew into a scowl. Now, no more of that, good sir, if you please, I'm tired of this argument. Joran nodded and fell into the silence that held the rest. Terrans would sometimes sit for hours without talking, content to be in each other's nearness. He thought of Cormt, Geirlaug's son, last man on Earth, altogether alone, living alone and dying alone. And yet, he reflected, was that solitude any greater than the one in which all men dwelt all their days? Presently the speaker set the child down, knocked out his pipe, and rose. Come, good sir, he said, reaching for his staff. Let us go. They walked side by side down the street, under the dim lamps and past the yellow windows. The cobbles gave back their footfalls in a dull clatter. Once in a while they passed someone else, a vague figure which bowed to Cormt. Only one did not notice them, an old woman who walked crying between the high walls. They say it is never night on your worlds, said Cormt. Joran threw him a sidelong glance. His face was a strong jutting of highlights from sliding shadow. Some planets have been given luminous skies, said the technician, and a few still have cities, too, where it is always light. But when every man can control the cosmic energies, there is no real reason for us to live together, most of us dwell far apart. There are very dark nights on my own world, and I cannot see any other home from my own, just the moors. It must be a strange life, said Cormt. Belonging to no one. They came out on the market square, a broad paved space walled in by houses. There was a fountain in its middle, and a statue dug out of the ruins had been placed there. It was broken, one arm gone, but still the white slim figure of the dancing girl stood with youth and laughter, forever under the sky of Earth. Joran knew that lovers were wont to meet here, and briefly, irrationally, he wondered how lonely the girl would be in all the millions of years to come. The city hall lay at the farther end of the square, big and dark, its eaves carved with dragons, and the gables topped with wing-spreading birds. It was an old building. Nobody knew how many generations of men had gathered here. A long, patient line of folk stood outside it, shuffling in one by one to the registry desk. Emerging, they went off quietly into the darkness, toward the temporary shelters erected for them. Walking by the line, Joran picked faces out of the shadows. There was a young mother holding a crying child, her head bent over it in a timeless pose, murmuring to soothe it. There was a mechanic, still sooty from his work, smiling wearily at some tired joke of the man behind him. There was a scowling, black-browed peasant who muttered a curse as Joran went by. The rest seemed to accept their fate meekly enough. There was a priest, his head bowed, alone with his God. There was a younger man, his hands clenching and unclenching, big helpless hands, and Joran heard him saying to someone else, if they could have waited till after harvest. I hate to let good grain stand in the field. Joran went into the main room, toward the desk at the head of the line. Hulking hairless Zarek was patiently questioning each of the hundreds who came hat in hand before him: name, age, sex, occupation, dependents, special needs or desires. He punches the answers out on the recorder machine. 500,000 lives were held in its electronic memory. "Oh, there you are," his bass rumbled. "Where've you been?" "I had to do some concy work," said Joran. That was a private code term, among others: concy, conciliation, anything to make the evacuation go smoothly. "Sorry to be so late. I'll take over now." "All right. I think we can wind the whole thing up by midnight." Zarek smiled at Cormt. "Glad you came, good sir. There are a few people I'd like you to talk to." He gestured at 6 seated in the rear of the room. Certain complaints were best handled by native leaders. Cormt nodded and strode over to the folk. Joran heard a man begin some long-winded explanation. He wanted to take his own plow along. He'd made it himself and there was no better plow in the universe. But the Starman said there wouldn't be room. "They'll furnish us with all the stuff we need, son," said Cormt. "But it's my plow," said the man. His fingers twisted his cap. Cormt sat down and began soothing him. The head of the line waited a few meters off while Joran took Zarek's place. "Been a long grind," said the latter. "About done now, though. And will I be glad to see the last of this planet?" "I don't know," said Joran. "It's a lovely world. I don't think I've ever seen a more beautiful one." Zarek snorted. "Me for Thonver. I can't wait to sit on the terrace by the scarlet sea, fern trees and red grass all around, a glass of eel in my hand and the crystal geysers in front of me." "You're a funny one, Joran." The Fulkisian shrugged slender shoulders. Zarek clapped him on the back and went out for supper and sleep. Joran beckoned to the next Terran and settled down to the long, almost mindless routine of registration. He was interrupted once by Cormt, who yawned mightily and bade him good night. Otherwise it was a steady, half-conscious interval in which one anonymous face after another passed by. He was dimly surprised when the last one came up. This was a plump, cheerful, middle-aged fellow with small shrewd eyes, a little more colorfully dressed than the others. He gave his occupation as merchant, a minor tradesman, he explained, dealing in the little things it was more convenient for the peasants to buy than to manufacture themselves. "I hope you haven't been waiting too long," said Joran. Concy statement. "Oh, no." The merchant grinned. "I knew those dumb farmers would be here for hours, so I just went to bed and got up half an hour ago, when it was about over." "Clever." Joran rose, sighed, and stretched. The big room was cavernously empty, its lights a harsh glare. It was very quiet here. "Well, sir, I'm a middling smart chap, if I say it as shouldn't. And you know, I'd like to express my appreciation of all you're doing for us." "Can't say we're doing much." Joran locked the machine. "Oh, the apple knockers may not like it, but really, good sir, this hasn't been any place for a man of enterprise. It's dead. I'd have got out long ago if there'd been any transportation. Now, when we're getting back into civilization, there'll be some real opportunities. I'll make my pile inside of 5 years, you bet." Joran smiled, but there was a bleakness in him. What chance would this barbarian have even to get near the gigantic work of civilization, let alone comprehend it or take part in it? He hoped the little fellow wouldn't break his heart trying. "Well," he said, "good night, and good luck to you." "Good night, sir. We'll meet again, I trust." Joran switched off the lights and went out into the square. It was completely deserted. The moon was up now, almost full, and its cold radiance dimmed the lamps. He heard a dog howling far off. The dogs of Earth, such as weren't taken along, would be lonely, too. Well, he thought, the job's over. Tomorrow, or the next day, the ships come. Chapter 4. He felt very tired, but didn't want to sleep, and willed himself back to alertness. There hadn't been much chance to inspect the ruins, and he felt it would be appropriate to see them by moonlight. Rising into the air, he ghosted above roofs and trees until he came to the dead city. For a while he hovered in a sky like dark velvet, a faint breeze murmured around him, and he heard the remote noise of crickets and the sea. But stillness enveloped it all, there was no real sound. Seoul City, capital of the legendary First Empire, had been enormous. It must have sprawled over 40 or 50,000 square kilometers when it was in its prime, when it was the gay and wicked heart of human civilization and swollen with the lifeblood of the stars. And yet those who built it had been men of taste, they had sought out genius to create for them. The city was not a collection of buildings. It was a balanced whole, radiating from the mighty peaks of the central palace, through colonnades and parks and leaping skyways, out to the temple-like villas of the rulers. For all its monstrous size, it had been a fairy sight, a woven lace of polished metal and white, black, red stone, colored plastic, music and light, everywhere light. Bombarded from space. Sacked again and again by the barbarian hordes who swarmed maggot-like through the bones of the slain empire, weathered, shaken by the slow sliding of Earth's crust. Pried apart by patient, delicate roots, dug over by hundreds of generations of archaeologists, treasure-seekers, the idly curious. Made a quarry of metal and stone for the ignorant peasants who finally huddled about it, still its empty walls and blind windows. Crumbling arches and toppled pillars held a ghost of beauty and magnificence which was like a half-remembered dream. A dream the whole race had once had. And now we're waking up. Joran moved silently over the ruins. Trees growing between tumbled blocks dappled them with moonlight and shadow. The marble was very white and fair against darkness. He hovered by a broken caryatid, marveling at its exquisite leaping litheness. That girl had borne tons of stone like a flower in her hair. Further on, across a street that was a lane of woods, beyond a park that was thick with forest, lay the nearly complete outline of a house. Only its rain-blurred walls stood, but he could trace the separate rooms. Here a noble had entertained his friends, robes that were fluid rainbows, jewels dripping fire. Swift cynical interplay of wits like sharpened swords rising above music and the clear sweet laughter of dancing girls. Here people whose flesh was now dust had slept and made love and lain side by side in darkness to watch the moving pageant of the city. Here the slaves had lived and worked and sometimes wept. Here the children had played their ageless games under willows, between banks of roses. Oh, it had been a hard and cruel time, it was well gone but it had lived. It had embodied man, all that was noble and splendid and evil and merely wistful in the race, and now its late children had forgotten. A cat sprang up on one of the walls and flowed noiselessly along it, hunting. Joran shook himself and flew toward the center of the city, the imperial palace. An owl hooted somewhere, and a bat fluttered out of his way like a small damned soul blackened by hellfire. He didn't raise a wind screen, but let the air blow around him, the air of earth. The palace was almost completely wrecked, a mountain of heaped rocks, bare bones of eternal metal gnawed thin by steady ages of wind and rain and frost, but once it must have been gigantic. Men rarely built that big nowadays, they didn't need to, and the whole human spirit had changed, become ever more abstract, finding its treasures within itself. But there had been an elemental magnificence about early man and the works he raised to challenge the sky. One tower still stood, a gutted shell, white under the stars, rising in a filigree of columns and arches which seemed impossibly airy, as if it were built of moonlight. Joran settled on its broken upper balcony, dizzily high above the black and white fantasy of the ruins. A hawk flew shrieking from its nest, then there was silence. No, wait, another yell, ringing down the star ways, a dark streak across the moon's face. Hi-ah! Joran recognized the joyful shout of young Cloth, rushing through heaven like a demon on a broomstick, and scowled in annoyance. He didn't want to be bothered now. Well, they had as much right here as he. He repressed the emotion, and even managed a smile. After all, he would have liked to feel gay and reckless at times, but he had never been able to. Joran was little older than Cluth, a few centuries at most, but he came of a melancholy folk, he had been born old. Another form pursued the first. As they neared, Joran recognized Talievena's supple outline. Those two had been teamed up for one of the African districts, but they sensed him and came wildly out of the sky to perch on the balcony railing and swing their legs above the heights. "How are you?" asked Cluth. His lean face laughed in the moonlight. "Huo, what a flight." "I'm all right," said Joran. "You through in your sector?" "Uh-huh. So we thought we'd just duck over and look in here. Last chance anyone'll ever have to do some sightseeing on Earth." Talievena's full lips drooped a bit as she looked over the ruins. She came from Unith, one of the few planets where they still kept cities, and was as much a child of their soaring arrogance as Joran of his hills and tundras and great empty seas. "I thought it would be bigger," she said. "Well, they were building this 50 or 60,000 years ago," said Cluth. "Can't expect too much." "There is good art left here," said Joran. "Pieces which for one reason or another weren't carried off. But you have to look around for it." "I've seen a lot of it already, in museums," said Talievena. "Not bad." "Come on, Tali," cried Cluth. He touched her shoulder and sprang into the air. "Tag! You're it!" She screamed with laughter and shot off after him. They rushed across the wilderness, weaving in and out of empty windows and broken colonnades, and their shouts woke a clamor of echoes. Joran sighed. "I'd better go to bed," he thought. "It's late." The spaceship was a steely pillar against a low gray sky. Now and then a fine rain would drizzle down, blurring it from sight. Then that would end, and the ship's flanks would glisten as if they were polished. Clouds scudded overhead like flying smoke, and the wind was loud in the trees. The line of Terrans moving slowly into the vessel seemed to go on forever. A couple of the ship's crew flew above them, throwing out a shield against the rain. They shuffled without much talk or expression, pushing carts filled with their little possessions. Joran stood to one side, watching them go by, one face after another, scored and darkened by the sun of Earth, the winds of Earth, hands still grimy with the soil of Earth. Well, he thought, there they go. They aren't being as emotional about it as I thought they would. I wonder if they really do care. Julith went past with her parents. She saw him and darted from the line and curtsied before him. "Goodbye, good sir," she said. Looking up, she showed him a small and serious face. "Will I ever see you again?" "Well," he lied, "I might look in on you sometime." "Please do. In a few years, maybe, when you can. It takes many generations to raise a people like this to our standard. In a few years, to me, she'll be in her grave." "I'm sure you'll be very happy," he said. She gulped. "Yes," she said, so low he could barely hear her. "Yes, I know I will." She turned and ran back to her mother. The raindrops glistened in her hair. Zarek came up behind Joran. "I made a last-minute sweep of the whole area," he said. "Detected no sign of human life. So it's all taken care of, except your old man." "Good," said Joran tonelessly. "I wish you could do something about him." "So do I." Zarek strolled off again. A young man and woman, walking hand in hand, turned out of the line not far away and stood for a little while. A spaceman zoomed over to them. "Better get back," he warned. "You'll get rained on." "That's what we wanted," said the young man. The spaceman shrugged and resumed his hovering. Presently the couple re-entered the line. The tail of the procession went by Joran and the ship swallowed it fast. The rain fell harder, bouncing off his force shield like silver spears. Lightning winked in the west, and he heard the distant exuberance of thunder. Cormt came walking slowly toward him. Rain streamed off his clothes and matted his long gray hair and beard. His wooden shoes made a wet sound in the mud. Joran extended the force shield to cover him. "I hope you've changed your mind," said the Fulkisian. "No, I haven't," said Cormt. "I just stayed away till everybody was aboard. Don't like goodbyes." "You don't know what you're doing," said Joran for the 1000th time. "It's plain madness to stay here alone." "I told you I don't like goodbyes," said Cormt harshly. "I have to go advise the captain of the ship," said Joran. "You have maybe half an hour before she lifts. Nobody will laugh at you for changing your mind." "I won't." Cormt smiled without warmth. "You people are the future, I guess. Why can't you leave the past alone?" "I'm the past." He looked toward the far hills, hidden by the noisy rain. "I like it here, galactic. That should be enough for you." "Well, then," Joran held out his hand in the archaic gesture of Earth. "Goodbye." "Goodbye." Cormt took the hand with a brief, indifferent clasp. Then he turned and walked off toward the village. Joran watched him till he was out of sight. The technician paused in the airlock door, looking over the gray landscape and the village from whose chimneys no smoke rose. "Farewell, my mother," he thought. And then, surprising himself, maybe Cormt is doing the right thing after all. He entered the ship and the door closed behind him. Toward evening, the clouds lifted and the sky showed a clear pale blue, as if it had been washed clean, and the grass and leaves glistened. Cormt came out of the house to watch the sunset. It was a good one, all flame and gold. A pity little Julith wasn't here to see it, she'd always liked sunsets. But Julith was so far away now that if she sent a call to him, calling with the speed of light, it would not come before he was dead. Nothing would come to him. Not ever again. He tamped his pipe with a horny thumb and lit it and drew a deep cloud into his lungs. Hands in pockets, he strolled down the wet streets. The sound of his clogs was unexpectedly loud. "Well, son," he thought, "now you've got a whole world all to yourself, to do with just as you like. You're the richest man who ever lived." There was no problem in keeping alive. Enough food of all kinds was stored in the town's freeze vault to support 100 men for the 10 or 20 years remaining to him. But he'd want to stay busy. He could maybe keep 3 farms from going to seed, watch over fields and orchards and livestock, repair the buildings, dust and wash and light up in the evening. A man ought to keep busy. He came to the end of the street, where it turned into a graveled road winding up toward a high hill, and followed that. Dusk was creeping over the fields, the sea was a metal streak very far away and a few early stars blinked forth. A wind was springing up, a soft murmurous wind that talked in the trees. But how quiet things were. On top of the hill stood the chapel, a small steepled building of ancient stone. He let himself in the gate and walked around to the graveyard behind. There were many of the demure white tombstones, thousands of years of Solis Township men and women who had lived and worked and begotten, laughed and wept and died. Someone had put a wreath on one grave only this morning, it brushed against his leg as he went by. Tomorrow it would be withered, and weeds would start to grow. He'd have to tend the chapel yard, too. Only fitting. He found his family plot and stood with feet spread apart, fists on hips, smoking and looking down at the markers Gerlog Cormt's son, Tarna Huan's daughter. These 100 years had they lain in the earth. "Hello, Dad, hello, Mother." His fingers reached out and stroked the headstone of his wife. And so many of his children were here, too. Sometimes he found it hard to believe that tall Gerlog and laughing Stam and shy, gentle Huan were gone. He'd outlived too many people. "I had to stay," he thought. "This is my land, I am of it and I couldn't go. Someone had to stay and keep the land, if only for a little while. I can give it 10 more years before the forest comes and takes it." Darkness grew around him. The woods beyond the hill loomed like a wall. Once he started violently, he thought he heard a child crying. No, only a bird. He cursed himself for the senseless pounding of his heart. Gloomy place here, he thought. Better get back to the house. He groped slowly out of the yard, toward the road. The stars were out now. Cormt looked up and thought he had never seen them so bright. Too bright, he didn't like it. Go away, stars, he thought. You took my people, but I'm staying here. This is my land. He reached down to touch it, but the grass was cold and wet under his palm. The gravel scrunched loudly as he walked, and the wind mumbled in the hedges, but there was no other sound. Not a voice called, not an engine turned, not a dog barked. No, he hadn't thought it would be so quiet. And dark. No lights. Have to tend the street lamps himself. It was no fun, not being able to see the town from here, not being able to see anything except the stars. Should have remembered to bring a flashlight, but he was old and absent-minded, and there was no one to remind him. When he died, there would be no one to hold his hands. No one to close his eyes and lay him in the earth, and the forests would grow in over the land and wild beasts would nuzzle his bones. But I knew that. What of it? I'm tough enough to take it. The stars flashed and flashed above him. Looking up, against his own will, Cormt saw how bright they were, how bright and quiet. And how very far away. He was seeing light that had left its home before he was born. He stopped, sucking in his breath between his teeth. No, he whispered. This was his land. This was Earth, the home of man. It was his and he was its. This was the land, and not a single dust mote, crazily reeling and spinning through an endlessness of dark and silence, cold and immensity. Earth could not be so alone. The last man alive. The last man in all the world. He screamed, then, and began to run. His feet clattered loud on the road. The small sound was quickly swallowed by silence, and he covered his face against the relentless blaze of the stars. But there was no place to run to, no place at all.